Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup. The Asia Online Qualifiers have now concluded, with Korea, Japan, Australia, and Thailand advancing to the group stage in Busan. But today, I'm back here for EMEA, and I'm joined by Mitch and Matt. Guys, how are you feeling, Mitch, about how yesterday kind of panned out?
I mean, Europe was pretty interesting yesterday. I think we had like a lot of those opener games where we have maybe some potential mismatches. We had a pretty sick dogfight in Group C as well between Ireland and Spain, and I'm looking forward to these Scandinavian teams now being crashed together to see who comes out of that Group A on top.
Yeah, I mean, we have some sick games today, Ash. Like, I think potential to be much closer than yesterday's games. I think for all the fans out there, that's what they hope as well. And then yeah, like you talked about Asia over. Mitch was you were celebrating Australia there a little bit. I saw that.
Fellow Australian, I'm sure you relate, Matt.
I do. It means a lot that we made it.
Yeah, it means a lot for you specifically, Matt. But while Asia may have just wrapped up earlier, we still have 3 more full days of EMEA and Americas, as we'll be capping things off at the end of next weekend. Talking a little bit more about that format, if you missed yesterday, the World Cup's online qualifiers are going to put us through multiple 4-team round-robin groups, with the 2 top teams in each group advancing to the group stage in the main event in Busan, South Korea. Yesterday, we got our first taste of that first to 3 kill 1v1 deathmatch on Lijiang Tower to determine the higher seed. Guys, how are we feeling about that? I think we learned too that we have like the heroes actually like region locked, which is pretty cool, Matt.
Yeah, so I think we got Ana for support. We got Widow. Yesterday we saw Doomfist 1v1. Yeah, so like it's pretty interesting. I like it when we don't have seeding in a season that like these teams are coming out of all different qualifiers, right? So we kind of make it fair, and there's some strategy behind it as well.
I mean, I dig it. I
what are you
think
laughing at, Mitch? What are you laughing at?
The Ana mode needs to be one-shot kill, and you can only scope in for like a second, like proper true Ana paintball.
No,
but
just full on just kill.
It is a quantum leap forward in seeding deciders for the Overwatch ecosystem. So I'm glad we've implemented this change, and it gives us a bit of fun as well leading into these games.
Definitely does. I'm kind of jealous of America because I think they had got Winton over there. So I love some Winton. Hopefully we can see it later today. But let's talk a little bit more about yesterday and what happened, right, Mitch? You kind of gave a little bit of a teaser of it at the top of our day, a couple of those upsets coming in, a bit of shakeups, Ireland having that pop-off performance on Oasis, but not quite being able to close things out against Spain.
Yeah, look, I mean, Ireland looked pretty solid there as well, but I think they did attempt to dabble with the Jetpack Cat composition and just couldn't quite execute it. We heard from Tread sort of saying that it's actually pretty tricky to make that comp work. I sort of think at this level, there's some vulnerabilities, and also like one of your healers is dedicated to the Bastion at all times, essentially. This catnapping was absolutely fantastic on Oasis, but in general, we've seen a pretty big diversity in metagame, but the cliff notes are that Great Britain and Germany look very strong, should be getting out of that group. There's still a bit up in the air about Group C in terms of what France and Poland end up looking like when we get into game. And Group A is just all over the place. Denmark, Finland, and Sweden have all submitted really strong teams, and one of them is going to miss out.
Yeah, Ash, I mean, we get a lot of Group A action today, right? So I think that'll be really fun to see, because like Finland and Sweden are 2 extremely strong teams. Denmark, we know how good they could be, where it's wild that one of them's not going to make it out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy and fun to finally see France, Poland, Finland, and Sweden play heading into today. 2 wins obviously doesn't guarantee that you're going to make it out, but it definitely does help with how scrappy some of those groups are going to be, like you just alluded to. And as a reminder for you guys at home, the top 2 teams of each group will be playing live in the group stage in Busan, South Korea, where China and Saudi Arabia are already waiting due to their placements at the Overwatch World Cup in 2023. The top half of the group stage will also advance to the playoffs live in BlizzCon in Anaheim, California. We love BlizzCon here. How excited are you for this to be coming back at BlizzCon here, Mitch?
Dude, that event is always insane. I was kind of saying it yesterday, but it combines like that anticipation just for the next year of Blizzard titles with like a really novel form of competition. Overwatch is really unique in that we have had in the past such a lively World Cup where everyone gets behind it. To seeing it return, its much anticipated return at BlizzCon, the mecca, I think, of any Blizzard esports, especially we've had some iconic Overwatch esports moments there, is pretty perfect.
Yeah, I think now talking a little bit about our schedule, after hyping up, what's to come here for the Overwatch World Cup, we got to lock in on what's going to be actually happening today first. We've got 4 matches here in EMEA, and then later on for the Americas group. So you guys are going to be joined by Jaws and Tiny Shiny. I think that it's going to be a very fun day. You guys think this schedule is jam-packed? I think next Sunday we got like 5 EMEA games actually in one day, so it's going to get pretty wild.
Well, that's why Mitch called out. That's why he's not there that week.
Listen, it's all about working smart, not working hard, guys.
That's right. He doesn't want to see the conclusion. I'll be here though. Oh, don't worry.
Yeah, Matt's locked in. Matt is locked in. You know what else we should be locked in on though? These drops, guys. Don't forget to watch all 3 regions on both weekends to make sure that you get some of these 6 skins and ensure that you can also, grab some of these viewer incentives. I think that the drops are looking good. For me, personally, America's Icon, purple, favorite color. I'm locked in for that one. But now talking about our first matchup that we got coming in hot here, we have Finland versus Denmark coming in. Finland is a team that we haven't quite seen yet, Matt, but these names are very familiar to us.
I mean, fantastic roster, right? You think back to the last Overwatch World Cup with how strong their performance was there. They kind of take out South Korea, and now coming in with a very similar lineup. So I know we'll see, obviously, Vestola. I know Ghost has had some great performances in like that flex support role. And then good to see Sauna out there again. I feel like we haven't seen him in a while competing at the highest level of Overwatch Esports. But this roster is really difficult to deal with, and this is one of the rosters that also has really good coordination, even them kind of coming together because they played with each other in the past.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to see if that synergy that you're talking about is going to carry over. And Reign Supreme heading into today's matchup up against Denmark. This is a team where yesterday, Mitch, we saw them defeat Austria without a scratch. It was a comfortable win. Do you feel like that's the similar storyline that we're thinking heading into this matchup, or are you expecting it to be a bit closer?
Definitely not. I think that this Finland roster is very strong. Historically, they've been a top cut competitor when it comes to live events at World Cup. I felt like these guys really played up. In 2023, they also had some really young players. Ghost, I think, was one of his first outings as a competitor, especially at LAN, and he put on a fantastic show. Those guys ended up, I think, in 3rd place in the end. Denmark, obviously, gonna have their work cut out for them, but I've been really impressed with Skytor. I think he's continued to sort of develop on what we've seen from him in OWCS, and so far has also demonstrated a really robust hero pool. In the past, we saw him try and force more towards the Winston play in OWCS, but his Diva yesterday was really, really good. Shockwave is disgusting. We talked to him in the interview. He's been kind of chilling, studying a little bit there. These guys are posted up in the Copenhagen Stadium. They've got a sick facility, so they have everything that they need to succeed here. And it would be disastrous if they didn't make it out of this group. But it is the group of death. It is brutal, and these Scandinavian teams are all sending quality.
Yeah, it's going to be insane here for Denmark. I think they've definitely got the hype behind them with such an insane boot camp opportunity for this squad. But let's get straight into our first Overwatch World Cup matchup in EMEA today, Finland versus Denmark.
Thank you very much, Ash. Yes, we have a banger of an Ana 1 versus 1. Not Ana paintball, so to disappoint you guys. So we'll take a few shots, but apparently Byronade is allowed. This very dishonest play, but
It's about this dishonest.
It's a little dishonest. You can't name yourself after the fact. Ooh, I also think you hit a sleep, little drop the twinings. You know what I mean? Should be shoot melee shoot to finish people off after you sleep them. But obviously this is for map selection. There's no real seeding amongst these teams, and
looks like went down to the wire.
It's low key. It's a little volatile. You know what I mean?
They're just both lurking around the corner.
Yeah, I hate to see those. Yeah, I hate to see it. Yeah, here's your final moment. Mix that melee in, baby. Get the job done. That sleep came at the wrong time, bro. And Gucci's going to win it out here for Team Finland. They will be the highest seed, and therefore they'll be able to select their first map. And, well, actually, it looks like they conceded first map pick, and so Denmark are going to take us to Antarctic Peninsula. Yeah,
I mean, that's interesting. We'll have to kind of figure that out with obviously comp op. So okay, so Finland, I mean okay, so they picked that first ban over the map pick. Got it. So that's an interesting little wrinkle that they decided to kind of take that first. So I think obviously everybody feels pretty comfortable on all 3 control maps, and obviously first ban is so impactful. So Sojourn ban here. early on from Finland, as it'll be a Wuyong ban on the other side. So a little bit of a wrinkle here with obviously how map selection works in the World Cup. For me, Mitch, I think this series comes down to like, Rav yesterday we talked with Denmark, right? Like, can he kind of like step up to the plate here a little bit? And then I think the support line of Denmark, if they can stay as strong as they did yesterday, I think they definitely have a really good shot of, I mean, I guess you would call it an upset, but these rosters are so strong in this group. It's kind of crazy to say anything is particularly like an upset with teams like Denmark, Finland, and Sweden.
Yeah, look, and Rav on that topic, I think is extreme next up energy. They managed to win Face It Master with their roster star is ex Hypnos, so like a pretty solid competitor. I do think targeting Shockwave Sojourn off the bat was more than enough reason for Finland to give up that sort of first map pick, given there's like some level of parity I think between these control maps. We're going to be jumping in pretty much straight away though, and we already have an idea of what Finland are playing for. We've actually seen a few of these sort of Catalyst Bastion compositions. It feels like Bastion, even in a standalone state, is extremely powerful. And the second map, that defense matrix from D.Va is exhausted. You're going to see Gucci try and blow people up.
Well, I'm interested to see if they're going to continue to... Okay, so they're going to play this with a SIG. So typically you see this kind of with the D.Va in the mix, right? And we've seen, Virtus.pro play this like exact comp. But they're actually going to have Vestola on Sigma. Obviously, Vestola extremely good at the hero. So maybe just trying to punish Skytour even more. It'll be a Sim with a Cassidy here available for Denmark as the TP will come through. I know not everybody makes it on through that TP. Nice accretion there, but nice shots there from Shockwave. Almost taken out. I know, then.
So Shockwave can play off angles pretty comfortably in this matchup map because Finland don't have a highly mobile tank. They don't have a D.Va that can just run across and sort of eat that Cassidy damage up. I like that idea, and Sauna does get picked off. The reality is that with that Sigma positioned really well, Vestola can't do a whole lot to sort of protect Sauna, and they are really, really susceptible to the Cassidy. And then the Cassidy here, like under nominal circumstances against like Bastion and Symmetra, has a favorable matchup, but so much about this is going to be positional. Can they just outmaneuver Vestola and make it hard for him to get in position to actually cover his squishies?
And for Finland, like these are comps that we saw a lot of teams play the Mizuki in, with the Sigma, and then also against the D.Va. They may not feel comfortable playing it though at the moment. They'll play May Sim, so really strong rush style comp, but it feels like though Shockwave is going to be able to pop off against a comp like this.
Again, I think it's another hero that doesn't play that well into Cassidy. Rav's going to get overrun then. It's a nice little speed boost here from Finland. Kitsune Rush also in the mix, but Shockwave has doubled down already, and he's pretty favored against Gucci here. Look at this fallback. Shockwave ends with a brace of kills, more than enough to silence Finland here in this round. You might ban a Sojourn now, but the Cassidy is, pretty well suited, I think, to this kind of environment. And that accretion is the only tool that Vestola really has to dictate where Skytour goes.
I mean, we see a lot of people even pick Cassidy when Sojourn is, free to pick. That's how good Cassidy is right now in the meta. It was a Kitsune Rush used there by Denmark. I know, and you also saw it out from Finland. It was the Sim wall, though, early from Rav, just kind of splitting up the point. This is dangerous, though, for Finland, Mitch. I mean, you have your sound barrier, you'll have a match on the other side, but this Deadeye can just kind of buy some time. We've also seen a nice job from Jonowich about knocking players into the Deadeye, so...
That is a really nice early Deadeye map. Full specific. Oh, you're kidding me! Shock was able to get 2 kills off that. That is nuts. And Vestola, I mean, he had some waggle hands at the end, but unfortunately, not able to perform like your Shaman in raids, Matt. That is stunning stuff here from Denmark. And again, they don't wait for the Blitzer to come to them. They preemptively go for the Deadeye, and that is a clean round, man.
I mean, when I was talking about the Deadeye, I didn't expect that. Just casually walking through the choke, turning the corner, and getting 2. I mean, that is brutal there for Finland. I mean, you had like, what, 4 ultimates, and you don't even really get a use of any of them there? That is a rough situation as Shockwave just kind of rounds this corner. Maybe they thought that like Shockwave was going to take the TP and not like actually kind of walk through the choke, right? Because they drop a TP. We see a lot of Cassidy's like they'll take the TP, they'll go back and forth, right? They'll kind of like show different positions. Maybe they thought he was going to come on through, so they dropped because it looked like the TP was up on the high ground, right? So they kind of dropped to maybe avoid that, and Shockwave just walked right through the choke.
Yeah, just
took out 2.
Just a missed call, I think, on where the Cassidy was going to come from. In theory, Matt Finland's game plan there is just speed forward and try and get a good Blizzard off, but they never had the chance to make use of that comp. Back to the Bastion now. and maybe hoping just to bully this high ground. Of course, Sigma's going to give them a really effective staging ground, but the TP is certainly going to get your head on a swivel. For a moment, Finland didn't quite know where Denmark were going to pop up, but now Cat is out of the bag. Tank mode here for the Bastion. Skytor's going to mitigate some of that damage, but still this is going to hurt. All of Denmark have to fall back, but in fairness, Matt, they've covered this damage over pretty well.
Well, they've covered the damage, and now they're in a really interesting spot where you see Rav is really charged up on that sim, needs to stay alive. Is all nice nade there from Gucci, takes him out. Because I was going to say, you could have potentially kept ramping up that sim damage. Would have been very difficult to challenge on the point. Nice defense matrix here over the top from Skytor, but that's exactly why they want to play that Sigma. You see the accretion come on in, interrupt that, and then just deal with that diva at that time. So although it is Denmark getting some early point control, getting up to 12%, it's going to be Finland getting the lead.
I really feel like this Denmark comp is hard to play against this setup. The accretion just can't be mitigated at all by the diva. And that window where diva's stunned up means that she's basically shark baited. There's a Bastion in tank mode. Like, that is more than enough time to basically blow Skytor up. They've got to be pretty perfect here. And I think this sim TP is going to be just as important as the defense matrix in terms of mitigating Finland's barrage of front-loaded damage.
Yes, now in Shockwave already, we saw, ports, which in Japan build up to like, dead eyes in like a minute. That's how fast it was. You see Shockwave already at that ultimate, trying to take maybe some high ground. That's going to be a Kitsune rush here from Ghost in Finland. Off of that high ground, you're not really going to be able to find anything. You cannot die to the Deadeye like that. I mean, there's really nothing there that kind of assists them. Maybe there was a boot from Janowicz, but it looked like just some damage at range from the position he's in. But losing the sim there, I mean, that is brutal.
I think you're right. I don't know if there's any boop involved whatsoever. I think Sorta makes a miscalculation about where to stand. Shockwave also looked like he got booped forward by attack grenade, and maybe it was easy for him to get around a corner as a result. That's an important fight win for Denmark, especially.
You lose your rush. You use the rush, and then you just kind of move forward, and then like end up losing your sim when the other team uses just Deadeye. I mean, that's a brutal scenario for Finland.
They didn't do anything with the rush either, Matt. It seemed more defensive, if anything. Either way, here's Denmark now in control. Suzu has to be used early on there by Johan. See Gucci getting a little bit off of that high ground. Here's that sim wall in play. Finland have to make use of this window now, and you can see the Rav staying charged up. Self-destruct, that's very defensive there for Skytor. It's going to allow them to outlast this sim wall, and now Rav can push forward with the use of his own. Pistola wants to try and get towards the rest here of Denmark, but Ghost has been picked off. You can't really answer this position from Shockwave, though. He can chill up here, get free damage down, and now Kinetic Grasp has been exhausted. Denmark have the window to strike, and they've got to make use of this Cassidy up here, Matt.
Yeah, it's a later beat here from Denmark. Going to keep everybody up in the fight, but Skytor loses the mech. Deadeye from the high ground here from Shockwave. Drops down low. 3 players around the corner, though. That's a dangerous thing to push into, especially with that Bastion there.
I mean, pretty conservative there from Shockwave. Doesn't want to fully commit, but Gucci's on the off angle. That was a 6 TP out in the open for Finland. Gets everyone from around that corner and completely overwhelms Denmark. Nice looks there from Finland and showing a bit of finesse here with the repositioning.
Yeah, and I mean, Finland comes in with a huge opportunity here, Mitch, right? Kitsune Rush plus their own sim wall. Nothing available on the opposite side for Denmark. They're going to need another fight here. I think if you're Denmark, try and force these ultimates out, get a really early fight, and then you have one more chance. I know that crack at the point is shot there up on the high ground. It's going to get that little tick damage. Vestola goes over to the diva. I think this might be the right decision here. Try and match that diva play from Skytor on the other side.
Zola trying to start this fight up, but Sorna's already fallen.
Again?
Yeah, Shockwave, and that was honestly on the fallback. Shockwave wasn't even playing an off angle there. That's just nice work from him. Maybe an overextension from Sorna slightly. Switch over towards Tracer, maybe to get Sorna back in the fight quickly, but Denmark are going to flip here, and they're coming up on yet another Deadeye. These have been here thick and fast, but both teams are going to be able to match their support ultimates now in what will be the last fight of the round.
That's the thing, though. You allow Denmark to get back into the support economy when you had a huge advantage. There'll be a Deadeye here. They have to touch. Nice job using the defense matrix eating up from Vestola. Pretty
solo there from Skytor. He dives in virtually on his own, but Gucci's going to be picked up. The space made by Vestola is enough to get that kill, and that's the lion's share of damage now for Finland. That is off the table, and Shockwave is still completely unbothered here, playing around this sim wall. Clutch moment here from Rav. Gucci out of the game. Finland went away from the Symmetra and didn't have a chance to match these walls, and nobody is really looking at the Cassidy until the Rise roll back in their head. Nice little grenade follow-up here. The Tracer still needs to be dealt with. It's a wrinkle in the play for Shockwave, and he's under extreme pressure. Nice play by Sorna. Deals with the Cassidy. Denmark now starting to run out of legs. Janowicz is going to come back in on that jetpack cap, but it might be a little too late in the day. Finland able to stand tall and get themselves a flip. And Jonovic just needs to not die here, but that is easier said than done. Flip back, but Jonovic may not have the health. Thankfully, the Yofa to come in time, but Gucci Sombra picks up the kill and gets Finland the round.
And that feels like a round where Denmark, they had that one almost in the bag there towards the end, but a tremendous job by Finland, making some huge hero adjustments, right? I know being able to have Sonic go over the Tracer, keep that one going, and then obviously Vestola going over to Diva, keep that point alive as we take a look at some of the stats. Vestola, 6 deaths, obviously pretty high, but then you look on the other side, Rab with 7 there. I know kind of 4 on the sim. It's a ton. I know need to keep that sim alive, right? Because especially you're ramping up in these fights. That's where like most of the damage comes towards the end. I know as the sim starts to cook up.
This has been a fantastic map so far. My only regret is that it occurs at 5 a.m. and not 11 a.m. so I can't screech and bother my neighbors. So far though, it's been quality Overwatch. We're going to be back to the Sigma setup now for Finland, and they've opted for the Mei. So we're going to have Sims, of course. Matt, is the Mei versus Cassidy difference, though, that you want to keep your eyes out for. And straight away, Finland make a play for position. Again, it's a high ground look here, but they've got that TP that gets them set up to continue to punish this choke.
Well, I mean, can you punish Rav, right? I know, let's say they take a sim TP, they move on in, then you get a Mei wall directly behind, right? Kind of like force it sim or a Mei wall, kind of like almost on top. It's a nice accretion on the Skytour, but Skytour is going to be pretty healthy as see Kinetic Grasp out from Vestola already as he's taking damage on the point.
I mean, Denmark have a great spot to play from this high ground. Rav gets caught out. Gucci able to find that elimination. And Vestola can't do too much to try and protect Sauna. Shockwave is relentless with his Peacekeeper shots ringing out. And now things start to break down, but Shockwave once again has safe positioning. The space made by Skytor is something you can really make use of here as Cassidy. There's an easy mag grenade connection there onto the Lucio. And he will be dealt with now. It's Denmark as the dust settles over to play down for that high ground to flip the point.
Yeah, I mean, you do get 16% here for Finland, but I mean, dude, how many, you lose that sim at the beginning of these fights. How many can you going to continue to pull out and win starting a player down? Is look at this, Finland wants to go pretty fast.
I may as well, get set up here. Good accretion on towards the Diva, but Shockwave's Deadeye is going to be a problem. Kinetic Grasp is all well and good, but not if Vestola's not in position to make use of it. And there it is, about the freest kill you can ask for on that Mei, and the Lucio for Finland Winter, I believe they are barely able to get out alive. Nice play up for Denmark here, and that's an unsuccessful play for Finland. Okay, sure, the Gravitic Flux is a good look here, but Vestola doesn't have much to play with, and he's expending resources away from the point.
I'd imagine he's swapping off of this, like using that flux in that position. We'll see if he actually kind of makes it back to the spawn to do so, but you imagine he's going to swap off of the Sig at this point. Maybe go over to Diva, match it. Let's see no, it's going to be the Ramatra. Okay, so really all about this kind of brawl here is Team Finland wants to just kind of run it down, and seems like obviously Shockwave is the target, but he's done a great job of kind of creating distance between him and the rest of the team. Jonovic has to be so careful as that sound barrier needs to live.
Yeah, you can see the disruption has been traded out just for raw gap close and brawl potential now with the Vestola of the Ramatra. Sound barrier going to be matched here with Katsuna Rush for Finland, and Rav and Jonovic are going to fall. Even with that sim wall in play here for Rav, Finland kind of play into it. They just move past it with this comp that's designed to close the gap. Symmetra might feel much less comfortable now against this brawl style comp.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why you see Rav die there a little bit early is does not get the effects of the Jonovic sound barrier, so it only connected with 4 of the members from Denmark. And I think as soon as they realize that Finland, the sim is the target, just run the sim down. Didn't seem like Rav had a TP available at that time, but now another Deadeye. I mean, Shockwave has been so good with these. He's been able to come up with a few kills, it feels like. And gets frozen up there, but nice Suzu who breaks that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Skytor that had to give up his mech in order to keep Shockwave in the game. Still, no harm, no foul. Self-destruct is going to get him back in the game, and Shockwave's still got room to work with. Man, he really feels like this game rises and falls on the back of the Cassidy playmat, and Ghost is dead. Absolutely ruined. Finland try and come up with an answer or switch to the Ramatra composition, but that doesn't answer the threat of the Cassidy.
I mean, we've also seen Finland here, at least in this first match, not go over and play any type of hit scan whatsoever. So might be a little bit of a worry from them throughout the rest of the series, especially if Denmark is going to have Shockwave playing at this level.
Okay, well, there's Annihilation. Pretty good spot for it. However, Vestola's not able to close the gap anymore. And look at the free firing coming in from Shockwave. It's a matter of time.
Rav is also charging up.
Yeah, just going to get crushed. And yeah, the sim is going to be hurting. Rav, though, stymied by the shield for a time. Vortex pulls up a little bit short, and Shockwave's able to roll back and keep that distance away. Rav might be gone, but Finn is out of the picture. That's no Lucio here for Finland to work with. Kitsune Rush is going to have to be lent on here, but it's an important fight, and finally we get to see if conditions are right, this rush comp can be overwhelming.
I mean, Gucci's over to the Tracer now, right? So, little bit of a change in terms of their comp. The Annihilation with just kind of allowing Pistola to just kind of keep that block going allows them to contest for an extended period of time. So we'll see now with another Deadeye. It'll be Rav using that symbol. Just gets the lead it instantly, Mitch. I mean, no help as soon as he goes through it.
Somehow Denmark is done in position to protect that sim. And now a Finland symbol makes it impossible for Shockwave to stick this Deadeye at first. He needs to back away. Sees the happy little skulls, but it's going to be mitigated. Maybe even a kinetic grasp in the mix. No, it was the symbol in play. Nothing could be done about it. Denmark's starting to run out of steam here. Finland's rush comp actually earning them the win here on Antarctic Peninsula. These two teams, you can put a tissue war over them. They are so closely matched.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really impressive map win there from Finland. They kind of pull it out in the end, going over and playing, a Ramatra rush style of play, into the Diva look. From Denmark is they have been so good on that Diva as we take a look at some of the stats. And I know for me, Mitch, I mean, you take a look like, Sauna, obviously 13,000 damage, like, a little bit more there than Rav, but I mean, Rav with the 11 deaths. I mean, Rav and Ghost had a rough go, just going to get him picked off by Shockwave. I mean, that's a 31-5 game from Shockwave with almost, 18k damage that just kind of goes for nothing. That's a rough one there for Denmark in game one. It felt like they had some control over that, but Finland able to clutch up.
Shockwave, by the way, targeted by the ban that Finland, made, of course, has a great game, but is not able to be overwhelming. I think the game changes so much for Rav as Symmetra when you're, going up against Sigma as opposed to the Ramatra. You get free charge off the Sigma shield. It's like, okay, dodge the accretion and try not to take too much poke damage, and you're going to be like a real threat in the front line, even without a shield of your own. But the Ramatra, it feels like it changes things, right? Vortex slows you down. You can get caught in that front line, which is kind of what you have to be as Sim to be remotely effective. And it feels like it's much more dangerous, far more volatile. This was sick. Look at them throwing literally the kitchen sink at Shockwave here. He dodges that accretion and then is able to connect that Deadeye. The speed boost of the Kitsune Rush actually instrumental there for Shockwave.
Yeah, I mean, pretty huge. And this is like this second round, this is where I think Finland really kind of, came up huge in the end, right? Because Denmark gets a few kills off the front of this fight, and then Finland able to make some hero adjustments, kind of come back strong. As this is unfortunate here for Gucci. The ice block just went at the exact time, basically the Deadeye pops, runs out. But this is kind of what we saw. Look, I mean, you see 3 players there for Finland just collapsing right on top of Wrath. Nothing he could do there on the sim.
So I think we're already seeing like a tendency difference between these two teams. Denmark really favor this Diva-based composition. Obviously Skytor piloting that hero really effectively. Finland, though, their default, I guess, approach is to sort of play this Sigma. And even though Vistola is an incredible Diva player, it looks like their style is a little bit more Bastion-oriented, play the Mei. Don't try and play that. They're more like up-tempo, highly mobile. Look, I say up-tempo, but then they bring that Ramatra in and they're still able to sort of run down in some of these fights. It also means that FN, their Lucio speeds are pretty critical. Playing around those timings is very, very important for this Finnish squad.
Yeah, I mean, playing around, like being able to kind of see where the Sim TP goes in, maybe get rid of it, catch like Rav off guard, right, from that position. Felt like they were able to do that a few times. Around that speed, and obviously some good Mei walls there from Gucci being able to kind of like split players off. So it'll be interesting where Denmark decides to take us in terms of maps, right? Seems like Finland wants to go over towards more like Ram Sigma type looks. Obviously Vistola can play the Diva, but that's kind of playing into exactly kind of what Skytor wants. So we'll see where Denmark decides to take us in terms of maps where like you can't exactly do that. Like maybe it's like a New Junk City. We've seen really good Cassidy maps there as well. Sojourn's really strong too. On New Junk City, so maybe see if you can kind of get one of those through. If you're Denmark, do you consider banning like one of those tanks? That's a possibility. So yeah, it is New Junk City, like I was talking about.
I mean, I do think going to a map like this, the Tracer might start to become a bit more of a concern. But Gucci looked really good, I think, on that sub-level map on the Tracer. As we hit the New Junk City, obviously, like having some flank potential is going to be pretty important. It's also, I don't think the best sort of Cat Bastion map either, as you don't necessarily have the verticality all the time to sort of abuse. It does feel like, though, there's plenty of steps for this Ramatra comp to find success here. There's obviously just some limitations in map design where like you might favor like the more mobile D.Va setup. So I just think either way, Skytor is going to have the spotlight on him. It's going to be a focus point now, because D.Va in that comp is so instrumental. You know, use of resources really can dictate success.
I mean, we've seen teams play Ramatra here. I know, so it'll be a Zarya ban and then Cassidy ban there for Finland. I mean, I love that for Finland. Zarya, like, is a good response to, obviously, D.Va. But, like, we saw Finland go over towards, like, the Ramatra and Sigma and other stuff, right? When the D.Va kind of came into play. So, I don't know how worried, you know, maybe the D.Va, you know, the Zarya would have been the next option up. But it felt like, obviously, you know, Ramatra, they were getting a lot of value from there towards the end.
Yeah, again, like, Zarya doesn't address the threat of, you know, Finland playing a potent rush composition. Now with also, like, the mag grenade out of the picture, you know, it's going to be up to Shockwave on, presumably, the Sojourn here to really make his own luck. He gets to play slightly more, you know, mobile hero with, like, nice moments of burst damage, and he's the kind of person that can make use of those windows with railguns to great effect. It just feels like, you know, this Cassidy is going to make it maybe feel a little safer for Finland to look to close the gap more frequently. And you're right, this doesn't turn off the prospect of playing Ramatra in this kind of setup. Someone who can, to some degree, just sort of breeze past the D.Va and kind of ignore her, whereas Sigma has to respect her positioning and be more reactive, right? Ramatra feels like it's a proactive game plan. Move up, take space, force people to respect you, play inside the vortex. You get to set the tempo a little bit more, and that seems to have suited Finland as opposed to that more static, reactive Sigma look.
Yeah, so I do wonder kind of for Denmark here what the path is. Like, I mean, are they gonna just play Soj with like the D.Va and Sim, like kind of like what we just saw? Because for me, it feels like Finland is going to win out in that type of play style, right? They're going to play Ram, they can play Sig, they can play D.Va, they can kind of you know, make it work, right? Maybe they don't even necessarily need a hit scan. They play like a Mei with the Sim. Doesn't feel like Denmark, at least with this ban, has really kind of taken anything away from Finland that would you know, give you pause if you were them, per se.
All right, we are off to New Junk City, folks. And we mentioned it already. Vistola versus Skytor, a definitive matchup in this game. Skytor obviously featured on that Quick Esports roster late last year in OWCS. They got that sort of 8th place finish there in Stage 3. Since then, it's been a couple of less high-profile teams for them, but they're still showing their quality and still obviously demonstrating their prowess as a potential free agent. Vistola obviously not, I think, the finish that they were hoping for. You know, our Cads here have been a little rockier as of lately, maybe not quite reaching the same heights that they had, but again, they did manage to win that Saudi E-League, of course, not so long ago, with a really a banger matchup against Geeko in that final. So off we go. It's New Junk City time. Finland are ahead 1-0.
So it'll be Finland here playing the Sim Mei with the Sig. No, not too surprising there. Shockwave almost gets killed by an icicle there right off the rip. And it'll be Denmark actually having Skytor play the Ram. So maybe they thought they were going to come out and play the Ramatra and kind of like match head-to-head, because you think, I know, if the Sigma was here, they would have tried to maybe play, I know, the D.Va once more. So looks like Maywall there. No, not going to split them off right away, as Sauna and Event take some big damage.
I also think, Matt, as you mentioned it, being split off for Finland is a dangerous prospect, right? Vistola's ability to reposition quickly is really limited compared to the Ramatra Nemesis form, but Skytor's going to get caught out. That may impact, you could see, down on the point is exactly where Finland are happy to take the fight, especially now without Denmark's tank in play, and they are able to edge Denmark out in this first fight.
I mean, dude, the Sigma just controls so much space, right? Like, I know, being able to kind of shield on one side and then just kind of like spam chokes. Like, the supports just get isolated there from Skytor, and no, not able to get back over to kind of provide him any type of healing, and Gucci just kind of works him down. So first fight win here for Finland. So they're already at a Kitsune rush. I think Denmark's probably gonna have no idea they got this one coming into this next fight.
They farmed this so quickly. Finland here looking very dangerous, and they can go up tempo still with this Sigma comp. They can try and run them down. Maywall looking for a disengage. A little bit of a cross wires there, of course, as Gucci needed a moment to try and heal back up with that ice block, and that frankly means that Finland can't effectively use that Kitsune rush at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think they maybe thought they were a little bit closer. They have to use it to also kind of give Gucci an opportunity to stay alive. There's a nice accretion there. Skytor getting dangerously low.
Gravitic Flux here. Skytor's going to be caught in it, and that's going to be big damage on the Ramatra. Even a Nemesis form, it's percent health damage from that Gravitic Flux landing. And it looked like positionally there was an early issue for Skytor as he was knocked down onto that low ground with the May wall behind him.
Yeah, saw that is a drubbing there in that first flashpoint, right? So Finland getting off to a hot start here on New Jung City. I like the map pick from Denmark. Not exactly in love with the first ban, though. I think he probably could have made a little bit more impact on the game than the Zarya at the moment. As, hey, you watched yesterday. You know what me and Mitch love. We love a good old pause. As, we'll see what's going on here. As we'll probably get back into the game in just a bit.
So it does seem like Finland's default is really to try and walk out these Sigma-based compositions. And look, I think for Sauna it means he could probably play that much more aggressively in the front line when Sigma is swinging, and you can sort of trend back away from him. The accretion, stun on that Ramatra probably gives you time to get ramped up and be pretty darn scary. We haven't really been able to address the shockwave element here as well, as in that first round, maybe some of the sight lines aren't perfect considering it's a concentric ring around the point. When, we start to get to flashpoints that are a little bit more like high ground oriented, I think that getting shockwave set up for success is going to be that much more important.
Yeah, as looks like maybe just an issue on the side of Denmark. And okay, we're back in the game. So maybe just like a accidental pause there. We'll probably try and figure out what went on. Is a little accidental pause there. And hey, look at that! They're able to drop the vortex right on top of that TP, not allow Sauna to get back in it. Take out the sim early on.
Yeah, nice opening here for Denmark. I was just talking about high ground. This is definitely a high ground oriented point.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, Johan actually uses, okay, for a second there, I thought they were going to try to push Finland because I know they did get Johan really low. The point, I know it does kind of go over to Denmark right away, but you had beaten some stuff available to use here for Finland.
You can see that like Skytor's not that obsessed with controlling high ground here, but Johan's going to get caught out. It doesn't matter, those shockwave with an overclock. Look at him just studiously ignore Vastola. At low health, Shockwave still kept alive. The fact that Finland don't have the wherewithal to pick off this low health Sojourn tells you everything you need to know about their bandwidth in that fight. Blizzard off the backside here for Gucci feels like it's a little bit mistimed, and that one has gone down the gurgler.
Yeah, it was interesting to see them not decide to use, maybe the beat to kind of, counteract the overclock on the other side, allow Shockwave to really just start to pop off. As, yeah, you mentioned, he just kind of shoot straight through Vestola onto Gucci. So Gucci now, okay, so we're going to get rid of the May. We're going to go play Bastion here. This is going to be some serious damage for Denmark to work, around, because, they don't have the Diva to soak all of that up, right? The Ramatra shield is going to basically disappear instantly.
I also think the May wall here just doesn't look nearly as good. There's just so many ways around it. Here's Gucci, though, in that tank mode, but Sim wall is a bit of a problem. Gucci just settling for clearing out that TP now. It's going to be Finland drop down with a later beat into the mix. It's Skytor with the Annihilation, and Finland have to respect this. They're out of support elements, though, so they might just burn down as the fight breaks into a brawl. This is exactly where Denmark want to fight Finland, drag them down, force them to contest this point, and now we're even here on New Junk City.
And for Denmark, I mean, they're obviously they win that flashpoint, but Finland decides to invest their sound barrier into that one. Obviously, Jonovic uses his as well, but it felt like there was really no reason to. I mean, fortunately for Finland, they use it on the side of Denmark, because Denmark ends up holding on to it. They probably still win that fight, and they come into this next one with a really nice advantage. I know. So now Vestola does have the ability to use this flux with no sound barrier on the other side.
Denmark here, trying to play this quasi-high ground. At least swing this corner. Note that Shockwave has that off angle, so Johan keeping him topped up is going to be of paramount importance. Finland again insist on this high ground, and this is a bit of a scary position to break. Suzu has to be used early though, because of the disruptor shot damage coming in onto Gucci, and that Shockwave needs to slide in position. Nice little bit of extra damage there on Ghost, and the Gravitic Flux is really going to be counted out there. Denmark just withstand that Shockwave. Beautiful ultimate, but it's a Kitsune rush from Johan that's out of sync with Ghosts. That is the edge.
Yeah, it's out of that Soul, and now I'll switch over to the Sig. So not really finding a lot of value there. Going to go over to the Ramatra, a little bit more of an all-arounder. It'll be sim walls here for both teams, but the big advantage will be for Finland. Basically, both support ult in this fight. Just the Jonovic sound barrier available here for Denmark, but Denmark's probably gonna get at least up to like 60% on this point by the time we actually kind of kick things off.
Time is ticking, but we've had a couple of ultimates just come online, and crucially, that symbol to shut Shockwave down is going to be big. Rav's going to open up with theirs, though, and they go a little bit low on the front line, but OWWC here still is going to try and get back in position. Make sure this beat catches onto as many players as possible. Denmark are looking good. They are very healthy, but Gucci might have something to say about that in a moment. OWWC is going to fly on past, but Gucci's under extreme pressure and needs to find that extra durability in the ultimate. It's not going to be enough, though. He'll be burnt down in the end. Skytor eventually falls, but again, Finland's switch to Ramatra doesn't seem to have yielded results yet. Another great look for Denmark, and importantly, they deal with those support ultimates from Finland.
I mean, that is massive there for Denmark, being able to kind of fight through both of those support ultimates that come through from Finland. Jonowich with that sound barrier, obviously, huge as Denmark here has put themselves with an opportunity to tie this series up. It's been rare with the World Cup thus far, right? We've seen a lot of 3-0s. This Group A, though, I think is going to produce probably some of the best games we have overall, as it'll be actually Finland here who kind of gets an interesting position first here, Mitch. And there's no help for Skytor. I mean, he's right around the corner. Yoyam and Jonowich just kind of let him burn down and die. I mean, it was in Nemesis form using the block, but had no supports there to help him out.
I don't know about the status of Suzu there, but Denmark maybe couldn't really contend with that burst damage, right? The map gets muddled when Bastion just starts to burn you down like that. That is an unfortunate point to drop here for Denmark, and they were poised to try and take this map away. Shockwave is 20-1 with 10k damage right now. Gucci the next closest on Finland's side with only like 7.2k. A dominant showing here from the Sojourn. And Shockwave's being targeted. Finland know the win condition is to deal with him early if they can, but Rav's going to be the first to fall instead. Shockwave's looking for an off angle here with his overclock, but doesn't have a whole lot to shoot at. And Gucci going to be kept alive. Another ultimate here, pop for that extra durability, but it's still going to be Shockwave doggedly pursuing him. Annihilations are going to be matched here as Finland are able to use Pistola effectively. Johan and Jonowich are down. That's all the backliners. You've still got to respect Shockwave here, but he has zero health outside of Skytor across the map.
Yeah, they just kind of like zone Shockwave out, right? Sure, he puts some pressure on the point, but not really getting any angles there to be able to get some kills. I know almost at 50 HP here as Vestola rounds the corner, does have that Nemesis for him, but now with everybody coming back into the fight for Denmark, he just backs up a little bit. That is a huge pick. You take out Ghost, that's a majority of the healing there for Finland. Shockwave just needs to stay alive.
And you've got to be tracking beat if you're Finland here. You know Jonowich has it, so you don't want to overcommit. You don't want to commit too many of your big ultimates now. Suzu does get drawn out pretty early in the fight, so there's a window here for Finland to press a little bit harder. And Rav is going to be traded for Pistola. That definitely favors Denmark. Shockwave going to be able to chime in now yet again. Gucci will be caught out. And Denmark will still have a chance to reach for an early map win.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of Ghost there early is massive, right? It's just the largest source of healing there for Finland. Then you're able to kind of work back and take that point, which is huge there for Denmark. I mean, you're in a position there where Finland is going to take that flash point rather convincingly. Ghost is probably much closer to a rush at this point. And you're in a really weird spot going to that final flash point. Now Finland will work their way through the choke. Just have to worry about Shockwave with these insta-kills, right? That is, well, never mind. Ghost with a clapback, yeah.
Okay, instead, that's brutal for Denmark. Can they survive now without their centerpiece player? Sound barrier is going to have to be committed here at the later beat for Finland. Everything looking pretty good for the Finns right now. Skytor is only going to have a couple moments of this shield to work with. He's got to make good use of it. Trying to push forward in Nemesis form. He's working towards an annihilation, but Vestola is hot in his heels in terms of ult charge, and already Shockwave is back in the fight. Looking for instant impact just to add water, but Skytor will eventually be brought down, and Denmark's options are severely limited here. We may well see this one go to a final flashpoint as Shockwave really can only look on and decide to call it quits.
Yeah, it looked like, at least, from our POV, what happened there when Ghost actually took out Shockwave, it was like a nade from Gucci on the Bastion, which obviously pumps out a considerable amount of damage, kind of knocks him into maybe, a kunai headshot there, which is enough to finish him off. Overclock here could be the decider, Mitch. Really open things up for Denmark. Like, this is a perfect area for, that overclock ability of Sojourn, right? Just kind of like these big sight lines, pretty open. An opportunity to free fire here.
Kitsune rush here for Ghost off the rip. Finland might see an opportunity to extend their little lead into this final flashpoint. Denmark wisely disengage away from it, but it's not like they have a distinct advantage to bring into this next fight. Beats are approximately matched, and so are the annihilations.
Well, I mean, you kind of have to disengage, right? You can't run into that Bastion who's got, I know, these like mortar shells here just firing into the Kitsune Rush combined with the nades as well. That is a nice pick off from Shockwave, but he's in such an odd position trying to slide back to the rest of the team, not able to make it.
Skytor used Annihilation there as well, but it's hard to see how he was able to derive value from it. He'll try and push up here. Gucci, now with the perks he's chosen, can really punish chokes, but when fights get out into the open like this, it's a little bit tougher. His fire rate is drastically reduced. Skytor, though, somewhat surrounded, but Vistola was still able to be dragged off his high horse, and this will be Finland now working with the Drakes for some stall. Sauna finds Rab, but knows he's going to give himself up. A one and done for the Sim, as Finn have to regroup.
Yeah, opportunity, though, for Denmark to get back into this here on our final flashpoint, right? I know double support ult here to work with. You're going to have that sim wall to contest with, but it has not been extremely impactful thus far. I know we've typically seen them just kind of used at the same time, and both teams just kind of firing damage into the void. But we'll see how they decide to play around this. I mean, Denmark actually just dropped their Kitsune Rush right into it.
It might not be enough. I'm not sure. Gucci too close to the sun. Skytor's able to punch the stuffing out of him. And Shockwave has room to work with. Even with the sim all in play, he's not too bothered. Beats coming in. Ghost is going to have a Kitsune Rush, but it might be too late. Finland might just need to regroup for one more fight. Their window may have closed.
Yeah, I mean, so the beat there for Finland does get the beat out from Jonowich. So now you have an advantage here with Ghost with that Kitsune Rush, but you're going, it's going to be final fight as you're going to get very close to, I was going to say, even maybe switching to some heroes to try and contest, but with this sim, you're able to get back in here rather quickly.
Still in Annihilation. Skytor has gotten ahead of Vistola in terms of ult charge. This could be massive. Now it's about pressure. Skytor can sit back and find that Annihilation for the extra durability if he needs it, and Shockwave is playing ultra safe here. Look at this off angle. Practically out of the fight, but with Rav getting picked up by a turret, so looking very, very good for Denmark. Here's the Annihilation, and there's just no answer for Finland. Denmark able to stave them off and complete the map win here to tie the series.
And I gotta say, I mean, I think Finland is quite fortunate they even win that first map, right? It felt like for at least, I don't know, at least for me, Denmark was in control a lot of that map. It's just kind of Finland clutched up at the right time. So Denmark putting themselves on the board here. It is not easy though, Mitch. I mean, that goes all the way down to the wire. I thought some interesting support usage from both sides. I know kind of throughout this one, I think we'll kind of see that, throughout, World Cup at moments, but I know Shockwave come out with some big kills. I thought Skytor was really good on the ramp.
I mean, here, I want to draw attention very quickly, just tally up these
35 and 3 from Shockwave. I mean, he's had like what? He had only like 5 deaths, 35 and 5 in the first one. I mean,
and
crazy first 2 maps.
Rav is a monster game. I mean, the DPS of Denmark combined for 8k more damage in the end than Finland were able to provide. And that's what Finland, leaning into this Bastion composition, like relatively, sort of late in that round. But yeah, Shockwave is still indomitable. He is terrifying. And you let this guy go free, he will just pump damage into you. Rav had a great game. He has like 15k damage. Sauna's only able to, amount to 10k in the end. Maybe something to do with like that Sigma comp and giving him a little bit less reach here. But in general, Denmark, even though they sort of dropped the ball a little bit midway through the round, so much of this came down to first pick here. And you can see the pressure. You can see the weight on Shockwave's shoulders. He's always on an off angle. He's always making a solo play. And his overclocks have been crucial.
And I think for Finland, right, I know if you want to kind of continue to play some of these like rush styles of play, there are some pretty decent maps in the pool to be able to do it. I mean, you can play King's Row, like if you wanted to, right? A little bit more verticality on King's Row than I think people expect, right? We see a decent amount of like Diva, play there. You could go to, do you play like a Runa Sapi? Do you play like a new Queen Street, right? Something along those lines. It's interesting that kind of Finland has decided to go towards this style of play. Typically right now in the meta, right, we're seeing, Sigma like poke comes with like Mizuki in the mix. We're seeing Camp Bastion, and then we're seeing like more like if you're gonna play, it's more like a Diva Cassidy Tracer type of look with like Kiri Lucio than kind of like, Ram May Sim, right? That feels like that's like a little bit of an older type of play style.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and it honestly, like at times it looks static, and there's windows for up-tempo play with like your speed boost and May wall. So it is a very unique look here. Finland have kind of almost always gone their own way. It was obviously a cohort of Finnish players that brought quad tanks into the metagame many years ago.
Why do you have to remind people that the Finnish players brought quad tank in?
I mean, it's nostalgic, though. I think some people have, you know, I'm sure some people have thought or uttered it in Twitch chat where there's no accountability for what you say, that they want to bring that era back at times. You don't.
Like, man, I wish we had quad tank back.
I've literally said, people rage bait all the time on the internet, Matt. You should know this yourself.
Really?
Yeah, no, dead ass.
That's not right.
Yeah. So again, we're not there, but Finland are definitely, you know, leaning into what could be considered like a more safe way to try and play the game a little bit more, keep them at arm's length, and try and like find little windows to go aggressive behind like main wall, and punish any sort of positioning errors or create positioning problems for Denmark. But they fought brilliantly in that previous game, and now the bans get a little bit more interesting here as Finland do not want to see this Ramatra on.
Well, so I think it's more that they need to protect the SIG, right? So they needed to ban a tank here for Finland, right? If you would have let the tank go through, the Sigma ban probably comes out, and then you end up in a Ramatra mirror, which you just lost. I like the May ban. Like, I know we've seen them kind of go towards, like, you know, May sim a decent amount, then go over to the Bastion. I think Denmark probably feels like they can actually, you know, beat this Bastion sim comp that Finland, I know, has brought out here, because I know they've been able to do it, whether it's the Sojourn or the Cassidy, in numerous fights. So the bans here make a lot of sense. I'd be surprised if Finland, you know, goes away from the Sigma. I think that's kind of why they want to play, obviously, Circuit and then ban that Ramatra first.
We know by this point that the hero pool for SkyTour is pretty complete. He's got a ton of options at his disposal. Do you think that he'd want to opt into like a Sigma style mirror? Does D.Va have play here on this map against that Sig? Obviously, threat of accretion is pretty scary. You can really lean a bit more into their poke comp, but Denmark have Shockwave. They have someone who is more than happy to to play that style, and it feels like if you give him enough time, he's going to outperform on any of those longer range heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously here we'll see this will be Denmark on defense here. We'll see them come out and play like a D.Va look. I think you can continue to play like D.Va into Sig, but I think I would be it'd be surprising here. Right? I mean, but Finland, obviously, Vistola is tremendous. You see that, right? You see that, you know, grinding there from Yoham?
Yeah,
he's hitting those rails, bro. I think Vistola can obviously play the D.Va, but it feels like you play this map to kind of play some more Sigma, where, yeah, you're gonna have some changes. Yeah, they're gonna go play Sigma.
So it will be Denmark matching up their D.Va composition against Finland's Sigma, at least for now. Zorda, in his time, pretty nasty hit scan player, but was during his stint in like Overwatch League level teams, was quite often found himself on like Reaper. He was kind of the Reaper pinch hitter for the Florida Mayhem for a hot minute, I think. I mean, if memory serves.
Yeah, that's memory does serve you correct. So this is interesting. They go with a Juno BAP. So Ghost, we obviously know, can play BAP at a really high level. The Juno gives you like the Ray to fight in, which is going to be extremely strong. A little bit of extra, damage maybe compared to like Lucio. But I think having the BAP here, right? Because like typically, like once Gucci ends up using like a turret form, that's when Denmark kind of wants to go and collapse. But now you're playing into that immortality field, right? Immortality field, regen burst, a lot to have to kind of deal with.
I mean, there's so much more sustained here for Finland's composition, Matt. They can just go for days. Just the raw healing throughput is unmatched by what Denmark can sort of match. You can see them be forced to give up ground, hand over fist, and here's the Ant Matrix, but again, Shockwave produces a pretty key pick. Is the Baptiste gone? However, lingering out too long in the open there means Vistola is going to clap you, and now Denmark really just operating on fumes. They have the D.Va in play still, but that accretion is going to make it hard for SkyTour to get where he needs to and leave the backline completely vulnerable. Vistola able to go toe-to-toe with these supports, which is never what you want to see as this defense-sided comp.
And no, I mean, you still have FN alive here for Finland, and being able to kind of heal Vistola up. I wonder if we see some changes out of Denmark. I mean, that is a speed run there through the first point from Finland. Is it will be SkyTour trying to match this Sigma. So it does feel like, though, you're on the wrong side of the damage output battle, though, right? Matching the Sig, with the other team having the Bastion with the Baptiste back there. It's going to be really difficult, it feels like, to keep some of these players alive. I mean, you see already SkyTour walking up, taking some big shots.
Look at how long that shield lasts. The shield pressure is disgusting for this Bastion setup, and now they got the symbol to work with. Flux, that's a good catch. Look at the squish he's caught inside that. Yoham was dead basically before he hit the ground. And this symbol just comes late in the day for Denmark. They can't make as good use of it. Stoller obviously stymied by the wall with that accretion attempt, and now you still got to respect what the Sojourn can do. Yeah, Gucci's out of the picture now, and obviously, Shockwave can be that much more aggressively, but to set this up, Skytor will have to dive so deep, and Shockwave was basically in a different postcode.
Yeah, I mean, they end up what? They end up using their beat there, Denmark, and getting out the Ray as well. So you kind of reset those support ultimates. But I mean, Ghost able to just kind of farm up these Baptiste AM matrices. It's going to be a TP straight to the point, as looks like nobody's actually able to touch there. They don't want to go through the TP. They see the accretion there from Vestola, just kind of lining it up. I mean, Skytor, he's dead, it feels like. I mean, just gets to the corner. Nice support being able to actually kind of keep him alive this long. The overclock kind of prevents everybody else from Finland from turning the corner.
This comp seems really difficult for Denmark to deal with. Their supports are under extreme pressure to try and keep Skytor up. The shields from Sigma last nanoseconds virtually under this sort of front-loaded damage. And it's a nice little flux, though. Can this be remediated? Yes, there's an immortality field, something Denmark don't have access to, so you can shrug off this Sigma ultimate and get back to business. Denmark try and, just jockey back a little bit here with this Sim TP, and sure, they're alive, but they've given up a lot of ground.
This is a blowout here. Kind of first one in the series, it feels like, as Finland just kind of marching to Denmark's spawn door here. Above 4 minutes on the clock. Looks like Denmark wants to try and maybe take some of this high ground here, Mitch. They're going to allow that payload to just kind of go on past. And it's like, how do you eventually kind of get down here? Jesus, they actually kind of flip sides of the map. This might be brutal here for Denmark. Vestola does have that flux, going to drop it. Nice Suzu there, keeping some players alive. But look at this, they're just running right towards the spawn. I mean, they're going to have to use that Kitsune Rush to get back towards their own base. Finally, though, we get a fight win here for Denmark. They use that Kitsune Rush just in the nick of time, because Finland was about to walk that one in.
I like that, though, from Denmark. Finland were in a position where they were caught between trying to move the card up and also defend what was coming at them. That was one of those moments where Denmark's comp here has an up-tempo window with the speed in by Jonowich. And Finland don't have that same degree of mobility, right? They don't have, they only really have the speed ring here from, from FN, which is only, available in some of these smaller windows. So Finland get a little bit over stimulated, I think, by, those two objectives they had to balance. And now they've been reset somewhat, but this is a very healthy time bank. They've got their, orbital ray coming online. You've got to watch out if you're Denmark. You get picked instantly by this Amp Matrix. It's time to go. Shockwave, the advantage for him is that he's got a really good perch to play from, but this symbol is going to essentially nullify the high ground. And yet he's got to commit. It doesn't matter. Ghost gets a face full of railgun, but it's traded out instantly. Vestola, mindful that Shockwave is going to have to commit in that situation. And Skytor, there's this sustain problem, Matt. There's just not enough. Both supports for Denmark were alive there, but aren't able to keep them standing. It's Rav late in the fight, though, charged up and ready to go as Finland, again, run out of juice.
I gotta say, this is huge, though, for Denmark, right? Being able to kind of win these fights without having to use that sound barrier, as you do lose Johan here late, but I think a few players help spawn for Finland. I'm not sure you're going to be able to kind of capitalize on this. The Kiri TP, you're going to get back in the fight rather quickly as well.
Rav extremely low here, just these hyperspheres able to poke him down. He's just trying to reposition, but he gets a Suzu. That's very early use of that ability. Vestola, Gravitic Flux, more defensively there, but able to catch Skytor inside of it and give him free reign to go after Shockwave. Now, Skytor's in trouble. Gucci may have fallen here, but Finland's still operating on 4 players, and that is a classy little accretion up on the high ground to disrupt Rav. Rav is dangerous late in the fight. You can see how much damage they're able to put out. The shields will be enough to prevent that. And now you're down to Drex. You're down to supports here if you are Denmark, and you are throwing yourself at the problem. That's a problem that can't be fixed soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, like a 2-minute hold there from Denmark towards the end, so some signs of life on defense, but man, that is a great offense there from Finland. As it feels like that Sig Bastion comp. I know now that they've kind of put the Baptiste and the Juno in the mix, really difficult for them to stop, as you see kind of the damage output I know that Gucci is able to have there. It doesn't match Shockwave, but still, like, that damage just kind of comes in bursts from the Bastion, just kind of constantly moving the rest of Denmark back.
I mean, let's assume, for the sake of argument, that we're going to see the same comp here for Finland. How are you supposed to exploit this, like, Juno Baptiste backline? Are you trying to, make use of their relative immobility? Can you afford to run up on them because they're sitting with a Bastion in their front line?
I mean, not really, because, like, you have the Sigma stun, right? You have the Bastion, obviously, with the immortality field. If you're going to attack when he doesn't have turret form, like, let's say you kind of go on in. This could be interesting, though, if you played Pharah. Right, just kind of like constantly try to poke them down. That could be an interesting look potentially, for Denmark. It looks like they're going to kind of go back. I know OWWC will probably play the Lucio here, and they'll kind of go back to play something that's trusted from them. They play, but I think this is going to be really difficult to stop. I mean, this is even something where potentially for Denmark, right, you would have loved potentially having this Ramatra to play.
Okay, so we get Juno out of the gates here. I guess Lucio may be less important until we get past this first checkpoint. I think at some point having that mobility is going to be crucial. OWWC will be coming out here on this Juno.
Oh, they'll use the Juno. Okay.
Okay, so accretion straight away, and you can see Skytor takes half this health and damage virtually instantly. So there's a lot of threatening things here. Also, Ghost can just shoot you. A lot of like damage is coming in pretty consistently here for the Baptiste, or at least the potential for it. And now Finland take their time. They're happy to slow roll this. Obviously, they're trying to burn clock, and Shockwave just, it's incidental poke damage from the pulsar torpedoes that does him in.
Yeah, he gets dangerously low trying to poke around that corner. Is you see even here, right? Denmark kind of stands there and fights, but the immortality field kind of comes in from Ghost as Skytor will go back to the spawn. It'll be a switch from the Juno over to the Lucio. Yeah, so I mean, you have to match the Sigma, but this doesn't seem to be like like Vestola is like one of the better Sigmas in EU, right? So it doesn't seem to be a strong matchup that Denmark is kind of playing themselves into at the moment, where that Ramatra ban coming up huge.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. That's such a good point. Well, I don't know where the Skytor is supposed to find his edge. I think he's kind of hoping that Shockwave just solves the problem for him to some degree. Rav doing pretty well here late in the fight. Big accretion in the front line of Denmark, and it could be pretty disruptive. Oh, little kick there from FN. Okay, but Denmark's still able to break through a little more. The Sigma matchup is good, at least if Skytor can buy Shockwave time. We just can't have Shockwave dying randomly to pulsar torpedoes. We can't have that pressure on the back line to constantly be pumping him with heals. So creating a bit more of a safer zone for Shockwave to play in seems to be optimal.
It is, but can you consistently win fights that way, right? I mean, are you expecting him to just get like a railgun kill every single fight on, whether it be like Sauna or Squishy? I mean, yeah, you're kind of relying on it as it'll be the overclock from Shockwave that is an Amp Matrix. The other direction as Rav just blows up and not gonna get anything here with the OC.
It's a fair question, right? Shockwave's supposed to just sort of supply this like insane play every team fight, and like controversially, the answer is yes. I think Denmark, that's kind of been what has gotten them to this point so far. Shockwave just outperforming here at DPS. Just one pick though. He doesn't need to, 1v5 every single fight, but I do think that, yeah, the pressure is going to be on. Here's a rush zone. Look at this up-tempo moment here for Denmark. They're going to try and run Finland down, but defensively, they've got an orbital ray symbol in place. Sound barrier has to be used for Denmark up in the sky, and that buys them enough time. That's just a good matchup in terms of ultimates. Yeah. Denmark use both of their support ults, and they have to here to get this checkpoint.
I mean, when the Kitsune Rush drops and you're kind of pushing on forward, as soon as they drop the orbital ray, and I mean, you have the Bastion with the orbital ray there. I mean, you can't push in, even with that Kitsune Rush. You kind of need something else to kind of help you out. So OWWC uses the beat there at the perfect time. That allows them to get that first checkpoint. But Finland does hold on, to that no sauna, no sim wall, right? They're going to move up, take a more aggressive position.
Kind of nice accretion there on Vichy. Knocks him back, gives a winner, but Silverstola's able to win the frontline fight, and Shockwave has already called a cancel on this encounter. Does not want a bar of it. Denmark looking to try and reset now. But there's the lurking fear, if they're tracking it, that an Amp Matrix is going to threaten to burst them down at this next fight.
And this is what we see a lot of great teams do, right? They move up to like this spawn door here. They're able to kind of put some pressure on the opposing team. Now it looks like Finland backs out just a little bit, but I think they're almost trying to bait them into this Amp Matrix that's coming on in from Ghost. Is Shockwave taking an off angle?
Yeah, I mean, a real off angle. Again, takes his time getting into the fight, but hey, he delivers. That's called interest, I guess. At least he's able to return with a kill, but traded out instantly. Because he's away from his team, he can't benefit from Skytor's defensive utility. Skytor as well has no one to protect except himself right now, and hey, that seems to be enough. Deals with Sauna. Clever shield thrown out just to block the accretion. And now you can work with this. Here's a staging ground for Denmark while Finland are completely in disarray. Another hard-fought fight win for the Danes.
Yeah, and Denmark will come into this next fight, Mitch, probably with an opportunity to take that second checkpoint, and they'll have both support ultimates plus their flux to work with. So we'll see if they're able to kind of catch anybody, as I did like Finland's defense, right? Playing a little bit closer, more aggressive. I mean, you can see these fights, like, they kind of split off in every which direction. I mean, we're on board with Skytor in the first-person team, kind of like using that, kinetic grasp, just looking every which direction. There'll be a TP that actually kind of close to the cap here as Finland goes across.
I don't know if Pistola wanted the flux to be as short as it was, but it still caught Jonowich, which is pretty massive. He doesn't opt to use the beat or doesn't have it available. Either way, he can't make use of it. Nicely done, though. That's an immortality field rather cleared before Gucci hits the ground. Bastion down, but Denmark is still running on dregs. They are going to have to reset this one now, and this is where it gets tough. You're playing uphill with the Sigma comp, so less mobility to sort of address the high ground concern, and it's a Baptiste comp that's going to rain down on you.
I mean, that is insanely good flux there from Vestola. Kind of takes the TP across, taking so much damage, then uses the flux, being able to dodge the accretion, and then connects with the Lucio. Jonowich not going to use the beat at that time. Hello? The Lucio just takes out the Bastion here. That's the Ant Matrix that comes on through, but there's no damage right now that the Bastion's gone.
Well, there's no damage also because there's a bloody kinetic grasp and a sim wall in the way. So it does pretty little, but still later in the fight, there's still an orbital ray to play through. Oh, good dodge of the accretion there, but Sauna's going to be forced out of the immortality field. Skytor, though, might have to give up his life for his audacity. No, kept alive. Nice healing here. FN, a bit of a threat, though, up in the sky. And there's Ghost. Man, this guy has always been nasty on the Baptiste.
I mean, and also, like, Finland is pretty fortunate, right? They, end up losing Gucci at the beginning of that fight with the Ant Matrix. Sound barrier comes on through there, for Denmark, but not enough in the end. So we'll see now as we're relying on another Shockwave overclock here. Most likely going to get a Kitsune rush as well. Shockwave just seeing what he can find. FN taking some damage. Nothing close to lethal, though, as everybody from Finland going to back up.
Skytor a little bit low, though. Can't play aggressively. Shockwave realizes that needs to trend
with an
back.
accretion.
Quick enough. Yes, that's the Sigma gap just emerging in that brief moment, and that's going to be enough here to stop Denmark in their tracks. Finland brimming with confidence on this circuit royal that they picked just for this occasion, and Gucci, that's good old timing there just for that overshield. This may well be enough. Immortality field for Ghost is going to be cleared, and Gucci will eventually fall, but Vestola has a date with Destiny and with Jonowich's corpse, apparently, as Denmark are out of time. Finland, pretty commanding victory on Circuit Royal in the end.
Yeah, as you can see their strength when they can kind of match that Sigma. I think that was a really good ban of the Ramatra. Preventing them from playing that there would have been maybe a go-to for Denmark. So we'll see now as Denmark moves into a must-win scenario where they try to go. Right? You don't want to go towards like any of the Sigma maps, right? With obviously how good I know Vestola has been. We take a look at some of the stats, right? Even though they were able to kind of punish Gucci a decent amount of the time, I mean, Vestola, look at that. I mean, 21k damage on the Sig. I mean, just absolutely farming there.
Yeah, I mean, when we get these Sig mirrors, I think so much comes down to sequencing and just good game sense. Vestola sees opportunities like here, for example, where he can actually like dive the backline because D.Va can be ignored to some degree. I think like putting Ghost on the Baptiste is such a power play. Not every map is going to allow for it, right? Here, it's like pretty straightaways and like, heavily high ground dependent. I think if you're Denmark, on that note, you're trying to pick, you're trying to pick a map where that slightly greedier backline is going to be harder to pull off or at least more exposed. And it might be like, you need a map where you can play Tracer, something to actually address the backline, because we haven't seen that at all from either of these teams. Obviously, Finland don't really care to do that, right? They want to play like Sim, they want to play May, they want to play like pretty compact, pretty close together. Denmark, do they have the option to lean into like a Tracer D.Va look on a map that really suits that? Something with verticality, sure. But again, something where like they can put some flank pressure down on this backline because they're living easy. So far, all the focus has been on Gucci. And getting rid of the Bastion, of course, is very important, but it has not been enough. Even with like an 8k damage differential on the side of Denmark.
Yeah, so what, you have Hybrid still left and then Push, right? Hybrid, the map pool right now is Kings, Numbani, and trying to think of the third. I don't think it's Blizzard World. But we know Hollywood. Hollywood is the other map.
It's got to be Kings, I think.
Yeah.
Just, like, if you want to play Tracer comp, that is. Yeah.
Or do you try and play Runasapi? And basically, EU, everybody's going to play. Okay, so they do pick Runasapi. I like this pick because, mostly everybody in the EMEA goes towards King's Row anyway, right? So you probably have a good idea that if you win this, if you're Denmark, Finland is going to pick King's Row and just try and play like, or maybe Nimbani, maybe, but like most likely just going to play Kings, right? So you can go Runasapi here. These are some good sightlines for like Sojourn or even Cassidy if you wanted. I would ban Bastion here, I think, if I'm Denmark.
Yeah.
Ban Bastion. You know, other than the Bastion look, we haven't seen them play any other hit scan, right? They've played a lot of like Mei Sim type of looks. So I would ban the Bastion. Then if you're Finland, like the scary, I mean, Finland could, I guess, ban D.Va, right? But at that point, you're going to get into that Ramatra mirror, which I think SkyTour looks a little bit more comfortable on than trying to match Sigmas with Vestola.
How? Okay, so Bastion is banned.
Bastion, yeah, this is a good call.
Kiri is going to be taken away. Obviously, that's just something that Denmark have had in every one of their compositions. This might force like a Juno Lucio look on this kind of map. I wonder if you are brave enough to put Sauna on Fari here and try and abuse the screening of the high buildings, even against a hit scan, like of Shockwave's caliber, can you audaciously try and work a Fari into these comps? It does mean the Baptiste like has a little bit less run, right? And that is like a pretty solid go-to option here. We've also seen Ana make some appearances on this map though as well. Can be quite potent and a decent option to try and keep that Farah topped up at all times. We've just seen it by some teams abused really quite effectively here. There's also room for like, if you are trying to play a flanking, DPS comp, Tracer is super valid here. We've seen teams trying to work the Venture in. But I don't know how much these two teams are willing to like diverge from the script. They seem pretty set in their ways. But I do think Runasapi opens up a couple different options. Also the kind of map in the past where like Orisa got some run. Obviously her disruption was pretty potent here. She's obviously fallen off the wagon a little bit in terms of desirability. And we might just, get a Ramatra head to head, but there's also potential to run the Mauga here.
I mean, we just saw that Finland, ended up coming out and playing like Juno Bap, right? So that's a combination they get to run back here with a. They could play Judo Bap Sig with like the Mei and the Sim, right? Maybe. They're still trying to figure out a way to kind of get the Lucio in the mix. I mean, you could kind of play.
This would be good.
What Finland is hovering here, obviously no cleanse available.
Baptiste is just objectively superior when you're playing like a ground ball.
Well, when it works with the Sig, right? But now having the Ramatra in play, I think this makes it a little bit closer here for Denmark, right? Denmark potentially going to be going up. Yeah, so Juno Briggs. So this will be obviously pretty rough to play into. Typically, we see Brig like excel against like D.Va-based comps. No, not exactly ideal against like Sig Mei type looks.
No, you don't want to get poked down at all. You can't farm free whip shots like you can off the D.Va for those Inspire procs. Here's the push from Denmark, though. They want to be the up-tempo team, and they're kind of boxing Finland in, but Finland's comp is pretty good at playing with those small spaces. No, Sauna's pretty charged up. That's an early immortality field, though. Does Ghost have a regenerative burst? It looks like Vestola and FN are struggling here under some of this damage. Gucci also is still alive, but likely doesn't have an ice block anymore after having just used it. Now they push out into the open here. The early thrust from Denmark kind of fails them, but they are away with the bot, and it's up to Finland to make the push.
Jonovic gets really low. Maywall trying to block off the Brig, and they finally do a few times in the first fight. The Brig got dangerously low, but the bot is actually moving pretty far away here from Team Finland. Maybe an opportunity here for Denmark to like even get checkpoint Mitch off of this first fight.
And this is what I was asking for, Matt. A Tracer or some kind of flanking DPS to punish this relative immobility of the Baptiste in the backline. I think conversely, Jonovic is going to be targeted on this Brig for a similar reason. So both teams have to be super mindful of those less mobile backline pieces.
Yeah, Sauna over to the Tracer here, just trying to mark Rav. The one thing you could also work in for Denmark, I'm not sure it's in Rav's hero pool, but like a far, right? Finland has shown no inclination to play any type of hit scan throughout this. There's nice shots there from Sauna on a Johan, finishes him off, but you do end up losing FN while have the sound barrier. Rav finds Ghost as well, so both supports now gone here, but fight seems like the damage is done. No, Finland will come out on top. So, okay, now SkyTour over to the Mauga. I think the Mauga is actually probably a little bit better, with some of the, the kind of stuff that Denmark is trying to do, right? Mauga excels with inside the orbital ray. The Brig can kind of like play a little bit better with that Mauga. It's going to be an ice block there from Gucci, just trying to ice wall, trying to keep himself up.
Okay. Do you now feel like you need Sojourn in your comp to break this cage fight, or Ana to potentially shut down some of this healing? Might have been needed in this fight. Johan just seems to get caught out, and that is classy stuff from Sauna. Great little stick there. Jonowich also gets a lick, and Sauna happy enough to back away after that damage is done.
Yeah, I mean, sick stuff from Sauna there. A lot of ultimates kind of expended. I know from Finland, right? I know they end up using kind of that sound barrier, which is huge. I know Pulse Bomb plus Blizzard. I don't think you necessarily need, the cage, the Soj to be able to kind of deal with the cage.
Just Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean, you could Blizzard into it. You can just kind of like ice block and use like the May wall to try and kind of like deter players into it. As I see on the minimap there, it's a great job from our observers that I know FN and Ghost kind of working their way back in the fight as Pistola in a really rough spot, and finally they take him out.
He took too much damage at the start of the fight. Even Ghost, just wasn't really present to get him topped back up. That's a really early end of the fight. Now it's a matter of not getting staggered out. Finland really need to fold away from this as quickly as they can, and each extra casualty is going to compound the issue further.
Looks like Rav kind of trying to predict where these players are playing from here. Ooh, that's ice block already. I thought maybe he was going to think about a pulse bomb, but nice May wall there from Gucci, going to protect himself as the bot now back into Finland territory as the pulse bomb goes awry, but you do end up losing your May. You end up just having Jonowich alive here. In terms of supports, they didn't even feel a need, Mitch. End up popping this rally. You do end up losing Skytor, maybe, so you wish you would have ended up using it, but feels like now Denmark is still going to control this bot moving forward.
This is it, man. This is the Rav Tracer game I've been looking for. This guy's absolutely popping off. He is 14-2 right now, and crucially, they was able to burn down Vistola while he was in that annihilation. Vistola realizes there's too much front loader damage from this Malga, more than Ramatra can contend with in just terms of DPS, so we're going to see this switch over now.
I'm more shocked that Finland just does not, Sojourn pretty good in the meta. Cassidy obviously great. It'll be actually the rally there used by Jonowich. Doesn't really get much of anything, but just zero inclination from Finland to try and play any type of hit scan.
Yeah, they really seem pretty... I'm glad at least they've adopted the Tracy here for Sauna. Gucci obviously feels like May is more high value, but it's huge from Rav. He gets the backline yet again. Not the first time in this game that he has taken down both supports on his own. And it doesn't get any better than that. Getting a Lucio and a Baptiste with a Pulse Bomb, that's a highly mobile support, plus one that has Immortality Field. That is brilliant.
I mean, I must be plugged into the comms for these teams at some point, because Gucci now going over to the Soj finally trying to match in terms of the hit scan. But yeah, some really impressive play there from Denmark. When it is not the Sigma head-to-head, they look pretty good. That is a nice boot back there from FN. It was just Skytor trying to walk around the corner, drop the cage, and I know FN just kind of knocks him back, so the cage actually goes for nothing. Really big play by the Lucio Finland.
This is getting problematic now for Denmark, to say the very least. Sound barrier here for FN. It's going to be matched at least by the Orbital Ray, but that's something that Jonowich can't benefit from right now. He is not in position. Nice work by FN to get out there alive, and eventually it's Vistola who crumbles first in the frontline fight. Is there more here from Finland? Can Gucci deliver on this Sojourn? Johan is hard to catch and did his best to keep Jonowich alive. He has done enough.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb comes in from Sauna, doesn't connect with anything, as it feels like Johan was trying his hardest. I mean, just a lot of damage coming in at Jonowich. I don't know if you can actually kind of push this in, though, without both supports, so Skytor and Co. just going to kind of play at this corner, keep it contested, and now run back as Jonowich will end up back in the fight. And you're also going to end up with some pretty good sight lines here for Shockwave's Overclock.
Back to business for Finland, but they are a long way behind in this game. Almost 100 meters separating these two teams. And it's an overclock for Shockwave here. He doesn't want to let Finland gain back too much ground. Still trying to find a way to abuse this straight away, but Rav has finally fallen. The Tracer Menace is dealt with by Gucci to start the fight. But Skytor, clearly unperturbed, runs down both DPS. Low as he is, that was about as good as it gets here from your Malga, and keeps Denmark in the position of priority.
I mean, what, Skytor gets two there, right? So even though you kind of dodge that overclock from Shockwave, Skytor able to kind of come up with some big kills there. Is Vistola with the cage here. A lot of time already gone in this game, and I know Finland still hasn't even gotten checkpoint, Mitch, right? So they're behind by a considerable amount.
Yeah, and running out of time as well. 3 minutes left to play. Immortality Field there. Ghost well apportioned. Vistola going to go for a cage fight now. Might be more defensive than anything else. But Skytor is going to be extracted. Still though, Rav got to deal with this issue. Bit of a threat now, but lacks teammates, unfortunately, to really lean into this setup. Sauna is going to be able to clean up with the help of Ghost.
And it feels like you almost kind of gave up Skytor a little bit there, right? Knowing that there's the cage on the other side. Yeah, Matrix was used. He just kind of plays in that corner, knows Vistol is going to come around and use it because now Denmark is set up in a fantastic spot, right? Cage fight plus orbital array to play in. Gucci here with the overclock, though, could be huge. Doesn't look like that cage actually kind of gets much of anything there. It's going to be the rally in the orbital array here used by Denmark as FN uses that sound barrier, but does not really kind of provide enough, especially with the rally and the ray on the other side.
I mean, Jonowitz did a great job of keeping Gucci out of the fight there. Just charges on in, shield bashes, keeps him sort of caught off on that left-hand side. And he never really had a chance to make use of that overclock. There was a cage right in front of him for most of it, and then the Brig steps up and threatens him. 2 minutes left. Denmark back into position to threaten now, looking for a map completion here over Finland. And Raf has hit another pole spot. His last one was pretty astonishing. 2 supports for the price of 1. It's hard to improve on that, honestly, but if Raf can get even half the impact out of this bomb, Denmark will be in good shape.
Now Ghost going over to the Brig, right? So Finland trying to match his comp. Pulse bomb doesn't get anything there. A nice little tracer head-to-head we were watching, but Shockwave on an off angle puts down some damage. Nice job here from Finland, all staying alive.
Good damage here on Vistola, but it's just not enough follow-up. The rest of Denmark wasn't really in a position to fight for it, and Skytor wasn't really taking up the choke adequately enough to keep eyes off of Shockwave. Good recovery here for Finland, and interesting to see them kind of bend to the will of Denmark, ultimately mirroring their composition.
Yeah, they're going to have, they're going to have to obviously kind of run it back the entire map at this point. I think if you kind of lose even this fight in the mid-map, Denmark can just kind of up to not move the payload, and it'd be very difficult to get back and contest. So a must-win fight, basically every one from here on out for Finland. Gucci gets dangerously low.
Still the hunting. Johan. Not Juno for the time being, but now Skytor needs his ministrations. That's Gucci picked up first, though. Again, Finland start from a player deficit, and this time, don't fancy it. They want one more fight where they can fight with 5 players here. They won't be staggered out any further. Is Denmark oh, I say that.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean,
Sauna,
that is brutal here. And I know, even for Denmark, you don't necessarily need to move the bot at this time, right? You can kind of just let it sit, but Sauna now goes over to the Reaper. You were talking about, he's kind of the Reaper pinch hitter in the past life. It'll be a cage fight here for both Magas. It'll be Skytor using his first. Vistola drops his right after.
Second cage wins in that case. Sauna definitely helping with some of that burst damage toward the front line. Gives them an edge against the Malga, but for me, it sounds like a concession. This also limits Finland's ability to pressure that back line meaningfully. But it still gets them in a position to try and fight for this. It's not looking good, though. It's going to be 3 or more consecutive fight wins required, as that first checkpoint wasn't even picked up by Finland.
And in that fight, obviously Sauna gets back in and starts to do some damage, but it's really that orbital ray inside of the cage that opens things up there for Finland. It'll be Denmark with a ray plus rally. The Ghost does have the rally. Maybe kind of get like a nice bash onto a player, just kind of insta-kill, take him out. It'll be Jonowitz opening things up with a rally of his own as Gucci goes on a flank here with the OC.
Okay, trying to do his best attempt at a shockwave impression, but so far he doesn't have a ton to look at. Having to play safe, took some incidental damage, and he knows that the healing isn't going to be coming. Oh, the Medi Blaster from Johan can't headshot, but can certainly kill DPS. Gucci and Sauna are down, and that is going to be it, folks. Denmark, with a superior composition and great composure, will take us to a decider.
And like with the way this series has gone, Mitch, it basically seems like if Finland is not able to play like some of these Sigma-based comps, like Denmark kind of has the advantage, right? So it feels like that's kind of what you're looking to here for this final game of this series. And this final game, so consequential probably for who makes it out of this group, as we take a look at some of the stats. Rav, you were calling for a while, right? I know, see the Tracer come out, a fantastic game. 29 elims, only 7 deaths on the Tracer, and it was just really difficult for Finland to get anything going. It was such a great start there from Denmark.
I'm not kidding, man, about this next up energy for Rav. This guy is pretty insane. Great performance, so far. Switching over towards the Tracer, where we questioned whether that was really in the back pocket. For me, it's kind of heartbreaking because Rav, at least on his current roster, won't be featuring in OWWC, as they weren't quite able to make it through that promo relegation for stage 1 after falling to Peps and to Telesi respectively. But this guy is a pretty insane player and should definitely be looked at as a good prospect. I think The switch here over like from Finland, obviously they make multiple switches that closely, or rather like slowly get them closer and closer to Denmark's composition. I think they eventually cotton on that. You know, Denmark come into this map with a plan, that have got a comp that's tried and tested, and Finland take far too long to get going. And even when they do, it's the usual suspects. It's obviously Shockwave being a pain, but also Rav just tearing apart that slightly greedy backline that has the Baptiste, forcing ultimately to switch off.
So here's your positives for Finland, right? They end up banning the Bastion, does Denmark on that map. So you'll have the Bastion coming up in, and you control map, and you can control first ban. You could ban like Maga, which allows the Sig to kind of make it on through, right? We can kind of continue to see that. The one thing for Denmark, though, is that like they will end up having that Ramatra make it through, right? If you think back to Circuit and why Circuit was really such one-sided, Finland picked Circuit, tremendous Sigma map. They banned the Ramatra. They just kind of bulldoze them over, right? So potential here with kind of like the bans to make this a little bit more even, especially kind of what we've seen throughout the series. But Denmark is already 1-0 in the group, right? I know they sit up top. It'll be a Numbani pick. Okay, so this is a little bit Numbani's pretty decent Sig map. You can play D.Va here. Bastion very effective on some of the high grounds, right? We haven't seen them play it with the Cat yet, but with the Sim, you can kind of go side to side and do some things here. Denmark 3-0. I know obviously they beat they 3-0'd Austria yesterday. So they sit at the top of the group at 1-0. Going to 2-0 here would put a lot of pressure on Finland, right? Not only would you need to beat Austria and Sweden, but you probably need to beat them pretty handily in terms of like map differential, right? Already having, knowing Denmark already has that 3-0 over Austria, you would at least need to 3-0 Austria and also beat Sweden, right? Yeah. So this series has a lot on the line. So Finland goes with a Brig ban off of the rip, and that allows Denmark to ban the Sig.
Yeah, so Sig out of the picture here, and obviously Finland, obviously, especially on some parts of this map, defensively, Sigma can be so potent, right? Like you may not have a good analog for Sigma in terms of like a static, like play defensive, control high ground, at least on that defense side. Brig banned away by Finland makes you wonder like what the plan is, because it's not like Finland are really looking to play like flankers. They moved Sauna over to the Tracer eventually, but it didn't seem to be their first preference at all. But you make a great point. If Denmark wins here, it means that the head-to-head between Finland and Sweden basically decides qualification, unless Austria randomly wins against one of these teams.
So, banning obviously this is a really good D.Va map. Vistola is good at D.Va. Banning the Brig obviously is really strong for D.Va, right? But now that the Sig is gone, right, and like a D.Va head-to-head, like it feels like the thing that we saw, at least thus far, that they've had the best results in Finland is kind of like those Sigma matchups, right, where they're able to play the Sigma, maybe force a Ramatra. But even when we've seen the Ramatra head-to-head, right, I think it's been much closer than really kind of like, it does not seem like SkyTour can really kind of stand up and play that Sig at the level of Estola. It just seems like they have a much better grasp of that.
It felt like in the Sigma mirror, it was like each encounter, there's like a small edge that Vistola ekes out over like SkyTour, right, and it just turns into like fight wins. I think if you want to throw it back to New Junk City, that's when we got to see these Ramatra comps interact a lot more. I don't know if like you feel great playing Ramatra like on Numbani, especially as an attack side team. Like the rush comp can be really challenging because you have to reckon with the high ground difference. Your opponents are probably going to be playing something sort of long range here. Obviously, it can be quite impressive as the attack side to move into that sort of left side high ground and try and transition from there. I think we saw was Island try and play the Jetpack Cat Bastion on this map, and it actually didn't really work. They tried to flank around that sort of left side on the attack here. So I wonder if we see something a bit more novel in terms of tank picks. Is there like a world where you try the Malga here? I want to know what it is that provokes the Brigitte ban. Why are Finland banning her, and what are they trying to play into? I think that might tell us a lot of the plan here for Finland.
Well, because Finland, they seem more comfortable playing some stuff with like the Baptiste and like a little bit more of like the kind of diving deep into the support pool, where Denmark is obviously love to kind of like have that Lucio kind of in play the entire time. Neither team has gone towards the Cat, right? It's been available with the Bastion on multiple maps. It seems like Finland obviously playing some Bastion here. Denmark not really playing much at all. Playing it on the ground. You're probably playing D.Va here, I'd imagine, especially on offense. And well, now without the Siggon, even on defense, right? You're probably playing the D.Va, so we'll see how it pans out here for Finland. Like we talked about, a massive match, right? There's Sweden is in this group, another really formidable team. Although Denmark does beat Austria 3-0, I think Austria, they do have some pretty standout players, so they could maybe make some noise a little bit later. But it seems like Denmark, Finland, and Sweden they're kind of standing at the top of the group here at the moment.
Comes down to this one, folks. Finland and Denmark pushing each other to the very limit. It's Finland that get the map pick here. They choose not to take us to Kings, but Numbani instead. Denmark is going to start on defense, though, and they have always been comfortable moving to this D.Va-based look, especially without Sigma, to threaten constant disruption for SkyTour. Denmark want to try and get dug in here up in the high ground. The sim infrastructure has already been put in place. And if Finland do roll out on a comp that features the Tracer, that might answer the question about the Brigitte ban. How are they going to make the difference here? Ramatra or D.Va? That's my question. Overstoller is a pretty insane D.Va player. It's kind of hard to imagine where he loses any tank matchup in this head-to-head. And it is... FNN can still switch off here, so we're sort of waiting to see if it's going to be a cat choice. Maybe he's waiting on some information. It is going to be the jetpack cat, but not with a Bastion.
Cat with no Bash. I mean, no, they're going to have to go back and switch. Yeah, I mean, this is... Are they going to play Bastion?
Ramatra.
Okay, so they will play Jetpack Cat Bastion here with the Ramatra. So maybe that's kind of, I mean, the Brig, maybe they use the Brig to protect the cat, but I believe the cat was already banned a little bit earlier in the series. So that maybe is what the Brig ban is for, right? It's to kind of protect the Jetpack Cat to make it on through.
Shockwave here, mindful is going to get flanked on. This is really annoying to deal with. Obviously he knows that Jetpack Cat, look how low FNN did get in that moment. But Finland do have this high ground control. Look how effortlessly they were able to take it. Denmark wanted to try and keep a foothold here, but they realized that is more trouble than it's worth with a Bastion who is large and in charge now, presiding over the point. That's right, folks. All of Bastion's weaknesses have now been ameliorated with the addition of Jetpack Cat, and sort of can go exactly where he pleases. This does mean, though, Matt, that Ghost has a lot on his plate in terms of healing, I don't know, the entire rest of the team.
Yeah, now this is definitely what that Brig ban was for, right? It, protects Jetpack Cat ban, that could have potentially came through there from Denmark. Is this is a comp that we have not seen Finland use just yet. It'll be Kitsune Rush here used by Ghost. They want to make sure they actually get this point as fast as possible. Skytor here still lurking, but out of mech. Eventually he will fall. So Jetpack Cat and a Bastion kind of rule the day here off the start, Mitch. That allows Finland to take that first point.
That's right. The descent into dishonest Overwatch is begun by Finland here as they see an opportunity to play the Boogeyman composition to take the series. Pretty competitive fight, though, and Denmark still had good high ground control on that point. But they had to retake it midway through, and that left Finland free to continue to press the advantage. Johan does have this Kitsune Rush available. Shots are being fired off at FN, but he's chilling.
Yeah, he's looking for Sana and FN, but I mean, they just get out of no dodge. Like, could just fly behind a building and nothing they could do. And now they're in a really weird spot. It's going to be a sim wall that comes on through. Vistol is going to use the Annihilation here. Johan drops his Kitsune Rush ice block that comes out from Gucci with a Blizzard right after.
Okay, Gucci going to fall, though. Blizzard is in play. Canon's been made use of, though. So far, Denmark seem comfortable enough here. And Skytor says, okay, I can handle this Bastion to some degree. Sauna, though, is out of the picture. And you saw great switching there for Rav. Good TP usage back and forth, even against Vistola's Annihilation. Rav is able to stay out of it for long enough here to get good damage down. And Shockwave has made the switch to the Cassidy.
Yeah, Cassidy feels like one of the best options, maybe the best option against the Cat Bastion. You saw Skytor make a play for the Bastion, but just gets picked up, just kind of like escorted out of the way. And even when Skytor is making the play for that Bastion, just players getting taken out on the other side. That's a huge pick off there. Johan takes out Ghost. That's going to force FN to kind of drop that Bastion, provide a little bit more healing to the rest of the team.
Super awkward spotting for Finland. Look how low Vistola is, and with only one support left to keep him up, and Kiriko's middling throughput, there's just not enough time to get their tank back in the fight. Gucci also falling means that, yeah, it's a total dominating performance here for Denmark, and now they'll play this corner and get Shockwave close to their Deadeye.
I mean, easier said than done, right? But one of the ways you can kind of obviously deal with this Cat Bastion, right, is getting rid of the Kiri, forcing that Cat to actually start healing. Otherwise, just going to be able to kind of attach themselves to the Bastion. They're going to grab the D.Va, but it's actually a self-destruct there from Skytor, so don't want to exactly grab that mech back into the rest of the squad.
It's so stupid, bro. You have to like let go of the Diva, otherwise you drag a bomb back into your team. That is so filthy. Nice work by Skytool. Had the right response. Unfortunately, it's tough to have an answer to this Bastion damage. Shockwave, this is risky. DP's forward, and oh, it's blocked out by that ice block. Vistola looks like he had a shield up anyway. Shockwave, though, is going to press the issue. Sees FN very low. One more shot. Uncharacteristically, Shockwave's not able to complete the kill. Fortunately for him, Rav is finding both Gucci and Ghost. And Denmark, I'm going to say it, man, they have a distinct strength advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, once they've kind of gone over the Cassidy here, they've looked pretty good. So now it's going to force Finland. They're going to ditch that Cat Bastion. Maybe they feel like they kind of came out with it, maybe surprised Denmark early on, but now kind of can't contend and can continue to play it. It'll actually be back over to a Sim plus May combination. I imagine, though, like you can just see Denmark kind of match the Ramatra if they get into trouble here.
Skytor doesn't want to commit too heavily to this. Surely cracking Annihilation now. It's about time for that from Vistola. Blizzard here as well for Gucci. Skytor sticking close to the May, ready to eat it if it does come up, but that's Shockwave, that's huge, and that's where Cassidy shines in this matchup against the Symmetra, but it's going to force the Annihilation out of Vistola. Ooh, okay. Frozen up there with Skytor briefly, but no Blizzard involved. It's just Shockwave all the time, man. He has done more than enough in this fight. Found both backliners. Vistola used his Annihilation already and couldn't turn it into a landslide victory. So now, Finland are up against it. A minute left to play. No Annihilation. A speculative Blizzard they've got to try and play into a sound barrier. Doesn't look great.
Yeah, I mean, somehow Skytor also able to kind of keep alive during that with some help from Yoham without actually having to use self-destruct. So have that in order to kind of get a new mech back in this fight. But below a minute, Mitch, both support ults available. Shockwave with a TP. Nice job there. The Maywall comes on through, takes the TP back.
He's stuck
See
here.
if he can find anybody. Yeah, he's in a really weird spot.
Okay.
Finally makes it back to the TP.
Crucially, Skytor needs to be kept healthy, but Vistola just couldn't be. Blizzard for Gucci, at somebody going to go for it, but this highly mobile Diva-based composition just doesn't give you an opportunity to freeze them in place. So you pack that ultimate up and you save it for the next fight. But Jonowich didn't have to use this sound barrier in the end. It was just the rush from Yoham. And now Rav is going to have a wall to work with. This is going to be obnoxious for Finland to play into.
Yeah, look how far up. I know you had Skytor playing right here. Going to try and deter them from even getting near the card. It's going to have that Kitsune rush here used really early. FN needs to stay alive.
Huge TP disengage. Love that work from Denmark. They are healthy. They are fighting fit and ready to rumble. Symbol in play now. Blizzard is an issue for Jonowich. He doesn't have the ability to get to the TP, but Shockwave is a very effective deterrent as it turns out. Beat here for Jonowich. You got to make a good one of this now with Rav gone. He's still going to go for it. 4-player beat. Shockwave with yet another Deadeye. Builds them awfully quick. It's oh my goodness, the GOAT Jonowich. My goodness. Sauna and Ghost booped into the purview of Shockwave, and he will deliver. Skytor low, but a self-destruct means a mech opportunity is going to be there if he's healed up and up, and good hindrance there. Nice mag grenade by Shockwave onto Vistola, but then he couldn't follow up against the desuited Diva. Now he's ready to play a little more. Gotta respect the May, though. Will be desuited once more. These sim turrets are obnoxious, is putting it lightly. Rav's able to bring Vistola down with it now, and a nice block used by Gucci means that Finland are on their last legs. Looks like the frozen tundra might belong to the Danes this time around, as Gucci will be nullified and there's no touch from Finland.
Once it feels like Denmark stopped that Cat Bastion, it was all them. The rest of the way. I mean, a great defense after giving up that first point relatively easily. They bounce back in a massive way, and you do Shockwave coming up huge there on the Cassidy yet again. You see kind of 11k damage there in that first half. So really strong play there from Shockwave in Denmark, giving themselves an opportunity not only to win this series. I mean, this sets them up perfectly to maybe make it out of the group, as that boob from Jonowich was huge, right? Kind of pushes Sauna and Ghost past that Ramatra shield. You're able to come up with 2 kills there. Just enormous.
How good is Denmark, man? I'm loving what we're getting from this team. Obviously tied together by Skytor, but a player, along with like Yoham and Jonowich, who had middling showings in OWCS, didn't really get to compete in crucial playoffs, didn't really get to show their quality there. Shockwave obviously ties them together, but like the relatively undiscovered Rav also has been just superb over the course of this series. This is what World Cup's all about. Showcasing this regional talent and seeing who wants it more to come together, with a relatively limited time. And put on a great performance. And this win here for Denmark, if they can win this map and series, will virtually catapult them solely into Seoul's play for the group stage.
Yeah, and Gucci's going to play this Bastion here. The answer for Denmark has typically been the Cassidy, so it'll be Shockwave here, at least early on, playing Sojourn. We'll see if he decides to make a change a little bit later, but TP straight across. Gonna allow the Sojourn to get some high ground here, Mitch. This is going to be quite nice.
They have got Shockwave nice and tucked in here. Finland, though, insist on this high ground, but Gucci's getting a little bit low for Stola. Got caught midway through. He's trying to dive across the gap, but got diverted and then desuited. Rav had that extra damage, and SkyTour had the credit for it. Now we can go upstairs. Now Finland really lacking that flexibility. It's a Mini Diva going hog wild with the Bunny Blaster, but you can name as many animals as you want. It's not going to be enough for Finland to stop this from Denmark. Sick positioning, great sim play, and the catch on the Diva is crucial.
Yeah, it looks like Vestola goes that high ground to maybe challenge. Shockwave gets knocked off course by Jonowich, who's had some really big plays throughout this game. And then it just kind of sends him into the sim just kind of blender there, as they're already moving away from the Bastion here. Going to go over to Ramatra as well. Feels like they are certainly missing that Sigma in play. So I know maybe you kind of ban that. Brig, we're kind of theorizing maybe you protect the Jetpack Cat, which you got to use at the start, right? But I mean, not protecting the Sig here may end up kind of burning them in the end. Is this will, I feel like they need to win this fight, right? You cannot, give Denmark an opportunity, right, to get like, maybe one more fight to win and, have, 4+ minutes on the clock.
Might not be up to them at this stage, man. Overclock not even needed there for Shockwave. He plugs one at FN, and that's the Lucio down. That is your disengaged capacity. Virtually neutralized that side of the sim, and Sauna is a little busy right now. No time to set up a TP to get his team away, and Denmark have come alive. Look at them showing this quality in the important game.
I mean,
Finland try and choose a
here?
battlefield to suit them here, and Nambani is just not their home, it appears. Now, I don't know, man. I don't think there's a touch really to be had. Maybe a Lucio just diving in at the last second, but this might be cooked, folks. Denmark here in a Scandinavian showdown. Come up with the goods.
The boop there from Jonowich. It looked like two players. It looked like Sana trying to go get a touch there with FN. It's a nice boop there back by Jonowich. I mean, really kind of the star player of this final map, as Denmark, they move to 2-0 in the group. I mean, that is huge there for their chances to qualify.
I mean, big involvement, I think, on the sponsor side here for Denmark. Investment in putting their best foot forward for the World Cup, and it has paid dividends. This was supposed to be one of their toughest opponents in this group, and now the pressure falls off Denmark a little bit, because yes, Sweden also terrifying, definitely a powerful squad, but the win there is not even necessary at this point. They have basically locked things up mathematically, and will be headed over to Busan off the back of this. Let's recap Nambani quickly here, Matt, because again, it is the Ramatra attempt here from Finland to start with. They just don't want to match Divas, it seems.
Yeah, for whatever reason, right? I think they feel really comfortable playing these Rush style comps. And then just not really working any of the hit scan in, where we've seen how strong Cassidy can be, how strong the Sojourn can be, is really that kind of is probably the story throughout this series. That and kind of these Sigma based compositions that Finland was obviously playing at a high level. But no, Ash, I mean, Jonowich there just goes crazy there for Denmark, right? Some sick boops at the end. I mean, the boop into the double Deadeye, and then also the boot to prevent them from kind of contesting there towards the end. Huge plays by the Lucio of Denmark to get a win.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see, I think, that coordination to come in there for Denmark. And I think that something that you guys had highlighted heading into this matchup as well was the contrast between these two tanks, between SkyTour and Vestola, and some of the concerns, I think, about maybe some of the depth of hero pool there for Vestola and his comfort. I think he is a class act of a tank that we've seen, but SkyTour has been so impressive, Mitch, throughout the last 2 days in how good he looks on such a myriad of heroes.
Yeah, but then, he's able to play Diva to such a high level that he can find some degree of success into the Ramatra. I think it is his willingness to be flexible, though. Take the Ramatra into the Sigma matchup. Take the Ramatra mirror, right? We ended up seeing that here, on New Junk City after eventually Vestola was forced off. And also, I just think it's such a heads-up ban, that last map, to make Sigma unplayable and to put Finland under pressure. We don't think that Vestola has a limited hero pool, but he's definitely uncomfortable if he doesn't get to play that signature style for Finland. And no Sigma, no dub in Nambani.
I mean, I'm more worried, Ash, about Finland moving forward from the standpoint that outside of the Bastion and then brief moments there, like we saw no hit scan play. Like I don't know if you can win or make it far within this tournament without playing some type of like Sojourn, Cassidy. Even if you wanted to play Bastion as your hit scan consistently, with the damage output of some of these hit scans, it's really difficult to play some of these rush comps at the moment.
It really is. I think now, Matt, though, like taking a look at what's left here within this Group A, when we're looking at the standings, you're talking about some of those concerns here for Finland. Do you feel like, I feel like honestly, it's not really going to get much easier for them.
No.
How do you think they're going to stack up against Austria?
I mean, look, I think they have the advantage over Austria, right? I know we'll see how that match goes. I think there's a real shot that Denmark wins this group. Like I've been really impressed with this team. They looked, quite good. Obviously, Sweden a tremendous roster, but definitely an opportunity for Denmark to kind of win the group. And I mean, if you're Finland, right, you're basically hoping that Denmark beats Sweden, right? And it gives you basically that one game as long as you kind of get by Austria to decide your fate. That's kind of what you're relying on here. So that'll be huge for Finland to watch that game coming up.
It'll be super fun, but we do have an interview waiting in the wings with Johan from Team Denmark. Congratulations, Johan, for the win today.
Hello.
Hi. How has it been? I kind of want to get a little bit of your own insight because we talked to Shockwave yesterday. How's it been like at boot camp? How are you feeling here for OWWC?
I mean, it's actually like a dream come true watching World Cup from like since it started, and then finally getting to be on the team, and we get this insane boot camp at the legendary place like Park and like hometown as well for me. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you guys are, at this point, like you're pretty sorted for Busan. Like I'm sure that's starting to become like evident to you now. You have a match up against Sweden, which I'm sure you guys would love to win, but it's sort of not necessary. Now that you guys have kind of proven to us, but also yourselves, just how strong you can be as a unit, how do you guys feel like you're going to stack up against some of the juggernauts across the world? Because we love a dark horse story. It was Finland in 2023. How far can this team go with this setup, with this boot camp, and the synergy you guys have developed so quickly?
I actually think we have a pretty good chance. Like we get to Korea, we see our group. It's a lot about the group. We already got a tough group now, and we're looking pretty set unless something happens. But I feel like we can have a very good shot at getting BlizzCon with these guys because we have all the like Kellex that's insane at coaching, like helping us so much. We have like Shockwave, who's the kind of the leader with a lot of experience, and then all the new people like Rao, who's barely started playing the game, and he's already insane.
Yeah, I want to talk to you a little bit about this match. Obviously, it goes down to the wire here. From our preview, it looked like you guys, were you surprised they didn't try and maybe protect that Sigma towards the end? Because it felt like the Sigma comps were the ones that were giving you guys the most trouble, and like them playing a lot of those Sigma Mei looks. What was giving you guys some trouble with that throughout the series?
I mean, the Sigma comp is definitely the one we've been kind of struggled with. It's been annoying because we really prefer to play the D.Va, and this is just so annoying to play against. But yeah, we were a bit surprised they didn't protect it in the last one. But when they didn't, we were like, well, we just play our game and now we win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were a little bit surprised at that as well. I have one last question for you, Johan, and I'm kind of curious actually. Obviously, you guys have to just play within your group here for EMEA to qualify to Busan. But when it comes down to other teams and nations within the EMEA region, who are you looking at to be one of the top contenders here for EMEA?
I mean, Sweden probably, definitely. I have some friends on that team as well, so I think we're gonna beat them anyways, hopefully. But I think definitely Sweden is gonna be up there. UK, they have a very good roster this time around. So those are probably the main two teams, and then of course Saudi Arabia when we get to Korea.
For sure. I love that you're so confident and already looking so far ahead. Well, I can't wait to see you guys face up against Sweden later on, but congratulations on today's win, Johan, and thank you so much for the interview. I love to hear the confidence brimming already, and just I think hearing so much about how much it means to him, Mitch, to have this opportunity to be representing Denmark. This is what Overwatch World Cup is all about.
Yeah, again, I think you know, these teams have the opportunities to, like, you know, bring their own sponsorship in and like source support from their home countries. And like I mentioned, like the Danish government is you know, behind that roster. I think for them, like, obviously pretty crazy to have the chance to play in such a facility. But also, like, just that team itself, like having Kellex in that veteran seed, like, God, that guy's been playing this game as long as we've been casting him, which is like 10 years at this point. So like, you don't do much better than that in terms of a coach that can get some of these young players up to scratch enough to put their team on the world stage.
Yeah, I also think when you look at that game against Sweden, right, and Sweden's roster, like, we've seen Willies play for a while now. I don't think he's going to play like Sigma, right? And that seemed to be really what kind of like bothered them a lot. Like, I think they're going to be willing to like match the Diva and like Ram and play different things like that. So I think that's probably where some of that confidence comes from, I know, for this Denmark roster, because that's really looked awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I think that'll be one of the most anticipated matches here for the online qualifier for Overwatch World Cup EMEA. But before we go on a quick break for our next matchup, I want to remind you guys to show your conference pride with these Overwatch World Cup bundles with skins from every region. You guys can support your favorite teams from Asia, EMEA, and Americas heading into Busan and BlizzCon later on. They are available now. So coming up next, though, we do have Spain versus France. Don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Yeah. Yeah, after map 1, it was really just kind of like all Spain. I know after that first map, Ireland tried to force some like Cat Bastion, didn't really pilot it that well, and then kind of Spain was able to kind of regain control, right? So this though is a much different test. I know France obviously a tremendous roster top to bottom. I think a pretty big step up in competition from Ireland. So for me, at least no, me, Mitch, I know Spain has it cut out for them today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Team France are stacked, but Spain have shown some great quality. Santi is someone I'm really impressed with in the tank role. She's been incredibly good, and honestly, made some really good just positioning moves in that matchup against Ireland. Funny, because when the Jetpack actually got through in that series, they had more success. So it's clear that they can punish that composition. But again, today, you're right, a completely different test. And a tough group to fight in as well, with Poland still waiting in the wings. So Spain at least need to put a strong foot forward here. Winning is not essential, but it's highly recommended.
What? Yeah,
I get a John Madden moment every now and then. Matt's been doing it for 10 years. I get my one.
Look, they'd love to win this match, right? And I think that's what they're gonna go try and do.
If they beat France, they will win. So that's something to definitely track, I think, over the course of the series.
There's also the chance that if they lose to France, they will lose the series.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
We're really good at math here, guys. We're great at math. That announcement video was also sick. I can't wait to see the France's announcement video. My producer was telling me in my ear earlier on that one also looked absolutely wicked. France, though, is a team, Matt, that we have yet to see. I think in Overwatch World Cup, it's going to be the first time we're taking a look at this roster. And I think that this is a big one, too, because it's only FD God who will be remaining from that 2023 roster. Otherwise, it's a blend of these good guys and Pep's players. And it's the first time they'll be representing France.
I mean, France had a history in Overwatch, Ash, with just tremendous players, great teams. They get so close, just not able to win in the end. And it feels like, though, this roster, right, is a lot of their like up and coming players over the last few years, right? I mean, you have a Dip on this team, Keo, we've seen obviously some strong performances from them in the damage dealer roles, and FD God, who's going to be kind of like the kind of captain, I feels like, of this team, right? Who's been around forever. Obviously, I know a great Lucio player. Going to be the one who kind of probably like settles this team down and kind of gets these young players to kind of really understand the moment.
And while Peps gave us a classic 0-5 performance in MEA Stage 1
why'd you have to do that? Why'd you have to do that? We're trying to celebrate the good here. I am kind of leave Peps alone.
Yeah. There's a contrast, obviously, but this team is still like really quality. I think I would be playing under a different name in the tournament client today. I'll actually be playing under Pac, who was obviously a French player in the past, but that will be FD God. But this team is pretty insane. I think Zerian is like one of the best Kiriko players, for example, in Europe. Loves to get in all chat. I don't know if we had that enabled, which is a bit of a shame because it's usually quite hilarious. But Dip is frighteningly potent DPS, and I don't know if we'll get to see Crocs. Crocs has a very unique hero pool as a tank player. So if we
saw Roadhog at Champions Clash. He is
the Roadhog guy. He is the Snizzle Nose 10 years later type vibe. That guy loves also to talk about his favorite hero, Roadhog. So if we get him, that will be the play. But Margins is really solid. Someone you can expect to see. Like, he was a great Div and Orisa player, especially back when we got to see him. So yeah, this team is terrifying.
It's going to be an exciting one to watch, that is for certain. Let's see who won that 1v1 deathmatch and get right into Spain versus France.
Yeah, serve me up a piping hot Doomfist. Sorry, that was. I was like, did she have elephantitis in her left hand? Like, what is going on?
I was like, do you have a different 1v1 than the rest?
I guess like she had the fist. She had the fist forward. You know what I mean? I'm thinking it's Doom, but no.
Right.
Okay.
So the easier way would be looking at the bottom left immediately.
No.
Profile or the top.
I'm looking at them grippers. You know what I'm saying? It is a good start here for Exodil, though. Someone who, that's nerdy, is obviously a hit scan aficionado, and that was pretty unclose, as Matt would put it.
Yeah, I mean, Exodial just a 3-0 beatdown there. So Spain will either get first map or first ban, right? As we saw in the last series, it was deferred. Dude, a lot of teams going towards the Antarctic Peninsula. Way more than Champions Clash. I mean, we rarely saw it there. So we'll see. I think part of it too, Mitch, might be Cat Bastion's pretty decent on the other two maps, right? So maybe kind of avoiding that altogether. As so Spain bans. Okay, look at this. Spain bans Sojourn, and then the FD God France squad bans the Lucio off the rip. That's a bit surprising to me.
Okay, especially on this kind of map, I think it's super interesting. FD God was also a pretty prolific Brigitte player at times. It'd be a little bit interesting to see that, on this map, especially if we end up in like the anomaly stage where like you're dealing with that sort of high ground constantly. So obviously plenty of flexibility in this France backline. The fact that they feel like they can afford to ban that Lucio is promising.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it pans out. I mean, maybe there is something you want to do with. I mean, look, Gala Canela obviously would want to play Lucio as well, but like maybe there's something with like Juno Kira you want to pull out here at the start. Maybe you have some kind of like Jetpack Cat Bastion aspirations. For Team France. And like Mitch was saying, FD God is pack. So when you hear us say FD God, don't look around and be like, what are they talking about? No, just an account. Kind of a issue with him kind of connecting to the servers. So not able to get that resorted in time. So we're gonna have him play as pack for this one. Cat Bastion eventually on the cards here for both teams.
It's kind of map where you can certainly make use of it. Plenty of reasonable flank angles. We haven't actually had a lot of this mirror match between this comp. Obviously, the difference is Canale is going to be on this, this Juno. So up against Zarian's Kiriko. Let's see how it plays out, though. Exodial, not someone we'd normally expect to, take up this role. And FD God on the Jetpack Cat is certainly a newer look.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have both these Bastions just kind of flying through the sky. Nice shots here from Exodial onto FD God. And Santa, she gets right into the mix and takes out the cat. I mean, that's huge here for Spain.
Okay, so we're just shoving up here and taking plenty of space. This is about as a good a start as you could ask for them. France taking a while to get their bearings here. Maybe something to consider as well as this Mauga matchup into the Diva. You see Santi try and get past Margin if at all possible, get some good stomps over the backline, but here, this is a pretty interesting angle to come from. Kyo has to expose himself to danger pretty directly now, and does notice Exodial flying over the top, able to clean up the Bastion. So that is France without their key damage dealer, and Assyrian getting himself onto the kill feed. France here in orange, which might confuse you guys, are in a position to flip the point back in their favor.
Yeah, it's a really nice flip here. Is are they going to be able to finish off Gala? It does not look likely. So Kyo and Ko, they come back in a big way as you kind of see these Cat Bastions kind of flying through the sky. As really, you're trying to get like the turret mode out first, Mitch, and then kind of figure out how you can kind of use that speed of the Cat to kind of get that Bastion, your Bastion, into the fight with the turret mode of themselves.
I also think like the roof over the point makes it a little bit awkward sometimes, and you can't always see where the other Cat Bastion is. I think getting the drop literally on one another is pretty important. Okay, Kyo has to ult there, and obviously he's going to try and pepper the point here with some of this extra damage. Gala though does note that Kyo now is out of that turret form. Exodial just dropped off the pool apparently. Not a good look for Spain here now as France crushed them. And Santi not really able to disrupt on this Mauga.
Well, the hard part, Mitch, is once you lose the Bastion, I mean, the damage output is, there's almost like none, right? I mean, in comparison to the other side, who still has the Bastion rolling with the Reaper as well. So, Santi, she got off to a good start. She got, FD God, but after that, it's been hard to get this Mauga rolling as Exodial just taking a lot of damage up in the sky, and now they're going to go for the kill on him.
Oh, Takrana doesn't quite connect here. Suzu desperately employed to try and keep Exodial in the game, and that was not nearly enough. Santi caught out by a self-destruct, perhaps the lack of mobility window there for Mauga really coming back to bite her. France, after like a little bit of a slip early on in the round, have looked like they have been in complete control.
Yeah, but what I really like and I find impressive is like Kyo's ability to put pressure onto Exodial, like without actually kind of using the turret form. And then as soon as they get Exodial low, that's when they kind of speed in the Bastion and just kind of use that turret form. And like we've been talking about, that damage output when you have your Bastion alive, the other team does not have it available. It is crazy. It's going to be a Cassini rush here from Canale over the point. Exodial is going to be searching for targets here, trying to put some pressure on Akio. That's going to force the artillery there just to get the extra health.
Keo, though, of course, still being dragged around even through that ultimate, so now it's going to be back in the fight. Margin looking to wrap around here. Canale going quite low. That backline pressure starting to be felt here by Spain. And here's Keo once more, front and center, but caught straight in that cage fight. Well timed by Santi. She had to wait to try and catch the Bastion out, and that is the perfect target to look for first.
It's a really good cage from Santi. She kind of sees that the cat and the Bastion are quite low and decides to kind of pop that cage right away. And you're able to get 2 players inside of it. So Spain not going down without a fight is now they come back. I mean, what you do have your catnap. We have some environmental ability here, especially as teams try and rotate towards the south side. So won't kind of mark that one down for nothing, as Majin already steps up to the point.
Okay, here it is in the backline. Bones trying to spin to win. Got to be mitigated heavily, though, by the defense matrix. Something Spain do not have to lean on. Canale and Keo is going to be the trade so far, but Santi is low and she's not able to get away. There's a catnapping here for Gala. It might be last good opportunity to make use of it now. And yes, here's Margin caught up, but self-destruct again. Oh no, surely not! Gala! That is about as bad as it gets. Margin able to take down the jetpack cat as Gala ends up with egg on his face.
Yes, they try and drag Margin up the side. The self-destruct kind of comes on through, and there's really no way that Gala could avoid it at that time. So good start early from Spain. Then it's like a lot of the France power kind of all the way through the rest of the round. Spain just kind of coming up with maybe one more fight win as you take a look at Keo and Exodial. So those 2 Bastion players to their respective teams. Keo obviously getting the better at the moment.
Pretty nice damage output here for Zerion as well. Only the 1 death for the Kiri, and Margin being deathless is pretty telling, I think. Santi obviously had a good catch for the cage fight there earlier, but in general, she got caught out in a lot of these fights. And this is France forcing, as we understand it, the jetpack mirror with Lucio out of the picture. Feel like they're favored here, and so far that has proven to be true. A competitive previous round, though, and on the execution side, there's a couple of screws to tighten for Spain, and they can be right back in it.
Well, it just shows you how confident France would be in this particular look, that they're the team that actually gets rid of the Lucio. A nice damage there onto Canale, and then Keo over the top there with a nade to finish them off. Bones not going to be able to survive. This is a really fast fight win here for France.
And Santi had to face tank so much of that Bastion damage, but the fight essentially, and she probably understood this, was already lost by that point. France again picking up where they left off in that previous round. And now this gets a little bit oppressive. Now, there's some buildings, of course, to take shelter from the endless rain of bullets. But, France could look to try and find vulnerabilities on Spain as they try and advance to the point.
What you're seeing from FD God as well is like some of the kind of sick movement that he has on the Lucio. Kind of coming over the cat, getting Keo in some really advantageous positions. That's going to be the turret form already used here, though. By Keo, not really able to find a lot of damage. It's going to be the Suzu out for Spain as well, keeping everybody up.
Back here freed up now to go and try and do some damage. Oh, Bones TPing. Left vulnerable here. Of course, that is FD God. Correction is able to do a little bit of deeps here now, and that should tell you everything you need to know about the progress of the fight. If FD God can get untethered, you know that France are feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting, right? That we see FD God actually going to drop the Bastion off, and then he's able to go out, put down some damage and some pressure on the opposing team. Also kind of provide some healing to the rest of the squad. Something that outside of the E there from Jetpack Cat, you can really kind of do while connected. So it'll be a TP from Bones. Sounds like trying to go on the way in is that'll be turret form from Keo used, dropped off here on the point while inside of the rush.
They're so split, man. Spain here really need to get the ducks in a row, but they're at no point to even already touch down. And you can see now you can play behind this pillar, break line of sight. TP going forward, Death Blossom now in play for Dip. Margin stunned up briefly. Derek Zodiac just trying to fight as Margin is going to be dragged on out of the way. A self-destruct answer this time won't be catching Gala out. And Spain have priority. They've got decent point presence, but they've got to look out here for the threat of Dip. Also a lot of space being created now by Margin. Back with the catnapping at the ready as well. Ice for Bones perhaps, as they're just going to be brought down by Kyo's damage output. It's nasty. Kitsune Rush going to be in play. Catnapping is a little bit wayward there. Doesn't quite connect. And Canale still will be brought down though. But a cage fight means that Santi gets that 1v1 against Margin. Is able to reduce him to Baby Diva form.
It will be a fight win here for Spain in the end. We'll have the advantage with some of the spawners coming on through, but they need to be perfect. It has been France just dominating the second round here on Antarctic Peninsula. I mean, Bones with a Death Blossom. I know nothing you can imagine that's going to be too impactful, right? Mondrian going to kind of eat a lot of that up, I know, with the defense matrix. So Kyo also with the artillery used more now for just like kind of the extra health, right, than anything, as they try and get Exodial in position here, Mitch. And okay, so Bones does find Zarian. That's a huge pickoff.
Yeah, Dip looking a little bit uncomfortable there and very overextended. Likely to be chased down now, but the defense matrix comes to the rescue. France here stumbled just before the end of the round, just when the map was theirs for the taking, it seemed. They'll have a chance to come back in with Kyo having that extra bit of durability infusion in the back pocket in terms of that mortar form. Might help as the fighting gets hot and heavy in just a moment. Margin wasting no time in getting over to the point, but Bones here will be waiting around a corner. Courthouse. Damage too much to deal with. No chance to Wraith walk away at all. Catnapping, we're hearing him come out. Gala with a triumphant meow, trying to find a way to tilt the fight in the favor of the Spaniards, but it's all France, baby, all the time. Again, just a slight stumble in that previous engagement, but here they're ready to land the plane and look good on map 1.
Yeah, you cannot end up losing Bones that early. Just kind of pushed up a little bit too far. Maybe didn't expect that much burst damage kind of coming on out. Falls at the hands of Majin, and then that allows France to, obviously, without that Reaper in the mix, right? A lot less pressure onto the Diva and even the back line, so it allows them to just kind of bulldoze over Spain. Pretty good map number 1, though. From both teams, so some signs of life there. But Dippa, I mean, a little bit of like it kind of goes on the radar. I mean, Dippa and Masha both with 1 death each. Really strong play from the Reaper Diva combination.
Yeah, honestly, look, I mean, this kind of tells you all you need to see. This jetpack combination looked stunning with the Bastion, much as it can pain you to hear at times. And again, playing the Malga into this is pretty difficult because you don't have the access to that defense matrix ability to peel and just mitigate at least the first few seconds of this Bastion damage. Santi, she has to be proactive and look for a big stomp on a backline and ideally catch out the Diva or the Kiriko. It's not easy. This was epic. Gala has nowhere to break line of sight there.
I think he's trying to like either get around the corner, maybe they could break the line of sight, or just kind of get over the lip of the ledge there and break the line of sight. But not able to do either there. Is Gala. And hey, look, I mean, start off a little scary, right? You're like, oh no, this is not how it's going to get. La France with pretty dominant map number 1.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if we're going to get to see this comp mirror played out throughout the course of the series. Obviously, Lucio and Theorio are available for the rest of it, unless Spain make the choice to sort of ban it out here. But France, obviously, kind of as expected, they've got a really quality team, and they say they're just going to, opt into what right now is the most powerful composition. I think the game against Ireland kind of displayed how it can be exploitable, how it requires a lot of coordination. I think if you've got a team with Zerian who could hold down the healing responsibilities while Jetpack Cat is often doing the thing, then you're going to be in very good shape. We talked about it's hard to play. Tread said that yesterday.
It is.
And, if you are not pretty dialed in, you can really struggle. And you can actually see some of these games turn out into blowouts if it's going to be like a mirror match and Spain can't hang.
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of like you see the skill gap of the comps, right? In a game like this compared to what we saw yesterday, right? Where Spain played Ireland. Ireland tried to use it a little bit later in the series and wasn't able to kind of like pilot it well. So it does look like potentially we have a sub here for France. So we'll kind of get that one up for you guys. We'll talk about it as we go into map number 2.
Yeah, it looks like FD God is actually going to be subbed out here, and AS will be coming in. Obviously, part of that good guys roster. Also, like a brief stint on Quick Esports, and certainly like I don't think we'll see them play Kiriko, but it's definitely in their wheelhouse. It kind of makes you wonder though, without your
circuit,
your primary Lucio player, we might see like a double flex.
Yeah, like you wouldn't kind of keep FD God to play in like a, let's say like a Baptiste or something, or like an Alari, right? That's where you kind of make some changes in terms of the support line. So this makes sense. I know as Circuit is the map pick. What would Spain like to do in terms of their ban? Are you worried about Cat Bastion here? It does not look like it. So you're going to get rid of the Ana here. Sojourn is going to be the ban on the other side. No, for France, right? So this gives them the opportunity to play like some Cassidy.
Yeah, which is obviously going to be something that they can certainly draw upon comfortably. Dip and Kia, of course, between their DPS line should feel confident here. And I have to wonder, I don't think you mind if you're Exodial being sort of forced onto something a little bit different. I think it was their Cassidy that really sort of lit the world on fire. It might just be less comfortable on this circuit map, where we're seeing like way less Freya in situations like this now. And you're, maybe you feel like you want to reach even towards the Emra in some of these scenarios. That was even a ban that came up in the Spain versus Ireland match at one point. So still plenty of options, and shouldn't really hamstring any of our main DPS players whatsoever.
No, I think we should still get I think I'm more interested in what we're going to get in terms of tanks, right? Rally, you're going to be looking at some Sigma type stuff, right? So that could, obviously, when you pick circuit, you're trying to like play those types of comps like Sig Ram. So we'll get an idea for really early. I don't think you're going to see like much Maga here, like we did on Antarctic Peninsula. You could still see some of the Diva come out though for Majin.
Yeah. I mean, again, like a whole host of strategies here. We're still kind of unfolding on what we should expect to see from France. They've been waiting in the wings up until this point, and again, they've got pretty high expectations on their shoulders in terms of getting out this group. It's a pretty interesting group outside of the reality that France should be a front runner. Spain also right up there. They did drop that first map of the series to Ireland, but after that, they really managed to tighten things up. So we're hoping for a series that continues to look competitive now that we're not locked into a Cat Bastion mirror, and especially now that we have the potential for double flex on this map. That's definitely heralded by the sub out, and I wonder if that's what drew the Ana ban here from Spain as well. Time will tell, of course. We'll be heading into game in just a moment. There's only a second EMEA match of the day. We've got 4 of them to go through. After this, we've got Sweden versus Austria and
for a second
Ireland
you were
versus
say
Poland.
4 more. I was like, whoa, wait, that's a long day. No,
yeah, buddy, strap in.
Just 2 more games after this one. But I mean, dude, these EMEA games are starting to get a little bit more competitive today, right? Yesterday we saw some kind of like one-sided ones. So I tell you, okay, so this is for France, a comp that we saw. This is really nasty against Diva comps, right? So Zerion going to be playing the Mizuki as Ice Over and playing the Kiri. So that's what the sub is for here. And in combination with that May Sigma and Sim, it's pretty nasty. Yeah,
we've enjoyed the Mizuki we've seen so far. None of it played in the previous series, though, as neither Finland nor Denmark were feeling that way inclined. But okay, so we are going to see the AS Kiriko. I did sort of wonder. Zerion definitely seems to be the primary in that regard, but getting to pick up both of these, I think, is going to be pretty potent. Now, this could be real interesting. Gala still looking to play that jetpack out, and obviously on the offense side, you've got some nice little angles to drop down in, and France doesn't actually have a comp that punishes that all that effectively, or the Fire, for that matter.
No, you are all in on punishing the Diva. That's really what you're all in on here. Is Senti. She's going to go and play the Sigma. Now it's going to be much harder, right? I know those hooks of the Mizuki not going to be able to kind of like easily kind of connect with that Diva. So there's really no way for France to like engage with these like flyers, right?
Literally fight under the bridge if you can. They just can't interact with so many of these elements, and Margin is taking an absolute beating. A lot of damage being absorbed up by that Sigma, and ground is continuing to be given by France, because frankly, there's not really a viable game plan to deal with it. There's no way to like slam the fight in your favor. I love the binding chain. Exodial caught out by that. And with the Bastion gone, you can start to venture out, but the Fire is still an issue that needs to be solved.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't really even be playing that close to Mizuki that like you could end up in a situation, right, where you end up getting hit by that binding chain. Is see Zerion gonna just Exodial drop to the low ground there and get hit by it, but still you can't really kind of move around this corner and take that fight if you're France. You're going to have the Sanctuary here in a second. That could be huge, but look at that Imagine, they just push right on forward and just barrel Santi down. She just really didn't have anything to, kind of keep herself alive there.
I mean, theoretically, this is supposed to be a horrific matchup for France to play into, and yet Spain are sort of getting caught out. Yeah, the binding chain is big, and also it is a 20-meter range. Like And it's a pretty fast, like, projectile speed as well. You can definitely start to catch that out. But I can't imagine that your game plan is to expect to be playing into 3 airborne heroes with this composition. But at some point, Spain have to commit. And they don't have a lot of staying power outside of this comp.
Going to be a flux here for Majin. See Majin connects with. The accretion is missed. The Sanctuary dropped here. That's going to soak up a lot of the damage. Can't exactly push on into that Sanctuary either.
Can't really push out of it, though. So France simply just buy a little bit of time there, give themselves a chance to get topped up and get back to work. Here's a barrage coming in for Bones, though. How much can this be mitigated? Yes! Bones caught by the binding chain. Still able to get away, though. Concussive blast backwards, and now it's back to business. Majin caught inside the catnapping. This is a problem. France suddenly there's Sigma, and he's sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, as the catnap actually just kind of grabs Majin, just drags that thing off the side. But hey, you still have the Mei in the mix. Suzu there comes in and allows Senti to just kind of get out of that blizzard. Is France still wants to fight.
And why not? I mean, now is all around this sim wall. Feels like conditions are ripe, at least for you to try and take a clear advantage. Majin's going to be back in the fray now on this D.Va. And again, look at that jetpack cat. Again, this gives you a little bit more equity against some of those airborne heroes, but still, Defense Matrix is going to be stretched to the limit. It doesn't seem to matter. Kyo, you won't see that too often, folks. Symmetra eliminating a Farah. Pretty rare sight indeed, and Santi's going to get run down yet again.
Yeah, she has nothing there at that time. Like, I mean, it feels like with the Bastion in the Farah, you should be able to come up with some type of, kills at that time, right? You had no tank alive there for France. This will be Exodio going off the side, as this is a rough spot to be in here if you are Spain, Mitch. I mean, 20 seconds on the clock, and Zerion is pretty kind of close to that Sanctuary. He has, I believe, like the 4x charges on the Mizuki, so pumping out basically max healing at this point. Santi, she's going to go over to the Ramatra, try and play into this, as they're also going to ditch that Farah.
Okay, it's going to be a nice TP play here for Bones. It's unclear. Santi caught in place. Well. Binding chain inside the Sanctuary. Not fun. France are going to work with this now, and they're going to rotate this into a Kitsune rush, and that's going to be the later rush for Zerion. That relative immobility means that Mizuki is caught out in the open by the Bastion. Now, though, Blizzard time. It is go time. Santi caught out inside of that Gala with a catnapping yet again. Is there actually environmental kill potential? There's not even a kill potential at all. Majin loses mech, but still good to go. Gala going to be forced right on back out of this. Spain, though, get themselves the checkpoint amidst the fight.
Yeah, France they had like 2 players just kind of standing right on the outside, and it was so close to going over the line. Santi, she steps up, touches the objective, and it just goes right on through. So rough there for France, as they were looking for a full hold onto that first checkpoint. But for Spain, I mean, at the final moments, they're finally able to get it going, and they go to a completely different comp, right? Ramatra here with the Cassidy and an Ilari in play. So see how this kind of plays. Now with Mizuki with the D.Va comp, typically another binding chain there connects on the Santi. A nice job from Zerion, kind of consistently hitting these chains. The cooldown's not even that long.
Obviously, Zerion just constantly at sort of max healing resource here, which is kind of what you expect to see at that level. So that AoE healing is actually pretty considerable from the Mizuki. Majin here dives on in. Looks like Asuzu was involved there to cleanse him up. Gala going to be on that signature Iari pick, and is going to be brought down. Zerion able to find some connection here. And again, showing us just how effective this hero truly can be. Hard CC like that route is just hard to argue with when there's a Mei wall that punishes it.
Yeah, I mean, but hitting that route, I mean, turning the corner and just kind of connecting to the Cassidy, Zerion making it look easy there. Yeah, that is not, no, it's a very difficult skill shot to kind of connect with. So now you get into a lot of trouble, right? I mean, you have this Sanctuary that you kind of have to play into, and then they're just going to drop the Blizzard on top of it. Such a devastating combo.
There's a TP. Going on the Cassidy now. How does he fight his way into this engagement? It's brutal. The damage is too good. The Blizzard is going to stop Cassidy in his tracks. Bone's going to be caught rather, and Kyo is going to be able to handle Cassidy in the end. So moved away from the sim now. You get a little bit of extra front load of damage, maybe to punish this Ramatra as he wants to move on up. Majin is a nuisance. Gala constantly being checked here, and that captive son is eaten for breakfast by the French D.Va. Now the run on a canal, he's got nowhere to go. Majin with a remake opportunity here, and this annihilation feels a little bit, I don't know, a little bit greedy, a little bit desperate. Call it what you want, but there's 10 seconds left for Spain to make that play.
Yeah, I mean, you would not have... Oh, there's another binding shot there. Connects on the Senti. It's going to be Exodal here using the Deadeye as Majin gets around the corner. Oh, going to use it. Oh, the bomb to dodge. A sick play there by the Diva of France. And that is where Spain's push will stop. It's really, I mean, they were kind of fortunate to even get past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I don't think it's controversial to say that that probably should have ended up being a full hold if France were able to hold on. Spain, though, just able to find enough of an edge to extend the game. But on a serious note, I do think the fact that like a Sim Mei comp was able to succeed against the Jetpack Bastion plus the Farah should illustrate that there's a pretty big gap. The fact that France are able to identify, okay, we're in a difficult compositional matchup. We actually have to change the way we play, where we play, what we prioritize. And the fact that they burn almost, 4 entire minutes off the clock doing so tells me a lot about just how quality this outfit is. And maybe just how, at least on this map so far, how much better they've been.
Yeah, as we'll see now if Spain can kind of put together a tremendous defense as they'll come out with a May Emre. So we saw a lot of Emre obviously early on this year, not as much anymore since some of the kind of nerfs to the damage, the pistol siphon. So see if Exodio can make it work here. Still has a pretty high damage output. I'd imagine though, you're gonna see like Hugh and Dip just go. You could play like a Sebastian here potentially if you wanted to. If you're France, Spain, you'll have a Juno, Ilari here in the back line. These are targets that you can kind of really get on top of.
All right, Widow off the rip here. And over towards the May yet again. So Sim May for France definitely seems to be the go-to. And now going to be up against the Emerald. We speculated that there would be a replacement for that long-range pressure hit scan like the Sojourn. Very reasonable. Should be pretty potent in the hands of Exodio.
They're going to play this comp France, which you're really going to try and like TP on a Santi. She's going to have to really be careful, kind of play around these May walls. You're going to have them on the other side as well, but that ramping sim damage is so difficult to deal with in those close quarters. Exodio, though, down a decent amount of damage, connected with a lot of heads, but it's going to be high ground now, controlled by France.
Exodio, obviously, consistent damage output is nice to see. Santi caught by the main wall. It's as old as time, virtually, in this game, and it's the key strategy for this Sigma base comp. Set up, catch out, and then steamroll with that player advantage.
Now, so Exodio does get Majin, so that is huge. Maybe kind of stops the push for now. Zerion goes flying around the corner, trying to get some kills as well. As Kyo TP's up right to Exodio, just a little bit of a brawl here at the end. Kyo, I think, has got to be Kyo's got to be behind. Yeah, you see up there on that high ground, Kyo's kind of playing from. Yeah, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. They're not gonna be able to get out. So, gonna lose your sim. Now gonna be a longer reset.
2 minutes 32 to play here. France getting snarled up a little bit over these last couple of fights. Despite getting the pick on the Sigma as well. Dip here, though, well positioned. If there's any misstep from France, Spain rather, it's going to be easily punishable. Okay, well, a bit awkward because of where Dip was actually positioned there. They could have just commit the Blizzard anyway. And honestly, it ain't half bad. Exodio does get caught on the backside of it, but eyes might be on Bones right now. The counter Blizzard, though, for Spain, looks pretty good as well. Maybe just a little hasty France were in trying to turn that into a fight-winning advantage, but getting Bones out of the picture is definitely going to help to that extent. Exodio, for now, has a moment to pick Dip off, and it's a 3v3. Where France looked like they were poised to punish that misposition.
Yeah, it's a sim wall there that's used by Kyo, just trying to keep everybody alive through the override protocol, but some nice shots there by Exodio finishes off Dip. So what they tried to do there, I mean, Dip looked like he was kind of falling back with the rest of the team. I think he could have waited maybe a second longer. I don't think Exodio would have kind of felt his pressure there and then waited for the rest of the team to get closer before kind of collapsing. This is going to be a huge fight for France here, Mitch. Spain has a real chance here of getting a full hold with Canale and Gala both having these big ultimates.
Gala here in that captive sun margin, mindful of it, holding on to that kinetic grasp, but Gala likely is going to just try and avoid the Sigil. You'd think so anyway. Okay, still plenty to play with now for France. They're going to push up with this orbital ray, and that is a big flux. That is massive. Exodio gets caught out now, and a Christian follow-up on a Gala will render Spain useless for the rest of this fight. Bones really just a formality here, trying to hold up a bit of time. Santi next to fall, and France with a landslide win here.
A huge fight win there for France. As you see with the Golden Box victories, they're going to push up a little bit here. Maybe you can find one, right? There's no TP available for Spain, right? So they're gonna have to like walk up, just the Juno speed ring, kind of like get out of this choke. And this is where you can maybe use the Mei wall, try and split off a player or two, and then you get those kills. I mean, it's GG. They end up backing up. They kind of concede the space as the card's coming up the ramp.
Around the corner it goes here. Obviously, the golden box of victory. It's right around there. France here looking to push up. A is a little bit low here, but able to fall back and get that important healing. Here's an override protocol now. Margin under pressure with the blizzard is good enough to clean Santi up, and Exodio's damage might not be enough to tip the scales here. Zerion eventually falls with the combined efforts of Gala and Exodio, but that is not remotely going to be enough. It's a main wall here for Bones, but again, feels like a formality. Eventually, Gala's going to be cleaned up now, and it's just the small issue of the Juno as France steamroll out to a 2-0 lead.
I mean, that was a blowout there in map number 2. Map number 1, some moments from Spain, right? Kind of showing they can hang. That one could have been over even faster, to be honest. I mean, it was a nice job from Spain to kind of clutch up and take that first objective. But after that, I mean, it was nothing. And then I think on offense, got a little scary there towards the end. But France, once they kept it going, once they got it going, they were difficult to stop. Ice finishes 14. With 0 deaths there. Really great game from Ice. As said, she had a rough go. They've been doing a nice job kind of targeting her with some of these Mei walls and just kind of collapsing.
Yeah, honestly, you could see the game plan for France in like a pretty standard classic, like, Sigma based composition. At first we see this Pharah look, and I've got to come back to it because it felt like it's such a powerful comp mismatch that Spain were able to create. Obviously the Jetpack Cat very powerful with the Bastion in this scenario, but even more so against a comp that doesn't really interact with airborne sort of high mobility units very well at all. But France showed great composure there. They simply play inside the small room. They're able to sort of shrug off a lot of that splash damage from Pharah and find windows in which that turret mode is not available for the Bastion. Just really nice. I think you're not always going to see those comps interact or match up in that particular way, but it's a decent case study in how to deal with the Jetpack Cat composition in general. It's certainly beatable, certainly fallible, and France showed us exactly how you can unravel it and buy like 4 minutes of time on defense.
What do you do here if you're Spain? I mean, it seems like France is kind of pulled out multiple different looks here off the first 2 maps. Seems like they have some advantages in some areas, right? It feels like you try and do something with Camp Bastion. It seems like France can match it, and then obviously these like rush style comps they're able to kind of play as well. Do you do like a New Junk City maybe you're playing here, right? I don't think you're gonna play King's Row potentially. New Junk City like would push it more into like the rush style of play, but maybe you feel like that's a little bit easier to do. Okay, so they do pick King's Row. See what they decide to ban here.
Yeah, I think like over the years of Overwatch, King's Row has been like a map you definitely choose for comfort reasons, or if you think that you're just like the stronger team in the matchup, right? Sometimes it's surprising to see the underdog take us there in general. Obviously, we're at the point in the series now. We're actually 2-0. France are up, so we are like sort of 1 map away from seeing them in their debut in this group just kind of dominate the other team that we thought had a great shot of getting out here. Spain only a minor stumble to Ireland, and frankly looked really clean across the board. But they are really being exposed here so far by this French outfit, who are very, very well drilled, coordinated. Protocols look great, and getting to go over King's Row for France probably has to feel more like a boon than a curse.
And for France, it'll be FD God coming back in. So this is like Lucio Jetpack Cat, right? That's kind of what you would expect. King's Row, obviously pretty good for Lucio. So we will see if that is kind of the direction they would like to go in. Obviously, I know there's an opportunity if you're Spain, you could ban the cat here, and you kind of keep it on the ground with the Lucio in play, but we'll see where they decide to go in terms of those bans.
Yeah, and obviously, like this, FD God has shown us some sort of great Lucio play in the past. We haven't had the opportunity to see it. In fact, France have not played any in this series, but we were on a map, in fairness, in Circuit Royal, where like Lucio is definitely not a must pick. It's one of those maps where you actually can sort of like divert away from that philosophy. And obviously the Jetpack Cat replaces the Lucio in comps where you're playing with the Bastion, because you still need like relatively high throughput and that utility that the Suzu offers you from the Kiriko, as well as a rush, which haste buff is like too easily overlooked.
Kiri has become like the like perma pick, right? Remember it was always Lucio for like ages. Like it feels like there's never a time where Kiri's like a bad option. So it'll be a sim ban here for Spain. As the sim obviously has been kind of enabling some of these comps for France coming on through, and a Zarya ban for France. So taking away that potential that could obviously impact like a diva play.
Yeah. Okay. So, fair enough. I think France have been wanting to make use of the sim rather, and she's kind of insane on this map, especially like for an attack side. You can really easily get that high ground control. Spain are obviously trying to really play to drag the game out as much as possible when they get to that defense side. Zarya is just not. We've seen her banned on multiple occasions, but really just not played. Generally in some contexts felt like very powerful, but we're seeing less and less of those like straight up brawl compositions. Like we did see her briefly yesterday, as I tell a lie, but it feels like it's still exploitable. You wait for that first bubble, force the second, and then try and just push the Zarya over.
Yeah, it's Zarya can have like moments or like maps like in like areas where she could be extremely strong. I think here, like in the streets phase, right, if the other team was playing the diva, that's like potentially a moment where Zarya can be pretty strong. But like she doesn't really like Cat Bash, and she doesn't really kind of fit in, right? Like the bubbles can't obviously soak up enough damage. So to remind you guys, it's 2-0. France won both of those maps, so we'll get that one adjusted, and we'll see kind of if Spain can kind of get a dub here.
All right, stay alive in the series, make it more competitive for us, and also maybe add some controversy into how this group might ultimately resolve. Spain would have to honestly perform at a bit of a higher level than we've seen from them thus far in the series. It will require a significant step up, but if there's any map where you feel like you can lean on your comfort and familiarity, it's going to be King's Row. I kind of like this. I mean, if they got on the Mizuki would be quite a sight to see, and it looks like France, like favoring that, I think, over that Lucio here on defense, which sort of makes sense. Gala and Canale in the past have been that support duo that have played Iliari Bastion pretty heavily. They'd like to lean into a lot of those flex supports. It was a signature style of Virtus.pro at the time that actually found great effect on certain maps. Like Blizzard World is a good example here, where their just mechanical ability as players, supplemented by like good awareness, made them legitimate DPS threats on those roles.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll see Gala stick to the Mercy. That would be quite a sight. Again, we've seen France deal with airborne threats pretty well, even with heroes that aren't geared towards handling them.
So it'll be France coming out here. These are the comps that really give Diva some trouble. It'll be a Mizuki here for Spain as well. So I know a rare, kind of a Mizuki versus Mizuki kind of head-to-head. It'll be Santi. She'll go over and play the Ramatra. This definitely has a little bit of an easier time working into this comp, but still a lot to deal with here. Is Dip pretty proficient on the Mei. Just kind of looking to see if he can maybe get one of these players as they try and cross. Nice shot into Canale there. Not enough to finish him off, but that's Suzu already.
Yeah, force the self Suzu at a point where it's going to be needed in this fight. That's all Dip was looking for. Don't need to kill there. Now, Spain have some ability to address this high ground, right? As you can see, they can just sort of walk up. They can boost up the Mei wall. They can get the Sojourn across. Pactus gets picked up by Exodial. France have allowed Spain to get a little bit too much of this high ground control for their liking. And, well, Spain have converted that into an elimination off the back of Exodial. Santi getting crushed in the tank matchup, though. Not able to close the gap. Now maybe just looking to poke down on this split France squad who have a couple of players on the low ground.
Yeah, the odds coming back here on the Mizuki. Gonna try and get up towards that high ground here. As I know you do have that second tick that comes in from Spain. Exodial opening things up at the start. Somebody will have to contest here for France. This comes right down to the wire.
The touch is there, and Santi has seen better days. Kinetic Grasp used. His Pack's able to come in and find that elimination now. Kitsune Rush may not even really have been necessary at this point for France, but point made. Kyo going to punctuate that with a headshot on Bones. France give up 99.1% of the point, though, and they've got to be having it in the back of their mind now. If they give Exodial too much of that free reign, it could come back to hurt them.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we weren't on with Exodial when it happened, but it also could just be like FD Gods playing up there on the high ground, and Exodial just kind of fires a rail down the hallway, and past the 6 shield, maybe connects right on through him as Flux comes on through. That'll connect with the Mei, but that'll actually have the ice block taken out, and Exodial finds another one as Exodial getting off to a great start here on King's Row, as I know Dip would have been the one who kind of contested this for an extended period here of your France.
Keo Deadeye could be important, but Darien gets brought down by Exodial. I think that's going to be more than enough here. It seems like it doesn't really matter how much France try and, account for the Sojourn. Exodial is going to find some form of success. And now we realize why it was so important to ban that particular hero in the first map. Spain, it's hard fought. They lose a lot of time on that first point, but they are going to be off to the races with the Kekai Sanctuary and Kitsune Rush combo.
Yeah, and it'll be Keo switching over and playing the Sojourn here. So gonna try and match some of that like burst potential. I know a pretty nice target there to kind of farm up rails with the Ramatra. So just trying to make it a little bit scary there for Exodia to kind of turn those corners as well, as Dip does have a Blizzard. Part's going to make it to basically this first corner. I mean, that can't happen. I mean, FD God, I know, just kind of turns the corner, just, deletes Bones there. But, in this type of situation where you can actually make up, some serious progress here for Spain, you cannot allow your Mei to die that early. And I use the Sanctuary there to kind of buy you some space. But France, it doesn't really matter, right? You can now push up and kind of control this angle.
France are not a team that wants a full commit, so I kind of understand the Sanctuary on a straightaway here, but it doesn't feel like that's the highest value application for that ultimate. And Canale being the first to go down is never a good sign. Not in a fight like this. Spain simply have ground given by France, and they make use of it there just to set up some poke and then clean up.
Yeah, I mean, just two really poor occurrences in a row there for Spain, right? They end up losing Bones at the hands of FD God. And then Canale just kind of coming back into the fight once Bones is back in. Just gets domed there by Dip. So you end up losing your Kiri. This allows France here to build up to all 5 ultimates here coming in this next fight.
There's a Casa just to make sure that Spain are nice and topped up. Running the rush here could be pretty dangerous. They talked up Spain's double ult combination, but one of them went essentially for nothing. So now they're in far less of an advantageous position. Here's Flux, almost cut away by everybody. Dip also with a Blizzard, so a frosty reception for anybody dropping down, defying that gravity. Was at least a number of Spanish players, but none of them were followed up on. Now it's time for the Kitsune Rush to be thrown in. Pack holding with the Sanctuary could be a good time for it, and it does come down. Again, 40 healing per second, not the highest, but it's the blocking of those projectiles that is so important against Exodial, who has been running roughshod over France when he's been given the opportunity. Margin seems immovable right now. Starting
nice Mei wall.
Much more susceptible, and the Mei wall is the perfect size for this part of the map. Accretion will knock the Ramatra down.
Yeah, I did think that FD God's Sanctuary, though, was quite good there for France, right? He, kind of drops it, forces the rest of the team to kind of play into that Mei type of setup. Senti, she's trying to back out there. Canale was quite low, maybe kind of get around the corner, kind of heal up, and then get everybody back in the fight. But she gets cut off by a really nice Mei wall from Dip, and then just gets chased down as Bones very low. Gala's going to kind of use know his abilities, going to heal everybody back up as you will have a Sanctuary here for Spain. Hopefully they get a good use of it here, as now you're at a minute.
I don't know how you should make good use of this. Just try and dump it on top of France, maybe. Oh, that's huge. Keo with a perfect pick on Exodial, by the way. And now it feels like it's just pointless to go for the Sanctuary anyway, I guess. But it's another awkward ultimate there from Gala. Got no choice, or really felt that way. Didn't want to reset for yet another fight, but that might have been the more prudent option here, because this fight is going much the same way as the last.
And now you're going to be walking into what potentially, both support ultimates here for France, as Gala gets killed here at the end. Now everybody from France looks like they're going to back up. It's really fucking Canale as well. No TP, not able to get out, and that's going to actually kind of change the course here for France. Going to move up a little bit. I think they don't want to give Exodial the opportunity to get a railgun shot off. Gala the cat here, Mitch, just trying to touch. I mean,
yeah, they're threatening to do so. They will. They should do at least. But I do love how vigilant France are. Oh my god, Keo. That seems like a little bit of overkill.
Yeah.
I was just trying to play more Overwatch. And yeah, the main look prevents the touch.
I don't like cats either, but it's rough.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's like
getting up there, just eating a railgun to the face. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to come back from that one again. That was your only option, it felt like, in the end. I do want to sort of address the unfortunate sort of Mizuki ultimates here on the side of Spain. They just could never really set one up where it could be used favorably. this Sigma composition from France is always able just to trend back a little bit and never really fully commit to these fights. And they also never left themselves exposed to the point where like the way that the Sanctuary sort of slants a poke battle in the favor of the team that use it. They just backed around one of these sort of L-shaped corners and waited.
Yeah. So we will see if they can hold on defense here. Can Spain? I feel like Dip has been really effective on the Mei, right? Kind of splitting off Santi. She's had a rough go because of like these Mei walls that have come in, and at least not dealing with the sim here on this map. Maybe there's an opportunity for Spain to kind of like do a better job of holding high ground, like Exodial going here. Maybe you have an opportunity to get like a hold, get a map win on the board.
And get us a bit more, run in this series. More of a chance to show what they're capable of. The tank battle has looked uncomfortable for Santi in this matchup. Margin been, pretty dominant, I think, especially on this Sigma. Here come France on the attack side, of course. Dip will just light it up briefly, and then, okay. Over towards the Fari here. You have to expect the Exodial, but you can really break line of sight. And if you're the Sojourn who wants to draw a bead on the Fari, you've got to expose yourself on that far platform.
Yeah, I mean, Farah can be pretty good against some of these comps as well, right? Force that kinetic grasp out. Keo takes a railgun shot there from Exodial, gets dangerously low. Farah can just put a lot of pressure on the point. I mean, you see the angle that Dip is taking here. They're just kind of getting pinched here up on the high ground. Nice shot, though. Yeah, no real healing able to get over towards him.
Yeah, obviously, like, Mizuki has to throw a Casa, and there's, like, travel time associated with that build.
You did lose your Sigma up on the high ground, so we'll see if you can actually kind of fight it.
I think that's a good trade, Matt. Suzu here going to be used to keep Margin alive. It's not about keeping him alive, just alive long enough here to allow France to continue to flex their muscles. This might be enough. Exodial is not in a significant spot right now. Trying to put some damage speculatively on Pack and not able to complete the kill. Yeah, forced out of the fight entirely. Chance for a recontest here would have been in play if Gala had not fallen so late.
I mean, I don't know if you can kind of walk. You can't walk through the choke here against that Farah. So yeah, you're gonna have to, back up, kind of concede first point. So not pretty, but France able to get it. So see if FD God goes back and maybe switches over to the Mizuki. This looks like no. We'll continue to kind of just use this Juno here. So full-on rush comps here. I know Orbital Array obviously fantastic to play in, as you're going to be able to farm this up with the Kitsune Rush rather quickly.
I mean, just look at the free support ult charge that's being gained right now as France purposely take a little bit of poke in this choke. Bones on that Mei trying to wall off France as they approach you. It's a little bit split right now, but Exodial getting caught first is huge. Keo has delivered some crucial frags to open these fights. The first picks have been sublime, and honestly from there, it's like a downhill run for France. Take Exodial out of the picture, and you are home and hosed.
And now for France, just probably one more fight to close this series out. Would be a very impressive 3-0. You're going to have Majin's going to be able to use this Flux, grab some people up in the sky into the firing lines of Keo. We will see Spain in a last chance here as they move up. Probably going to be forced to use this Kitsune Rush rather soon.
Good catch with Keo down first this time. The Blizzard makes things awkward for France, but the ice block means that it can be withstood. Margin, though, maybe not able to get back far enough. Frozen up, though, and picked off. This is signs of life here for Spain. A little bit more than the Primordial Ooze we've seen in a couple of these fights, and so France will be forced to reset. But they'll do so with an Orbital Array that's going to come up a little bit earlier, and Keo has a chance to stamp his name on this series with a big overclock.
Yeah, so what? Orbital Array you'll be able to play into here with France, and then overclock, right? Exodial opens things up in that previous fight with that kill on Akio, which was massive. So Majin gonna go over to the Diva here, so a little bit more pressure onto the back line. Maybe see if you can get that kill onto Gala. Railgun shot farmed up here for Keo already. We'll see if he can kind of connect one. Maybe he decides to pop the OT and keeps going, but looks like gonna try and maybe take a wrap here around towards that high ground.
Keo has made that wrap around. Just a couple connections here would be enough. In fact, just one pick. What we're looking for is that Orbital Raid. Okay, FD got the first to go down, though. After he gets that ray off, Dip stunned up briefly there by Santi's accretion. But Canale's going to be the trade. And honestly, with the positioning of Kyo here, feels like France are caught in a bit of a pincer. Santi can deal with one side of that, though, for a time with the shield. But eventually, that is going to be overrun. There's got to be more. Accretion is pretty good. The damage is reasonable as well. Martin, though, is still at large, still absorbing much of this crackback. And there it is. Kyo eventually chimes in when needed. Now, this game is getting away from Spain, but an orbital ray will allow them to hang a little bit longer. Zodial chimes in. This is a good trade-off now between these two Sojourns, having impact on the game, and a Blizzard built very, very quickly by Bones. Freezes margin solid, but the wall's not going to be much of a deterrent. They're going to be able to pop back over that if they need to, and now they've drawn a bead on Exodial. Low is the Sojourner. France take a beat. What a regroup for one last push, in theory.
And Spain doing a tremendous job holding on there. That one looked like it was going to be France who's going to be able to get it over the line. It'll be Kitsune rushes now for both sides. Is 2 minutes on the clock. Is Exodial looking for an angle here. Connects on a Kyo, not enough to finish him off.
Yeah, then the plan is just to make sure Exodial gets back in the fight as soon as possible. There's a wrap here from France. Margin as well. Is this more favorable a position for them for the rush? They seem to think so. In comes the push. Canale going to reciprocate with a rush of his own now. It's blue and red brick roads crossing. Exodial close to an overclock, but the sightlines are pretty minimal based on how France have flipped the map. And perhaps he'll try and do the same. Flanks on flanks here now as Exodial looks to step into the spotlight. Kyo blindsided for a moment, but has a chance to get away. But that's a suit that has been used. Everyone running from Exodial or running at Gala, it's hard to say. But either way, Exodial is still caught outside the play for the time being. Remake here for Margin. France refueled, ready to rumble. Kyo with an overclock now, but lacking targets to use it on. And Margin's going to be frozen up here out in the open. Good response from Spain. Another really solid defensive effort now gives them a chance to take the map.
I mean, they have a real shot to get this hold. I mean, they have been tremendous here on defense. Now we are just below a minute, so we'll see if France, now going back over to the Sigma, can make this work. Maybe even make another swap here for France, but it'll just be the Sig. The self-destruct for Santi, so she'll be able to get a mech back as Maywall there. Just gonna now allows them to open things up. Accretion does not connect. Used quite early.
Yeah, hasty, but maybe I guess you're hoping for like an early pick on the Diva, but there's a self-destruct remake opportunity there for Santi. Can Kyo deliver a first pick? Accretion goes wide. Another super long range accretion from Margin. FD God needs to stay alive. They have that orbital ray, and it's going to be instrumental in giving them a chance in this fight. Gala's going to have these soon as well. Go time. Blizzard's going to be in play here. Bones with the first one. Orbital ray, though, to keep you inoculated against the damage follow-up if you're France, and that's Bones falling. It's a misstep, an overstep perhaps for Spain, as France have found a key opening to push this one through. In Kyo, simply perhaps more insult than injury at this point, gets that counter Sojourn kill on Exodial, and Santi can only stall things out for as long as she possibly can. But that is a D-suit with no remake opportunity. That is the series. It's a 3-0 for France.
Yes, that one came down to the wire. I thought Spain probably played their best there on defense on King's Row. Just not enough to get things done. So we saw a lot from France here today, right? A lot of different comps being able to play some of the Diva, the Sigma, Jetpack Cat, Bastion. We saw that kind of come into play. A pretty impressive showing overall from France. I mean, take a look at some of the stats. I mean, Kyo just kind of popping off. I mean, Majin as well in terms of the damage output. I mean, the damage is just so heavily favoring France.
Yeah, I mean, Margin looks pretty dominant, I think, on this Sigma in many of those scenarios. It looks like Santi, she was happy to switch to Diva and Mirror in those final moments, which simply gave Margin the window to make that switch back and be advantaged in that last fight or so. But actually, it's definitely also a map and series to some degree that is highlighted by the Exodial versus Kyo matchup. Two players really familiar with one another, having faced off in OWCS before, gave us some fireworks.
They definitely did. I think that it was really fun to see the head-to-head between these two hit scan players. I feel like we also definitely saw France focusing in on trying to deal with Exodial throughout this entire series, as he was definitely a huge pain point for them. I feel like overall, though, France has demonstrated a lot more flexibility in their compositions, Matt. I think they looked a lot more comfortable on that Mizuki comp here as well, which is definitely a highlight for me.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them play that, the Mizuki. We saw them play Bastion. We saw them play a little Pharah. I thought you saw a lot of really nice, interesting, compositions here from France. And I think, with them being what we assume to be the favorite in their group, you're going to want to see them play all these different types of things at a pretty high level, which they did against Spain. And for Spain, look, I thought they put up a pretty good fight the last map. The first two were quite rough. Might just be some comps that they're not that equipped to deal with at the moment.
I also think that like the way that they handled that defense side on Circuit Royal for me like really illustrated that just the difference in these two teams, or maybe just how good France are in general. You have to like make some pretty strong audibles when you have like, you know, two airborne DPS you have to deal with in a comp that like just isn't tailored really to handle it.
Yeah.
The fact that they bleed like 3 minutes and like probably should have been a full hold, you know, they bleed like 3+ minutes off the clock there and just make a misstep, you know, when it counts. Doesn't really put a blemish on the fact that they came up with an answer to a pretty tough problem. They did it on the fly.
They definitely did. I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts then, Mitch. For the side of Spain, what did you feel like was really missing from them to even take a map off in this series here from France?
Yeah, okay, a fair question. I think that like in general, in the hitscan matchup, they were looking pretty solid. I also think Bones had some really good main moments, but for me, I think like Santi, she was solid, but Margin is, I do think a cut above. I think they are like genuinely with the pedigree of like, you know, an up-and-coming elite player in that EMEA region. I say up-and-coming, they've competed obviously, you know, in the past, but I think just like a potential experience gap there is just sort of being displayed. We'd use Sigma mirrors. I think we've used it, I think, especially when we looked at like Vistola in the previous game and like in other situations to kind of illustrate like an understanding of that matchup and just the way that Margin's able to navigate that and make the comfortable switch over towards D.Va, for me, is emblematic of the engine room of France just being a little bit more well-oiled than Spain, who I do think will still impose themselves on the rest of the group. We don't know what to expect from Poland yet. I'm always holding out hope for them just to be, you know, exciting dark horse prospect. But yeah, France again, in the tank role, I feel like that's where they really were able to shine.
I still think Ash, though, like Spain should feel pretty good about their chances to make it out of the group, right? They've already beaten Ireland. Poland, you know, we'll see what they kind of have to offer in terms of like, you know, their potential like level of skill. Whereas Spain, I think this may have been, you know, a really rough draw for them, obviously, with you know, France being such a talented team, maybe even like, you know, one of the top two across all of EMEA, right, competing in the groups. So could just be, you know, a rough draw learning experience here from Spain, and then they bounce back against Poland, and I know everything's all good on their front.
For sure. Lots that they could definitely be taking away here in this matchup up against France. But we do have an interview on the way now here. We got Dip here representing Team France. Congratulations, Dip, on your win today. And I kind of wanted to get an idea of how you're feeling. This is your first time actually representing France for the Overwatch World Cup, and I want to know what that means to you.
It means the world to me. I think everyone on the squad is like so proud of representing France, and French fans are like so hyped about esports in general, so it's definitely something to me.
I mean, you guys always bring the party whenever we've had live events in the past. The passion of the French fans is undeniable. I want to ask you like a game-related question. I was really impressed with what we saw from you guys in Circuit Royal, your defense side, when you had to play against like the Jetpack Cat, Bastion, and the Pharah, and you're on like Sim Mate, which is not like a traditionally a good comp to pressure, like, you know, airborne DPS heroes. What is like the conversation in comms about how you're going to play around that? Because what you showed us was like a really solid understanding of like, you know, like how to play into that comp where like you might have a mismatch in terms of, you know, what your comp is designed to do.
I mean, I think it was just a really good discipline from us. Like we just wait out the Bastion form and then like inside rooms, and then when it's our turn, we just go out. I think we've shown that we had a really good understanding on the Cat Bastion comp, whether we play it or whether we play against it. So I just say it's good discipline and good teamwork from the boys.
Yeah, we were talking to Tread yesterday, and he was mentioning how hard it is to like kind of pilot that Cat Bastion comp. What do you think is so difficult about it at times to be able to play, and like you know, where some of the pitfalls some other teams have and trying to make it work?
Honestly, I'm kind of clueless. Like FT God is kind of doing the work on the cat. I don't really know. I just know my job. I'm doing my job. I can't really answer, to be honest. Like generally, it's just FT God.
It's all on the cat.
I just let him do the work, you know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm also kind of wondering, I guess now, I feel like we all feel pretty confident. I'm sure you guys feel confident about your odds of going to Busan and being able to come out of your group. And I wanted to know from your perspective, when it comes down to Team France, what do you feel like your biggest strength is as a team here in OWWC?
I think that's an easy one. I think our biggest strength is that like we have an actual team, like we're an actual group. Unlike some other teams which look like they don't have like really uh group of people where everyone's friend and all. Like in France, like we're actually all friends together. We all get along which with each other pretty well. So I think that's our biggest strength. Like we're an actual team, and I think we can go really far thanks to that.
Okay, great insight to hear. I mean, you've always been a standout player, I think, when we watched Team Peps. And I want to say again, congratulations on your win. And we're excited to see more of Team France as OWWC goes on.
Thank you so much for having me, GG's.
Thank you, GG's. Um, Taking a look at our groups now as we did a little bit of a correction here into our standings, Matt, I think that there's good confidence here coming out from Dip. That synergy as well that he was talking about is so important and matters so much in competitions like this.
Yeah, I mean, look, and the French Overwatch scene needs a little bit of a dub right now, right? So I mean, this team can kind of provide that positive spark to that huge fan base that we have, just like esports player base. And I think Spain, look, I mean, you look up and down kind of Poland's roster, right? There's some interesting players there. They got second, in the conference cups, but with what we've seen from Spain this far, I still think there's a really good shot they make it out of this group. So they can't kind of like hammer themselves too hard on just this one game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like there's a really promising Poland squad here, and like my only concern is that there's upset potential in that potential Poland versus Spain game. We haven't seen Poland yet, but like they have a number of players that actually qualified up to OWWC EMEA through promo relegation and their performance in Master, and they're the ones that kicked Peps out as well, which is yeah, I mean, particularly delicious. So yeah, I'm curious to see them get out and show us what they're capable of here, but that's going to be a little bit later on in the piece, of course.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be our final matchup of the day where we'll actually finally get to see that preview of Team Poland. But before we go to a quick break, I do want to remind you guys to follow us everywhere and scan the QR code on your screens for those links so you can catch us on Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and more. When we do return, though, Austria are going to look to try and bounce back today, but it's going to be a tough matchup up against Team Sweden's powerhouse. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, we are now into our seeding society here for our next game. Tama v Kevster on that Widowmaker matchup. Thanks for sticking with us there. Just a brief interlude while we sort out some transmission-related issues. But Tama, good for it. Obviously, someone who we've seen, on a number of different tank picks has decided to take Widowmaker into this game and try and take it to Kevster. This is our first time, Matt, seeing Sweden get out there on the field.
Yeah, true. Our first look at Sweden. Kev was on one in Tokyo. I mean, he was so good at that event. Just every time you pick Cassidy, he was able to dominate. As I say that, he is going down to the wire here in the 1v1 against the tank for Austria and Widowmaker. And Tama looks like he is able to come out on top there. So, just the Kevster glaze into the Tama 1v1 win there. So, pretty big for Austria that they get the first map pick.
Yeah, I mean, crucial. This game for Austria is so important. It can't be overstated with their
do or
loss
die,
to
pretty much.
Denmark. Yeah, it's legitimately do or die, especially with like the relative degree of parity we've seen between Denmark and Finland. Sweden also need to come out of the gate swinging. I think if I'm Sweden, I want to make a decisive display here and let Denmark and Finland know they're coming for them.
Well, you kind of, we'll see a look at the ban. So it will be a Tracer ban here from Austria. Then it'll be Sweden getting rid of the Wrecking Ball, which we've seen Tama kind of go to at times. Sweden here, this is their first game. Everybody else in this group has already played. Austria got 3-0 there by Denmark. So for Sweden to kind of keep pace with Denmark, right? In terms of map differential, obviously going to have to get a pretty pretty strong performance here, potentially at 3-0.
Yeah, strong showing. That is going to be absolutely crucial. This team, of course, this Swedish roster is pretty potent, right? Somehow they've been able to nab Admiral and get him in the backside there alongside Sile. But Zoro and Kevster obviously make for a pretty dynamic DPS line. And we've seen Willies a fair bit, I think, over the course of OWCS. Unfortunately, it was an ill-fated campaign with Team Peps that has put them in a
you are just killing Peps today.
I just want to point out.
You are just crushing every segment we come on. Mitch is like, how can I turn this into a Peps segment?
It's not
it's
even
rough though.
No,
they do get
for Gen G, but obviously we've had some rough Peps outings here, and it's obviously was a tough stage for them, right? Willies obviously has shown that he can hang, and I do think that up against Tama, he's gonna have his work cut out for him, especially given that Tama's not only like a wide hero pool from Tama, but his willingness also to like dig into it and like play stuff like the ball. Like you do need to have strategies ready to deal with that comp if it rears its head.
So I think Willies can obviously play like maybe some Hazard here, can do some type of Diva type of play. So we'll see kind of what Willies kind of brings in here for Sweden, but the rest of the roster is so strong around him, right? So you figure like this could be like a really kind of standout performance. Sounds like after Tama won the 1v1 here against Kev, he went for a walk. So we're just waiting on Tama to get back here.
A walk? Going. You mean a victory lap, bro?
Yeah,
around the house.
He went into his fridge. He just started like shooting champagne up across his room.
He got into the Oreos, bro. Just cleaned them out.
Moment.
Little treat for daddy. I respect it, honestly. That's fine. Ilios says our first map pick is interesting, right? Kind of makes me wonder. Like Sweden immediately they windmill slam the Wrecking Ball ban. They do not want to see that on this map, and that might have been part of the game plan for Austria. So heads up for Sweden to sort of see that coming. Again, Tama is a player with footage on them, like you sort of know what to expect to some degree.
Yeah, and I think Tama's hero pool kind of leads more towards like those like dive centric tanks. Where we've seen Tama struggle like is where you kind of have to play like the Maga, the Ramatra, Sigma, things along those lines. So we'll see how that kind of comes into play. It looks like Tama back in his seat, obviously ready to go here. As we get into Ilios, where I'd be looking at Kev. Probably playing some Cassidy here in this series. A really good backline, obviously, from Sweden, like you talked about with Admiral and Sile.
Yeah, Kale low in for this game. Admiral taking a seat for the time being. Still expect good things from this roster. Obviously, a lot of the name brand power originates from that DPS line. Kevster, again, was, recently, just putting on a great showing. And it's just kind of funny because he's the kind of player who I really thought like he was tough to get much better than Kevster was. And he's shown that the ceiling is higher than we might have realized.
He was so back in Tokyo, as we will see. This will be a Cat Bastion head-to-head here, it looks like, off the rip. So interesting of note is Sweden will play with a Casti and a Bastion. Typically we see it with like a Reaper, Tracer, Sim. They'll play another hit scan here, as Psycho will be piloting the Reaper here for Austria.
Kevs is also that kind of player who, you know, like, he spent a long time playing alongside hitscan mains, so didn't get to show just how insane he is all the time. But one of the most flexible DPS players in the world, who obviously has insane, like, you know, flanking DPS and Tracer and Genji, but also, you know, astonishing level of hitscan prowess. So he will be dangerous, and he will be a concern for Austria, as Zydra is going to be dangled within his purview for much of the game. Hopefully as little as possible if you're Austria, but again, Kevster is the danger man here.
Nice shots there by Kev. He was putting a lot of damage down into Zydra, but then also connected on the Psycho earlier in the fight, which you know, prevented the Reaper from getting up into the mix. It is Austria in control of the point, but that is not going to last for long here, as Sweden going to take it right back.
So much to love about that, Matt. First of all, a great Susan from Sile to prevent this knockdown on Kevster. That would have been certain death. And then after the fact, Willies comes in and sort of redirects Tama, gets a charge, gets a, you know, a stomp on that enemy Malga, and basically means Kevster can get away from that scot-free, when otherwise it would have been a really compromising position. So obviously a lot of being invested in keeping Kevster standing for good reason, of course, and it pays itself back straight away.
See Zydra already taking some damage there, Mitch. I know getting lit up by Willies, some damage there from Kev, as you actually see Kev the one being piloted in the sky here, because he's got the Deadeye. That is a crazy combo. Looks like it actually got broken up there for a second. Gonna use some of that healing to kind of keep Willies up. Here's gonna be the Deadeye flying through the air. This is chaos.
Oh no! Around the corner, man! This is too much maneuverability with the jetpack out in play, and Kev's able to ring around the circle, but this will be a catnapping. Can he be saved?
Can't be saved, no.
Kale tried.
Just dragged him low into the, you know, that box there, and not able to keep him alive.
That's not even the lion's share of the ultimates here that Austria have been able to develop. Tama has a cage fight ready. Tough to break that with a Cassidy, as opposed to like a Sojourn who can sort of try and rail it with an ultimate. But now we are back, of course, in the pilot seat with Nyx. Looking to fly low here with Zydra. Looking to airdrop some love from Austria.
Dude, we should do a talent takedown where all the caster pairs in the desk hosts have to do a Cat Bastion combination to see who can combo the best. Willies is going to be a cage fight here. Tama uses his as well. That's also Kitsune rushes from both sides, but just Zoro in a way better position there to contribute in terms of damage output, and that's an easy fight win there for Sweden.
I can't believe you're invoking the concept of a talent takedown, just as a quick aside. I think we abolished that because we all took it way too seriously.
Well, no, Jake ruined it. You know, Jake...
Yeah, it's
Jake
tough
came in
when
and played
pro
Wade.
players graduate to casters and then take it all over, but, you know.
Well, there's some pro players who, you know, they're pretty chill. Like, I think they would just kind of, like, hang out. Jake is definitely not one of them.
I can't believe your Butterboy casting partner is catching strays from you here. That's crazy. Kevster's going to get blown up. Those Psychos able to get in there, and a Dead Blossom. And is going to be a little bit problematic for Austria to deal with. This is a decent look for them now. Zydra as well into that mortar form. Skyle taken down by Tama in the end, in a stagger on Zoro.
I mean, that's where I feel like the Reaper, you get like a little bit better value, right? Like Psycho kind of, like, obviously Kev, you know, you can do this fun stuff where you're just gonna get him up in the sky here. I know with the Cat, maybe you get the Deadeye in, but like if you can get Psycho in position to put pressure on the Willies, like if you just have Sile being able to heal him, you can just get rid of that Malga rather quickly. So the Reaper definitely paying off here. Definitely a little bit more conventional look.
Zoro, Kevster, both sitting with ultimates. Cat happening in the next fight. There's also on the cards for Nyx potentially. 82% now. We're up to parity here. Tama wants to make a pretty aggressive charge early, but it costs him most of his health. Deadeye over the top, and that will do Zydra in. There really is no counterplay to that combo. One of the first we used to see terrorize ranked when Jetpack Cat made his way into the game. Now, though, it's really up to Psycho trying to fight for his life on the point there, and eventually Kevster gives him his due amount of attention and takes him down.
Well, so Austria will still have another fight here, right? I know 2 support ults, I know with the cage as well, to work with. Psycho getting close to Death Blossom. We'll see if they're able to do it. It'll look like working around the outside. Maybe it'll be get a touch here. As nope, it'll be Tama who kind of runs on through.
A cage fight there. Feels a bit arbitrary. Just had to throw it out at that point, and it was Tama trying to stall things out. It was always going to find himself in a compromising situation where he had no time to assess it beforehand. That's the pressure that's put on you when you are the team playing from behind. And a very, very lively Ruins showing sees Sweden just edge Austria out.
Yeah, both cage fights drop down. Skyle puts the Kitsune Rush over that for Sweden. And I know Willies just kind of starts to just take names there on the point. So back and forth, round one, you take a look at the stats. I know, pretty even across the board here is... both teams just kind of exchanging fight after fight, right? Nobody felt like was able to win 2 fights in a row.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that the Cat Bastion look, but also the Malga play was pretty reasonable here. Tama also able to get plenty going. And it's fun here to see, obviously, 2 teammates battle it out. Kevster and Psycho in slightly different roles here. Obviously, both highly impactful DPS players. It's we'll notch up one for Kevster so far. Those dead eyes over the top of the cat are pretty ridiculous. And Willie's got towed up onto the high ground there as well. This is a rare position for the Malga to play.
Well, you're going to see both Malgas playing from this spot, right? As see both Bastions just flying through the sky as well. Over here on the outside is you see though the pressure that goes on to Willies from the Reaper, but it doesn't matter. I mean, look at this. I mean, Zoro just a firing squad there up on the high ground, just starting to mow players down. Zydra and Tama both fall.
I mean, you see like Zoro instantly just focused on Zydra. There wasn't enough healing from the tether or otherwise to keep the enemy Bastion in play. Good start for Sweden. It's the kind of map here where it can be pretty hard to get back into the game. A lot of this relatively annoying high ground and great perches here for Kevster to assume some off angles. Of course, takes the major perk with the right click, doing that damage over time. And Psycho there just gets on the wrong side of the Cassidy. A tough matchup for him to play into, to be fair, but it's clear, Matt, that Austria feel like they need a little bit of anti-tank to deal with Willies.
Yeah, looks not sure what's going on with Kev there. So, okay, no, never mind. Right back, you just kind of like go through the wall. Maybe something we got from the Observer. But yeah, like they haven't really been able to kind of punish Willies for any of these spots, even with the Reaper. So we'll now see now maybe Zydra taking a little bit of an off angle here with Nyx going across that right-hand side of things. But I know Kev has such an open area to be able to fire across, right? I mean, this looked great here for Sweden. It'll be the Deadeye again and flowing around. I mean, I don't even know what you're supposed to do here if you're Austria.
I'm telling you, like, if you don't have Diva, there is no counterplay. Pick engine deflected, I guess. It is very, very hard to deal with. And honestly, it's a huge boon to Sweden's composition that they've got 2 very viable candidates to be airlifted across the map. Not that anyone would mind it, I think, but yeah, it's really hard to mitigate that damage. And the sheer speed at which Jetpack Cat can tow that Cassidy around means that, like, Deadeye is virtually unavoidable.
I mean, yeah, especially when, like, a lot of the times, or if you're trying to avoid it, you're avoiding it by running into a Bastion head on. It'll be 2 cage fights here laid out. Zoro and Zydra both using the artillery.
It's brutal out there.
Bloodbath, yeah. I mean, it's like
nice
a Modern Warfare 4, yeah.
Zydra forced off the line. And we see a Wraith Walk has to be used here by Psycho. They're uncomfortable. Kev's still coming back off respawn. He was one of the casualties in that earlier engagement. So Austria at least will have a chance to try and capture here. Willie's very, very low. Can he take a sidebar and get topped back up? The answer is an emphatic yes. We're ready to fight once more as Sweden. And Psycho is in an awkward spot out in the open. This is not where Reaper shines. And he'll try and duck back to somewhere with less lighting to suit his brooding sort of demeanor. Charge backwards from Tama, never a good sign. Don't want to see your Malga coming towards you, that is for sure. Psycho low, it's a desperation death blossom that wilts under the pressure of Sweden. And this will be a much more cut and dry affair on well. Sweden could be poised here to take this first map up pretty comfortably as Zydra with a token amount of stall on the Sombra. And that will be about it.
Yes, if you can close the gap with the Reaper, obviously it can be impactful, which we saw Psycho do on our first round on Ruins, but I know they are on well with the distance. I mean, you can see it from his POV there towards the end, right? He's taking fire from the Bastion on one side, shots from the Cassidy on the other. There's no way he can get in position. So Sweden with a pretty strong showing here in map number 1. First round, pretty close, back and forth. The second round, not so much.
I'm really not about to argue with this. Both teams displaying an interest in going for these Jetpack Cat compositions, but Kevster with 11k damage for me is pretty decisive. Psycho's opportunities here are pretty limited, and there's a sense that maybe you've over-indexed into trying to like have the Reaper for your anti-Malga, and you're not really accounting for this Cassidy element, which is kind of, oh my god, he almost got away with this too. Yeah, and obviously that's your only sort of counterplay to that is being able to shoot the jetpack cap. But here, like, Zydra legitimately has nowhere to go, man. Like, I do not know what you're supposed to do.
I mean, yeah, because you're also like relying on really kind of like the cat getting out of you these situations, right? So if you've already used like the fly and you can't really kind of get anywhere, I mean, right here you can't exactly. You have to kind of know which fights you can kind of stand there and fight and win, because like, at that moment you're just kind of like, okay, Zydra's basically at half HP, and then you're just kind of having like pummeling into Zoro on the other side, and Zoro's like fully health. Like so you're just not going to win that. So you have to be a little bit more selective in the fights you're going to take with that jetpack cat and the Bastion combination, especially going against another one.
This is going to be tantamount to rage bait, but it is somewhat nuanced to play this composition, especially like into the mirror. This is also rage bait now I think of it, but there's room for skill expression there, and Zoro also
you were just rage baiting people in the chat. Say something else.
I'm keeping the face as straight as I possibly can, but again, there are some situations where like your jetpack cat and bastions are facing off, and Zoro just like nuked down Zydra, just like saw the bastion and knew that there just like wasn't enough healing throughput in the world to
but like the movement is reliant on the cat, right?
Yes.
So like
you are at the mercy of the cat as well. Like you as Bastion, like you just hope you get put in the right spot. You've got to trust your teammate.
You even heard Dip say it when we did the interview, right? He's like, I'm just shooting. I don't know. FD God's just bringing me around. I don't know what's going on, but like you're really reliant on that cat to put you in the good positions, get the angles, right? At that point, you're just like the chopper gunner, pilot.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking about. You genuinely you just have to hope that they make the right kind of strafing run for you. So it's New Junk City, the pick here for Austria. After a pretty challenging face-off, they have an opportunity to take us to a map that sees much less of this jetpack cat gameplay. But I think we'll need to look a little bit deeper. We'll need to see some of these hero bands to sort of pick apart how they want to target Sweden. I don't know how you feel about this, but I think you're wasting your time trying to go after Kevster's hero pool.
Yeah, probably. I mean, what are you going to get rid of, right? If you get rid of the Cassidy, he'll play Sojourn. You get rid of the, vice versa, right? You target Willie's hero pool. I don't know. That is, something you could potentially look at. I don't think we'll see much Bastion here. So maybe we, or maybe for Austria, right? You kind of make sure of that, and get rid of one of the two. I know Jetpack Cat or Bastion. It does look like we have a sub here for Sweden, so it'll be Eclipsin, Zydra, moving to the bench. So we'll see, how this sub kind of pans out, what they want to play in this different look.
Yeah. Okay. So, obviously Zydra is someone who we've got a pretty decent body of information on, but it's good to see that there's some rotation here with Eclipse coming into the lineup. So again, not someone I have a really strong read on, but again, as we move away from the Jetpack Cat Bastion potentially on this kind of map, there's a ton of space to sort of fill in here. Kevster won't necessarily be on the Cassidy once again. The whole field of other heroes in which he's very potent on kind of opens up. Kevster is the wild card and one of those few DPS players that plays across both sides of the DPS coin more than adequately. So wherever he goes, man, he's going to give you some unparalleled level of flexibility. That's elite DPS play.
And I thought Willie's was pretty good in map number 1, playing the Molgoth, right? Not a hero you would kind of consider him known for. So it'll be a hazard ban. That is something we typically do see, from Willie's. Really strong on the hazard. A sim ban here for Sweden, something they don't want to have to go up against, right? With Psycho on the other side, how good he is on the sim, especially on a map like this. So both these bans obviously make an impact on this game for either team.
Yeah, and obviously Eclipse, you're gonna love this. He actually did have a stint on Team Peps quite a while ago.
Your entire life revolves around Team Peps.
Honestly, though, even more importantly, this guy was on the 2018 squad for Austria.
Oh wow!
So yeah, going way back. I generally remember this guy. So kind of cool to see him sort of pop up here. notable results really only date back to 2023. So a bit of a gap there in terms of like what we've known this guy to be up to. He was a contenders player, was on Pep's obviously during that run. So very, very different era of the game. So, let's see what he can show us.
Yeah, potentially coming in to play some like hit scan. Like we obviously seen Zydra do that, but kind of can play a little bit of everything. So we will see Eclipse come in, play the hit scan for Austria. So Tama on the Zarya. So we've seen teams ban the Zarya at moments. We'll get a chance to see how Austria decides to use it here into Willie's D.Va. So could potentially give the D.Va of Sweden some issues, right? As we'll see how Tama decides to use those bubbles.
And maybe a bit extra support for Psycho here, especially as we want to be tracking like their Tracer matchup, as you'll see Kevster and Psycho try and fight each other a lot of the time on these sort of flank routes, trying to control those ways into the back line. And obviously the Tracer that wins there gets to go on and start to harass the supports. Slide on in there for Eclipse, trying to make a big impression early on here, but Kevster respects it enough to duck back, pick a health pack up. Zoro also suffered quite a large degree of scrutiny now as the Cassidy role has changed. Sweden, as I mentioned earlier, that flexibility allows them to go for this, and Eclipse does get caught out. It's actually Skyle with a big kunai connection.
You just see how aggressive Sweden can be behind this D.Va. You also just have Kevster just being such a nuisance in the back line. We haven't seen a ton of Tracer from Kev in the OWCS. Obviously with Psycho on the team, we can play the Tracer. You see him playing a lot of the hit scan type stuff, but always fun, like you mentioned. So flexible, can play so many different things. Seeing him move over, play the Tracer here. So we'll see. Eclipse not even really able to get anything going in that fight, Mitch, right? Not even really able to kind of put down some serious damage. You see it just 40% here towards an overclock.
Yeah, he is like pretty determined, I think, to try and like Kevster on that flank angle there as well, shut him down. Maybe just an overexposure to Kiriko, but also sometimes you just die to random kunais and you can't do too much but sort of pack it up. Willis is navigating what normally is a difficult matchup for the D.Va very effectively. Knows that his role is not to fight the Zarya head-to-head, but to account maybe for Psycho's pressure on the backline, and obviously want to try and tune down the impact of the enemy Soj.
Yeah, I mean, Austria ends up flipping the point there, not allowing Sweden to probably get up to like almost like 80%. You wouldn't even be able to kind of test at this point. So fortunate for them, they just have not come out with a fight win though here. So see, maybe there's a grab here from Tama that can kind of turn the tides. And Sky will actually end up using a Kitsune Rush, open things up. It's going to be a sound barrier here for Austria. It only connects with 3, Mitch, but I still feel like the damage was done there with the grab.
I'd be shocked if Sweden find any sort of edge here. Tama correctly identifies there's a chance to go after the D-suited D.Va, and Kevster here now is left to sort of run about. Kale did not have a beat in response to that Graviton Surge, and that little mismatch really cost Sweden. As strong as they've looked, it's still hard to argue with the Zarya roll.
Yeah, and I like this decision. And now Willie's going to go over and play the Ramatra, a much easier matchup to take into the Zarya, one that's probably going to look much better over the course of this map. So Psycho with a pulse bomb though could put this one away in favor of Austria. Here would be a really nice way to start this map, obviously getting a flashpoint under their belt.
Down on the point though is Psycho, getting his eye bubble here and there. Zoro's going to force all of Austria out of the way. This opens the way for some point pressure, and we're just going to let the Deadlight go in the end. It goes into the shield of Tama, who's going to be charged up as a result. Eclipse trying to go hog wild, but Zoro's going to ward him off there with a rail gun. He's done enough though. Skyle got picked off to start the fight, and that is a classy little fade away. Beautifully done in Austria.
Yeah.
Take our first flashpoint.
I mean, it takes a little bit for Eclipse to kind of heat up, but you see some of the railgun shots connected towards the end. I think for me, biggest thing there, right, is obviously Willie's having to make the adjustment a little bit later into that point. Austria was able to flip it, at times, right? Psycho getting behind Sweden as they kind of pushed on forward. But then Kale not really able to build up towards that sound barrier, as fast as Nick's on the other side, right? So didn't have it, for some of the key moments in that fight. Maybe an opportunity to open things up with it here, though.
Policy of Psycho might even need to be beaten. That would be awkward. It's something you do want to save the grab if you ever can, but sometimes your hand is forced a bit. Psycho across the front line with help of Zarya. Bubble takes Zoro very, very low. He's going to double back, and that's going to draw out the sound barrier. And that's more than enough. Nice little stick off the backside there. Kevster, Tama mitigates to some degree, but it's very, very low. Matomic's down. There really is no help here for this Zarya. Tama are aware of that as well. We'll just sort of dive in and hope to perish post-haste.
Yeah, Yes, so you end up using that beat aggressively there because a lot of pressure was going on to Zoro, so they kind of felt like they absolutely needed to use it. This is going to be the tough fight, though, Mitch, like you were talking about, right? Maybe you save that beat for the grab, not going to have it here coming up. So how do you stay alive through this grab? You almost want to just get Willie stuck in it, right? And with the Ramatra block and then maybe the Suzu, you're able to kind of keep him alive. I know also the shield from the Ramatra as well. But you do have the pulse bomb from Psycho to combo with it, so very difficult. Yeah, you see with the grab, they're going straight through the back line.
Ashton Lucio, Kiriko as well. 2-for-1 special. Kale gets blown up there. Kitsune Rush used just for the extra throughput, but that's not going to be enough. Still elsewhere. Kev's just found 2 kills already, and I don't know if Tama's in a great spot for this at all. Nemesis form activated. Tom X will crumple first, and Psycho looks sheepish out there on the point. He's going to have to give this one up. The flashpoint will be fought back by Sweden.
They're not able to get Skyle, so they get Kale. Skyle, though, ends up living through that grab, and this will have Austria making a change in terms of tanks. So now that you don't have that advantage in terms of like the Zarya into the Diva, you're going to make the swap over to Mauga here. So yesterday we were talking about how effective like Mauga can be in some of these different types of comps and kind of what we're seeing in the meta right now. Didn't really get to see a ton of them, but today the Mauga kind of coming out from a few different groups.
Matching up to the Ramatra. Stomp attempt here coming through from Tama, at least just a reposition there with the charge by the looks of things. Deadeye for Zoro. It's a little bit uncomfortable, but a lot of space to be made here by this Annihilation. Such as Zoro now has that safer pocket in which to play and just rain damage down on Tama. Now it's cleanup duty. Sweden looks to have found their feet now on this map after a dominant showing on Ilios. Comfortably will lean into this third flashpoint.
Yeah, and a bit of damage there from Zoro's Deadeye onto Eclipse, and it's just Kev kind of going around on a flank, just finishing him off. So Psycho gets dangerously low. That's going to be recall there. I don't think you're going to see any chase from Kev. He's going to get back to the rest of the team. Be careful here. Tom X does have that Kitsune Rush to play through, so that's probably one of the best ultimates there for Mauga to kind of work with.
Kitsune Rush now in play. Tom X quickly just ducking aside to keep Eclipse topped up. Willie's going to be stunned here. Nice little stomp coming through from the Mauga. Okay, good beat. Very good beat. Willie's was definitely, pushed to the brink there. Eclipse, he wants to surge forward, and Zoro just gets picked out of thin air. Some really nice shots coming in from Eclipse. With the backup of Psycho, and to clean up for Austria.
Yeah, and even though it's a sound barrier that comes in from Sweden, it's just the overclock there from Eclipse. That just starts kind of running through some of those health bars on the opposite side. So, man, these tanks just kind of counter-picking each other left and right. Tama goes over to the Mauga. He ends up winning that battle over the Ramatra. Now you're going to play the Diva into the Mauga, as you feel like that maybe is a little bit more impactful, right? Not as easy to kind of connect with some of these stomps. You see Tama, they're going to actually, that's going to be the go time of the Kitsune Rush. Tama gets dangerously low.
Yeah, Willie's so caught outside the cage fight. Good reaction from Tama, and he was able to be kept alive. Not just that, but also accounting for both supports on his own. Depth of hero pool and confidence brimming. Tama able to lead Austria to another fight win.
I mean, this is why we were talking about like teams trying to play some Mauga yesterday, right? Where they were just kind of like, throwing themselves into like the Ramatra head-to-head, and obviously not coming out on top, as Mauga can be pretty strong against just about any hero, to be quite frank. Is now an opportunity here for Austria to go up with another flashpoint. It'll be Kevu steps up here just to get a touch. So, you lose Tom X. That's a huge blow there. So Austria's going to decide to invest that sound barrier into this.
Yeah, such a nice stomp, though, from Tama. Just sets up an easy kill on Kale. And there's Psycho again getting involved. He's been crucial over the course of this flashpoint. And Austria look to be the better team at the moment. Willie's completely overwhelmed. The Diva, not the answer, apparently, against this Mauga, as Tama is ready to run riot into what could be a final flashpoint. Austria giving us far more than we maybe would have expected here, as Sweden are reeling.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a huge map win for Austria. So I know a few players still here. Kev's gonna try and chase. Maybe so you can see if he can get a kill on rotation, as Skyle takes out Nick. So gonna be able to come up with some kills here, but it's really those kind of kills. I know once the point opens up, and try 10 seconds on that, you're gonna have to get a respawn here for Austria. You're gonna obviously concede control of the point first, but we'll see how Austria decides to play around this, right? You have that cage to kind of like lock Willie's in. Potentially I know just cause a lot of trouble for the D.Va. So it'll be the point in control to Sweden first, getting those kills on the rotation like we were talking about. Sweden, though, does have the ability here, Mitch, to kind of stack these like support ultimates. So that could be quite impactful.
Quietly, though, Psycho is causing a lot of problems for Sweden. 12-0 right now on this Tracer. Pretty hard to check. It's a good drop there on Kevster as well. Forced that early recall on out, but it's high ground control maintained by Sweden, and obviously Willies wants to just measure his aggression into this front line as he can be overwhelmed by the Malga. Maybe you're looking to ignore him if possible. Creates the space for Zoro. He occupies it and delivers a kill in response. Tomex also caught out, and that's both backliners down. A very, very efficient fight win in the works here for Sweden, only having to spend this Sojourn ultimate.
Yeah, and I think the Sojourn swap here for Sweden is really good against the Malga, right? We've seen that, you know, the overclock is really good at getting rid of the cages. It's going to be 75% already on the point for Sweden. This is basically going to be one that I know Austria are not even going to be able to get a fight in, it feels like. There'll be a Kitsune rush actually from Tomex. They want to continue to try and fight this. There is a nice railgun shot from Zoro. It's going to be Kale investing the sound barrier here to make sure they get it tied up. But that overclock can be so strong against the Malga, and just like that, here we go. It's going to be Tama going back to the Zarya. You know, the both tanks just kind of swapping constantly, trying to get the upper hand.
Tama is relentless. He does not care. He needs to find a favorable matchup. He knows that's where Austria are driving a lot of their advantages in this game alongside Psycho's play. So again, he will go for it. Willie's here on the D.Va. Going to be a little bit uncomfortable to start with, and you can see he's forced to get the heck out of there. Here's another overclock from Eclipse. They've been brilliant so far, even if his overall damage output has been, outshone a little bit by Zoro. There's just nothing to shoot at this time around. Zoro teases him, gives him an option. Doesn't linger long enough here to allow Eclipse to draw the bead. And Sweden have this high ground map control, and they're going to very quickly take this first flashpoint if they can.
Well, it's going to be a sound barrier here from Austria as they want to continue to fight this here. They don't want to just give up this for free as Psycho takes out Kale, and you also lose Skyle. So it's going to be both supports falling here. Sweden is going to have to give this up. The late beat there from Austria kind of coming on in. So, you know, they all take a lot of damage and then just back on out for a beat, then go in with that huge support ultimate, and they get control of the point first.
You saw Sweden were nervous. They dropped immediately to try and cap the point as it opened. They knew they were on a clock as Austria were encroaching, and they probably had tracked that sound barrier from Nix. Nicely done, though. This is 28% now for Austria, already being built up. These flashpoints, as you know, do pass you by pretty quickly. Willies has to hope that his latest move in the chess game of tank swaps will be enough. Kevster creates pressure and will force the drop of Psycho straight into the purview of Zoro.
Oh, they flip the point.
Yep, easy pick up
just
there. And yeah, I mean, Austria didn't want to contest. Psycho was just dipping a toe on. I guess elsewhere they were actually under pressure such that they couldn't get their ducks in a row. And now this might just fall apart.
Yeah, and now a swap here from Willies over to the Ramatra, which you feel like gives them a little bit of an advantage. Putting some pressure on Tomex, see if you can kind of force out that TP, which you do. Not able to follow it up on the kills. So does Thomas stay on this? Getting very close to a grab. Feels like he's going to kind of play for it. But you're pretty much locked into this for the rest of the game, it feels like.
Yeah, I don't feel like you've got the buffer here to turn around and make a hero swap with that grab encroaching. Can Kale match a beat with it? I don't know if they're going to have time. Tama is charged up, and obviously the more charged you are, the quicker those ultimates come along line. So Zoro, can he open up things here? See Psycho drop. Oh my god, he's so good at the anti-tracer play. It's just ridiculous. Psycho has got to be punching air after that one. He just cannot get any room to breathe. And Sweden might have set themselves up with a win condition now on this map. 89% and counting. Austria without one of their key weapons, and Zoro able to stay alive under pressure. Here's the drop to the point though. Tama trying to just take this space up, and it might be a one-player grab here if he can get it off. No, sends it into the back line, catches a couple, but there's just no follow-up and no help for the Zarya. Psycho and Nix though are back. Psycho very quickly getting back into the game, and Kevster's pulse bomb is a little bit wayward now. Kale is down with beat, by the way, so now you're relying on Skyles. Kitsune rush if it's required, and even he has been picked off. Psycho is making this interesting, to be fair. But now I think he might be on his last legs. Pulse just laconically thrown. And Sweden will have the numbers now as Tama moves to a signature hero pick that really is in position to do much more than elongate the map. Much closer affair here. Austria have to be feeling shortchanged not to come up with a map win, but that is the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and even though you end up losing your supports there early on for Sweden, you kind of trade those kills back on the other side. They have to play into Willie's annihilation on that point, and that is brutal to play into, right? I mean, you're trying to keep it contested, you're trying to keep the game alive, and that ultimate is just rolling, and there's nothing you can do about it. Kev having himself a game 32-3. on the Tracer, just a constant nuisance for Austria to deal with. But for me, it's like you kind of have this constant rotation of tanks, and it feels like if you just win for Sweden, like if you win like one fight when you're playing the D.Va against like the Zarya, right, you kind of keep it going, and then like you get this massive advantage in terms of like the tank swaps. That's where you can really start to like make your money, so to speak. But I thought Eclipse had a really good game for Austria, coming in off the bench here for Zydra, really popped off with some big overclocks.
Yeah, again, I thought that it was a big part of what kind of gave Austria that edge. I think Tama as well, being first to make these tank swaps, just didn't want to ever be in a position where there was like an unfavorable or even like quote unquote even matchup. Didn't want to play the mirror, and I mean, again, shows a desire there to win. Knows that it's up to him to generate some sort of momentum, some sort of advantage for Austria when they're up against a squad that's definitely considered to be the favorite in this head-to-head. Credit's got to go to Zoro though. Kevster's able to do this kind of stuff right after Psycho gets picked off by the Sojourn a number of times. We're going to see this one in just a second. I think like Zoro like dropped down, and Psycho just gets absolutely flattened. That 150 charge railgun obviously does some heavy lifting there during ultimate. A little bit tough for Psycho, who was, I think in the third, fourth flashpoint, he was 12-0. Eventually ends with 4 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, it's now if you're Austria, like, okay, what do you decide to do, right? You look at Tama's hero pool in like the strengths doesn't exactly kind of play to the meta right now. Do you try and play? You want to go back and play the Cat Bastion? I don't think it looked great on Ilios. I think Eclipse played good enough that you can try and play some of the hit scan, especially if you see Kev on the other side playing Tracer, like he's not having to deal with him. Although Zoro looked really good as well. It'll be Runasabi.
Okay.
So this is you can play a decent amount of D.Va here. Potentially the Hazard an option, right? For Willies, with that being banned in the last map. I wonder if Austria also feels like they need to ban some of the tanks to kind of even protect Tama's hero pool a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we saw at the end of New Queen Street, or rather New Junk City, Tama didn't really have any space to switch anymore. Like, you are like losing too much momentum. You know, I eventually just kind of have to go for it. The Zarya is going to be targeted initially here. It's just a little too problematic, and obviously like having to save a sound barrier for that Graviton surge, if you're on Lucio, for example, every time is a little bit tough, right? Kale was found without that beat on, a couple of occasions. One of the times he sort of dies before he has the chance to make use of that. So take that sort of element of volatility out of the mixture. Sweden feel like the rest of Tama's hero pool, though, for them is really quite manageable, whether it's Wrecking Ball, Malga, or whether he opts into something else.
And we saw the bans there. So it's a Wu Young ban for Austria. And then it is a Sweden ban of Zarya. So the Wu Young ban, I mean, are you trying to protect? Maybe they want to go back. Well, no, I don't think they're going to play the cat, right? Because you would have left the Zydra in to play the Bastion. So, or maybe Eclipse can pilot as well. I thought maybe you're using that to protect the Jetpack Cat, but also could be used to protect something like a Kiri or a Lucio in these types of compositions. So Sweden gets rid of the Zarya, which that would allow them to obviously play a ton of D.Va if they want.
And obviously that is right in Willie's wheelhouse, but playing it into the Ramatra always looked uncomfortable at times. Eclipse, do we get the Cassidy from them? Sojourn so far gets full marks as far as I'm concerned. Kevster's on that Tracer. That's always going to be an issue, and perhaps just having that mag grenade to at least, I don't know, deter Kevster from diving too deep might be the go. It's Austria with the Symmetra and Cassidy Luke in this Ramatra shell.
So we'll see how this matchup, though, I think I would favorite like Willie's a little bit, right? Where we'll see and also like Kev on the Tracer can give fits to this Austrian backline. So we'll see if Psycho can kind of get his team in position on the sim. Obviously one of the better sims in the world, so we'll see if he's able to kind of get them in a position to make an impact, as Zoro, though, with the railgun shot just rips Eclipse's dome off, as now it's going to be difficult to kind of push on in.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you need to Soj here, 100%. So now you need to play out of line of sight. Zoro's could be quite punishing. Eclipse makes a switch off the Cassidy. I think having Grenade against Kevster is nice, but you are outranged. You're a little outmatched up against the Sojourn, who like sort of beats you out of mobility, can zone obviously really nicely with that Disruptor shot. And Eclipse just wants to try and even the playing field. Austria very much about that, trying to set up favorable matchups. But here it's Tomix versus the ground at a very large height, and it doesn't
Who wins?
bode well. The ground gets that round, but hey, we'll see what the run back looks like.
You never know. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I think you do need the Sojourns, like just kind of, I know, whether it be the overclock or just kind of the disruptor. I know against the Ramantra, you can build up like really easy railguns there, where not as much kind of free damage with that shield for the Cassidy. So that's going to be checkpoint already here for Sweden. That is a TP in for Psycho and crew, just trying to get, I know, an angle here, but Psycho gets dangerously low. That's a pulse bomb stick there from Kev. Tama loses all his armor as well. Now we'll see if you're able to keep this Ramatra alive, as the supports for Sweden doing a nice job. Tomic's going to drop that Kitsune Rush. They feel like this is such an important fight to hold.
Clip's trying to put himself on the right spot here, but a lot of those rails going into a Ramatra with his dukes up, and Willies is able to weather the storm, but the Maelstrom is a different story. That one is going to wash him away. Kevster eventually is going to be brought down here, and Sweden's edge, that advantage they're able to build up here, has now dissipated. But it's a Kitsune Rush advantage, and Kale again, a little behind Nyx in terms of that sound barrier charge, but not enough to be significant. It'll be both support ultimates online for Sweden in the next fight, plus an unmatched Maelstrom of their own.
See, Zoro actually gets very close to a railgun shot. It's going to be Skyle opening things up here with a Kitsune Rush as Nyx answers back here with the sound barrier for Austria. But like you mentioned, it's the annihilation. You're just running these players down. Everybody has to back up here for Austria. That sound barrier basically, just gets deleted, Mitch, with this big annihilation that comes on through some shots from Zoro.
It doesn't outlast the annihilation, and it just serves to strip that overshield that much faster. It's about the only answer that Austria really sort of had prepared for it, though, and that's fair enough. Willie's also getting 13% off the back if it means that they might be matched in this next in the next big fight. Ah, man, that's brutal. Kev gonna give it to you sometimes. That's just the way the game goes. Nice little pulse bomb onto Eclipse there, and unfortunately there's nothing to say about that one for Austria. They again lose their Sojourn right at the start of the fight, and that symbol feels kind of pointless without them.
I mean, now you're going to be able, if you're Sweden, right, like aggressively beat into this. I know you see actually it's a TP here for Psycho and Co, just trying to get them in position as Psycho takes a railgun shot. It's going to be the symbol that comes on through.
Beat here for Kale. Works pretty well with the sim wall in play. Gets it right where it needs to be. Now Tama is spotted. Not in a great spot, frankly. TP there. Let's get Psycho trying to wrap around a little bit for Sweden. Yeah, just want to try and lose no players if they possibly can. Make it as clean a fight as possible, and also drag things out. Look at that bot is moving, by the way. We are upwards of 100 meters, and Austria is still sort of staggered out here, still fighting with the last Vestiges.
A huge pick there. So you do get rid of Kev. That's going to reduce a lot of the pressure, but that is brutal. They are losing Tama. I mean, now you have the Kitsune Rush, but you don't really want to use it here. If you're Austria, you're going to have to wait to kind of use it. Coming off the spawn with maybe one last chance. You're going to be using this Kitsune Rush, though, right into Willie's annihilation. That is going to feel brutal. Tama will end up getting his, but not the situation you want to be in if you are Austria. You're getting blown out here as Sweden kind of running it into the spawn. Willie's just taking some damage here, going to allow Skyle to kind of farm up a Kitsune Rush of his own.
Could be about the right time for a nice big railgun for Eclipse, and he is going to go for it. Overclock at the ready. Suzu, though, does get used here now, as both teams take a breather midway through this fight, just long enough for the blue brick road to be laid. And here comes Sweden yet again. Psycho is going to be overrun, but Kyle does get caught out amidst it. There's a sound barrier in the works here for Austria. Something in the back pocket, but having to use beat in order just to stay in the game probably doesn't feel palatable. Unfortunately, that's the only flavor being served up to Austria right now, and Nyx has to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to use your beat to basically just kind of get out of your spawn door, like prevent them from just kind of ending the game, and it is brutal. I mean, even with that sound barrier, Mitch, you see some of the kills coming out in favor here of Sweden. I think Sweden, though, they just want to like delay for a little bit. Skyle gets back in the fight. You see a TP up from Psycho up onto the high ground. I think you're going to play for this beat, right? You're going to give them some space and then play for an advantageous, more offensive beat here for Sweden.
Again, you have to play into the annihilation still, though. I think that's a pretty key deterrent. We saw from Nyx that it's not really enough to cover over that Ramatra ultimate if used under more, ideal conditions. So, a bit more respect being offered to Tama for these next few moments now. Psycho looks for TP into the backline. He's not someone who's ever really offered respect, either like verbally or in-game. And he now is going to try and go to work on Willies. Tama also assisting in that regard, and here's the beat. Comes
but they're just going to run.
Day.
They're running away with the bot. I mean, then now you're on the chase here. If you're Austria, it's a really weird spot to be in. Fortunately, they do come up with the kills.
Yeah, I guess the beat comes down really just to like give them some breathing room inside that Annihilation, but in terms of like an overarching game plan around it, it was just more reactive. So Sweden going to be stopped yet again. There's still time to play. 3 minutes and 40 on the clock, and obviously you can see the progress bar. You know, it's like, you know, 4+ consecutive fight wins from Austria. They basically have to go sicko mode to take this map, but look, it hangs in the balance. So far, I think like the support ult usage has been pretty reasonable here from Austria. And Eclipse, I'm manifesting another big overclock here, but Zoro has his first. And I don't think Tama really wants to chance it. Nyx, though, does get caught out. They tried to use the TP, but they weren't quite quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, you do end up having Psycho take out Zoro, but Willie's here with the Annihilation. I don't know how Tama's going to be able to stay alive through this. There's some nice damage coming down from all different angles. I mean, you lose Tama, so the Annihilation wears out, but that is not where you want to be if you're Austria, right? Nobody can kind of stand up and fight Willie's on that bot. It'll be Hale just going back, just grabbing Zoro, bringing him back into the fight as the bot now goes deeper back in towards Austria's spawn as Tama now going to go over to the Maga here, trying to get a tank advantage.
I mean, it might be a little bit late for some of these big switches, but whatever it takes to give Austria a staging ground, a foothold here as they're starting to lose their grip. Nicely done by Tomex. That'll happen sometimes. The volatility of the kunai rears its head yet again, and that's kept her out of the game. Now, you just want to commit a Kitsune rush into this. Interesting. Tama does get overrun, though, as a result, so perhaps worthwhile in the end. Even without Kevster for a couple of moments, Sweden looked good. Now, respecting the sound barrier might have to be the order of the day, and it's an overclock here. There's really nothing to answer.
Okay, so they hold in their base where the overclock looks pretty, but you take a look at the score at the top of the screen, that is not. 141 meters to 2 at the moment. So Austria going to have to go on a generational run here, Mitch, right? I mean, you know, multiple fights in a row. Sweden's going to have to make some kind of unforced errors as Kev here actually gets over towards the bottom. He didn't actually take out Nyx. I mean, yeah.
Good healing.
Lucio
Tomex
very low, yeah.
quickly realizing that he had to send some tickets in Nyx's direction.
Yeah, but the bot's contested now. and you know, Tomex has to use that Kitsune rush on the other side, and Kev's just going to go run away with it.
Yep, he'll be able to push this one basically back to the threshold yet again as Austria are not in a position to disengage. Even with the sim TPs, yeah, Psycho just says, I'm going to commit and try and find some value off this. Unfortunately, there's none to be had. Tomex at least able to stop this from, you know, being disastrous, but still locks us now into about the last minute of play.
I would say
with old advantage is going to be tough.
I would say with the 4 ultimates coming into the base, it is disastrous here for Austria. It's going to be the sim wall here for Psycho. Just trying to give them a little bit of protection as the overclock comes on through. You'll probably wait this out and then beat with Annihilation and push on in, trying in the game here. Sound barrier comes down, connects with everybody.
All right. Annihilation here for Willies. Can Sweden finish the game? Either way, it feels like it's kind of determined already. Eclipse eventually falls. That was a long hiatus without any eliminations, even with big ultimates being brought to bear. Kale, though, gets onto the kill feed in a meaningful way with a quick double, and that'll be that. Sweden lock this one up. And again, just making it clear that there are other Scandinavian teams that are looking to book their ticket to Busan.
I mean, that was a blowout. Sweden looked awesome there, man. I mean, map number 2 was very close, extremely competitive, but you know, that last game was really good, you know, from Sweden. So that's more signs to come for Sweden. Obviously, you know, really good chance for them to make it to Busan and then also make some really serious noise while there. I thought Willie's had a really good series, kind of flexing over to multiple different tanks here throughout the pool.
Yeah, that was a nice look. You know, we sort of mentioned that Tama had been switching up a fair bit to try and get the edge on Willie's, but honestly stuck with that Ramatra for so much of this game. Some moments here from Austria, I think, where they were able to show their quality, but they never really amounted to, like, you know, any considerable bot push. It was always like one fight and then they get stuffed back into their box. They pop up for one, there's like a Psycho moment or Eclipse is able to pop off, and then they sort of get downed. And even where there's a couple of fights, Matt, where like Tomex gets the first pick, it's Kevster getting picked off. That's huge. Well, Skyle just committed like a Kitsune rush, and then they end up picking Tama off. And then even in short-handed scenarios, Sweden have the confidence and ability to just, you know, to still find an edge in those scenarios and take the wins. They're a quality team, man. It's we weren't expecting Austria, Ash, to really be able to do too much about them, and it appears their predictions were pretty spot on.
They were pretty spot on, but I will say, like you guys were just mentioning, I was impressed with Austria on New Junk City. I do wonder if maybe like for Psycho, for VP, that was their best map throughout Champions Clash. So maybe some of that leadership coming in, maybe feeling comfortable on that. And the fact that they dug a little bit deeper with their compositions on that map was something that was impressive as well, considering the fact that that Symmetra got banned out after some of the success that they're finding up against Denmark yesterday. But I think that it is still tough for Austria to be going down in that way and not being able to find that map win. For Sweden, though, I feel like now, I think taking a look at how they're looking, Matt, how do you feel like they're going to be looking heading up against Denmark?
Ooh, that's going to be a sick game. Sweden versus Denmark, I think will actually be really close. With how Denmark is looked, it feels like they're really kind of clicking on all cylinders. But I mean, Sweden was no joke across these maps. Austria also put up, a pretty valiant effort, right? I know same result as their game against Denmark. I know a 3-0 loss, but map number 2 was very close. Man, if I had to pick between those two teams right now, I mean, it definitely, I think it's an extended series. I don't think it's like a fast one between Denmark and Sweden. I don't know. I really like the way that Denmark has played thus far. Obviously, all playing in the same area is pretty beneficial. So we'll see how that kind of pans out. Also Sweden will have to get by Finland, right? Finland obviously, took Denmark the distance. So Finland is no joke either. So yeah, you take a look at how this group is stacking up. Feel bad for Austria. 3 really strong teams here, in their group.
I feel the same, honestly. Just from what we saw from Finland, I think, extended series. I think we're just expecting that in general. Denmark have really impressed me. I think Rav is just kind of crazy. This guy's really stepped up, and I believe in those guys. They got some fantastic coaching as well. So my sort of dollar bucks are certainly going to be on Denmark, but I'm hoping for an absolute banger.
I'm sure it'll definitely be a banger. Especially with how good I think Kepster has just consistently been looking here for Team Sweden. But we do have an interview with Zoro after this win. Bringing you in now. Congratulations, Zoro, for the win here. It's the first time that I think we're actually seeing you representing Sweden for the Overwatch World Cup. Heading into this matchup, how are you feeling? Were you, I guess, excited for your debut here for OWWC?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited. Yeah, I've always wanted to play on Team Sweden. I mean, last year I was too young, and this guy named Sparker existed. So, but yeah, we were definitely excited for this match. We had full of confidence, and yeah.
Now you're in a brutal group. You're stuck with all the top Scandinavian rosters, and there's a reality where one of Denmark, Sweden, and Finland just don't make it to Busan, which I'm probably is a bit stressful at this moment. That's a situation you guys, I'm sure, are thinking about a lot. With what you've seen so far, would you rather go up against Finland or Denmark here if it was a qualifying game, for example?
That's a good question, actually. I mean, we haven't scrimmed either of them since, well, we're in the same group, but I think maybe Denmark. You think it'd been more interesting. Everyone knows of the Sweden versus Denmark rivalry, in any sport. So yeah, it's probably.
So Finland just doesn't get to be a part of that rivalry. You just kick them out.
No, I mean of course there's a rivalry there, but it's more there's always been some beef between Sweden and Denmark. I gotta hold it up.
I like that.
Well, I mean, I gotta ask, right? I mean, that game right now looking like you guys versus Denmark would be for first in the group. How important is it for you guys to win this group, get first, and then kind of move to Busan and not have one of those second seeds and play against somebody potentially from the top of one of the other regions?
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely help, getting an easier group at least once, since this one is quite difficult. But yeah, I mean, I think we definitely got that. We got full of confidence. We're always scrimming. I mean, Kevster just got back from Japan, so he still needs to get a bit more time with the team. So I think we're just getting better.
Makes sense. Speaking of Kevster, actually, I know that he adds a lot of flexibility for you guys within the DPS role for being able to try out kind of a variety of compositions. How do you feel about how the meta has been developing, like watching Champions Clash now into OWWC? I think we always know that EMEA is one of those regions that's willing to march to the beat of their own drum and, still pull out some different things. Like we've been seeing a lot of the Symmetra coming back into play and stuff. What's your read on how the meta is looking right now?
Yeah, I definitely think like there was a period where like Cat Bastion looked like really unbeatable, but I think like actually EMEA was like kind of one of the regions who actually helped like beat that comp. And now there's a lot more like, I mean, like you said, Sim and stuff. So I think that, I mean, Sim is always going to be a strong hero if they don't nerf her. Like her TP is like instant. You can just go anywhere. She's always going to be strong. So yeah, I think like Sim comps are probably like one of the strongest ones right now.
Okay, good to know. Well, I really appreciate the interview, Zaro, and thank you so much for taking the time to do this with us. And congratulations again on your win today here with Sweden.
Thanks a lot.
So great being able to chat with Zaro. Getting a little bit of, again, the insight from our players is always awesome to see. I think that it's always great also for a lot of these individuals, Mitch, players like Zaro that we have seen in OWCS, but maybe on teams that don't get to be highlighted as often, have this opportunity to have more like standout performances and really showcase their talent.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like one of my favorite parts about, Overwatch World Cup. But also I do feel like it evens the playing field a little bit. And, players like you mentioned who maybe have not just had the fortune to find themselves on a top roster surrounded by other elite talent, get to kind of showcase that in like a homegrown environment with the backing of obviously of the countries they represent. They've also the same thing. Obviously, it's a huge honor for them to compete and just such a novelty for us to sort of answer our fantasy questions about what country is the best. So I'm certainly expecting to see another explosive World Cup, man, and hopefully like someone different rising to the top.
I mean, Ash, we always see like a lot of players come out of this program and like move into the professional scene as well, right? Like players who typically don't get like maybe an opportunity in the OWCS or in the past like professional scenes, and then now like through Overwatch World Cup you kind of see what they can do around like other professional players, and maybe some of these people will be players we'll see in OWCS later in the year.
Yeah, we always love an opportunity to uplift our players here within competitive Overwatch. But speaking about uplifting our players, let's talk a little bit more about uplifting our teams, because I want to remind you guys that you can showcase your conference pride with these Overwatch World Cup bundles. Skins from every region to get to support your favorite teams from Asia, EMEA, and Americas. They're available now, and for me, I think all of the colorways look super sick, so definitely make sure to cop yours while we go to a short break. Coming up next is our last match of EMEA for the day. We've got Ireland versus Poland waiting. Don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup for EMEA. It is our final matchup of the day, and we've got Ireland versus Poland coming in hot, guys. Ireland, this is a squad that we already got to see earlier during day one. They managed to take a map off of Spain. For Poland, this is going to be the first time we're getting an introduction to this squad here. Mitch, talking a little bit about Ireland, I feel like one of the really big boons for this roster, a standout player for us, was Time and his performance there up against Spain on day one.
Yeah, definitely the player I would have wanted to address here, seeing this roster. Mostly just Tracer play, but it was astonishing. There were multi pulse bomb kills on like both backliners. And against Lucio Kirikomps, that is not a given. That is really hard to pull off. I am blown away, I think, from what we saw from them. Alongside Pure Irish, who I think has really, really good game sense, honestly. Just a great head on him. This team looks really good. I felt like they honestly lent into the Jetpack Cat Bastion comp maybe even too much. I feel like they could go for something a bit more standard and might have found a greater degree of success because Jetpack Cat was banned in map 1 and they managed to win that one out in the end. So I want to see a little bit more from them in terms of what their comps are looking like, because they're going up against an opponent who, in theory, has like some pretty solid name brand players that have been competing at a very high level in EMEA, and they're going to have to bring their best.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time we're going to see Poland, but like how Mitch mentioned, right, there are some players, like I know specifically, I think, Eggs in China that people have seen in the past. For me, I want to see Ireland just don't go to that Cat Bastion again. Like we saw them win without it. They tried to pilot it. It didn't look that great. Then they kind of continued to kind of run it into the ground. Against Poland, Poland has the type of players who can definitely kind of capitalize on that. So the two players that we talked about, Eggs in the support role, and then China in terms of the damage dealer. So we'll see what they kind of provide for the rest of the team, right? Maybe we'll see a standout performance from some the other players, but two kind of players that we've seen play at the top level before on the squad.
Yeah, I think, Mitch, for me, I think two players on this Polish roster as well that I've got my eyes out on are iCav and Texel. The fact that they've recently promoted actually into OWCS EMEA, and for Team Telesi, I feel like those are two players that we also have to keep our eyes out on.
Absolutely. I mean, considering that, that promo relegation was like quite the gauntlet for a lot of these teams to sort of make it through. The fact that they've come up there feels like we might be seeing the best Poland roster that we've probably ever seen in terms of World Cup. It really feels like the time is right. They've got some really talented young players here, and the future is bright. So hopefully they can make a statement here, because Spain looking pretty fallible after their outing against France, but maybe everyone would in this particular group. I really feel like this Group C is primed to be highly competitive.
It really is. I think that what's going to be fun, though, and also a little bit competitive for us, are predictions, because I know that we can get a little competitive on that front. We haven't done any predictions all day, but I feel like this one has the potential
that means we've been right on all of them.
Oh, okay. That's the narrative we can go with for sure. I gotta say, for this one, though, this is tough. I feel like if Ireland don't shoehorn themselves with the Cat Bastion comp, I gotta go with Ireland for this one, but I think the Polish roster definitely has a lot of stuff that they can be showing us on the server.
Poland is my prediction, based on nothing but vibes.
Wow.
I was gonna buy pick Poland as well, but you're usually wrong, so I'll take Ireland. So that's I'll base it off of that. Although I do think Poland with China and Eggs obviously have some advantages.
You're about to have eggs on your face, bro. That's what I'm saying.
You live so far. Bucko. You live so far away. You can't even do that to me.
Okay. Well, we'll see if you can lob one across the entire country. But overall, I can't wait to see how this Scrap Fest is going to pan out. Let's get into our final match: Ireland versus Poland.
So, if that brief prelude wasn't enough to give the impression, we're pretty divided on our sort of predictions for this particular game. But I tell you what, a handy little sleep diet and an 1v1 is always going to give you the edge. Nice job for Eggs, racking one up for Team Poland. And again, we talk about how important maybe that first map selection can be. I think that what we've seen from Teams, Matt, is the deferral of the first map and the ability to take first ban has seemed to be pretty desirable for many of these teams.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people kind of opt to go for that selection. At least at the moment, the bio grenades coming in huge here. Is this one goes all the way down to the wire? Oh.
Yes. What happened there? Lag?
Hey.
I mean, lagging, X? He was completely
Like, did
blindsided by that.
His headset disconnect. I mean, he was just charging around the corner. So, I mean,
Man,
hey,
absolutely blasted, bro. Holy.
Ireland will take the map pick as well. They'll go to Ilios.
Okay, so it will be Poland with a sort of opportunity to first ban. Now, Ilios, you're probably thinking like standout players from Ireland last time we saw them was definitely time on the Tracer, but I don't know if like you really want to spend a ban in that regard, especially because China is a really solid Tracer player as well. You may not want to deprive yourself of that option coming into this series. Also, Pure Irish mostly showed us diva play. Maybe there's a window there where Polish Tank might be able to secure like a more favorable matchup on a map like Ilios, which is pretty often a haven for diva play in general.
Yeah, so we'll see where Ireland decides to go in terms of like bans and whatnot. Like we talked about a little bit before, they played no Cap Bastion in map 1. They win, and then they kind of went towards it, and they weren't able to pilot it well against Spain. So we'll see what they decide to do. It's a hazard ban, open things up, and then Poland with the first ban, they get rid of the Bastion right away. So maybe they watch some of that Spain game and they don't even want to deal with it.
Yeah, okay. Does open up the Cat City play that we saw from Kev's there, which looked pretty fantastic as well. But Jetpack Hack will be available in this particular map. This, though, you imagine, is probably sufficient deterrent to have Ireland go back to what honestly gave them success in that matchup against Spain. Play something a little bit more standard, and with that hazard being taken out, we will see maybe some more like standard looks on this particular map. This game has a large amount of significance, not just because it's discovery for us, seeing what Poland are capable of. It's also if Ireland can get out of this group in some shape or form. Must-win game for them, having already fallen to the Spaniards.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, if Ireland has any hopes of making it out, it has to start with a win here. So we'll see, if they have some adjustments from the other day, right? And I guess this is our first time seeing Poland as Poland's going to go on a bit of a run here, bitch. I mean, Poland plays Ireland. The next match in Group C is Poland against France. And then the next match in Group C after that is Poland versus Spain. So they're getting all their games done in like one shot here in a row here in Group C. So they will start things off with a Roadhog pick.
Way.
So we saw some Roadhog at Champions Clash. We saw it from Twisted Mind. So we'll see if they're able to make it work.
Okay. I'm here for it. As expected, Pure Irish going to be on the Diva. China will be on the Tracer. So some of our early projections already panning out. Cassidy for ICAV, though. One got to be favored at range. But again, going to be tough to sort of try and attack this Hog composition head on. They have a pretty strong brawl setup. And of course, there's always a lingering threat of environmental kill potential, especially on a map like Well.
I mean, it's just so scary to even go like near the Hog, right? It's with the hook cooldown available. Try and connect with one there. It doesn't work as time does fall at the hands of Cab. So you lose that Tracer you were kind of highlighting as Luan gets up to the high ground, can put some shots in, but not going to be able to take out a Roadhog, right? So we will see if they can kind of work their way back onto the point, can Ireland, but it's really difficult to play. The Roadhog obviously has high kill potential, taking out time there yet again. And then you're also dealing with like the Alari damage as well.
We're watching in real time Ireland try and figure this comp out. They don't have an unlimited amount of that either. They certainly need to come up with an answer. And right now they're being very tentative, playing off the point. Luan looking to trade damage. Obviously, Cassidy might not be able to bother Luan too much, but Egg certainly can be a little bit of a nuisance with these shots coming across at extreme range. So I'm looking at time. They're going to be the one to get something started up here for Ireland. Relax obviously can shrug up a lot of this damage, and that is a dirty connection on the walls. Now it's easy for China to pick off that kill on the Kiriko. And positionally, Ireland just a little exposed there as Nut was trying to make a solo player with an off angle. And GCB is actually the first to get on the board for environmental kills.
Yeah, but I mean, you have not really been able to make any type of inroads is Ireland in getting this point back. I mean, now you're going to be dealing with the Captive Sun Kitsune Rush here combination for Poland. That is Suzu out early with some pressure that comes down. We'll see. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush here from Nut. It's going to go towards that opposite side. It's going to be Captive Sun from the high ground. Luan's in a lot of trouble as Luan takes out Relax, so the Hog is out of the equation. you've lost 2 players already.
Yeah, again, just that debuff from Captive Sun is like really hard to shake. Obviously, without a cleanse, you are going to be in trouble. ICAV does fall here. Time is getting some work done, but this is just a little bit too slow for Ireland to actually get their ducks in a row. Pure Irish out on the point here, trying to contest here, but they've lost Nut yet again. Yeah. Losing the Kiri so early. That Suzu is so important.
The Tracer's still here for Poland. You also have your Kitsune Rush, the Hog back in action. So he'll be the Kitsune Rush over the point as Luan trying to find some kills from the high ground here. It'll be a Deadeye from ICAV. It's going to be very difficult to kind of deal with. Ooh, almost rolled his way into a Pulse Bomb.
God.
There's our first Roadhog environmental kill. A whole hog kind of popping off. It'll just be time trying to keep this one going. But this is a really good look from Poland here.
Okay, I mean, great opener here. This is the kind of map where, like, Roadhog is certainly viable, but we really didn't see environmental kills be the difference maker. I think being able to get a hook kill on D.Va is like, hugely impactful and represents a momentum shift in a fight, but in general, Ireland weren't too sure about how to go about this. It looked like Nut was trying to do the most, trying to make the play on a couple of occasions here, but you've kind of got to respect this, Polish squad's ability to crack back, and Eggs... some pretty good damage. I'm not gonna lie, that is exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Yari popping off on, again, a map where let's be honest, we rarely see her.
Yeah, I mean, that is it's a rare occurrence to see Ilari there on well, but when you're playing with the Roadhog, right, kind of soaking up a ton of the threat from the rest of the opposing team. China's going to TP everybody forward. They're going to roll out with Tracer Cassidy and play that Ilari yet again. So really punishing, right, just some extra damage that comes in the way from Poland. And can Ireland kind of deal with it? At least based off the first round, not really.
Like I forced back early by the D.Va. Defense matrix though, well timed by Relax. Keeps Cassidy finding fit, and Nut is down first yet again. Brutal China. This time, it's not a positioning error necessarily being punished. It's China being that good at the game. This fight's already over.
Yeah, it's over really before it starts, right? I mean, they get in. They're able to get rid of the pylon there from Eggs, but you lose your Kiri early on, right? That's the largest source of healing. You lose that source of healing when there's obviously more damage on the opposing side. With the Ilari in the mix, and that is what happens. You get a really fast fight that goes in favor of Poland, as they've been pretty impressive thus far.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Time here going to be driven back to some degree. Irish yet so early on in the fight. Okay, it comes to the cost of the Yari here for Eggs, but that might even be considered worth it. Relax here, free to look after the Kiri. That's going to be a swift step that now is going to be drawn out already. And Poland with 4 players up, still confident as Nut is getting farmed on respawn.
Yes, Luan basically barely able to make it out with his life. Actually ends up falling at the hand of Cav there. Now you'll have China getting up to the high ground here, just trying to control this area. Relax going to get up there, meet him as well as, dude, Ireland. It feels like they haven't got a kill on this round, Mitch. It's a rough showing from this team, who was pretty strong the other day.
Okay, 54% and counting. Strong looks here. Here comes the Deadeye in from ICAV. Bit of space made, but also damage onto Pure Irish. And Nut also took more than just a glancing blow. That's going to be Ireland forced back. Again, they're going to have to retool this push. Can they coordinate another dive? Can they try and get towards this? Like, Ilari's got to be your main target. I'm imagining going after the Cassidy as well is an option, but you've got to be on the same page.
I mean, Nut almost falls again there. Goes down to half HP. Now we'll see if they can make a play, as defense matrix pretty much expended there from Pure Irish. Going to get a self-destruct. Oh, nice pulse bomb from China on the exit. Pulse bomb goes wide. It's going to be Ireland ends up using their sound barrier here, Mitch, as they know this is their last chance.
Yeah, China's been such a problem. Look at that damage. Luan's having strips torn off of them. And yeah, I think you're running out of gas now. Lucio very low. GCB has to double back here, and there's a Captive Sum waiting in the wings for Eggs, which may well not really be needed. Time eventually gets picked off, and now we're hunting for a recipient for this ultimate. First step expected from the Kirikos, so that is avoided, and Pure Irish will be desuited with or without the Captive Sun. Dominant showing from Poland. One of the games today I thought would be more competitive may not turn out to be that way.
Yeah, that is a blowout there, as Poland, they kind of run over Ireland. So maybe it's like with the Bastion gone, right? Maybe that's kind of what Ireland is really kind of drilled in terms of like their style of play. But based off what we saw the other day against Spain, I wouldn't say that to be true, right? So we take a look at some of the stats there. China goes 14-0. We talked about time on the Tracer the other day, as that is China really kind of showing his dominance.
And Time also just has a rough game. Again, the kill threat of the Roadhog Hook definitely reared its head in that first round, but we saw something, I won't say standard, from Poland, but the confidence to sort of work this Iliari in and have like another legitimate damage source there was definitely a bit of what took them to critical mass. I mean, yeah, Eggs ends up with 4.8k damage, so very respectable. I mean, doubling up almost on what Time was able to do. Gaps everywhere, frankly, between these two teams, and Poland showing us that they can make a switch back to something that's a bit more straightforward and still find success. So that bodes well for them in this series, and honestly, already whetting my appetite for their matchup against Spain and even potentially France down the line.
You're already on to the next games. You're like, let's get this one going. I want to see what maybe Ireland can make some noise. We get the Bastion back in play.
I do hope so. But I mean, Control was their best outing in that last series here, and here they look like a completely different team. So worrying signs, but I will leave some space to believe that this team can sort of bounce back. But not a great start so far. And again, like I feel like we watched the cogs turning in that first round as Ireland are trying to figure out like how they go after that Roadhog comp, while also like constantly being peppered down, right? Sure, there's a Cassidy for Poland, so they can't like harass at long range that effectively, but this Iliari, like Eggs is constantly just shooting people, just being a general nuisance. And then it's like, we don't have Ana. We can't afford to play Ana maybe because China's probably going to run down the Tracer. We need a backline that is as robust, as safe as possible. But then where's your pressure on the Hog come from? Like, you don't have anti-heal whatsoever.
Yeah, and no clue. Okay, so Rialto will be the pick. Interesting enough, I was like, you can play like if you wanted to play like Ilari, you can play like Ilari. Makes more sense here on Rialto than it does on Ilios. So maybe that's kind of what Poland wants to kind of continue to do. Putting Eggs on that hero. So we'll see what Ireland decides to do in terms of ban. But they definitely need to do something that's going to shake the game up in a big way. Can't exactly go out just like that. I'd even think of a Tracer ban maybe.
Yeah, quite possibly. And then we need to see what Time can show us on some of these other heroes. I think that more so than Rialto being picked as the map here, Circuit Royal not being picked might be quite telling to Poland. We've often seen teams
could you imagine if they picked like, okay, we just lost to the Ilari on the other side, let's pick Circuit Royale and just kind of run it down? You're not going to do that. I mean, come on.
I don't know if you see it as losing to the Iliari necessarily. She was very solid, and I do think it's a bit concerning that Poland weren't able to ever like pressure that relative lack of mobility that Iliari has, but maybe there's a different.
They banned the Ilari. That's how much they're okay. I like that. The Reaper ban. So we didn't see Reaper really at all, but this kind of like forces people to play Tracer. Yeah, maybe we're Morgan. That's possible.
Okay. Well, Ireland have to reckon with this, and I think it doesn't really probably change their overarching gameplay, but maybe the idea is to limit some of their counterplay options. Just Reaper, while I don't think necessarily offers like a ton of space for like big moments, individual skill expression. Obviously, it just puts a lot of strain on a team's healing resources, especially if they're like a Lucio Kiri comp and they're playing with the Malga and they want to, they favor that utility over raw throughput. Then they don't have to deal with like these damage spikes that occur when your Malga tries to charge in, which is obviously part of the game plan. So reasonable here to see that go away. There are, I guess, other reasons why, like you might also want to play like some other brawl style tank, not even necessarily Reaper, like Zaya also could be threatened, especially if the bubbles are pressured down by that Reaper. So ton of options here. Should give us a bit of an idea of what Poland's overarching game plan is. But so far,
Roadhog?
Any
Roadhog lovers?
I don't think it's like worth, the Ana ban here, right? That seems like kind of crazy and also mega telegraphed. So something that's more like broadly applicable means that even if you're not playing a Roadhog, or even if you have to switch off it at some point, you can still play another brawl style tank without having to deal with that like just extra layer of complexity.
Yeah, that's true. I do wonder if Ireland decides to try and play Cat Bastion, and maybe Spain obviously was good about dealing with it, right? Maybe Poland not as well. I know, kind of like a reverse fortune here for Ireland as they kind of try and continue through the rest of the series. The worry I have here for Rialto is we do see a lot of stalls before first point on Rialto, so there is the potential to get like full held here.
Yeah, we are got to be heading into game in just a moment. Looks like our players are sort of joining up, and in we head over to Rialto. It's also the kind of map where you can look to play those like poke comps, even if you don't have Iliari. Like Sigma still very reasonable here. We've even seen like attacking sides try and play Widowmaker off the rip. We've also seen it from defenders. That's a little bit more niche here, but this is the kind of map that it feels like you're not being pressed into one particular mold. And Poland are going to start with the Ana instead. So perhaps there's one reason why we don't see her ever even considered towards being banned. But again, like I feel like you don't favor necessarily like that mobility that Lucio brings on defense side on some of these maps, similar to Circuit Royal. Let's see what Eggs can do.
On the other side. We're gonna get Cat Bastion here, so looks like potentially. Yep, yeah, that'll be the play. Eggs is gonna be under pressure from that Cat Bastion. Obviously, he can put down some damage onto the the Cat and the Bastion at range, but just watch for them to just kind of like drop that Bastion right on top of the Ana.
All right, Team Poland look very strong, stronger than we expected. Even though we hinted that they could be a dark horse, this is maybe a little bit more than that, or at least by contrast, up in this matchup, they look superior. But now they got to reckon with the boogeyman that is the Jetpack Cat composition, and Luan is locked and loaded, ready to be an absolute pain in the behind. And again, you'll see all of Poland play, pretty much inside that building. We heard earlier from Keo saying that that's like how they approached that matchup, even when they had a pretty theoretically bad comp against it on Circuit Royal. Play inside and wait on that cooldown for Bastion's tank mode before they get more aggressive.
Yeah, as Luan there up in the sky is there's some pressure. Is I kept dangerously low. Okay, so they're able to get the Cassidy. They finally come up with something big here on the play.
I love that from Pure Irish. He sees that ICAV is kind of obsessed with the idea of shooting at the Bastion and doubles back on the Cassidy immediately. Makes it pretty hard to win that fight out. Now, you're off to the races. Obviously, Eggs can put some pressure down in terms of like, hit scan based damage, but probably not going to be enough here to really cause Luan to be concerned.
They're looking for Eggs. They know he's playing up on that back staircase, so seeing where he disappeared to is okay. Bastion in turret mode, gonna be forced out as okay, now ICAV ends up falling, so maybe Poland not able to deal with this comp as well as Spain did the other day, but Relax does get rid of Nut. This is gonna force GCB to be able to start healing now.
Tough outing for Nut so far in terms of those first deaths. Relax definitely trying to focus that Kiriko down. Big pulse there though. Eggs finally dealt with. Eventually Island able to dig the Ana out of position. It's a pulse bomb that has to be used, but that is well worth it, especially now that Relax will have no support, no backup, and will eventually be brought down. And these canals are dangerous. Catnapping is certainly going to provide some guaranteed kill pressure now for GCB.
As long as you don't drop them onto the gondola, right? You got to get them in the water, in the drink.
True.
So you got to make sure you kind of like just dive them down in there. As the Bastion up on the rooftops there, as the Cat almost falls. Gonna have to wait for
get some healing.
Get some healing. Yeah, get some healing up in the sky. As this is we've had some wild comps in Overwatch's history. This one might be the wildest. So nice bio grenade that comes on through there.
Okay. Oh, turret mode. We're gonna be met with a pulse bomb. Still not enough to break through Luan though. Extra durable is Bastion in that form. And now here comes that dive down. Kitsune Rush going to be deployed here by Nut. They will again be first on the menu. Hexol traded out though instantly, but the one being down now and a Cassidy running free through this fight could be a problem. China with a recall. Relax, low but healthy enough, and with a remake opportunity there. Can Eggs get in position sort of midway through this fight? Certainly couldn't get line of sight on ICAV though. As GCB is just going to have to make a quick exit from that little encounter. Yeah, that lack of mobility for the Ana. Definitely exposed there.
Yeah, you do actually get the DMAC here on the Pure Irish, though, so that is quite huge here. I know towards the end of this fight, so it's going to be a dead eye here. As you're going to get Luan right back around that corner, as that's going to just buy some space. As you see through the X-ray, Bastion looks like it's going to go over this flanking high ground here, maybe try and challenge some of the high ground, but you see Poland, this is an interesting spot to be in though, Mitch. Poland can play like pretty much like inside a lot of the time. Make it very difficult to get that Bastion to an advantageous spot.
Yeah, you can sort of pop over the the flanking low wall around the edge, but that is a little bit risky, especially when the D.Va can eat some of that damage. Pulse dodged away from by, and okay, Eggs on the Bastion now. The immortality kill is able to cancel that out pretty comfortably. still looking for a flex support that can, you know, pressure to some degree this airborne targets, and China just lingers a little bit too long within the purview of Team Ireland. The Irish don't really feel like they have much to go on here. They at least haven't been able to forge out quite yet. And here, look at the Jetpack Cat Bastion. Here with a grenade there by the Cassie, but Luan is not bothered. It's not the hindrance of the Bastion you should be worried about.
Yeah, the immortality field used by Eggs there, so the flop over to the Baptiste. It's going to be a self-destruct use there. Oh, not enough left to survive that, but it's going to be 2 kills that go in favor of Ireland, as you still have Pure Irish alive here. Hinder from ICAV on the Pure Irish. It's going to actually be a Kitsune Rush here used by Poland. Looked like a catnap use there, attempt by GCB, and with all that fighting going down inside, they're not able to push out of the room with that Kitsune Rush, and that's going to be the point to Ireland.
That is just the beyond fancy footwork there by Texel. Dove on by Pure Irish. That was the correct choice, I think, by the D.Va, but maybe not accounting for the immortality field being a factor, and GCB committing too heavily to that. So now, finally, we see Ireland move away from that look to something very much more stock standard. Relaxes the Mauga. Mauga into D.Va. Pure Irish probably doesn't feel too bad about this look in general. Definitely going to be able to outmaneuver the Mauga to some degree, but at some point you have to fight in this choke, and that's where we know Mauga can shine.
So we'll see if you can... well, so the Malga can kind of like stand toe-to-toe to fight with the D.Va, right? Especially with that immortality field, as Eggs does have that Amp Matrix. Also has, you know, Max on the kind of like next ult charge, you know, up. So we'll see them start to fight here pretty quickly. It's going to be Amp Matrix here plus the Deadeye as, you know, immortality field used to kind of survive that pulse bomb that comes on through, where I believe there's also a DMEC that's going on for Pure Irish already. So gonna have to fall back here is Ireland, as the Malga getting in the mix.
I mean, yeah, Relax can be much more aggressive in this position. There was a really nice Mauga stomp as Relax doubled back into his own backline and interrupted Pure Irish, basically instantly demeching the D.Va. It's tough to play into this, I think, and Pure Irish, while not inclined to switch, might have to, yeah, consider the impact of this Mauga a little bit more, because Ireland still have to play into this choke. They've managed to get the card up a bit further, but now around this corner as well, it's dangerous. You can see where Relax is playing. He is, like, bro is posted up on that card. He did not want to move.
I mean, this part of the map as well, it's very difficult to use that Cat Bastion, so they make a swap here. So as Luan takes some nice shots from Texel, so going to be a kill there on to the Sojourn at range. So that is going to basically stop Ireland in their tracks, but no, that does not mean that Poland's going to stop. As you see, you just get the Mog in there with the stump, see how much damage you can put out. Maybe you can kind of come up with some kills. Mitch, it feels like also they haven't really stopped China at all, right? I know, constantly into the backline. It's going to be Pure Irish. The mech's already gone. It's going to be a self-destruct. Going to get a new mech back. But like nowhere near the fight. Like you see where Luan dies, Pure Irish over by the cart.
It's not even like losing the mech that is so much the issue. It's just they don't have the mobility to actually, like, you know, get around in the fight. They're kind of locked into that animation for a set period of time. And we saw Luan very, very caught trying to play that off angle. Ireland here, starting to run out of gas. Definitely been caught in place, and now Poland are about to cycle into 5 ultimates. Now you can cage fight time or Pure Irish here and get like a pretty important catch out. So that's something that now Ireland, who want to engage, who want to send Pure Irish to the backline, have to be mindful of. This game does not get any easier for the D.Va.
So we will head into overtime here shortly, right? 30 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Luan actually connecting with a railgun shot there on ICAP. So pretty huge. China's pulse bomb, the sun damage to time, not enough to finish him off. As everybody here from Poland, they back up. They want to play for one final fight here inside.
They can rush, send this Mauga in. Having that cooldown reduction is pretty massive, considering how high sustained you can be with that cardiac overdrive. His cage fight early, and yep, it was Pure Irish caught inside of it. Good beat though from GCB. China there, just not able to get much done. Luan's able to pick him off, and now the immortality field is down, and it's open season on Poland. Texel and Relax fall in quick succession. ICAV, there's nothing left to do. It looks like Ireland are going to prevail in the final moments, notwithstanding any stall attempt here from China, who was the first casualty in that fight. There'll be a touch and recall, but it is just too late.
I mean, they clutch up there towards the end. It's a nice cage fight there, but a great sound barrier that comes in from GCB. So that gives Ireland a chance in this map, right? The map completion is you know, so important here as we take a look at some of the stats. Obviously, Luan's going to have some pretty high damage there, playing that Bastion for an extended period of time. But you see the Cassie damage on the outside for ICAP, pretty strong as well. So We will see if Poland can kind of get things going on their offense, and honestly, whether Ireland decides to try and play this Cat Bastion here on defense.
No, stop. They look so good when they're not playing the cat. Genuinely. Very, a good recovery, I think, later on the round here for Team Ireland. And they're also going to go for the Cat Bastion play. I actually think on defense, it becomes a bit more of a nuisance here for this attack side because they are, like, the flank pressure is so real on this map, especially. And having to divert resources to, like, you know, give attention to one and GCB will leave Pure Irish up to make some target selections with a bit more impunity.
I mean, they were good with the Cat Bastion, you know, in this first area of the map. It's just kind of like it fell off over the long haul on the map here. So not too surprised to see them, you know, pull it out early. And look, I mean, Poland definitely struggled with it for a while, right? So we'll see if Ireland can kind of use that Cat Bastion, kind of keep this, you know, advantage early on in the map, and then maybe, you know, that kind of gives them the map win.
Off we go. Poland almost able to hold Team Ireland off entirely. Now, full map completion won't quite be enough. But I think these first few moments will be quite telling as to whether this Jetpack Cat Bastion composition is going to stick the landing, so to speak, for Team Ireland. I have very painfully aware of it. But for now, we'll settle with just trying to usher this cart forward and get some high ground of his own.
Luan here just kind of lurking in the rafters is okay, it's gonna be the TP out from the Kiri already. That does not get him to use the turret for him, as China does get Nut, so you lose Nut again early in the fight, and you're gonna lose Pure Irish's mech before the Bastion even gets into like turret for him here. So that was not a great look here from Ireland that first fight.
I mean, they're fighting in the right place, Poland, right? They know about the Jetpack Cat. They know, obviously, that broadly the idea is to group up, play together inside that small building. And somehow the Kiriko just gets plucked out. I don't know if it was like a swift step forward from Nart, maybe try and, you know, keep Irish in the fight a little bit longer. But either way, I think Poland kind of get exactly what they wanted. The game certainly came to them. Now we're going to be, of course, fighting for this choke just for that first checkpoint, and big flank here now for the Cat Bastion. Even China has been called to try and get some extra damage on the mech, but that seems like, I don't know, Sisyphean task perhaps. The one now touches down. That grenade is still a bit of a problem, but yeah, you can't linger too long on the ground. That Tracer's going to come for you.
No, and I mean, it's a great job of the supports here for Poland, being able to kind of keep everybody up, but then also kind of farm their ultimate. There's nothing you could do about that. I mean, it just gets deleted there.
They just come out of nowhere constantly. Oh, I like this. But the Pulse Bomb is going to get some damage, and ICAV's able to finish Luan out now. Can Ireland still hang with this? Self-destruct, can they go after Pure Irish? No, they are completely zoned away by the threat of the explosion. And now, Time's got a chance to head towards the backline, but it's a very quickly forced recall. The fact is, Poland do not have this checkpoint yet.
Very close, though, as you're going to have an Amp Matrix here. You're going to be able to kind of fire on through it, but how do they deal with this Bastion? You see kind of coming over the high ground there. China gets into the back line as though they get Nut first here yet again. So you're going to have to work on how you can kind of keep this Kiri alive a little bit longer here for Ireland.
Ooh, okay, not bad from Time there, but yeah, losing your Kiriko early on means that no one else gets any extra healing. GCB either has to ignore the team or just heal them and not be able to sort of ferry the Bastion around. Either option is like pretty bad for this comp. It's tough, honestly, for Ireland, because Poland realized that the crux, the key part of this comp is the Kiriko, keeping her alive, and Nut has been dying first in a lot of these fights.
So you'll see, actually, I know GCB here with the catnap, and see if he can kind of get a target. Grabs the Cassidy, the hinder comes on in.
You've got to remember that your opponent can still act when you have them under the catnap circumstances, and ICAV is, wow, really now taking his frustration out on the rest of Ireland. Time able to get to them in the end, but without Luan in the picture, Time can only really stall this out. It's a dangerous move trying to pull a Cassidy over a body of water.
I mean, that is, something you probably don't expect, as now some changes here for Ireland. Luan's going to go over and play Emre here. So going to move away from the Castion. No high ground here, now controlled by Ireland. You have to win this fight, Mitch, man. I mean, you'd have a lot of time left here for Poland to be able to kind of complete this map. Pure Irish is in a lot of trouble. I mean, I don't know how they're going to help him.
I mean, very much a solo endeavor there for Pure Irish. Like, who is backing this up? Time is dead. I guess that's half the issue. Yeah, Irish going to be knocked out of mech there. Luan able to find a grenade connection, though. And okay, some Buddy Blaster action. We Love to see it. Fortunately, it's really a footnote on that fight, as seeing Pure Irish getting picked off first is not what you want here from Ireland. They're trying to be aggressive, trying to be proactive with this diva positioning, but there's always backup for someone like ICAV if they get dove. It's a bloody mortality field in play. You got to find a way to tease that out before you fully commit.
Yes, now you're in a bit of trouble here if you're Ireland, right? You're going to need like 2 fight wins here, where Poland, I know, has some key ultimates to use. I mean, you cannot lose anybody here early on. Would allow Poland to, complete the map with a huge advantage. Kitsune Rush and Matrix used here by Poland. They're all in.
Pure Irish, Shadowmech yet again. Self-destructive, at least for a second bite at the apple, so to speak. But Irish can't get back in. China's able to pick them up. The one he forced to defend, but that Siphon Blaster is now on cooldown, and so is the one.
Yeah, as the Immortality Field used there by Eggs in a really nice spot, allowing Relax to stay alive throughout that fight. So now going closer to the spawn here. I mean, China with a pulse bomb could be massive. I think you're going to be able to get this across the line, right? You're going to have a few players coming back off a respawn, as I know Relax is going to get back to the rest of the team here. Deadeye is available as well, as you'll move up here for Poland, most likely, as Luan gets dangerously low. You see Relax trying to go for the kill, not able to finish it off.
Pulse Bomb on Irish, big D-suit there as well. That makes it virtually impossible for Ireland to meaningfully contest this. Okay, Override Protocol. So easy to break line of sight on this one. It's just a tough spot for Luan to have to make use of it. They get the Diva. Self-destruct going to be drawn out, but Relax will be able to get suited up and get ready to go yet again. China accosts Luan, gives the Emma no room to breathe, and our sound barrier comes in as Nut is swinging for the fences with these kunais. Much of that damage, though, to be covered up by a defense matrix. Relax still plenty healthy. Eggs pretty close to an amplification matrix as well, but they won't have it here in this fight. Big pick, crucial one for time, but it will be traded out. Just means that Poland have to wait on this.
Yeah, I mean, you still have your Kiri here for Poland, so maybe they decide to see if they can kind of posture here for like a pickoff. You see China in that side room trying to gain some map control, really just trying to collapse right on top of Ireland. You see Pure Irish trying to get him out of that area, which he accomplishes. So see how they decide to play. I mean, you have an Ant Matrix here set up with a Deadeye.
Oh, Ant Matrix is so punishing there. Great Suzu from Nut. Very nicely done. That was pretty ballsy for Pure Irish to challenge the Ant Matrix.
Or, I mean, Immortality Field, like anything, you could pop the Deadeye stand there. I mean, it just feels like they just use the Ant Matrix and then nothing. There is really no kind of setup. Not a great play there from Poland.
This is starting to get a little bit concerning. Poland have had like 2-3 fights here to try and finish the map here, but they've just pulled up short. Maybe just lost one too many players on each of those occasions, and now, finishing the map at all, I guess, has to come into question. That fight is as good as it gets. They had Pure Irish demeched right at the start. Still weren't able to get anything done there. Very aggressive positioning once more from Pure Irish, as we've come to expect, and love, I suspect. And they're going to be able to back away before ICAV can start to make a mincemeat of them. Deadeye here for ICAV. Going to be an important deterrent. Inside this Kitsune Rush, it's extra deadly. Everyone grouped up in the side room, though, as that grenade goes wayward. Time not caught by it, but Texel's able to find just the remedy. It's a kunai to deal with that offending tracer. Pure Irish with a remake opportunity now back in the fight, but GCB just got absolutely flattened. No one there to really help the Cassidy, and again, Poland are faltering potentially at this last hurdle. Irish, though, is desuited. Surely you're about to push it over the line here. This is about as close as it gets, though. 17 seconds going to be left in this game, and the stall is going to continue. China flattened. The one able to find a nice little railgun headshot, and Relax is very much alone up against the sound barrier. Looks like Ireland have dug deep, found some luck, and have been able to fight Poland off yet again. Now they're forced into stall protocols. They will have most of their team, though, in position. ICAV is going to be returning, but Relax is going to have to take too much damage to start with. Get a DMAX. Surely you can find this one here. Oh, time down to the bomb. That's huge. Relax, they're not able to remake. Nice shots from the Cassidy, but still getting caught out is ICAV. Pure Irish with a Bunny Blaster going to work. And this looks like Poland are fizzling out somewhat. Eggs has fallen. It's Texel and China. And oh, Bunny, that one is gonna sting.
I mean, that is a huge hold there from Ireland towards the end. I feel like Poland, Mitch, though, had a few opportunities to kind of break that one open. And just was never able to kind of get across the line. Some huge clutches there from Ireland, really kind of playing out of their spawn, for basically 2 minutes there. Look, I mean, that is a huge win. Ireland able to kind of come back. They played some Cap Bastion, didn't look that bad. They move away from it, and then that's kind of where they start to come alive. I mean, Relax 30-5, a little bit of a wasted game. From him, so good. in that diva role. And you look at the other side, yeah, Luan had moments on that Bastion, right? But 13 deaths, they were able to punish it eventually.
Yeah, look, I mean, eventually Jetpack Cat does absorb a fair bit of the time on the attack side, but they still got into the second phase of the map, Poland, with a good, two, obviously here, like a very healthy time bank. Still challenging, I think, as it snarled them up towards the last part of the map. But once again, it's the switch off the Jetpack Cat where Ireland really starts to be able to dig their heels in properly. The one switching off this over towards the Sojourn, I think, was a pretty huge difference maker there. And there's a key pick on China in one of those last fights that really hinders Poland's ability to close the game out. That was a nice moment there. Nice little nice grenade there from iCav. So it's very cathartic for those who aren't particularly fans of Jetpack Cat.
Yeah, the Jetpack Cat non-believers are probably, rejoicing, watching that highlight again. But, I mean, look, Poland is going to have to deal with that type of play style. That's what a lot of teams are doing here, in the Overwatch World Cup in the groups. So, for their chances to make it out, which for Group C, right? I know we obviously think France is probably the favorite. Like, there's a chance they could, beat, like, is Spain been so unbeatable or like godlike that you would be like, oh, Poland can't do it? Like, but you need to beat Ireland, right? You need to beat Ireland to even give yourself a chance there against Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, like, they're gritty. It's funny. Like, I kind of didn't want to come in here with that preconceived notion because everyone loves like treating the Irish as underdogs, as scrappy, as gritty. So I was like, I was going to put that aside in this game and just sort of like maybe focus on some broader narratives. But they're doing it. They're doing the thing. They always do this. And now they're giving us some pretty darn good Overwatch, honestly, on the back half of that Rialto map. That, of course, was their map pick with a Jetpack Cat composition in mind. And Poland say, right, listen up. None of this nonsense. Time for some good old clock in, clock out, 9 to 5 honest Overwatch. We're headed over to Kings Row.
Yep, to play Cat Bastion. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, probably not. We'll see if Poland decides to maybe kind of like go for a ban on one of those. So potential for that to be gone here. This is a map where you can see a lot of May come into the play. Potentially for Poland, but China was so good. With the Tracer, I don't think I don't think you'd kind of go for something like that, right? So I think Poland kind of wants to continue to play some type of hit scan with the Tracer in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, this also like opens up a couple more sort of tank selection opportunities. Relax's Diva, pretty sick. Obviously, like upwards of 30 eliminations, only 5 deaths, and yeah, get this out, get him out.
Yeah, that's what Poland said. Get it out.
Off to the vet with you. Off to the vet. Obviously, I'm sure you'll be returning later on in the series. Symmetra is going to be the ban answer here from Ireland, and again, we've sort of seen teams struggle at times to sort of deal with this. It also just gives your Sojourn or your hit scan player such a monumental advantage when those walls come into play. So whether it just doesn't fall really within the purview of Ireland's preferred team comps, or is it just something they like don't want to have to deal with because the ability for attackers to TP forward on that first point is really obnoxious. It might be that Ireland want to settle into the defense side of the map without having to deal with teams popping up where they're not wanted.
Oof, I mean, yeah, I think obviously just getting rid of the cat is going to be a huge win for Poland, right? We'll see how Ireland kind of responds to it. Like we talked about how Time can play the Tracer, but like China has looked awesome in this series. So it may end up coming down to like, can Time kind of like, stand toe to toe with China, and then that maybe kind of gives them a little bit of a chance there with the hit scan battle has been a little bit closer.
All right, I got eyes on these comps right now. Especially something to inform maybe this choice of Symmetra ban. Okay, so Sigma going to be the choice on defense, but with a little bit of a twist. It's going to be a very poke-oriented Wuyang being brought into the mix, and opens up the potential of a Tidal Blast Tracer combo, which can be very disruptive.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, we haven't seen Wuyang really kind of like, he's in the meta for a while when he came out, right? Pretty strong, the amount of damage, remember, like, Wuyang was putting out on release. Well, we haven't really seen him, really kind of prevalent in a while. We see him, at times. So we'll see how Ireland decides to deploy the Wuyang on defense. Obviously, Poland with some options here on offense. Maybe playing some of the Sig. Maybe the Mizuki, obviously pretty strong. We'll see. This is what they decide to go to. I'd be surprised. Is China going to play? Going to play Pharah here. So Pharah May will be the comp here for Poland.
We've seen China's Pharah before in OWCS, if I'm not mistaken. And again, right now, eyes for time. It also gives you a pretty decent swift step target for Texel in case things get a little bit hot and hairy down there on the ground. Nut is low. Please don't tell me Nut is going to go first. Protect your Kiriko, Ireland, for the love of God. X here, okay, on the Mizuki. I'm liking this as well. Doesn't obviously hasn't had much opportunity to build up that sort of remedy aura. That was a moment. I love that for Pure Irish, but Bro's a Noah. He does throw that sort of flat shield down to try and break the accretion, but the enemy Sigma's model sort of clips through it, and Bro still gets rolled.
He breaks the accreation, but then he has nothing to protect him from about 1,000 damage barrel.
No, I think he's still got accreted as well. That's the worst part.
Oh, okay. It's, a little bit of a rough go as we are already away from the Wuyang as okay, so this is going to be time going over to the Fara. So matching the Fara here for Ireland. I like the Poland comp a little bit better, Mitch. Like, I think obviously having the sound barrier is, nice to have here for Ireland in terms of, sustainability. But, the Sanctuary of the Mizuki, the Hinder, like, just the overall healing output, it seems really strong right now in the current meta. And also, like, I don't think you're really kind of, like, needing speed at the moment as there goes Nut. And I feel like a rough series this far.
I mean, it's brutal. I do think like Poland identify that is the player that has to go first. And you're playing a Sigma comp though. So in fairness, okay, so you're playing a Sigma comp. You're not up against flanking DPS.
You were playing the Sigma comp, yeah.
You wanna not expose yourself to any undue scrutiny if you can.
I like the Lucio more with the Ram than I do with the Sigma. Like, the Sigma doesn't really care for speed, right? It just kind of like wants to hold positions. The Ram wants to get in, mix it up, and we'll see if they're actually able to even get a touch here, and they aren't. So they just kind of get bullied off there by the Blizzard that comes in from ICAV, and now everybody's dead. This is a rough go for Ireland, man. They are getting speed ran right now by Poland. And I know Poland now is going to have both support ults here coming in. You're going to have Barrage. If they decide to go into the Sanctuary, you could end up using that Barrage. One of the tanks we saw Champions Clash. All right, well, there goes Luan. One of the tanks we saw Champions Clash a decent amount, and people really liked against this Sig Mizuki was Reinhardt. But it feels a lot of people have not had Reinhardt in their hero pool for a while, as this is going to just be all-out destruction as the Poland's going to finish with 447 in the time bank.
Polska Grum, anybody? That was that was a round of Overwatch that certainly did happen and probably could have been an email, but here we are, 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Email, bro, that could have been a text.
Yeah, honestly, you could have hit me up on my pager, bro.
I was going to say, hit me up on my two-way.
Honestly, it could have been a singular emoji.
Oh, it's not good.
What emoji would it be, Matt?
Would be a sad one. It would be the ooze face where your face is just melting.
I would have picked the eggplant, but that's fine.
Okay, well, hey, everybody has their own choices. Luan with the solo limb for Ireland.
Has one single elim.
Look, this map just might be a little chalk. And here's the cope for Ireland, right? If you were trying to cope here a little bit. This is their jetpack cat ban, right? They've already banned the Bastion. Hey, we go down here. We don't have what we want to play. We have it the rest of the way. We're good, right?
Yeah. No, definitely. I mean, you probably have some maps where you can make it work. I do think we still have Flashpoint in the pool, which is not amazing. I do think like there's certainly some emotional damage you can inflict by taking your opponents to the map of Overwatch and then absolutely driving them. But hey, Island here. Let's see what they've got. I like their comeback very much on Rialto. It looks like these guys just need some time to acclimate sometimes.
They're going to have to set a world record here. But hey, maybe just get in an OT. You're not going to get blown out that bad again. That won't happen twice. So we'll see. Yeah, it'll be a Reaper here. I know. So Reaper wasn't available in one of our previous maps. Now we get the Reaper up to the high ground here with the Ramatra. I know a decent amount of damage. Nice Maywall there from ICAV. It's going to put Pure Irish in a weird position is we know that the Reaper's teleporting across. Is now Time's going to make it back to the rest of the squad.
Time here, able to force this ice block out. But China's in a very powerful spot here. Kind of hard to see, hard to draw a bead on them. And Pure Irish, they're being impacted by that binding chain also is a little bit tricky for Amatra, who certainly relies on that extra mobility infusion during Nemesis form to do his job. So far, Ireland are doing a great job at being spectators in this game. And that's our job. That's what I do. You can't do that too. You got to play the game. You got to win some Overwatch here.
Oh,
good pressure again from Time.
Yeah. They have Poland extremely split, so it feels like it's just a matter of time here before. Oh well, hold on. Oh, nice nade there that comes on through there from Luan. Not enough healing here for Poland, so it will be Ireland who's going to be able to break this first point. So good attack. We'll see if they can keep this going. Obviously, a lot of time in the time bank for Poland, almost like max time. We'll see as this second part of the map opens up. I think this is where Poland's comp's going to be a little bit more impressive, though, right? These streets with the Mei, the Sig, the Mizuki. This is where the Sigma as well. This is where it could be a little nastier.
What do you reckon those things are called that Mizuki yeets into the choke? You know, the bouncing thing.
What does he yeet into the choke?
He's like throwing them discs. He's on them blades.
They're like little sights, like little kind of like things like that.
I feel like I'm throwing like little kachunkas. Throwing the kachunkas now. Pure Irish in trouble. I reckon it's probably pretty accurate. I'm sure that's a word in Japanese. All right, China is felled here. Pure Irish are going to be rooted in place, and then
Dude, that root is so nasty against the D.Va.
There's nowhere to jump in. You got to go back to spawn here. No environmental kill potential on this part of the map, so it's a long walk of shame back for Pure Irish.
Yeah, as we'll see the D.Va swap yet again. So going to be a lot of pressure on Pure Irish. Going to play this D.Va into the Mizuki at a really high level. You also have Sanctuary available to drop here. It's going to potentially soak up a lot of the damage. Ooh, eggs. I don't actually know if he got the Sanctuary off. It looked like I actually there is like a small cast time. May have actually died at the same time as the cast went off. So yeah, the Sanctuary doesn't go anywhere.
Like a 0.6 second cast window. Like, it's pretty tight. But yeah, it looks like you might be right. Poland are fumbling at this stage, and Time has been relentless over the course of this game, and now is finally starting to find some degree of success. Solid showing. The Reaper must be respected, and Time has just like a plethora of flanking options here. Can play low ground as he wraps around here. Can also go up top. Can go around the right-hand side. There's a ton to work with. Play the causeway, drop down, throw this Death Blossom. I'd be very concerned about what the Reaper can provide here, and Time knows pressure's on. Pressure's on to make a big impact and really start to give Ireland that boost.
Has to TP out, though. Gets spotted there by China. I know exactly where he's kind of playing from here. So potentially what you're looking at, like, we're trying to maybe get this Flux in as Pure Irish just kind of collapsed right on top of ICAP, takes him out. That's going to be the beat that's used really early on, though, Mitch. We'll see if they have enough to kind of sustain through this.
Good little snowball that's going down right now. Pure Irish caught out by this barrage follow-up from China, who still has a bit of a problem. China doesn't have to worry too much about the Reaper, and Time is dancing with no one in particular, but Lewin, great connection. Obviously, Emra pretty well apportioned to deal with this Farah. And this is very reasonable for Ireland. They're going to have a relatively healthy time bank heading into this last phase of the map here. Poland have not been able to slow them down. There's less defense than an NFL game here.
I mean, you just finish... you just finish the map, right? If you're Ireland, and then just worry about the time bank. All the problems that Poland caused on their offense later. Because right now, Ireland doing a nice job. It's forced a lot of changes here out of Poland, as now it's going to be China switching over from the far and going to be playing the Mei.
I was so close, Matt. They're called Karma, not Kachanka. It's like 3 letters the same. Easy clap for me, honestly. Too easy. TP away from Time doesn't get him out of the hot zone, though. And frankly, Poland just bring the party to him. That's one of the players who I think has been pretty instrumental here for Ireland. Self-destruct, very speculative, actually using it for an aggressive purpose. Doesn't find elimination, but Nuts certainly does. ICAV falls by the wayside. The Relax is extremely healthy and not someone you want to face in a dark sort of semicircular room with a health pack in there and the rest of Poland waiting for you outside.
Yeah, the Sanctuary use here on the rip is, okay, hold on. Luan wants to use his Emery ult. It's just him, Time, and GCB alive. Does find ICAP, but what are you getting out of this here? Luan will end up falling. You see members on the X-Ray coming back, so you use the Emery ult. Maybe you're gonna swap here. Is that the idea? Because you would I don't know if that fight was like winnable per se.
A pretty big investment there. I do think that Lewin is going to be sticking on to this Emra. Let's switch here. Okay, Irish on the Ramatra. Gravitic Flux, though, certainly going to be some concern. That basically means that GCB's ultimate is going to be reserved for defensive purposes only, most likely. Irish rounds the corner, pressure on Relax instantly. Relax obviously has the hover perk to just get a little bit of space. Needs to be okay. Use it aggressively into the Flux. Right. Not sure about that one. Also, Blizzard waiting for them down below. Good Suzu, though, from Nut. Gonna get to keep your Irish in the game. And as a result, Relax is overextended into what he thought would be a guaranteed kill. Good looks here for Team Ireland. Job's not done yet.
Yeah, an opportunity here probably for Poland to kind of get out of the spawn. They'll go over and play some Venture here. Probably going to see some other swaps. Yep, Tracer here for China. It will be the Venture who gets on and contest first.
Death Blossom that work. Oh, okay, Death Blossom also mostly mitigated there as well. Not enough to cut through the thick layers of insulation of the Malga. Poland can stabilize now. There's a chance that Ireland might not even get a second crack at this in extra innings, despite it being a pretty oppressive time bank difference. They'd love to be able to give it a go. Try and play for a full hold scenario. Keep this series going.
I would just, okay, so I was like, Relax is going to go back and swap to the Diva. I was going to say he had some time. Okay, the double dink there from ICAP, just a leading time on the entrance. And that is going to have Poland pushing on forward, seeing if maybe they can find another kill. That's going to take a lot of meaningful time off the clock.
And now you've got to play into this Kekai Sanctuary as well as the Kitsune Rush. It's the double support combo here for Poland. Challenging playing to. Not something Reaper really cares about too much, but one certainly does. Nut is down. Always getting cracked early on in these fights, unfortunately. And Pure Irish is, just going to suffer a D-suit now. Kitsune Rush was made use of for Ireland, but this appears to be where the run ends. They're going to have to run GCB up and try and get a stall. A tech soul will make sure that there are no funny business occurring. And well, so much for the Lucio touch. GCB gets owned. And there's Poland with what looked like a really convincing start to the map. They stutter a little bit, but show us they've got the quality to finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, Ireland, they bounced back, right? I know they put up a fight on their offensive side, but I know Poland set a world record on their offensive side, so it's a little bit unlucky. So we will see if Ireland, look, they get a map selection. No Cat Bastion able to be banned out here. There's a game 5 lurking around here, I feel like. We'll see. Take a look at some of the stats. Huh?
It's in the walls, I feel. There's the potential. Yeah. Another great Diva game from Relax. 4 deaths in total. 31 eliminations. Forgets to pick second perk. Honestly, just based all around.
he was swapping a ton. Maybe he didn't earn the second perk on it. What was a Vast didn't select perks in a show match that we did? He just forgot. One of the players got tilted.
When was this?
Probably one of the events you missed. We had a Vast playing a show match, and I think 80% of the way through, one of his teammates was like, "Bro, you have no perks," and he was like, "Oh, Lamau, my bad." He did not have Vast. He was just playing a lot of different tanks, so probably just didn't get a chance to earn that second perk. But Luan's looked pretty good here on the Emre. I know if you want to kind of look at a bright spot, but Relax has been kind of crazy for Poland in terms of tank play. Really impressive performances.
Yeah, and solid finish here. I do think that there's a lot to hang a hat on if you're Ireland in terms of, look at your DPS line. They've looked excellent. And also, like some of the sound barrier timings from GCB have been quite good. There was that one where they take a tempo beat to try and start the fight into what they probably should have tracked as a Gravitic Flux, maybe thinking that they could sort of beat the timing on that. And, honestly, it ends up being pretty scrappy, and they do end up fizzling out there. So maybe a couple of things to tighten out. But, I'm watching this team play with pure passion right now. They were certainly playing for that overtime. Certainly playing for that extra.
Well, they cut out one Rialto too, Poland, right? They had a decent amount of time to capture that last point. They just kind of fumbled a lot of the ultimates there towards the end.
Yeah, that was pretty. Okay, so I would say the difference between the high level we see from Poland and maybe some of their low light moments is pretty staggering. They really sort of But again, this is this is the team that's coming together. It's under some degree of pressure because you do know that first this is your debut, right? So you're like getting sorted under these match conditions. You also know that like Spain and France are looking onward, circling like vultures, saying we want these top 2 spots for ourselves. And you're Poland. I know, like defiance is baked into the soul of the Polish folk. They are not willing to be sort of underestimated here, and I think they've honestly like put on a great showing. If they want though to maybe put the fear of God into someone like Spain, they need to be dragging Ireland down in the town square and beating them senseless here on New Queen Street.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to really kind of send a message to the rest of the group, right, you would want Poland to come out here and like a full map completion, right? So we'll see what they decide to do for New Queen Street. The Ireland team, I mean, watch them come out here with a little ball cap bastion, kind of like last minute. They've just been studying Korean VODs the last 9 hours since they played, and they're just gonna pull it out.
The pure Irish wrecking ball. I mean, I'm strapped in. I've heard. I'm extremely ready for that. This obviously is our last EMEA match of the day, but we've got sort of plenty of great action still to come here, of course, from our World Cup qualifiers. We've got 3, America's matches following this one. So you have a chance, obviously, to check in there, and I'm also looking forward.
Yeah. Chat's going heavy on Poland coming into this one.
Okay.
75% of the channel points.
I mean,
we're swinging a little bit. I mean, look, Cap Bastion's going to be available here. I don't know. I mean, Ireland, we'll see if they're able to. And they banned Cassidy. I mean, hey, hold up.
Okay.
Maybe it gets a little wild now.
But what's Pure Irish going to play? Ramatra again? I feel like Diva's been their best look. And honestly, maybe calling from like a different hero's position might be that much more challenging. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, Ramatra?
Yeah.
Possibly?
Yeah, maybe kind of like what was peddled out in Kings Road. You can play Sigma. You can certainly try and run that back, although it feels like Poland have looked a bit more comfortable in that setup. Stick around as well. There's a pretty insane rivalry match after this one in Americas. It's going to be Argentina versus Chile. In a pretty important Group B matchup. We haven't seen either of them yet, but they share a group with the United States. So that could be a pretty definitive matchup. But for now, we have what maybe the last match of the series if Ireland cannot get their wits about them. They have chosen to take us here to New Queen Street. So let's see what they've got. They've taken the Cassidy out of the picture. Akav is going to have to find something else to play. Pure Irish is also going to be forced off the Diva.
And I mean, look, Cassidy's one of the better heroes to deal with Cap Bastion. I know a lot of people in the chat spamming, ban Cap Bastion. It's already been gone here for Poland. Those picks have already been expended, so not able to do it for the rest of the series. The Diva ban is quite nice, though. Pure Irish has played that pretty much the entire time. See what Ireland decides to do. I think we got an idea what they're gonna do. It looks like it is going to be Cap with Bastion here.
And the Malga.
Do we get the Relax ball? Hold up.
Okay, against the Iliari backline, this could be pretty potent. I don't know if...
Well,
I don't know if I'm a huge fan of it, like, objectively here. Okay, let's see it.
Yeah, I mean, what ball Kiri Ilari into the Malga Cat Bastion Reaper is gonna be tough.
All right, I want to see what...
Oh, okay. Nut just gets annihilated there off the rim. Poor Nut has had a rough go.
It could have been anybody.
Yeah, but they're still holding on. I mean, they're able to keep Pure Irish alive there. Yeah, I know Cardiac Overdrive with, the Reaper right there. GCB getting some healing action in. So this is going to be an early fight win, even though you lose Nut early on.
I think Poland have definitely making this harder for themselves, for sure. Ireland play such a really powerful, like, rock-solid core of the Reaper, Kiri, and then the Malga. And obviously you got the Jetpack Cat Bastion element. So going after that is the correct decision. I don't know if Relax expected to run into them there, but either way, they're going to go over to the Malga themselves. You're Irish, though, could just shrug off most of this. Oh, there's the Bastion. Yep, he was waiting the whole time. And you're dead.
He thought they were having a nice little healthy battle there, and then all of a sudden here is just a ton of unmitigated damage directly coming around the corner. Also quite interesting is that like they didn't actually kind of even pick up. Luan just kind of guide him into the fight. This is worrisome for Poland though, Mitch, right? You've already used the Cat and Bastion ban. You now use Diva here. And you know, Ireland's starting to get going.
Yeah, I like what you're foreshadowing, Matt. I'm kind of here for it. Poland have not come up with an answer to this quite yet. Kiri focus kind of goes without saying, but Reaper is quite self-sufficient, and so is Malga. So in lieu of like a dedicated healer for either of those two, they can still hang, and GCB can redirect themselves. Time just... Okay.
How low is he?
Yep, that went down. But look at this. My God, Ireland looks so much better in the fight. Relax just gets blown up. And yeah, defensive ultimate here thrown out by Luan. It's not going to keep them alive for much longer. I don't think anyone on here wants to fight Demalga. He is an uninvited guest, a pest perhaps. Somehow, Eggs got away for a while. Still got caught out by Pure Irish. And this is all Ireland all the time, bros. Wall-to-wall Guinness. As Poland, again, might have to consider even more changes here.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to go towards? It's going to be a Death Blossom available here for time. It'll be GCB as well with a Catnap available. Time in a really rough spot. I mean, nobody is even around to play with him at that point. So it'll be a cage fight here, just trying to, you know, hold Relax in his place. Captive Sun and Overclock used here from Poland as well. So that's a lot of commitment here from Poland to win that fight.
Look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of the power of the Jetpack Cat Bastion combination. However, Poland are going to get themselves one fight away from this all-important first checkpoint, which would obviously, by definition, get them ahead of Ireland. It's a Death Blossom, though, and catnapping, which could be problematic, but the environmental kill opportunities are pretty darn limited for GCB, even without Cassidy to make your life hard while you try and ferret him away. Out in the open is where Poland are playing with the wraparound from one here. Cage Fire will protect them somewhat, and it gives them enough time to work down the rest of Ireland. Unfortunately, Nuan is just a little bit too late to the party in terms of dispensing that divine justice and damage from above. And here come Poland now, back into the game and now into the lead.
And I think for Poland, if you can just force them off of this, you feel pretty good about just kind of running this in the rest of the map. So the Malga swap has definitely paid off here for Relax and Co. China with a pulse bomb. Luan is off of the Bastion, but you're going to still keep the cat here for the catnap. The stun is quite good. I don't know if I would like stay on it for the stun. And I mean, they're kind of approaching your spawn. I mean, you have to have real faith in this ultimate coming up huge here.
China there, realizing the bomb didn't connect, doesn't want to hang around too long. We're going to do it now. Yes, GCB in, and we have caught it Liari for ourselves. However, still going to complete that elimination, and they do. Drag her into the side room and show us some of that hospitality. Ireland back in the game now, but perhaps the Jetpack Cat's time is short.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be a swap here, probably to the Lucio, I would say. Yep. For Ireland. So, look, I think though, if you told Poland like you were going to get them off the Cat Bastion and get them into this type of setup, you'd be pretty happy, right? I know it took them a little bit, about half the round to get a lead, but they do get it. We will see Eggs here in this next fight. With the Captive Sun, you're just kind of waiting for that Malga to get quite aggressive. They already burned down about half of Pure Irish's HP.
Luan caught out there. Nice stomp from Relaxed. Shoulder charge comes in and connects beautifully. This Captive Sun, yeah, I think Eggs realizes I don't need this to get rid of the Malga. In fact, there are no targets. So let's deploy a bauble and lighten up the map a little bit. Poland back in control. Ireland only really got it to mid-map.
I mean, Eggs almost uses it to just dodge the Malga stomp, right? And then just kind of get out of the way. So we'll see just some kind of high ground control here. Ooh, it's going to be Poland going here fast with their OC. No targets here. No in-icams POV. So it'll be Relaxed here, potentially with a cage fight. It's going to be a cage fight from Pure Irish, who opens it up.
Okay, so it's traded, but the cage fight is definitely an issue. Relax just doesn't want to use that ultimate here. I think if you're Poland, you got to adopt the time-honored strategy of pushing deep into Ireland's part of the map, forcing ultimates out of them, and then just, taking a concession here and there. Coming back and then just incrementally increasing your progress now that you have ult advantage.
Yeah, so now, look, we're about, 4 minutes on the clock here. Ireland needs to get something going desperately, right? They're behind, by a little bit more than 45 meters. So need to kind of double up their progress. But Poland just does a nice job. It's just being so aggressive, pushing him back. Pulse bomb there, connected on the Pure Irish. The Suzu that comes in from not able to keep him fully healthy.
Dangerous game for GCB, but Eggs maybe dives a little bit too deep in order to find that Lucio elimination. Luan being down, though, dangerous now for Ireland. We're going to have to rely on times damage output. Poland, well, respect this.
Well, I mean, Ireland uses the Kitsune Rush on their side of the map, and then I know Poland just runs, right? There's no reason to fight that there. I mean, they don't even get any progress out of that Kitsune Rush, and then they just kind of get ran over. This is brutal for Ireland. I mean, you would have loved to kind of save that rush for a more offensive fight, right? You use it so deep on your own side of the map, and everybody has pretty good mobility for Poland. They just run.
You're at such risk now of just being blown out of this game. I'd be concerned about the Captive Sun encroaching now, especially like your GCB. You are priced into using this ultimate as early and meaningfully as you possibly can. Look, we've got to open up the account. That is just a stunning shot on ICAB. 150 charge goes a long way for sure, but Eggs will be the next to fall. And Ireland once again have done the thing where they stay in the map. They stay in some degree of control, but it's about furthering their overarching game plan that they have stumbled on. But 2 minutes 20 is more than enough time. They've got to get that first checkpoint, which means there'll be a butt scratch. And that means they'll be running on dregs as they try and push for a win and a map 5.
Yeah, but what? Are you gonna hold this beat for overclock? And then they're gonna have Kitsune Rush plus Captive Sun, right? I mean, feels like you're gonna be able to just kind of run through them here with 2 minutes on the clock as Poland will step down. No, they're gonna try and deny some further bot progress as they want this fight to kind of take place in the middle of the map. It's gonna be a nice beat there from GCB, connects to everybody.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's what you're looking for. Sound barrier, good coverage. Texel picked off their pulse for time is good enough to claim ICAV. And there's that second consecutive fight you were winning. And the extra upside is that you did it through this Captive Sun and Overclock combination. That is a good sign. Now your Kitsune Rush that you partnered with a little bit prematurely a couple of fights ago is back online. It's time for Nuts to shine.
Yeah, I mean, you did end up using your beat though, right? So obviously beat is a huge ultimate. So I wonder if Poland, you'll be able to kind of get somebody here to get a touch before checkpoint comes on through. You do have China here in the mix. As you're actually going to get relaxed as well. It's going to be Pure Irish trying to cut some other players off there with a cage fight, but he takes so much damage he has to back out.
Instant cancel required there. Here comes Relax, healthy enough I think to keep this fight going. Just 2 ships to the night as they pass by. Bulky bodies of Malga don't even collide with each other. But Poland are able to stave off Ireland yet again. Kitsune Rush there as an answer to cage fight was absolutely critical, but Pure Irish cleverly realized that it was time to get out of dodge there.
Well, here's what you worry about now for Ireland, right? That was your rush. You had your cage fight there. Poland is going to be able to win a fight, basically, you would assume, off of the back of this cage, and we're about 30 seconds on the clock. You're gonna have to like run it back the whole map. I think if you're Poland, I would pull back a little bit here, even just kind of like let some clock bleed, just kind of contest for a brief period of time, and try and just end this one here.
Yeah, make it uncomfortable. They're just gonna make sure they fall back in such a way that no loose ends are left exposed. Like Eggs being super low. Oh, it's a tough one for ICAP to win. Yeah, the disrupt the shot on himself is brutal, but
they get both supports of the cage.
And GCB get caught inside the cage. And that'll pretty much make this one cooked, Matt. GCB can run back in with a sound barrier to try and stall this out. Eggs is again going to have the Captive Sun sort of, contested with that important ability, but the touch is going to be brutal. Eggs, celebrity Captive Sun, Polska Gurum here as it is. This Polish squad look dominant on New Queen Street. Now able to shove towards Ireland and complete a series win. Brief stall here for Pure Irish, but it will be short-lived. It's just the dregs, folks, all over but the crying. Tough break here for Ireland, but hey, you did kind of invent the whole being Irish thing. So who's a real winner here? Poland, though, strong in their debut.
Yes, just a few minor slip-ups there for Poland, but on King's Row and then here on New Queen Street, really, I know all the maps they won, they look really, really good. So excited to see how Poland fares moving forward. And there, that final fight, Mitch, it was tough because I know Pure Irish was really low. Both supports go over to try and help for Ireland, and they just walk right into a cage in the close quarter area with China there as well. I know the Tracer here for Poland doing a really nice job, and then also Eggs. I mean, look at that, 9,500 damage. Some really nice stuff there. From the support player of Poland, really playing that Alari throughout a lot of the series. Where, Ash, it looked like as soon as Ireland got off of that Cat Bastion and kind of played some of these mirror comps, they're in a world of trouble.
Yeah, it's kind of a worrying sign there for Ireland, no? Because I think the part of the conversation too is some of their looks off of the Cat Bastion were also previously some of their stronger ones. So kind of got some questions here for Ireland as far as, you know, depth and composition, just like general comfort. But I think that it's for certain that Poland looked a bit of a league ahead of Ireland in this particular matchup. There were definitely glimpses of brilliance, though. I want to give Mitch, Ireland, a lot of credit, I think, in some of these moments where, you know, when their backs are up against the wall, they were bringing quite the fight, but there was never really a moment where it felt like they had any sort of edge up.
I think they really switched on as a team. Frankly, I was really glad to get to see them showcase what they're capable of. I think that sometimes they really have trouble, like, you know, getting into these fights with like 5 people standing. Lewin gets dove pretty frequently in that previous game. And honestly, like, if you don't have the comp or the inclination to like meaningfully punish teams for playing Iliari on a map like New Queen Street, you're going to find yourself at a pretty big disadvantage. Feel like, yeah, you can sound barrier the captive sun, but in general, just like consistent damage output puts much more pressure on your backline. And Winner is already trying to deal with everybody and their brother coming for him in those fights, because in any Jetpack Cat composition, it's the Kiriko that is the focus. Take her out, and then it all kind of unravels.
I think it comes down to actually as simple as like what Mitch was saying at the start of his monologue. There was like
tirade.
His tirade. You can't win fights consistently and win maps consistently when you basically are having a one player dead pretty much every single fight at the start, right? It felt like time and time again, whether it be not Luan, somebody like they were just kind of getting picked off early on. Some fights they would able to pull them out, which I think kind of gives a little bit of a credit to how talented some of the players are. But I know over the course of a series, it is not going to work out. I mean, you kind of saw what that kind of amounts to in Kings Row, right, on Poland's offense. So I think for Ireland, they can definitely like play and compete at this level. It's just kind of cleaning up some of the things like that at the start of the fights.
Hey, super valid. I think for the side of Poland as well, they just showed a little bit more of like that flexibility and comfort with a bit more dynamicism within the compositions that they're able to pull out and make look pretty solid overall. I think it's going to be fun to see how this Polish roster is also going to stack up against a team like Spain going into next weekend as well. Overall, taking a look at these Group C standings now, you do have Ireland down 0-2. That doesn't necessarily count them out, but they do have France to go up against as well. So that I want to say that, unfortunately.
Well, they just got a 3-0 France. I mean, and then hope everybody else finishes 1-2.
Yeah, that's super easy, right, Matt? Like, I think that
just do it, right?
Yeah,
I think that's great analysis. Thank you so much.
No problem.
He's honestly nailed it. The whole like reading the groups thing, and like, yeah, that's kind of like where Matt shines, honestly. Look,
I'm curious on Poland versus Spain. I don't know who I would favorite in that game. Although like I think it's easy to say like Poland would have the advantage. I think it's because they look awesome here against Ireland today, and we watched Spain lose against France. But I don't know. Something tells I would like almost favor Spain slightly. Is like I don't even really feel good about saying that, but I think like off of like the totality of what we've seen, I almost would.
I don't know. That's a tough one for me. I think that Poland, when they look good, look fantastic. So I think that's going to be an exciting match. I do think like I think Poland have probably even more to show us there once they like start to tighten up some of those slips we saw over the course of the series. I think it'll be even better, and they've got time to prep. So yeah, I'm thinking they got it.
Hey, I think no matter what, it's going to be a scrap fest for that one. Hopefully, a 5-match banger series. But we do have an interview on the way here with Eggs here from Team Poland. Eggs, congratulations on today's win. I want to get a little bit of insight from you, I think, from this last matchup that we saw, because it looked like a pretty convincing victory here for Team Poland overall. But there were moments on some of these maps where we saw Team Ireland really starting to like claw back. I kind of want to get an idea of like, were you guys feeling very confident still during those moments where Ireland were starting to really have that bite back? Or were there moments where, maybe tensions were rising a little bit there?
I think we were looking to win. Like I wasn't scared at all of losing any maps. We kind of threw the reality, in my opinion. Like we shouldn't have lost it at all. We just couldn't make our ults work in the last 2 fights.
I mean, you especially have been showing us like a kind of a unique Iari pick on some of these maps where we sort of don't often see her. What's the idea there? It does seem like you can take over the game, especially when you're not punished. But what's the thinking there by like trying to fold her into like, you know, Ilios, for example, where I feel like we never see her.
I mean, we just want to play to our strengths. We have two very good flex supports, so we want to force Kiri and something at all times. And we just play either Ilari or Ana, in my opinion. Ilari is just so fun to play right now. Even though the Cat Bastion meta is annoying, you can play Ilari into everything.
Yeah, I mean, you looked awesome on it throughout the series today. I gotta say, looking at the group, it looks like it'll come down to like a game against like you guys in Spain, maybe to kind of come out. How do you feel in that like head-to-head matchup? Have you had any time scrimming any of the other teams? What's your opinion on some of the, I know, really Spain and France in your guys' group?
I believe we can win both. France is the hardest game in the group. If we try 100%, I'm sure we can do something, at least take a map or two even. And we should win Spain, in my opinion.
Super valid. I love to hear the confidence coming out from you here, Eggs. I'm also kind of curious overall when it comes down to competition across OWWC. If you get that opportunity to make it over to Busan, which team do you actually have your eyes on to play up against?
We talked about it before. I think we want to beat China the most. It would be funny to have China against China, in my opinion. I want
That'd be
to
fun for
hear...
us. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
For that.
China versus China.
I want I want to see that. I want to win against China, or one of the good teams like UK, China, maybe Korea, but we won't. We'll see.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your matches. You guys look great in the server today. Congratulations again, Eggs, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Always love to hear so much confidence coming out from our players. But as we wrap up our day here in EMEA, Matt, taking a look at these standings, I feel like things are generally stacking up just about how we expect things to be. But next weekend's matches have the potential to really shake things up.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we have a ton of like really good games coming next weekend, right? I mean, that Sweden versus Finland game will be really good. I know France will take on Poland, right? And I know we'll see how that kind of like plays out for those really. I know, and obviously Germany, right? They're gonna play again next week, so we'll see kind of like how they kind of continue
Norway.
in their group, yeah, against Norway. So very interesting week of Overwatch. I know really that first day may decide some the key number one spots in those groups.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo that. I think the France versus Poland map is the one that like Eggs is expecting to be the hardest. That'll be the definitive game of that Group C. And obviously Finland versus Sweden is like laden with meaning in terms of qualification. So, I mean, yeah, especially the first day of games.
Hey,
is crap.
That Sunday though, I mean, dude, there are some bangers on that Sunday. I mean, Sweden, Denmark, right? Great Britain, Germany. I mean, those are some heavy hitting games. So that'll be a really sick day as well.
Sunday's going to be a long and exciting day for EMEA, that is for certain. But that's everything from me, Mitch, and Matt here for the EMEA side of things. You guys are going to be joined by Jaws and Tiny Shiny in just a few minutes for the OWWC Americas side of the World Cup. But don't forget, while we're on break, to follow us on everywhere here for Overwatch Esports, and stay tuned with everything on all the news here for OWWC.
We are back. Overwatch World Cup here in North America this time. You just watched EMEA, 4 slamming games, but we, myself and Molly, are here to bring you the first 3 on this beautiful Sunday as we head into North America. That was a word salad. Zoe's better at this than me. I'm hosting today. What's up, Molly? How's it going?
Oh, fantastic. You're doing a great job. I think you're doing fantastic. We're going to have so much fun with these games. I know these players are ready to kick it off for the second day of America's almost halfway through.
Yes, almost halfway. And Overwatch World Cup is going to come quicker than you think. In fact, the whole of life does. I'm going to be honest with you. As soon as you get a little bit older, life comes at you fast, and so do these online qualifiers. It feels like we are so close to being in Anaheim already. Towards the end of the year, obviously that's going to be going down, but we've got a couple more weeks of these online qualifiers to go to sort out the groups. Let's check out the format, though, for the World Cup. And is the online qualifiers we end up rolling through. We got a 4-team round robin groups with the top 2 teams advancing to the group stage in Busan in South Korea. It has been a while since we've had a big event in Korea, so I'm pretty excited about that, Molly.
I know for a lot of teams, their goal is to make it to this event, especially from this Americas region, and it'll be great to be back in such a region where Overwatch is very well loved. So we're still, again, not at the stage to confirm who will be going quite yet, but every match is going to count in small groups.
Oh, yeah. And just to let you know as well, if you've only just joined us, I'm sure you watched at least a portion of the EMEA broadcast or some of the matches yesterday. But to decide some of the seeding, or at least the map picks and bans, we've had a 1v1 deathmatch situation going on. So we were going to actually put Johnny in a chess match versus some of the teams, but he couldn't actually decide what was the pawn and what was the rook. So yeah, we've ended up going for more of a deathmatchy style type thing. With North America, different heroes to EMEA. We've got a Cassidy, Winston, or a BAP 1v1. I think the Winston's been banned most often than not. I mean, come on. Winston 1v1? Really, Molly?
Yeah, you know, we saw that. I'm like, one of these things is not quite like the other. So I'm curious to see if anybody will be engaging in some monkey business later on in the day. But
please,
to start, I have a feeling we'll be going in a different direction.
Yeah, please. No, just give us the Cass and Babs. I'm fine with that. I think EMEA came out with the best picks with the Widowmaker. I love Widowmaker 1v1s. But check out the standings on your screen right now. Both Group A and Group B of Americas. No surprise that Canada and the USA are currently on top. Only played a single game, though, Ollie. So, you know, they're going to be +3. Although I can imagine they're going to qualify without dropping a single map.
Yeah, it definitely, I think if you look at the 2 teams that are on top of both their groups, I think you're pretty locked in based on both past performances and just the overall strength that these rosters have. I think it's the second spot, though, is a little more up for grabs than it has been in previous years. It's a combination of having a lot more, I think, competition.
Sorry about the brief pause there. A couple of technical issues. I'm not even sure what we cut out, to be honest, but it's all good. We're getting into the first match in just a moment. Argentina versus Chile. We'll have a look at the rosters in a couple of seconds, but this feels a little bit more one-sided, Molly, going into this.
Yeah, 2 of our 3 teams that were qualified through the Conference Cup. Chile going in first place, undefeated, whereas Argentina squeaked on through in third. So is the second time these two teams will be meeting up in that regard. But of course, I think the standout player is, of course, Lep on that roster, playing in NA OWCS for ESG. But yeah, for the most part, I think Argentina are the team that is the most approved, for sure, heading into this qualifier.
It feels like Chile are going to 3-0, but you know what? I'm here to be proven wrong. Here's the Chile roster on your screen. Oh boy. Frack Hog, potentially?
You know, we could. We really could. Frack has been, you know, on this roster a couple times now and been a leader, and that's kind of where Chile's well established. They're all playing together in a facility in Chile right now. You have a lot of previous synergy. Most of this roster played on 9Z, who just qualified for EWC through South America Basic Masters, but we do get a look at this 1v1 deathmatch to determine our first seed. It was the Baptiste 1v1, also sending in the tank for Argentina.
Oh, do you send your tank player in to play Bat 1v1? That's the question.
They certainly did.
It's a little rough. Tank players are having 0 aim. I'm joking, tank players, don't get mad. You will be berated in the comments. Yeah, that's true. Okay, the tank players do have aiming characters now. They do have ball. It's all good.
Yeah.
Also, not to be confused with Vancouver Titans, Tizzy. Different player.
Yes. Different individual. But went to being in on the Baptiste and also the one to lose this. The tank, you know what? I'm sorry if we ever doubted any of your aims, because Tizzy just proved you all wrong. Outmaneuvers with the Immortality Field, and we'll get that first pick for Argentina. But they instead are going to defer that map pick and instead want to go for the first ban.
Yeah, that's quite cool. It's kind of an interesting evolution how the map picks and bans and the hero picks and bans have gone. We've seen a few teams historically, Space Station Gaming being one of them, deferring a ton of them, but I actually don't mind deferring the map if you're going to keep the ban first, because it's like, okay, you pick your best map and then we'll just ban the strat on the map that you like to play. So looks like Chile are going to be picking Ilios as our first one.
Yeah, Ilios more of that dive heavy map, and neither the Cat or Bastion is targeted. It's something that we've seen not really from Chile, but a little from Argentina. Lep in particular likes to pull out that jetpack cat if the opportunity is there. It was something he did in the Conference Cup as well, so it is an option. But otherwise, I'm kind of looking at Tizzy to play this Wrecking Ball, maybe some Frack Winston, or you know what, Jaws, we actually have a Roadhog set up here for well.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. We saw it in Japan, is all I'm saying. Look, Hog can work. Only one map, 1 point, but it can work. All right, let's jump into these online qualifiers here in Americas. Argentina versus Chile. Can they get some revenge? Chile kind of swept them under the rug last time with a little swift 3-0. At least a map, Argentina, please. I'm begging. At least one.
They did make it close. Neither were like full sweeps of maps, but yeah, I think it's going to be asking a lot for Argentina. Chile have some of the best upset potential, I think, in this Americas region when it comes to that match against Mexico. But of course, got to start here. First game of the weekend for both of these teams as we are going to get started here on Lighthouse.
Now this is the Cat Bastion map of all time in Lighthouse. Put the Bastion on top of the high ground, easy mode. Hey, look, Ana's been banned too, I mean. Mizuki comps with the Kiri's been fairly popular. I think the Cam Bastion is like a really nice, easy default for most teams at this current moment in time until they add a tether timing on the Cat Bastion.
That is something that Chile seem to be leaning towards. LCS and Bert hovering that duo, whereas Argentina actually going to step away from that a bit different. In the last 2 times these teams met, Argentina made sure not to scrim Chile for this exact reason. If there is a match they will win in their group, it would be this one. We're going to find out. The teams get ready to roll on through. Malgamird on both sides, so more of this brawl frontline heavy playstyle.
It's so tough. Look at this. Reaper into this. I mean, Reaper's only going to be shooting the Maga, of course, but I mean, Persona has such an insane weight on their shoulders. being the Cassidy here, the only one that's going to be able to check Bert in the sky. Already, you can see a nice little rotation there from Saxon getting on the mega health back, but Persona shot from 3 different angles, going to play in cage for now.
Persona's kind of just sitting duck in this cage. Like you can tell, constantly has their eyes on the sky. Stellar Cassidy player, seen it in Colonial Heroes and Face It alike. The tall task indeed. Point is unlocked, but I don't really have the full rotations until Frat goes in.
You can just hear the Bastion above them. It's like, you can't do anything. Like, what? You can't really transition to the point easily with the Cat Bastion kind of waiting behind you. And with Saxon dead, like, you don't win that fight. As soon as you lose that Reaper, it's over because there's no pressure on this Margo.
Yeah, it's very easy for Frak to go ahead and engage alongside Eli, knowing that threat is gone. And it's really just hard for Saxon. Unless you can get close to Frak, you're not really going to be doing too much on this. So we'll see if Argentina make any swaps, but I have a feeling they're going to stick on this. But for Chile right now, you're so happy. Look at this position. LCS and Bert can just dangle from. With a little more difficulty as Persona does up to match.
Yeah, it's needed at this point, but then you don't have the cat, so it's like,
yeah.
Well, this is great. We can shoot the Bastion a little bit more effectively with the turret form, but you're still having to cross this giant expanse, and you don't have a teleport either. There's no like sim TP with the enemy Bastion. Like Persona, they're just gonna have to walk to Mega and then walk to the point and hopefully not die in the process. Look, I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, there's nothing you can do.
It's like a horror game, honestly, for this Argentina team. They're like, okay, go next. They're not looking, but now with these forms, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. It's just so tough. And it's on control as well, the game mode that you make one swap. Maybe you have like 1.5 swaps available, but like you can't waste time. You need to swap to Cat Bastion right now. Like Lep, I think, just needs to switch.
Yeah, and he did swap once, but it was over to the Lucio of all things. Helps with the Taxi, but you're just not taking a fight. It's Chile. You're playing into their hands almost every single time, and look at the ult bank that they have. Even Frak with just this cage fight, combo with either a Death Blossom or the Artillery Strike. Look at like a world of hurt for Argentina coming up.
Maybe they just rush. Okay, yeah, they just rush on the point, but it's going to be a counter rush for Chile. Bastion mode pops here for Persona. Cage is going to be good, but the healing is just insane coming out onto Bert. And then he even just pops the ult. Bert pops ult, gets all that over health again, and then, oh, what happens? Death Blossom inside the cage. Easy game. Chile are going to be able to take this map. Should be a couple of cleanups in the very end, but yeah, unlucky for Lep. Didn't even earn a sound barrier either, sadly. Oh, unlucky. Nice try. That's going to be the first round to Chile.
Yeah, very dominant so far, and I think this is what we're starting to see. Yes, there are more teams that are leaning away from this Cat Bastion, but if you haven't specifically gone out of your way to practice more of these counters, especially with more of that Mizuki style that we're seeing, you're really going to struggle. Argentina did not take a flight on their own turns at all. They were just hoping that Chile would mess up. Well, they didn't. They have a total of 1 death on the entirety of their team.
Come on. I mean, Bert died like mid-cage. Just caged in, hit the ult, still managed to pick up a couple of assists as well. Like, come on, that's a little... Oh, well, actually no assists. Okay, well, I'm surprised the mortar shells didn't count, but there we go. Yeah, Chile with a very dominant start. Surely Lep hits the speed and then hits the Cat Bastion. No.
Please?
Speed up. Where's the cat?
No.
It's going to be
there he goes.
Reaper again.
I mean, I guess if you really want to take the front to back, sure, but half the team is in the sky.
He's been dropped.
There's the option. Wait a minute.
He's been dropped. Someone say the Bastion. Okay, the Bastion was dropped out of the sky. Wait, it was a bait the whole time. Hang on a second. They literally dangled the Bastion like a bit of bait on the end of a fishing line there. That was a little crazy. And now they're stuck in a room without Lucio. Yeah, good luck.
Actual carrot on a stick moment there for Argentina. And that took that bait and Eli looked how to clean this one up. Is it just a Persona? Chilling around here is Argentina. Trying to get that full reset, but a couple of later picks. Chile definitely happy with how this is going, and Lep, yeah, he'll be able to scoot away with the Lucio. The rest of the team not as lucky. Still gonna stick it out though, by the looks of it. He's hovering around on this point, and this one's even more open, Jack. It's harder for them to get between cover to cover without getting met by the Malga or the Bastion.
Yeah, now the Malga's on top of you. He just jumps down as soon as you try and make a cross. Gonna go Mega Side instead. So leap across the high grounds, but yeah, Surreal's already down. This fight, unfortunately, is over. Without your Kiriko, there's no way you sustain.
Argentina, can they even get out of this room, though? Good question. Because it kind of looks like Chile, especially Eli, wanted to push that, but they'll make a swift escape. At least to a degree. But Frak is kind of in there right now. He'll have to back out. Wait for the rest of the team, but an early Kitsune rush here for Chile. Just again, taking these fights on their own terms, winning where they want to.
Yep, there's the rush from the point all the way through that choke. Argentina have already lost Leb. The good Suzu keeps people alive, but this is an aggressive use of the ult by Bird. That's not even like a, I'm going to use this to save myself. I'm just going to throw it in and hope for the best. And you know what? A kill will do.
Yeah, you take that. Like 9 times out of 10, we see the artillery strike used just to live. The extra health you get from the perk, but now that was I'm feeling bloodthirsty fashion type of play in the cage to stop the cat.
Oh, nice. Okay, there's the rush. Sure, this is the fight. Argentina win. Return cage here. Death Blossom coming through from the side though, straight through the doors, and unfortunately, that's a bit too much damage for Tizzy to sustain through. Frak is going to be able to get the charge away, but there's only 10% to go. Saxton, surreal. I mean, is there actually even a chance to touch? It doesn't actually feel like it at all. Death Blossom available for the Reaper, but touches? Oh, Leb died. What a slam. Oh, well, Frak has just saved the day. Nice little touch by Saxton, but they haven't got a sound barrier again. Leb hasn't even managed to build one up. Maybe he gets back in the next 5% or so. Death Blossom on the point, quickly shut down by Wed as Frak just focuses down the enemy Malga. Actually, Tizzy manages to get 2. Not sure how Wed and Eli even died up front there, but the beat from Leb is going to hit 3. And that's going to guarantee the fight. Chile losing this, falling over as Argentina finally cap.
It took so much for them to do it, though. And it really, if Lep didn't get back with that sound barrier in time, we would be seeing a much, much different result there. So good on him and Tizzy to get that one done for Argentina. But I feel like we're still going to run into some of the same concerns that you did before. Bert, again, ready to go. Artillery strike, again, more as a use to survive tool. And having a choice to go in with the cat, force the positioning. You can see the fear Argentina have when they look at this.
Yeah, Bert's got ult again. Definitely going to use it defensively. Oh, I say that. Okay, my bad. Sorry, team. They managed to isolate Tizzy already in a good, like, stomp kill. Does end up knocking Persona off of the map. Cage comes in, and that will be the round. That should be the map. Yeah, I'm not sure where the Bastion went there. Unlucky. Persona couldn't even ult. It's like, well, I'm going to save myself, guys. But no, just got booped off the edge of the map. Chile with a nice 2-0 start on Ilios. Kind of expected to go this way, of course, with them beating Argentina previously in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, I think if you're Chile, you're going to this match. You know these players. You know this team. You're like, we know what to do. Did switch up the play style quite a bit, and is going to play into their advantage so far. And even looking at this, couple more deaths on the board, sure, with the one fight that they did end up losing, but all things considered, darn near perfect gameplay. And it just felt like one of those matches that, on paper, was just not winnable from the start with the composition choices and making the right lives just more challenging than they needed to be without playing the cat.
W tank player, not even dying a single time, so can't be blamed by the whole team. All good. Yeah, it felt easy. I'm going to be honest with you, Molly. There wasn't really much competition there, sadly. I mean, Lep didn't earn a beat in the first round. That's how quick it was. And yeah, it just all fell apart. I mean, the Cat Bastion, you just need to play it. Yeah, I just don't think the Lucio version is worth it at all.
No, and maybe it could change going ahead in in the other maps when you are playing in more close quarters, like our King's Row or some of our Flashpoints, for example. But it is also going to depend, are you going to ban out this cat or the Bastion? I think it's something that you especially want Persona off of, something they can show a little bit more of their mechanical skill on. So we'll see what Argentina are thinking about as they go ahead, but it seems like a major rework is in order for how they're approaching this matchup.
Just put the Bastion, put the cat in, and then the Cat Bastion, then you can maybe match up. Because the thing is, you're just hovering there the whole time. You saw it on Lighthouse. They're just hovering above Cage the entire time. And it's like, well, we can get to the point, sure, but we're going to take 1,000,000 damage. So they're like, okay, we'll go through the enemy Mega, and then we'll go down to the point. But yeah, it's a little rough. Maybe they end up just banning the Bastion or the Cat as we go on throughout this series. Of course, we'll get the map pick up in just a moment. It will be Argentina picking again.
Actually, no, because it was actually Chile that picked the first one because they deferred.
Oh, yeah, they deferred. You're right.
They did,
yeah.
yes. But they did pick Runasapi, which can be another Cat Bastion map out of the pool that is there. So a little surprising, I guess, unless you have a very specific style or you are banning one of the two heroes, which I think it's going to be one. It would be the Cat, but we'll go ahead and see. Lep seemingly wanting to avoid that one for now. I think Mauga could be another point of focus for one of these bans. I think like a Wrecking Ball, the D.Va, more of these faster playstyles are something that Argentina have enjoyed in the past, and something they could pull out here on Runasapi.
The go-to anti-Cat Bastion strat is New York City. That's like, well, look, we don't want to play it, so we're just going to go there. Or you can do something like this, where you go to a map where it's fairly strong, and then ban it, and then still have New Junk City later. So yeah, Argentina with the first ban. They're going to ban the Cats and Mauga for Chile.
You know, it honestly is going to feel like a bit of a fresh start, because we didn't get to see much of anything from Argentina, just because of how much they were on the back foot, but having that cat off the board opens up so much more of the map for them to be able to work with. And without the Mauga, you're probably leaning away from this Reaper as well. Perhaps some more of that D.Va, the Tracer, could make an appearance on this side of things, and will highlight more the individual skill as in that overall macro team play that was the reign of Ilios there. So we'll go ahead and find out, because Argentina, I don't think, want to go down to match point if they have the choice to do so. Specifically did avoid scrimming this Chile team. They avoided each other like the plague for this game, and yeah, we'll have to see if it's going to pay off on this Runasapi map.
Sometimes the way you phrase that was funny. It's like, well, you know, if they had the choice, I don't think they'd want to go match. But I was like, well, I think if they had the choice, I think this map and then also banning the cat was the perfect one. I'm going to be honest with you. That is, just get that off the table. Go back to fair Overwatch. Even CFA. Even play some Mizuki. That was like the comp of choice towards the latter half of OWCS Tokyo a couple of days ago. And it was a comp that I don't think many people expected to be played at all. Or Mizuki did receive a couple of little buffs, which kind of propelled them into the meta. Although this kind of map is like, okay, we have to run Lucio. The map is so open. Plus it being push as well. So we'll see what strats both teams have up their sleeves. They're probably going to still play the Lucio as we go to Runasapi, thanks to Argentina.
Yeah, I think Lep is a lot more comfortable on this Lucio, and it's kind of his signature from what we have seen. Chile did mention in their interview that LCS has been a Mizuki enjoyer as of late. If there was a time to pull it out, this map would certainly make sense for it there. And we'll get a little teaser of our compositions. See how real these actually are. This is something similar to what we saw Argentina do in the Conference Cup, having Tizzy on this Zarya and having Saxton have more of this ranged poke damage on one of the flyers. Whether that will actually stick or not, we'll find out. But now that you have more room for mechanical skill, more room for, as you put it, honest Overwatch, I think Argentina, let's see if they can actually go toe-to-toe with Chile. They're going to be more focused on this front line. Eli May and the Burt Bastion.
Okay, yeah, they're playing pure front to back. Like, this couldn't be more front to back if they tried. The Sigma also, to be fair, has shown its head over the last couple of weeks. So, you know what? I kind of like this. It's way slower. You have Lep obviously on the brig too. I mean, we'll see how Argentina actually navigate this. The speed for Chile is going to be their biggest form of like aggression here. Just putting up a speed or like amping the speed up for Bud to then swing a corner is going to be real nice. But Argentina have a lot of defense. Although with Lep going down first, that defense cut in half, sadly.
He just kind of explodes. And the hard part with this, too, is that if Chile can close that gap, there's not much Argentina can do. You're relying on Saxton, Persona, and even Tizzy a bit. Gets poking before the rotations can happen, and seeing Lep swap over that Lucio instantly makes a lot more sense, but they gotta keep Tizzy on his feet first.
Yeah, Saxton's going to be able to do a good job here of poking around this corner, but you are literally hoping you get like a speed onto somebody and have Saxton blow someone up, or you get Persona in a position where they can hit a headshot railgun and then Saxton follows up with a rocket. But with Chile, I mean, right this moment in time, you're just playing off forms, playing off wall, and hoping to get Tizzy in a bad spot. Speaking of which, I mean, Wed's already got the rush around the corner. Now Bird just heavy swings. Eli does end up going down though. Tizzy with a nice little rock kill was put himself in a good spot around this corner. Actually finds a double. LCS also goes down. I mean, that is an unbelievable spot from Tizzy. That should have been punished.
Yeah, Tizzy should not have legally been able to exist where he was as long as he did. And look at that. Well over frac in terms of the race to that gravitic flux. And that's going to get Argentina back on the board, and they have a fantastic win condition for this next fight. LCS will not get up to that sound barrier, especially if Tizzy does this one early. You can combo it with any of your other ultimates if you really want to, but Argentina going into this with a hefty advantage, and if they can play their cards right and not overinvest, it's a very real possibility. See them getting to this checkpoint. They have early coverage on this corner. It's great for Saxton. Gets to throw these rockets into this small room. A perfect way to shut them down. Persona open it up.
Yeah, overclock, jumping around the corner. Nice little grass there from Frag to keep him up. Sound barrier is actually perfectly timed there from Chile. Dizzy, I believe, missed that flux too. Saw the hand go up, but immediately went back to just firing his hyperspheres. Going to try and force the issue on the point now. You're going to have to touch at some point because that checkpoint is very close. Latest sound barrier from Lep. This should be a fairly easy win now for Argentina as Frag is bowled over by Lep. And that rocket barrage not even required by Saxton, so actually has it for the next fight as the point is capped.
I'll go ahead and get it. It was a bit of a rocky start, to say the least. Had to play your cards right, but for ultimates, go ahead and do it. Just leave it with the barrage. And honestly, that sound barrier from Left, as you said, could not have come in at a better time to keep that fight going. Chile, though, will be looking to pump the brakes with Eli's Blizzard online. And this is a great corridor. Go ahead and throw it down. Very little space for Team Argentina. Go ahead and lock down. You'll even see them back up and play on this further corner. Make sure that the strengths of both Persona and Saxon's heroes are amplified and force Chile a bit more into their hand.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Because they've backed up all the way to the high ground. It's like, okay, well, but you're going to have to find something. Oh, my. What happened there to Saxton? Tried to go for something a little freaky, perhaps? Like, what was that? Just threw himself into the blender. Chile end up coming up with a big team kill there as they win the fight very quickly.
But they actually, it's like I think literally half a second that Argentina get those forward spawns by, if I'm not mistaken. So this fight can be taken a lot sooner and actually gives them an opportunity to stop this payload one more time. Soon they rush up for Wed, and you can already tell Chile looking for the right moment to use it, seeing only Dizzy committed into the space.
Nice, use the rush there. Suzu into the rush right around the corner. You can have Suzu back up again in just a second. And you guarantee the cap as well. So pretty high value rush. Unfortunately, they don't get a pick, so maybe not the highest value they could have achieved there, but they put Burt up on a good angle at the very least. Rock onto Frag, though, and a headshot follow-up from Persona. Easy game here. Should be a fairly trivial team fight now.
Without the tank there, easy enough for Argentina to go ahead and clean it up. We end up giving up the forward spawns, but still managed to hold on to that lead as we're about halfway through our push map. It's so strange. The fights that Argentina managed to win are the ones that they don't end up committing anything to. We're the ones that commit everything to. There's really no in-between for this team whatsoever. So see if they can make that happen. Zuna Rush is such a great tool to push through this space, especially Dizzy. Fingers crossed, Argentina fans. Better luck on the Gravitic Flux this time around. That one won't go too wide as this corner for Chile. It'll be difficult to push around.
Use the overclock first. Persona, wall thrown in their face to stop that, and their overclock's almost over at this point. Here comes the rush. They're really layering these ults really nice here. And they're going to try and cut off Wed. Try to teleport away from the rest of the team as LCS managed to just scoot out of there, but Frack ends up going down. Argentina running away with this map now. With 4 minutes to go, they've saved the flux. Let is close to a sound barrier as well. Again, Chile need a better beat here. They need LCS to go last in this team fight, or they're just going to get full cap.
They do have the
wow,
tools
they're
to
just
shut
gonna
this
flux?
down. They're already going to commit flux to that.
What?
Frack, he's no team with him.
What is my Chunga Sigma player? There's nothing there. The flux hits, but there's no damage. Okay, well, Saxon has a barrage as well. I mean, Chile's still in a decent spot with a couple of ults, but with Burt going down, this is a very bad spot to be in. LCS gets blown up by the barrage, so couldn't even go for the beat. And if they did, they would have Ajaxed. Wed goes down, and a beat from Lep to secure the fight. 125 meters, and they're just rolling this one in. There should be spawns coming in from Chile, but it's going to be close.
Honestly, LCS may need to sound barrier just to get to the
You have to get beat out of spawn. 100%. There it is. There's the beat. They still got this Blizzard and this OC available. Looks like a nice backup here from Argentina. Lep's 1 HP. Gets tagged down by LCS. So close, but honestly, ridiculously high value ults coming through from Argentina to get it this far. And they're still managing to hold us the corner. Well, eventually, Saxon and Persona end up going down. DPS dead, but Argentina 142 meters. 1 meter away from actually full capping. You basically won the map off of that.
Yeah, more than 80 meters in difference now between these teams. 3 minutes for Chile to win, what, 3-4 consecutive fights? Maybe if you're pushing it, but I think having Frack, having them swap over to the Diva, it does allow you a little bit more wiggle room. I think it's harder, though, just synergizing with the rest of the composition, especially with Eli on this Mei. Not like it's all in the dumps for Chile just yet. You have a lot of options to push through this fight. That's one thing Argentina did, was invest heavily. So if this does go a bit faster, you can stop Persona from building this overclock before your own tools come out, then there's a real good chance of hitting score once capped again.
That's a really early overclock, but Lex still ends up falling over to a headshot. Pressure on Tizzy's shield, but now Persona has got a late OC. A grasp available, but now it looks like Chile have managed to escape the wrath of Persona. Couple of missed shots there on the Kiriko, in fact, as Persona doesn't manage to connect with really anybody there. Wed also goes pretty low as Team Argentina has just continued to hold on this corner. Both rushes are going to get popped as well. Eli needs to come up with a big blizzard in order to win this fight. Lep ends up getting chased out. Frax in the backline already. Self-destruct in their hands. They try and tag down the Sigma, but Tizzy's way too high up in the sky. Self-destruct over the top, goes wide. Bot's been stolen as well by Argentina, as now Chile scramble. 999 dialed on the phone to try and get this bot back. They've literally stolen the bot. Guys, you have to move. You have to move. In we have to go. LCS is a 4-man sound barrier. That barrage getting eaten up mainly by Frack there. A goat play, but they've lost control of the bot, and they got it over to checkpoint as well. So forward spawns available from Argentina. This is looking a little sloppy here.
A little might be an understatement. That Argentina just got away with highway robbery there. Getting the forward spawns again, like that's gonna set them up for another fight. Tizzy Lep, Surreal.
They get it.
Oh, they didn't get it.
So
Oh my
sad. That was like a
milliseconds.
pixel away. Unlucky, unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in a pretty decent spot. I mean, Eli holding this blizzard for the past 2-3 fights now, and now or never. This is going to be the last real fight that you're going to end up getting in Chile. They want to take it slow. They want to set up this May. Get the value. It's so difficult on this open part of the map, especially playing into Persona's hands. It's kind of been the map of Persona so far.
Come on, Eli. Here we go. Big blizzard coming up. I can feel it. Instantly gets rocked, as I said that. Unlucky. Persona goes pretty low. Frag gets the call. Sound barrier hits 5 there for Argentina. Blizzard gets popped as well. A nice little wall to try and segregate people. However, they are unlikely to find any picks now. Eli ends up going down, so no isolation can be thrown out towards Tizzy. Persona trying to find bodies here, trying to find headshots to hit with the railguns, but it's going to be all Tizzy at the moment. Lep's going to end up killing LCS, but again, a very split fight from both teams. Very scrappy, but it works in Argentina's favor, honestly. If you just trade 1 for 1 here, you're more than fine with that. 15 seconds to go now as Argentina. They do end up getting the bot back into the middle of the map. Eli comes back on the Tracer, smacks Surreal as well. Team Chile tried to hold on. They managed to get up a couple of kills here, but Tizzy is still alive somehow. And again, they're just trading just so unbelievably well. The sports are going to come in, and they've got Flux.
Tizzy, one-man army there, stalling that out for Argentina and Chile. 2 fights, I think, that they're going to need to win to get the robot as far as it needs to go. And your all eyes are on Bert right now. If this guy can land the shots, find this overclock, be the way to get Chile back into this map. But so much of a lead that Argentina have, plus Persona coming back up with an overclock of their own. Seen a lot of this overtime come up with for Chile.
This is going to pop that Flux. Oh, and it's a good one as well. But, oh my goodness, he just gets dominated along with both supports. LCS and Wed fall, and yeah, that's going to be mapped there. No chance for Persona against the Diva mech, but doesn't matter. Times tick down, and that will be that. A beautiful map from Argentina.
Yeah, it would be doubted whether they would be able to make a comeback. As you said, it was the most one-sided affair you could possibly have back on Ilios, but I guess the solution is they all have cat allergies, and if you ban the cat, well, we're all locked in and ready to fight toe-to-toe. And it really did come down to Tizzy for much of this point. Between his presence on the Sigma, look at that, 23 and 4 throughout that game, matched with Persona. Those are the 2 players that really managed to stand out and get more, like those mechanical individual plays that we know that they have outside of the macro level. And I think if Argentina are going to continue to keep this series close, this is the kind of gameplay we need to see from them.
He was farming the damage. 14k? That's like 5 over what Frack ended up having as well. I mean, it was just this point, or like these couple of fights here, were just the cherry on top. I mean, you're getting unbelievable picks. On top of that, you're only using like one ult at a time. Like the ult tracker there was so nice, just layering one after the next. You hit the barrage on people, you're hitting a big flux as well, and then Frack ended up whiffing their flux too, like, or not whiffing. There was a connection on the Lucio, but there was no follow-up, so no kills could be had. It was, yeah, a little rough there from Chile on that one. But hey, it's all good. You can't have the cat banned away again, so maybe you just end up rocking that one. But a different story compared to what happened previously in their series in the Conference Cup.
Yeah, I think it's the fresh start that Argentina needed. We know that they've been hitting the grindstone along with all the other Conference Cup teams since that tournament concluded, and the work really does show off when they get to play their game. And emphasis on that, because Jetpack Cat will be back in the fray, and depending on where Chile want to go, I would not blame them if they take us back to a very Cat Bastion central map, kind of like what we see in New Bonnie still being available. Saravasa is an option, I believe, just not New Junk City, and I think you're pretty good to go with whatever choice, but it'll actually be Rialto. It's more of a longer range map there for Chile. We'll see what those bans turn out to be, but I think that they want to focus more on this poke. And honestly, do you take away the Sigma here?
Is it? Yeah, I mean, Rialto is good for Sig, right? But is it worth it? I mean, I guess the mag has already been banned too. Like, I think you're fine taking away the Sigma, but if you just want to lean straight back into the Malga Cat Bastion, I mean, you could ban the Bastion in theory, if you're Argentina, but then Chile can. Well, we picked Rialto, we banned first, so we just ban a DPS or something silly like that. They could. Would they ban first? They banned Farah on the first map. Was that? I'd have to quickly go back. Yeah, so the Farah, so they can't ban that again. Ban the Soj, I guess, if they want to protect the Bastion. We'll see. We'll see what they end up doing here. But you know what? 1-1. Argentina, you know, coming up in a big way. I think Chile fairly dominant in that Conference Cup. When it came down to it, coming out first place at the end of it all.
Yeah. And one piece that Argentina didn't have, too, when they played in that Conference Cup was Persona. Persona came into this roster afterwards as that breakthrough player, which is a great system that has been added to show kind of where other powers in this region can lie, even if their teams aren't here in that stage. So Persona, I think that for Argentina is one of the big highlights we had from Runasapi. Same being WedTube from the opposite side in Chile, but a little bit different, I think, when you're playing the support side of things. More so the synergy that you get with LCS between both Faceit and playing on Collegiate for Briarcliff, but it's taking a bit of time for these bans. I think it's for Chile a little shell-shocked after that map. I think they are very confident heading into this series, didn't think they'd run into much trouble, so being in a position now where they have to pick a map is taking a bit longer than it might usually.
Ooh, Chile do end up banning a DPS, so they do protect that Bastion, and they ban Ashe. Ashe also has been played a little bit, so OWCS Tokyo again, we saw some Ashe. We saw some insane, like, Bobs coming out. Not even just Ashe, it was the Bob. Like, I think it was like a 3k or something from a Bob on Rialto, so you know what? Ashe can still be played. Who'd have thought, huh? Wrecking Ball banned from Argentina as we take a tank off the field.
Interesting. You know, you don't really see this as a Wrecking Ball map all that often, so a bit of an interesting kickoff there from Argentina, but yeah, we will go ahead and see where this ends up playing out. Malga, Cat, Bastion, all available here for Chile. Should they just want to run it back? It seemed Argentina were very set on not mirroring that before. If they're put in the same situation again, will they change their mind or just take another beat down is the question. So we'll have to keep an eye on what that ends up being, because Lep has swapped between Lucio and Brig quite a bit, but not wanted to touch the Jetpack Cat today at all.
You know what? Mad respect from Lep. He's probably just holding out there for the Lucio players that don't want to play the cat. I respect him so much.
You do. It's a new flavor. Like, I don't mind the Cat Bastion meta for a bit.
The Lucio players
it
definitely
shakes things
mind.
up.
I hate to break it to you, Molly.
But
the Lucio players probably mind.
Yeah, that is fair. Is he playing Lifeweaver? He's playing Lifeweaver. Hi.
Okay. He is so determined not to play the Cat Bastion that we're seeing Lep on Lifeweaver. I mean, this is a rare Lep trading card. We pulled the rare one. He's actually playing Lifeweaver. If you're standing up to meta like this and playing picks, I mean, look, you can't not love Lep at this very moment in time.
It's been a while since we've seen the Weaver come on out, and it could help, I think, especially getting players out of these tricky situations that LCS and Burt are going to try to put them in. But, I mean, we'll see how it actually goes through. Not a ton of utility on the side, but if there's a map to pull it out, this will be the one. But last time we saw this was the Chile show. RT, LCS, and Burt on their own little takeoff.
Okay, Lep. What you got for us on the Weaver? We saw a lot of Weaver like a long time ago. The BAP Weaver on like Circuit Royale, the unbreakable defense comp. But I mean, you know what? If anybody could do it in this series, I believe it to be Lep to pull out the Weaver. Good kill from Tizzy. Dominating still on the Sigma, by the way. Like, ridiculous work so far. It's been a standout for Argentina, despite Lep being easily the most veteran on the team.
Yeah, I think having that level of play is going to help, but when you're stuck in a small room with a Diva Cat Bastion, you're not going to be in for a good time, as Persona found out, and this is where the Lifeweaver's going to struggle. Left between a rock and a hard place, has to lean into the Sig, but nowhere to go.
Yeah, didn't have the grip. Goodbye, Lep. It was a cool pick while it lasted. And Tizzy should die pretty quickly as well. Yeah. Don't sack him. Oh, okay. They staggered him a little bit there. Actually, that was really nice from Chile. Just ever so slightly, even a couple of seconds there really helps, because they're probably not going to have their tank. I mean, Lep, unfortunately, has succumbed to the Brig virus, and now it's on Brig. No more fun to be had. And there's no touch either. Although, actually, no, hang on. Saxon did end up touching. Hits the shift as well. And there's the point. All right, Saxon goes down. And that stagger actually onto Tizzy wiped out. This
might open a lot more staggers if you're not careful. You're able to retreat into the small room. That is one thing that LCS and Virtu do not enjoy playing it, but Crack has full access to the high ground now with that late pick on to Saxon's down swap over the Tracer.
Yep, you have to turn around, buddy, as Microvis has said in your direction. And he might just end up falling over. He does. Oh, to Burt, of all people, he saved on last mortar shell for Leb. Okay, this is so sad.
Lep's having a day. Lep's having a day. I mean, maybe this is just the weakness of the Brig virus here. Not a lot you can do except for run away constantly. Burt has it in their sights. That Kitsune rush? No, it still didn't end up going out. There is a fight to be had.
Yeah, High Noon with a nice little dink there onto LCS. Takes the cat out of the sky. All right, okay. Argentina, they're going to hold on. Missed the flashbang, but didn't miss that shot.
Yep, Persona getting the shots where it is needed, and it's a much needed stability for Argentina. You now have this high ground, especially putting Persona up there, I think is going to be helpful. You're going to want to lean into this open space as much as you can. Make it as difficult as possible for Chile to cross this gap. And Gravitic Flux here from TC. We've seen how much value these have gotten every other instance except the one whip. So maybe for a solo here, doesn't have many options. Just be on to the Diva.
That is a crazy aggressive. I mean, you got to respect the effort from Tizzy there, but they're just so far forward. Riley comes in from left. Tizzy's still alive, luckily, receiving some of that overhealth and all that Inspire healing. High ground control now in favor of Chile, but Argentina are going to try and sneak it back by the looks of it. Persona does end up going down, and unfortunately for Argentina's comp, the longer the fights go on, the better it is for Chile. Just rotating the Bastion forms is just so strong. It really is. And Argentina have now lost all this ground. Bastion comp's going to get slightly worse under this bridge, but it's a rough day.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a third swap now from Lep, and I think Tizzy going over to the Mauga not only helps contest the Bastion, but gives you a little more stability in that front line. They're just not going to get... no, they do have Saxon here. They are going to go for a full fight on this, but Burt already in position.
I mean, it's a very decent amount of range there from Burt. I'm not sure how much damage this is actually doing to the Mauga, any meaningful damage. Saxon, post bomb. Here comes the ult from Burt, but it is Persona clicking heads. High Noon's going to get popped as well. That Bastion's hiding behind the little fountain over there, or the little shrubbery. Only a meter and a little bit to go here for Chile, but they've lost 2 players. They're only just spawning right now as someone needs to deal with Persona on the side. 1 HP on this Cassidy. Surely now the cap comes in. There it is. Lep ends up going down, and 3 and a bit minutes for Chile. Their third push.
We're feeling much better. Shades of Helios, what we saw from this team before, and very minimal on the ultimate commitment. Common theme we're seeing with this team. They use the least amount of resources as possible, and it's helping them start to chain these fights together. Is a hefty time bank still to work with. Thank you for Argentina. Need to go fast with Surreal's Kitsune Rush. If you can shut down Bastion Pusher.
A very early rush again. Nice little leap onto the post bomb. Bird's already on the floor right now. Hasn't even got the ult here to try and repair himself, so a silver bullet will finish him off. Oh no! Lev goes down to a remake kill. Tragedy for the backline there of Argentina. And a quick cleanup with the Tracer. Team kill, and now they're going to push in. Cat Bastion's not going to be good here, but it might not matter, to be honest.
Yeah, and you've snowballed so far into the spawn. Argentina backs up against the wall. Couple of ults close. If you can get them up, maybe there's a chance. But Chile, the confidence that they have to push on through this point seems to be unmatched. They are going to give it a little bit more time, though. Just to back off. Sees that Cardiac Overdrive already out from Tizzy.
Yeah, a lot of those shots getting eaten up. But Tizzy's in the worst spot imaginable. Just ended up getting the rush out, but I was so close to the mag before it. They're going to try and charge onto the Bastion, but he's got all that overhealth to play with. Sound barrier, high noon popped from Argentina. Fairly trivial fight now. No shot, you lose that.
And being in this last fight territory, yes, the weakest part of the map for the Cat Bastion. And the fact that Argentina just have their ultimate economy coming up a bit sooner. So let's go back on over to that brig, and I think that would make a bit more sense if Eli and Frack stayed on the Diva Tracer, but no, they're going to go front to back as well with the Malga Reaper. And you saw Lep instantly go back to Swan, swap back. It's like, I am not dealing with those types of shenanigans. Argentina, though, going to look to pro Chile in the blender of the cage fight.
Dude, hit the cage on the corner. You like that? Team Chile has stolen the bot, by the way. Nice little kill there onto the cage.
Surely
but they've stolen the bot, guys.
Surely
They've stolen the bot. Thoughts on this one? They've stolen the bot. Lep is back on the point. There's two players there.
No way.
Someone's going to have to charge back in. Tracer, triple blink. Saxon gets there. Postbomb connects onto the Bastion, but it doesn't matter. But ends up getting saved, and oh dearie me, devastation in the comms for Argentina there as the Cat Bastion basically backcapped them there. That was drawing people away from the team fight. I like the idea. You put the cage on the corner, and then you try and fight him early, but you don't get the Cat Bastion, so they just kind of decide, you know what, we'll just walk past you and cap the point. Nice little bit of time in the time bank, 1 minute and 23 seconds.
One thing you don't think of Cat Bastion for is contesting the payload. I'll give him that, but yeah, I think you're really upset about that if you're Saxon. I could not have done more in that fight. Got to Elam, stuck the pulse bomb, but everyone so split up. As you said, it just seems from a macro standpoint that Argentina still struggling to get past this barrier, figure out what is best suited for their compositions, and the sides have swapped back around. No huge changes here for Chile, except they might stick Eli on the Reaper with the Diva, which is an interesting combo. I think this is just more an expectance of Tizzy playing that Malga to start, and hopefully just make sure he can't run at Persona free. That does make a bit more sense there. You just don't have to go to follow up as you would with Frack on their Diva dime, so it'll be something for them to play out, and it will work well, at least on this first part of round one. For Argentina, lot of ground that needs to be gained to make up for this. Persona, a lot of good picks there. But how can you break past this barrier that has been this Cat Bastion comp constantly lurking on the side angle? Have not been able to solve it so far, and still avoiding the matchup.
Yeah, they're just waiting for them to approach the corner, dive on them. You can see the Cat Bastion in the top left. Argentina knows what's going on, though. They're going to use this slight bit of cover, but it's going to be up to Frack as well, just trying to draw people out, ideally kind of cycling the point as well, making sure they don't get too much free distance.
Taking their time here. I think you're kind of just waiting for your cycles right now. If you are Chile, they're going to go for an aggressive push on the ground. LCS dropped the Bastion to go for the assassination. That's an anchor cat.
Yeah, well, LCS picks back up the Bastion, and they've tried to move the payload. It's on this first corner. Oh, I guess technically the second, but first real corner of this map, if you will. And now they're just going to wait for them to come out in the open. I mean, this is the deadliest point of this map against this Cat Bastion. Nice little shots coming through from Persona, but the Bastion's just too far away, basically, for Persona to do any meaningful damage. And meanwhile, like, Tizzy's just getting melted in the front line. And that'll be the fight over for Argentina. Oh, the bag, too, onto Lev.
Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy out of her. It's been a day for Lep, of all things, but yeah, in Argentina, still struck. Persona might as well just been shooting paper bullets at the Bastion in the sky, the fall off. Way too much for Cassidy to handle. Much better suited for these mid-ranges. That does get stuck in a small room.
Too much healing, you'd think. Yeah, and Thrust is away. Like, you're going to be good. Sweat pops the rush as Persona just cowering for cover with both Tizzy and Surreal. Everybody is they're like 1 HP in this room. They need to regain all their health and go for another push here, but a one tap from Eli there onto Saxon. Easy kill for the Reaper. Time bank is dwindling, and unfortunately, I think so is the sanity for the Argentina Pop.
They have nowhere to go. They are quite literally trapped in that staircase between Burton on this side and everyone else on the other.
I mean, that is just devious from Burt. Here's the high noon, pops the ult, dunks him straight on his head. Nice little slam, even the cage goes down. Burt's 1 HP, but Frax doing his best Hodor impression there, holding the door for the rest of his team. Self-destruct to stop Tizzy from jumping in, and the self-destruct still kills Let. Come on, Let pop the rally too. Ooh, it's going from bad to worse here from Argentina. Looks like a Chile map here. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
And that was everything too. You're not going to get another ult fight like that one, and you're relying on more of these heroics to come through, but Persona outranged Saxon, struggling to get close with Eli, basically holding down every single doorway that you can and ask for 60 seconds for Argentina to avoid going down to match point. Still a little bit of wiggle room, but that's a great start for them to work with.
Okay, Wedge just dies on an off angle, I guess, from a headshot from Surreal. Okay, well, not the best picks of all time if you're Chile there. All good, though. Still got the Bastion flying in the air. So damage, not exactly lacking, but they can give up a little bit of space. It's all good. Like, they've got a ton of time.
Got time. You have the presence of the point here as well. Frack chilling around this corner. Will eventually sneak into the room to have a better contest on this.
We'll be in the what? Wedge dies again?
How?
Okay, Wedge just getting picked twice in a row there. Not great. Surreal ends up coming up with another one on to Bastion down. And that should realistically be point. I mean, you can't have your Kiriko going down first like that. 2 fights back to back. That's just not on. That the high noon of all time, they call that, as Persona pops the high noon with 0 people around him. All good.
Celebration again, for sure. And I think you can do it if you're picking the Kiriko off of all players like that back to back. I mean, that is one way for Argentina to get going, and absolutely something that should not be happening here for Chile. So Wed hopefully ducked under cover this time, but at least the cover is given to him by Burt and LCS for now. This is payload continues to move on forwards. Chile is gonna let this one push to the corner with Frack now swapping back over to that Melga. Wanting to play more of a front to back.
All right, Wed. Do not die first challenge. We'll see how much this Cat Bastion can do in the back line. Popping the defensive ult, but still kills Lep. I mean, this has not been Lep's game at all. Cajuns are coming down, but unfortunately, Frack just jumps straight in and ends up killing Tizzy. It was a cage fight for Argentina, but they were unable to come out on top.
Go ahead and take it. I mean, this whatever's going on between Lep and Burt, it's something else. This game, Burt has somehow managed to find Nealon almost every ult onto him, but for Argentina, this payload still moving forwards a little. You get close to the second corner before backing off. You're pretty happy with that. For this Death Blossom cage fight combo, I think you're scared of. There's no real answer for it unless Lep can get a shield bash, but if it's in a cage fight, you don't have that as an option anyways.
Here you go, the Death Blossom too. So you could pop Frack's cage, then hit the Death Blossom. Very doable if they manage to find Tizzy. Led with the early use of the rally there. Tizzy like just continues to hold down that point so they don't get any free push, but now it's to back all the way up. Rally a little bit too terrifying for the Reaper to deal with, as we do see Persona jump around the corner. High noon locking on the Cat Bastion, but they manage to get away, and Tizzy dies. So hoping maybe for a single kill, but no, none to be found for Persona, and that's the fight done.
Yeah, best case too, hold on to that Death Blossom. Didn't even need to combo. I think it was more of a I need to live rally from Lep at the very start of that fight, which was respected, but it did mean that Argentina were low on resources heading into the rest of that and made Frack setup for the cage fight a little more easier. Look how far up LCS is playing right now with Burt. Zero respect at all for how this team is getting set up, and you don't want to set up a pinch on this bridge if possible.
Try and shoot the players as they cross. going to try. Burst taking a little bit of damage, but man, Tizzy is so low. Managed to get over the bridge to try and get the touch, but yeah, it's just a looming threat at the Cat Bash this entire time. Stompheads are going a little bit wide. Counter Storm comes in, but a good Suzu from Where keeps them upright. But ends up eventually falling thanks to that rush. Titty shooting into the sky, picking off the Bastion. Death Blossom's going to be good for Eli, though, and that's a double. And this cross is just so deadly against the Bastion, let alone the Reaper hitting the Blossom on your backline as well. And that'll be it. Chile up 2 maps. Now, match point versus Argentina.
Dominant space control there for Chile, again showing how their macro control science through again and again. And I think with this team, that's where their strong point is. They've all been playing together for quite some time. They know each other very well, and being able to have this level of trust and communication does show up. And to be put it totally blank, they're playing the better composition in this regard, and they will always win those 1v1s unless there was some massive mistake comes in from them, which was the couple fights that Argentina won, aka when Wed somehow managed to die first 2 fights in a row, extending that map. But backs up against the wall now for Argentina. 1 more map pick, and the most important ban for them is gone. And we'll have to see if they can show us similar lights that they did back on Runasapi, because we know it's a fight they can take, but this quote-unquote meta has been so far out of their reach.
Yeah, like I said before, I gotta respect Let big time for not succumbing to the Cat Bastion, but it is just such a good comp right now. And you know, you can play the Lucio to like speed people around. You can play the Brig. It is very possible, but it just feels like they're outgunned at this moment in time. Chile looking great, honestly. I think with the World Cup coming back as well, it definitely highlights a lot more South American players, which we haven't seen a whole bunch, especially like if you even look back in the Overwatch League, like there weren't many, if at all, any players that managed to reach the highest heights. It was dominated for a long time by like the likes of San Francisco Shock, etc. And we are eventually seeing, you know, South America come into the fray again and show, actually, we can live up to some of the greatest in the world. I think Saudi Arabia was the big team in the last World Cup, right? That was like, wow, these players are insane. Like, even a lot of the Korean players were like, damn, Saudi is on another level right now. So I'm kind of hoping for the same thing for South America too, where there's at least a couple of players that shine bright on an international stage in Busan.
And I think a lot of it, too, also comes from kind of the continued growth of the South American Faceit League as well. That having a direct qualification spot to EWC and more teams overall just getting involved in that tournament gives more competitive opportunities. We see a ton of players also participating in collegiate rosters, at least 1 on every single team. I think 4 total in this match alone. So there's plenty of opportunities for these players to continue their competitive journeys, and this being another step on it, I think, is just another showcase for how well that development has been going and what there still can be ahead for a lot of these rosters. It seems like, though, today that Chile definitely has the upper hand in terms of experience. They're kind of that big question mark of a team of how far can they actually go? Do they have that upset potential? And this first match against Argentina, I think, is really showcasing what they can bring if they catch Mexico sleeping.
All right, as we expected, Argentina going to choose New Junk City, the anti-Cat Bastion map. I mean, that's what everybody was picking up at OWCS Japan. So no shock here to see that one come in. And then they've still got a few more maps to pick if they do end up winning here, that being Chile. I mean, we've still got Numbani, Kings Row, Hollywood if we go to 5. But I think the best case scenario for Argentina is maybe Chile pick like Kings or something, because Numbani and Hollywood are like so good for the comp. So we'll see. But New Junk City is going to be the pick here for Argentina for now.
So it at least outlaws that part of things. You could still do it if you're absolutely insane, but I don't think Chile are off the walls nuts yet, unless they end up losing this map. So we will go ahead and see what Argentina have to pull. They want to play this front to back. If they can play the Sigma out here too for Tizzy, I think you'd be so happy with him going back onto that hero. He's been far and away that standout player for Argentina. Space Grandpa, the weapon of choice for sure, and it can work on New Junk City. Might be a little bit difficult with Amalga in your face, but we'll see how he wants to make that work out. I think for Chile, though, you're kind of okay with this map. They like this brawl. They liked Eli on this Mei a lot, and I think them not swapping the Mei when they swapped to more of their Diva stuff back on Runasapi came back to bite them. this is a map that it can work anywhere all the time, regardless of what you are playing, and still will be a formidable threat if Argentina are not specifically prepared for it.
Yeah, I think the Mage's just so good here. Yeah, and I agree. I think Malga or Sig can work. I think either's fine. I think if you pick the Sig, it might be a little bit more dangerous if you don't pick the Mei. You need the Mei if you're playing the Sig, I'm just saying, because otherwise you're going to get rolled over by the Malga. All right, Soja ban for Chile, and Mizuki taken off the table for Argentina. That was the first ban too, so no chance for like a support ban from Chile. So, all right, no Mizuki. Dude, I'm so happy we're seeing a little bit more Mizuki. I don't think we're going to see it this series unless we go to Kings, but it's such a sick hero to watch, especially with the ult. I think the Sanctuary is just such an insane ability on like corners, and if you're like jumping into a team fight and you hit the Sanctuary, it can be really hard to fight into. So unfortunately, we're not going to see it here, but New Junk City is the map, and a lot more poke coming in, I believe.
A bit more of that poke, maybe a Symmetra even. I think it's another pick we can see on this map, if you want to play more of that brawly style. Otherwise, I think you're leaning into that Cassidy for Persona. They've been pretty locked on that, even if it is a bit of a risky decision, as we saw back on Rialto fighting the Cat Bastion. But it is the last chance here for Argentina to show us what they got, see if they can continue to go on up. It is, again, the first game of both of these teams in the Americas Online Qualifier, so loss here isn't the end of the world, but certainly not the message you would like to be sending through. To get our first look at these teams so far, I think for Team Chile, you're okay with this. Bert sticking on the Bastion, why not? It's worked so well. Lep will attest to that. The same goes for Frack. They want to play this very frontline heavy map. I think almost expecting TZ to pull through on the Sigma, which again, far and away his strongest pick of the day, but it is going to depend. Are they going to run away Mei? Are they going to have a way to fight against this, especially on this arena point? You're up close and personal. If either of these Symmetras end up sticking, be a Reaper for Eli, and actually a Pharah from Saxton.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this kind of comp on, what, Ilios? So, yeah, I mean, the Pharah is really strong in certain points of here. But this one a little less so. I mean, Chile just want to basically form up, walk towards the Sigma comp, and then get knockdowns like this. Perfectly timed Susie, though, from Surreal. That was ridiculous. Frack looking like they were going to get like a two-man knockdown, maybe three with the Stomp, but yeah, Susie was ridiculous. Well, quite literally Surreal there from Surreal.
Could not have asked for better timing, and it's just going to give Argentina free first cap, and Chile, especially Frack, learned their lesson after they exploded like a balloon there. But yeah, this is really good for Argentina to have this forward space. Having to play into that composition of Chile would be absolutely miserable. You can set up poke angles for both Saxton and Persona. And Tizzy, a lot more comfy, kind of just vibing at range. It's actually how Frack swap over to the Ramatra. First time we are seeing that in this series, but a very strong pick here nonetheless, and allows you to close the gap a bit safer.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the Ram at all. You have way more survivability, especially with the shield and whatnot, so being able to just kind of walk forward like this is really nice. Okay, you get hit with the rock, but it's all good. You're still in Nemesis form. Flux is going to connect with the Bastion, and an easy kill. I mean, Flux is like that. Guarantee one, especially with the Cassie and the Pharah, so, you know, Argentina. Okay, let's go. Put some respect on their name, especially Tizzy.
Okay.
I'm loving the
Tizzy just making sure the respect.
Look, I drop it on him. Look, you beat us last time with 3-0. Drop on him, 100%. Every kill you get, drop on him.
Hey, fair enough. I mean, honestly, that should get them the point, unless Chile scramble for it, send LCS to the objective. Up to now, seems that they're playing pretty far back. And they will stick Eli on there to see if miracles are possible. It'll be hard to cross Persona.
Yeah, High Noon's going to be so tough to walk into. Trace should get another retouch here, contesting currently. Actually, in fact, half the point has been capped already by Eli. Both rushes. Now Bert's trying to play on it, try and get form back ASAP. He just unlocked it. Has got the ult too, as Chile do find a flip. Wed finishes off Persona with a nice kunai headshot, but this will be Argentina having to go again.
Yeah, Argentina end up letting that one slip through the cracks. There is a great touch from Eli, and you don't really have anybody on Argentina to stay on the point with the Tracer long term, and I think it's going to be tricky. Tizzy does not like getting up close and personal with Frack, who has his annihilation. I mean, huge win cons on the board unless Saxton like blows up LCS instantly for some reason. Chile feeling great about taking a fast push into this Sigma Cup.
Those beats gonna have to carefully timed him. LCS ideally for someone to use his early on, but oh my goodness, maybe a little bit quicker required from LCS. Saxon with a barrage for 2. And that is how you win a team fight right there. Soundbar from LCS, a little bit too late. You need a better beat, but that beat required maybe 2 seconds earlier.
Yeah, I think it was more of a I'm gonna wait and see until this flux comes out kind of deal, but didn't really have the time to think about that. Seeing the matching sound barrier from the other side, but feel like just gonna have LCS go back over to the cat. So they will be pulling it out here on New Junk City after all. I believe we're going to the Ducks next. Yes, we are. A little bit more verticality that you can mess around with, just not a ton of cover in this actual objective area. So they have to play very carefully around it. But if Persona's already dead, the main threat is gone, and Bird is happy to just chill on a flank by himself.
I'm sorry, did LCS like aerial drop Eli into the backline? Like, what was... I mean, the cat got the assist. That would have been kind of funny. But, I mean, that's an easy point cap now without a DPS like that. I mean, the cat Bastion, on the first point, it sucks. Let's be real. I'll put it in plain English for you. It blows. But this point, you know, not too bad. Getting up from high to low, and then catching them on the rotations is a really nice.
Very happy about this if you're Chile, because how do you push into this if you're Argentina? You need another Tizzy Gravitic Flux showcase here, but Bird.
Flux, maybe, from Tizzy? He's looking for somebody. You got to hit it at some point. Oh, I did miss. Okay, well, unfortunate. A little duck around the corner there from Fractus and putting him in a bad spot, though. A teleport from Wed and hits the rush as well. In fact, actually, hang on a second. Was that a rush, Jax? It might have been. Don't see the Tory gates on the floor. Lep kills Eli eventually there, but still holding on. Chile. 58% and counting now. Tizzy on the points. Oh, there goes the Cat Bastion. See you later.
It's like, and wrap. Yeah, no, not really gonna mess with that. And Chile, 91% about 1 fight territory for them, and yeah, you're pretty okay with that. Although you're going to be hitting a bit of a brick wall in this next fight. Lep having an unmatched sound barrier after the LCS swap will be difficult to play into. Basically gives Argentina a second life in a lot of these fights, and Chile, they kind of toy between going this high ground and this low ground to see what they can find.
Oh, High Noon, you gotta run, you gotta run, buddy. Oh, nice, unbelievably well timed there. That extra overhealth, stopping that delay, instantly killing him in. Sound barrier ends up coming in through from Leb. It ends up hitting 5-2, so Team Argentina are in a good stead. However, Chile sneak away the point regardless. Saxon killing Wed is a good start, though, to try to stabilize here for Team Argentina, but they're going to need to touch. High ground position here from Persona. He just ends up running forward, but straight into Frack, who ends up pushing him off that high ground. LCS still now with an aerial position, ends up slamming into the ground there, but Eli ends up going down. Team Chile now have to back off. 95%, though. That's a one fight, one flip will secure the point realistically here for them.
Yeah, when Argentina are all grouped up holding hands like that, there's not much that Team Chile can actually do to pull them apart, especially without Eli. The last fight territory now. Kitsune rush here for Surreal is going to be huge in getting the team to the fight.
High Noon?
Oh,
taken down by Frag. But Tizzy, as always, comes up with the goods here for Argentina. A double kill from the Sigma. It actually is like watching Vancouver Titans, Tizzy. Welcome back, Vancouver Titans. It's been a while. But Argentina, man, I mean, Tizzy, it might just be the biggest raid boss of all time on the Sig. Like, it's kind of insane. Argentina now up 2 points.
Sigma, borderline underrated, I think, when it comes to strength in more of these rally competitions. Very good into the Bastion. You have a good amount of survivability, can help your team, and it's Argentina on match point, believe it or not. Very good chance at taking this series all the way to a 5-er. They got to get to the next point first, which just seems that Team Chile want to take this so early. They don't want to give Argentina a chance to set up as Frag kind of poking in and out, seeing what they can find, forcing Argentina's resources early. Does mean I think Argentina still gets to the point first. They'll have the sound barrier to work with, which you're really going to need is how fast Chile are pushing, but Bert eventually breaks through the door.
It's just so good on this point. One of the more open points, if not the most open one. You know the Cat Bastion is going to win here. Like 100 times out of 100. You have 5 ults from Chile as well.
I think if you're Argentina, you're like, oh, please give me the refinery so we can play inside and we don't have to worry about the Cat Bastion, but not so fortunate. Chile, though, very happy with this. And they have basically all 5 shiny buttons to be able to press on this next point, and being close to a cliff. LCS definitely licking his lips right about now, seeing if he can drop anybody off the cliff here. And we'll see how this is actually engaged. Lep, potential for a tempo beat, but how Sound Barrier was nerfed is definitely less than optimal strategy for this objective.
Lep's looking to not Ajax this fight. Beat comes in, but Persona's already dead. Wow, that was mere frames away from saving Persona's life. And now the rush is on point as well, so fighting into this, if you're Argentina, it really sucks. You needed like one kill straight off the Sound Barrier. There's a quick flip there from Argentina, but they only garner like 16% or so. This is an unwinnable fight now. I gotta be honest, if you're Argentina. Tizzy can only do so much. A nice little steal as well. The Rock does end up beating LCS, but I mean, Burt ends up surviving. They can grab the Bastion again, put him up into the sky. Flux ends up hitting too, maybe, but Persona with the high noon. Yep, there's the Flux. Does connect with two players, but unfortunately that self-destruct is going to stop Tizzy from focusing the Cat Bastion down.
Great play there from Frack, but from Chile already so far heading this point. Wait a minute, Saxon left coming up with 2.
Yeah, TP is going to be really nice for the Kiriko, but chased down by Burt. The verticality just way too strong for the Cat Bastion there, following Surreal's every movement. Tizzy falls, and that was a what? That was a what? Like a 4v3 there coming through for Chile. And that'll be the point. Okay, reverse sweep on New Junk City. Is potential.
It is, and they're lucky. It is bomb flats, so you're still outdoors. Refinery is that scary point. If you are Team Chile, looking to avoid that for a little longer. But did end up investing quite a bit in that last engagement, so won't really have much of anything to work with, at least other than a pulse bomb in this upcoming engagement. The Brax wants to take his backline. Look how much damage he's doing.
Yeah, nice little nade too. Surreal was way too far forward there, sadly. Tried to push out with the Sigma, but nice little off angle from Frack. That's an easy fight.
Chile, go ahead and take the first point again. And this is kind of the nice part about having the D.Va on these points. It's great defense. You're survivable on your own and don't have to worry about kind of sticking to the team too much. You can go for these dives. It's great synergy. Just setting up the pitch again.
Sound Barrier, really nice beat from Lep there. Stops Burt doing any meaningful damage. Over the top, though, as they try to isolate Persona. Saxon trying to play a little bit of goalkeeper here, keeping Persona alive. A self-destruct ends up going off. No kills, but Frack dying and no remake means no tank for Chile. Fighting into this one pretty bare now, as they actually just forego the point as Argentina get the cap and force Chile all the way back.
Yeah, without Frack here, you don't really want to stick around too long, as that got dicey. When the DP, but dropped just before the little door there. Dizzy on this point, under pressure. Catnap.
Oh, the Rock. Oh, the Rock's so good. Tizzy keeps himself alive there. The Pulse Bomb connects with Burt too. But an even better one from Eli. Finally, the raid boss falls. There was an opportunity there, I think, for Argentina to come up with a big Flux play, but Chile just found the picks, like individual ones. Even with Burt dead, like Eli kind of solo carried that.
Yeah, for sure. And the Pulse Bomb, and especially I think a Tracer and a Kitsune Rush, that is that terrifying work with Saxon. Wanted nothing to do with that. I think that really even could have been done. In Argentina, looking at this Gravitic Flux to see if you can just get one. Did it early on just the D.Va before, so hopefully I'll find a squishier target this time around. Is this split approach from Argentina. You see the Cat Bastion overhead.
Flux is gonna have to go Giant. They have to use the Flux or the Rush. Don't use both at the same time. There's the turret mode. As soon as that Rush gets used, as Burt finds it off angle with the help of the Cat, they've been able to transition to the point fairly well, though. No casualties, a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Both Tracers dead, 4v4 on the point as Argentina get the flip. Flux now being used. Can they actually catch somebody? Wed caught up, and he's trying to get the head slam as well. Wed ends up going down to that Flux. Bastion up in the air again from the help with the Cat, but Chile have lost all semblance of control in this fight. Tizzy chases down this D.Va, and this is final touch territory. Frack has to get out alive. You cannot lose spec, otherwise you will lose the point.
You need to buy time for Wed to get back, and more importantly, make sure you can get touch.
There is going to be a touch here from Eli, I would imagine. Yes, the Tracer is on the point, but the point is completely left alone here. So there could be a complete flip. Both Tracers now in an honorable 1v1 as Burt across the map kills two. I mean, this is Chile coming back in a big way. Nice little cap there as well. Eli goes down, but the job's already done as Burt is swung in like a little Christmas ornament and delivers a gift under the tree. That's 4 kills for Burt. And that is a point for Chile. 2-2 on New Junk City.
Reverse sweep potential here. for Chile. Want to close out this series in 4, but this is kind of where things get a little dicey. Refinery, definitely the weakest point for this Cat Bastion comp. You are not careful. Very low ceilings, minimal high ground for you to go bouncing between. You do get to the point first, so that will help with some of the setup, but it is so much easier for Argentina. Just fight you front to back, and that's why we're going to see Tizzy swap to the Mauga with the Deadeye early.
We're so back. Mauga Gaming. But honestly, this point for it is just so nice. Extra sustain too on the... wait! Whoa, Frag. Whoa, wait a second here. Sax's pole bomb ends up in a killing Burt, sure, but Frag gets the 2-player self-destruct on the DPS. A Tracer as well. I mean, that is insane. Lev ends up using the rally too, but it's like, well, we can't really push it, and there's 3 of us, and it's only Mauga for damage. That is unbelievable scenes from Frag.
Yeah, found the angle. Very rare we see that much value out of self-destruct these days, but found it there, and...
Oh, nice Tizzy.
Yeah, still gets Tizzy.
All right, Tizzy ends up going down. Sure, they trade for the Tracer, but wow, Chile. Man, Cat Bastion doesn't work. It's all good. We have a deep self-destruct that kills 2 every fight. We're chilling.
I think Frack just smells blood in the water. They're like, you know, we can win this. 1 more point away. Honestly, 1 more fight away by the time Argentina managed to regroup, and very doable. All you have to do is get through this Kitsune rush of Surreal. Left back over to Lucio. What could be final lap here. We'll see this Cat Bastion set up, waiting for Team Argentina to peek on in. They're going to try to take this one fast.
You can disengage so easily, though, from this rush. Yeah. But uses the Mortar Barrage on the point. It's actually been sniffed out by Tizzy. Self-destruct, dragged in. What a Suzu from Surreal. Keeps himself alive. Making sure stays up, gets it to teleport away. LCS trying to chase him down, but it's actually Bird that falls first. Cage ends up getting slammed down on the point. Saxton with 2. That should be it. I think they had a 3rd, actually, from the Tracer. Expensive fight, though. That Cat Bomb didn't end up working out, sadly. I would imagine that's what happened in that last fight. And we didn't actually get the POV from LCS there, so, you know, the Frack self-destruct, really, it was all LCS. But nice flip from Argentina.
Suddenly it makes a lot more sense how that was going, and just like Chile realizing, you know what? Trying to push this in with Diva Tracer will be a bit tricky, so opt to match this Mauga and have Eli just flat out win that frontline battle. It's going to be huge, and you're really looking at Saxton to not only stick a pulse bomb, but put pressure onto this backline as much as possible, deny the space as the Tracer does, because you cannot afford to lose a fight.
We didn't see that. We didn't see that, Saxton, don't worry. Tried to get the hot blink into the window. I knew he was going to buy some time. The zone's going to have to back up this. Yeah, you cannot fight face up against this team. Nice little flank here from Saxton. Has got pulse bomb still. Both Maugas kind of shooting each other now. They're very early. Suzu, this is go time for Frack. Just jump straight into the back. I mean, that Suzu was just so early. I mean, Surreal, I think, lost in that fight entirely there, and potentially the map of the series too. Sound Barrier comes in from Lep, ends up hitting 3, but Tizzy is just so damn low. Saxton needs to come up with the goods. Wed ends up falling short, but still Frack, LCS, and Eli on the point, and they have the Cat too. Saxton looking for the kill onto the Reaper. It actually ends up getting it too with a backstab with the melee. There's going to be another rush on the point, but LCS now needs to be focused. Saxton needs to come up with another. Chases down LCS, but Frack and LCS have already come up with kills. And the Meteor Strike, well, not the Meteor Strike, the Mortar Strike from the spawn ends up killing Lev. Saxton literally cannot do more on this point now for Argentina. He needs more. But Suzu and the heal from Wed. It shouldn't be too long before Saxton is chased down. That's got a recall either. There's the cage. There's the point. There's the series. Chile with a 3-1 overall against Argentina.
At the end of the day, they'll be the ones that come out on top, but my goodness, Argentina made that much closer than their previous matchup, and I think are satisfied with their improvement, not necessarily the result. Team Chile, so much upset potential with this team, so many strikes, and I think just this Cat Bastion existing alongside Frack, a very flexible tank player to work with. And see those existing synergies. They need to shine through with their team, and I think it's going to be their strongest point, and it's often a weakness, right? With a lot of the World Cup rosters that we see, is just how little time that they have to practice together, especially for these qualifying tournaments, but a complete opposite for Team Chile. They clearly made the most of it here today, even if Argentina made them work for it.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And yeah, I think that's a good point as well. Like, the amount of time you actually get to practice can be fairly limited for certain teams. Obviously, everybody's schedules are very different. A lot of players still in school, for example, so it can be kind of tough, but, you know, Chile, put some respect on their name. Look, at the end of the day, I think Americas especially has been dominated by both USA and Canada for so long. I mean, Brazil has been almost inching their way up there just a little bit, trying to like compete on like a global stage. So I think Chile, they've got a little bit of business to them. I'm excited to see how they end up getting. Oh, there's the self-destruct. Okay, it was like straight over the top. That was really nice. But I think they've got a lot of potential in their bones. So we'll see how they end up doing later in on the groups. Obviously, it's a round robin too, so a little bit more brutal when it comes down to things. Looks like we should be getting an interview in just a moment as well with Wed. But yeah, not bad so far. The Cavashin, clearly their favorite comp, clearly the best comp right now, at least in Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, and I'd be curious what would happen when Chile meet a team that either wants to mirror it or has a bit of a better answer to it. I think that was something that was consistently the weakness of Argentina throughout the day-to-day. You couldn't hold a torch, and the few times they did end up winning those fights was when somebody on Chile just completely dropped the pasta, to be totally frank. And yeah, it kind of just started from this map of Ilios. Bert was running the lobby, and yeah, kept seeing it with these artillery strikes. So I think Team Chile going on ahead. Still some kinks to work out without the Cat Bastion. They do look noticeably weaker in that regard, but if they can continue to play their comps, if they continue to kind of work out those kinks, definite chance, because they don't play again until next weekend. We'll have the week to both review the footage of the teams that they will be playing against and prepare accordingly.
Thank goodness we got the Lep remake kill. Thank goodness. I think this map was a little rough for Lep, and in fact the entire team. I will say Tizzy was a big standout for Team Argentina. I think came up with some mad numbers, I think, with all the maps combined. So yeah, Tizzy, another player to watch out for from Argentina. Like I said, in just a moment we'll get into a brief interview with Wed, and we can see how they're feeling too. In fact, we're going to go to it right now. Wed, welcome on in. Chile, they look pretty good, I won't lie. Argentina kind of fallen over there, although it was a little bit closer. Like, did the rematch play anything into this? Were you nervous going in?
I was definitely like a little bit nervous, especially because I'm like a breakthrough player. I'm from Costa Rica. I'm not from Chile. So in the conference cup, we lost versus them. So I was like, well, maybe we gotta like watch out them like a little bit and like actually prepare. And that's what we did. And at the end, like all over my teammates, they were like just not nervous at all. So team diff, not gonna lie.
Team diff, yeah. Dude, yeah. I saw the bagging. I saw every single time you were getting kills on players like Lev, you were hitting the bag. Everybody was having a little bit of fun, it feels like. How do you feel your chances? Go on. No, go on.
No, it's because like for me it was like hard because I'm currently in Costa Rica and I'm in 200 ping. So at the end I was like, oh my god. Yeah, I'm in 200 ping. So it was.
You played in the past.
It was hard. It was hard. I was playing the past.
I can believe it. And I think too, you said you were playing on Team Costa Rica before this, you didn't have as much time to integrate into this roster. And I'm curious what that has been like for you, jumping into a team like, yes, you know some of them from the Face It League 9Z roster, but what has that been like within the last couple weeks, kind of jumping in to a new roster after preparing differently for the conference cups?
Well, for me, like the change was honestly quite easy, I'll say, especially because like the 9C and like I know like all of them, like I knew all of them from like a while ago, so it was honestly pretty easy. We didn't have like a lot of problems. I think the only problem that we had is like they usually comment in Spanish and I cannot comment Spanish. I can only comment English pretty much. So that was like the only problem we had at the beginning, but like at the end I got like good at commenting Spanish. So yeah.
I think that's a crazy hard thing to do if you're used to coming in one language and flip into the other. I mean, look, hey, not many people in the world can speak two languages, you know? Most people can barely speak one, so I think it's a mad respect from your side.
Yeah.
I did want to know what the vibe is like in the team right now. Obviously, Overwatch World Cup is back, and being able to prove that, you know, some of the South American teams and players, like, they get to now prove themselves on an international stage, potentially, in Busan. Like, what does it mean to you and the team?
I think for me personally, it's like huge, especially because like we're from the South America region, and like I think Blizzard don't really like care so much about the region, so it's kind of like it's really important for me. And for my team, I think we're like a really like fun team. Like we like to play with each other quite a lot, so we just have a lot of fun all the time.
Yeah, I think just one real quick question before we send you on your merry way. Making it to Busan would be a big thing for all of you, of course, the big LAN. Has any of your team played on such a big stage before? And like, how does that impact your motivation going in?
I think my motivation right now is it's really like huge. I'll say I really want to make Busan, and I know all my teammates we want to go to Korea and like just have fun as well and like represent Chile. Me myself, I want to represent Costa Rica as a breakthrough player. So I'll say like it's really like we are gonna lock in, especially to play versus Mexico, and we're gonna win. And we're gonna win, and we're gonna make it fun.
Yeah, winning and making it fun. Honestly, that's the way to go. Well, thank you very much, Wed, and congratulations on your win today. And I wish you the
Thank
best
you
of
so
luck
much. I
in
want to
your
say
next
something
game.
real quick.
Yeah.
Leb, Bert says hi. That was it.
He said hi a few times by hitting the control key over his body.
Yeah.
That's good to get that.
But yeah,
verbally
thank you
as
so
well.
much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you guys.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much, Wed. And yeah, like I said before, good luck in your next games. There you go. I knew there was some beef going on there, but you got to give it to him sometimes. You got to give it to him. All in good fun, of course. Let's jump over to the next game in just a moment. But before that, make sure you scan the QR code on your screen right now to follow everything on their socials. So that's their YouTube, Twitter, or X, or whatever you want to call it, Instagram and Twitch. And you can get all the latest information on everything Overwatch Esports. That includes Overwatch World Cup and OWCS. But don't go anywhere. We've got 2 more games coming up. Canada versus Brazil. After this break, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
All right, welcome back. Canada versus Brazil up in just a moment. A banger game to start us off with here today. Chile 3-1 against Argentina. I thought it was going to be a 3-0. So, yeah, I'm glad to see it was a little bit more close than we anticipated. But it is Canada time. Oh, yes. I fear for this group. I really do. Against Team Brazil. Let's have a look at Canada's roster first, though. A lot of names everybody is very familiar with, especially players like Astro, Graveyard, Cal, Alex in DPS, as well as Noxious. So, yeah, Team Canada looking very strong this time of year.
Yeah, Team Canada, team with the most returners by far. And as I said, any match with Team Canada or Team USA always feels like an uphill battle, to say the very least. So we'll have to see what is ahead, because I think Team Brazil had a tough showing yesterday. You know, as when we get to look at their roster here in a minute too, you'll start to see that yes, they have like some great experience behind their lineup, but where we start to see them fall through, getting that loss against Puerto Rico almost makes this a must-win game if they want to move on to groups.
Yeah, let's have a look at their roster real quick. A couple of familiar names in here as well. Players like Ludwig, not that guy, not the streamer guy there. Hydron, of course, in the DPS. Very well-known player. Played in the Overwatch League, of course. Dalka, Mocha, and Bazanella for support.
Yeah, I think Hydron, the name that you are going to recognize the most if you've been around, way back from the Overwatch League days, on the Florida Mayhem most recently. But yeah, I think he's been kind of in and out, playing in Collegiate a bit more, also just qualified with that 9Z roster from Face It Masters. And you're really looking at him to be that leader. That matchup between him and Noxious will be the one to watch on the hit scan. So beyond that point, though, uphill battle. It almost feels like an understatement for Team Brazil. A little bit shaky heading into yesterday, but at least they seemed to have started off on a decent foot. Baptiste 1v1 again for the choice of seeding, or for the seeding, choice of map, or first ban.
Yeah, I think the Baptiste one, I think, is the most honorable, I think, out of all of them. Although you could argue that Lamp's not that honorable. Honestly, they should disable the lamp in the 1v1s, I think. I think the shift's fine, but the lamp is crazy on this map as well, because you can just hide it around corners. But it was Hydron, by the way, that did end up winning this one. Sorry to spoil, but you guys are going to find out in 30 seconds anyway. So they do, Team Brazil do technically take the higher seed here.
And they elected for the first map pick, I believe. So they will have that to go through for our control side of things. We've seen quite a bit of Ilios, Little Antarctic Peninsula, depending on the team. I think it's Ilios more for our Cat Bastion side of stuff, which has definitely been Team Brazil. But no, they are going to go for Antarctic Peninsula after all, which is something Team Canada are okay with.
Yeah, the SR rarity in Antarctic Peninsula, you never see this map. Big changes actually recently, or it feels like recently, it's been a little while at this point. Sojin and Wrecking Ball banned. So Team Brazil, like I mentioned, first seed coming in technically after that 1v1. So they get to ban, they get to pick the map, and they ban first as well. So Ball and then Soj.
So the Ball and Soj going away. I think the Ball is a good target ban from Brazil, seeing how much success Astro had in that specific hero matchup yesterday against Colombia. But yeah, Canada already in a great spot. It's more so how close can Brazil manage to make this? It almost feels like the experience behind this Team Canada roster is second to really only the United States. We won't see that matchup within our group stage at all. I'll instead be starting out on our indoor map of Anomaly, a more brawl-centric idea of controlling these high grounds, and I think that's a style that both of these teams are very happy to lean into.
Yeah, no chance for a Cat Bastion here, that's for sure. Very tough on this stage. All right, brief pause. Don't worry. It won't be long, I don't think. Yeah, Astro, pretty good on the Wrecking Ball, like you said, but also pretty good on the Ram too. Any kind of brawly hero like that, I think Astro's pretty damn good on. I'm excited to see Hydron play again. I've not casted Hydron in so long at this point. It was Overwatch League, I think, last time I cast him. So yeah, it's going to be good to call his name again, but it does feel like Canada, we're not doing predictions here, but if I did have to give a pred, I probably would say Canada 3-0 for this series. Maybe Brazil sneak a map, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to join you on that one. I think it's really hard to bet against this Team Canada. Again, 4 out of their players have already played for Team Canada in the past. and are pretty much all on the same collegiate roster, at least their DPS line is. So that's really cool to have that established synergy, scrimming for a minute, and they have kind of seemed to have solved a lot of the questions we had for them, like one being 2 flex support players in both Cal and Graveyard, how that would work out, but fortunately for them, we're in a meta that can kind of work out.
Okay, so someone reset their keybinds, so I'm just going to wait for that to be sorted out. All good. Don't know how you reset your keybinds accidentally, although I think with new installs, no, because it is connected to your account. I don't know. Someone reset their keybinds. It'll be fine. We'll get into the map in just a moment, yeah. I mean, double flex support, especially in this kind of meta, I think that's fine. Also, if you're not playing, like maybe Lucio's like the only support you're not playing if you're playing double flex support, but like it's still super good. I'd rather take 2 flex supports over like 2 main supports. So yeah, sorry main supports. You get a lot of hate. I can't lie. And then you Ajax and everybody points and laughs at you. So yeah, I do feel for you main supports, but as a flex support player, the heat goes off me, so I'm good.
All right, yeah. It's a tough world out there for him. But then you're out there just like, it's not me, it's this guy pointing fingers all the time.
That guy, look. They Ajaxed. It wasn't me. I didn't miss the beat. Our main support missed the beat. I did nothing wrong because it's almost impossible to rush Jax. Not impossible.
I was going to say, we just saw it earlier.
We saw it, but it is very hard to rush Jax, to be fair. Yeah, just going to get into the game in just a moment, like I mentioned before. Just a quick pause so people can reset their keybinds.
I think for Team Brazil, like, hey, a little more time to kind of chat. This game, very, very important. I think with that loss to Team Puerto Rico stings a bit, especially with them being a Conference Cup team, whereas Brazil were invited, and you're in a situation, unless you want to go into some pretty hefty tiebreakers, which won't even be possible if you lose to Canada today. So making this as close as humanly possible is going to be key, but yeah, going to be playing into Canada's hand for a lot of this. Have a stacked coaching lineup. Danny at the helm and 4 assistant coaches, I believe, that they have.
Should be getting into this one in just a second. I think everything is ready to go. Yeah, I was going to say, it can't take that long to reset up the keybinds. All good. I think I've only had 1 keybind switch. I might sound crazy for this, but what's your melee on? What's
melee?
Yeah, what's melee on? I know a lot of players have it on their mouse, but...
Everybody but Tracer, I have it on my V. I have it on V.
Okay, you're a crazy person then. You're a crazy person that has Tracer as a different melee button. Mine's on F. It's just easier to hit, okay? V, a little, it's not that far away. You hit the F key. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It's completely fine. All right, quick rotation here with the Sim players. Canada, I mean, this comp is a little devious. Sim May, they're going to get walled off, unfortunately. Nice ice block in the front line there. Almost actually stopped Dalgo from getting away. Mocha so low as Astro just hits Nemesis Form, swings the corner, kills the support, and that is Canada taking the first pick and the point.
If I had to name Team Canada's comp, it is the Dalka is not allowed to have fun comp. You cannot be anywhere near
100%.
this team. You're gonna have a hard time. I think using the speed ring more so as a disengage is going to be key. Or actually, no, they don't have the speed ring. Never mind. You're a sitting duck. Good luck, Delka. Maybe Ludwig can stop it with the wall, but for now, they're gonna just opt to drop down to the point, forcing Canada to come to them. Not the worst idea, all things considered. Seeing if they can make somebody punch off this high ground.
Yeah, it really is the we hate tank players comp. I can't lie to you. Nice little chains on the front line, but Astro should be fine. Even just standing up to the Sim player too, just trusting in the team that they're going to heal him up. And the healing output too, by the way. Chuno Kiri, I mean, come on. Astro is not dying here unless he mispositions like horribly. Hydron at a nice little angle here, but unfortunately, the Ravenous Vortex is going to stop him from actually getting a kill. It will be a rush onto the point, actually overloads Team Canada's kind of forward momentum there. So it's going to be a flip as they back all the way up. Another nice Ravenous Vortex stops Team Brazil from escaping. Another rush, although it did not end actually hitting the wall. Sanctuary comes in, as well as that Symmetra wall being popped by Alex. It will be a trade as that Annihilation on the point rips and tears through 2 players. Hydron now with the high noon on the high ground, but yeah, I mean, Cal, thinking that wall maybe surviving a little bit. Maybe a couple extra seconds or something. Ends up just falling over, but Blizzard is good enough for a kill. As Astro basically solo carrying this fight here on the Ram. That's what, 3 kills? Almost 4? Yeah, you take that. Team Canada with a flip.
Brazil do manage to get up to 32%, so you're pretty happy with that, but I think just a little bit too fast, using the Tsune Rush to chase when Canada already disengaged, left them at a disadvantage by the time they came back in. And an orbital ray here you have to work with, unless Ludwig throws a blizzard on it, you're in for a world of hurt. Oh.
That's so nasty. TP with the orbital ray insta. I mean, I love that. Going super high tempo against teams that are a little bit less like playtime together is just so nice. Just actually discombobulate them. Brazil do end up capping the point, of course. Team Canada have got turrets set up around the high ground here, so a bit more difficult for Brazil to push in, but a flip nonetheless is going to be good.
Yeah, and 39% not really winning a full team fight. Pretty darn good. Big teleporter there to actually get Delka out just as the May wall went up from Noxious. Modified territory, though, for Canada. They look to push this in. All eyes on Ludwig. Turn this temperature down a little bit so you can lock up Astro when he pushes on ahead, or you can just take out Noxious with poke damage. That works too.
Noxious just took a full right click from Hydron. Ludwig has this Blizzard too. Ideally, you're not using it here. You just, hopefully you just get a rock kill, and that's exactly what they do. Okay. Cal and Graveyard still come on with the picks, but it won't matter. But a 99%, and you end up saving ults here for Brazil. Ideally, you're only using one in this fight to win it, as Canada don't have too much to respond with. Not right now, anyway.
A bit of a whoopsie there, but it's actually really good because now Ludwig can use this Blizzard to stop Astro from walking into the team with the Annihilation again. And I think you're feeling very good about that in particular. So perhaps have a choice, but Canada so proactive with these teleporters. Just want to take the fight to point. Make it overreact.
Yeah, the Annihilation is going to be so good on this point. In fact, the entirety of the point currently bisected with two of those walls. Blizz is going to force people away, and now Astro pops that ult. Blizz is not doing much for Ludwig at all, but the Kitsune Rushes are going to ring true here for both Cal and Bazanella. Nice rock from Dalka, and Swell has the Flux. I mean, this Flux has to hit Astro. He's just so alone and isolated, and this wall is going to cut off all the healing from Team Canada too. So this is Brazil going to come back in this point. There's 10% to go now with Canada. Only one player left standing, and they're going to try and chase Noxious.
This one's just as good as done. Even if Canada manages to get to the point.
That's round.
That's boulder to the face. One dead Astro, and yeah, still, they're going to take round one there.
Isolating Astro with that wall was massive play from Hydron there. You put the wall in the middle of the point. Astro's already overextended to try and get ult kills, and then there's no healing. And so he's alone, and then you flux him, and he instantly dies. That was really nice play from Hydron. You see Dalka only hitting that single death too, so really close here as Brazil take one round.
Yeah, I think feeling very good about that. It really just came down to that one pick, honestly, onto Noxious there. It gave the neutral fight that Brazil needed to snowball their ult economy back into a winnable spot. And look at this, we're in the second more brawly-ish point of the round. Very close quarters that I think sticking Hydron to match this Symmetra going to suit you very, very well here. Only difference being the Juno versus Mizuki. See how Team Canada is able to use that speed as Brazil opt for the coast push. They have a little more poke and set up Delka. We'll see.
A high level of efficacy here from Mocha. Being able to play on these corners is the Mizuki. Sanctuary's really good on this point as well, actually. Stopping all that poke damage coming in. A bit of a failed attempt at a wall. All good. Dalka's going to be able to re-rotate. But now the May has kind of interrupted your rotation here. And both Symmetras are down. The Devil has been slain. But unfortunately, Astro is going to follow with them. Team Brazil are going to cap.
Yeah, this starts to get a bit scarier once you have that freeze perk online, as we already saw Ludwig blasting Astro into a very large popsicle there. It's a lot more difficult now for Team Canada to be in the faces of Team Brazil as safely as before, and having to walk into this will be difficult. You need Alex to realistically TP you creatively around some of these points, as they're going to just approach through this right angle. They don't want to give these small chokes a shot at all, giving more room for the Symmetra to work.
Oxygen just needs to get a wall. I mean, that is really just the game plan here. Fakey with the TP, make them turn as Brazil do have a wall at their backs, but not the best one of all time. It doesn't actually end up isolating, just makes Team Brazil go a different angle onto the points. And they've already killed this May. So, I mean, Canada, what's the game plan here, buddy? You've got to try and isolate the Sigma, but it's just so tough. I think Brazil are just doing a good job of being able to kite away. Annihilation for Astro, but a Flux is good again. Wow, Dalka hitting these Fluxes like no tomorrow. Hit 2 players, and that was 2 kills for the Sigma as well. Nice work from Team Brazil so far.
Yeah, they are making this work, and honestly making it look pretty easy. Only 2 ults needed to be committed there, with all things considered, pretty okay with that. Brazil, I think, are a little more scared of this next fight. Kakai Sanctuary has my eyeballs from Mocha. Seeing how he's able to place that, you're going to need it for either the Kitsune Rush that's kind of coming up here, or even just defensively.
Yeah, don't mind that. Teleport away as well, so Mocha does end up staying alive. This Blizzard on the point might be big, but it's so late here from Team Canada. Way too late in the day to try and get any kills. Chain on the Mei, easy kill, and wow, Brazil are just rolling over Team Canada right now, and it might just be it. Yeah, Astro is going to jump on the Doomfist, but the likelihood of you staying alive here on the Doom, close to 0. It's not even funny. Ends up getting to the point in time, but yeah, the wall isn't even going to help him, unfortunately, as Team Brazil end up coming up with a map. Okay, my bad, Team Brazil. I didn't know you played like that. Team Canada end up going down as what a flash in the pan start. Oh, sorry, not even a flash in the pan. It might not be. I mean, Brazil showing up in a big way after Team Canada's dominance, even over the last couple of years, have been true to form in Overwatch World Cup.
And I think that something to say too is, yes, Brazil, I think they took a lot away from yesterday. They want to play these brawl comps. They did a lot of forcing for this Cat Bastion. So seeing them swap over into something that seems a lot more comfortable is huge. It seems like that they had an answer for every single teleporter. They knew what Team Canada's game plan was before it started. They got a lot of these early picks. Their Mei walls were simply better in most of those matchups. So with all of that being said, you're really happy about that. If you're Brazil, getting upset and then following it up by causing an upset of your own, it'll be a great way for them to turn around these online qualifiers.
Yeah, a really, really nice start. I was expecting coming in for Canada, and you too, to be fair. We both said maybe a little 3-0 for Team Canada, but Brazil kind of proving us wrong and shutting us up for a moment. Mythic Kitten is an extremely funny title. Rocking from Mocha there. But no, good stuff. Good start. I think Hydron, especially on that first round, did a lot of stuff with the Mei wall. I think the first couple of fights where, yeah, you're just having Dalka just tank infinite damage on the Sigma and then hoping they survive and get picks. Just wasn't it. But as soon as they switched Hydron onto the Sim and then Ludwig Mei still, I mean, yeah, it looked pretty good.
I think the Ludwig Mei was the big difference maker for me. Noxious, yeah, had some good walls. Like we saw here, there were some tricky plays, but it just seemed once the wheels fell off the bus for Team Canada in that one fight that Noxious got picked, and they lost any form of momentum and could not string a fight win together after that point for the remainder of the map. And I'm not sure if it was kind of this Ramatra struggling to face tank Ludwig after that freeze ray was up, or whatever that may have been. They were just falling apart. The angle control simply too strong for Team Brazil, and I have a feeling as this next map pick comes on out that we will be seeing a much different composition being played. I think that is one of the main assets that we can see from Team Canada, as large as their roster is the flexibility that they have behind it.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, you're expecting Canada to have a lot of different comps up their sleeve. But Team Brazil coming out with a win already. I mean, that's going to bolster their confidence, that's for sure, especially in this group. You mentioned before that Team Canada and Team USA probably aren't going to meet until, well, they aren't going to meet until they head to Busan if they end up winning their group. I'm still expecting Canada and USA to make it there, but maybe Brazil has a fighting chance as well in this group. Nice little map win to start us off with, as Canada now have to make their choice. Where do we go next?
I think this is a big consideration for them. Because I think another option you have, Ball will be back. You do have the option of Diva at any point. Plus, False is just chilling on the bench as well for this team. If they want to go to one of those types of map, we do have, I believe, Dorado in there. Numbani is another good option if they want to do like a full 360 from what we've been looking at. But I think after a map like that where Brazil were so heavily in control of the tempo, it seems like the safest option, especially when you have that map pick and first ban available to you.
Hey, just go ball. Just run it down, ignore everything, play ball. You just got to. Yeah, False can come in and play the Roadhog maybe. Hey, We've seen False play with Roadhog a long time ago.
Ugh.
It can happen, and maybe it will. Another ex-Vancouver Titans player, by the way. Well, okay, I'm saying Tizzy like it's the Korean player Tizzy. It wasn't, but, you know, Vancouver Titans have been the Overwatch League team to mention today, and he was on that team many moons ago with Sugar Free, I believe. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see where they want to go after this. Team Canada, double flex support, a lot of ability to play different comps. Probably not going to steer towards the Lucio, but that's fine because you can play Juno.
Not even Juno. I think we've seen Team Canada, they veer more towards these very greedy flex support comps where they can do like an Ana Iari together.
Oh, they go into the home buff map.
I mean, yes, home buff. That is a home buff, actually. Wait, that's actually very smart. They can't lose this. It's actually impossible. If they do, it might be Jover.
It might be over for Canada. I'm sorry, Canadians. It might be over if they lose this. Also, Brazil aren't up 2-0. Just to let you know, they are 1-0. It's we're not getting ahead of ourselves. Not getting ahead of ourselves. Canadians are going to get mad at that one. But, yeah, New Queen Street, a map that we rarely see these days. My word. I mean, when Push was like first introduced, it was New Queen Street was one of the most played ones. Runa Sapi, obviously a newer Push map. But, wow, this is... It feels like a throwback. I'm seeing this map again. I don't know. It feels kind of strange. I've not seen it in so long.
It's not a common pick. Like, I think if we do see it these days, it's for faster comps. Like, I think a ball can still work really well here. The Diva. So I'm interested if there will actually be a tank sub for Team Canada, or if they will keep Astro in, since like the Wrecking Ball has already been banned. Plus, they have a different direction that they're wanting to go in. But yeah, New Queen Street, a bit of a oddball, I think, with all of the push maps. I think it was a little weird first just because teams didn't really know what to play. It can feel awkward at times with how it goes, but especially with the changes from Colosseo, yeah, they feel like so long ago, the priority and pick for this map is just dropped off a cliff. So maybe that's part of the strategy for Team Canada. Say, you know what, we know we have the home ground buff here. Let's just practice it so we're unbeatable on it. So anytime that somebody meets us, they just don't know what to do. But maybe that's a strat. I don't know. You need something to recover from that Antarctic Peninsula. That is all I can say.
They'll be fine. They got the mental. They got the mental,
Sure.
I believe. Yeah, I think this map. I think Runa Sapi, honestly, being real, is just a better map compared to New Queen Street. Just the layout wise. I think with New Queen Street, fighting over the checkpoint is so much more difficult. There are a lot less like angles to kind of take. Yeah, sure, you can take like the mini staircase next to the bus stop. You can take like an even wider angle if you really want to, but normally you're just fighting them on like where the middle of the map is, where the mega health pack is. It can be really tough. So yeah, we'll see if Team Canada can trip up Team Brazil as we head to this one. We'll jump in that in just a moment. I think when it comes to bans, sure. I mean, Ball has been banned away. Team Canada can play the Wrecking Ball here if they want to. They've chosen to ban the Cat, actually. You know, Cat Bastion on this map? Yeah, obviously not too bad. But if they want to play something like a Ball, go quick, then yeah, probably the ban to play.
Yeah, I think you're pretty okay with that. Team Canada have said in multiple interviews that they do not like this comp, and they will find other options to it. Yeah, so they're just going to say, you know, we're going to play what we want to play on this map. Will not be the Cat. The Cassidy, I think, is a bit of an interesting one. It is one of those heroes that we can see Noxious really pop off on if he wanted to pull it. Also tells me Brazil might be wanting to go for a bit of a faster playstyle themselves, perhaps, as that can be a bit of a change. But speaking of changes, we do have a substitution. Actually, Alex will be coming out. Razor will be going in on this map. Plus a couple of subs on Brazil. Wow, everybody's changing up.
Are you going to a map that you've not already played a whole bunch recently? I mean, sure, why not? Canada taken to the home field advantage map, the Toronto map. New Queen Street, Razor in, like you mentioned. Mids and Wazzy in for Team Brazil.
Okay. Two Wrecking Ball teams, I think this is starting to make sense, and you're not really going to want to play the Mei sort of flex DPS with that anyway, so throwing mids back into the mix also makes sense. First time that we'll actually be seeing them play out the weekend today. Same with Wazy, so get a bit of their debut in this World Cup conference, or excuse me, online qualifiers. But yeah, Wrecking Ball Mirror, big difference though. I think this Mizuki for Graveyard has a lot of potential to change the game.
Yeah, that's when you got double flex support. You know no Lucio is going to be played. I like it though. You're kind of going to be hanging around with the Sojourn anyway, just hoping for a pick, so not too bad. The ability to stop dives as well with the chain is quite nice. Wrecking balls, though. Speaking of dives, there you go. Instantly chained the wrecking ball, so we can't do anything. Nice kill from Cal, though. Starts off strong for Team Canada. In fact, a couple of picks back to back. Very quick as the wrecking ball couldn't really set up after that chain hit.
Yeah, and I think Graveyard is still going to be the key player for this match. If you can just stop every single dive from Wizzy like that, well, there's not really much else you can do. There's no counter dive, there's no real turn and burn. Without that tank, enough of a stall. Just concerned, and even Razor being on this Reaper, the burst potential, if you can manage to get close to one of these pile drive targets, or for some reason, Wazzy gets too close to your backline, you're there to cover, so he's in a bit of an awkward spot. We'll have to wait on out.
On Hydron, one of the characters he's known for in the Soj and played a whole bunch when he was playing in Tier 1. Mocker and Hydron pick up kills. There we go. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Nice little body shot from Hydron takes down Cal. Very swingy, though, this map, especially with how quick you can get back to the fight, as Astro just rolls in and kills the Tracer, because, of course, Astro, a very good Wrecking Ball player. And I'm honestly quite excited to see the ball here. I think Astro is very fun to watch when he's on one of his favorite picks, so picking off two like that, that's a good start. And, well, Team Brazil, sure, they got a couple of picks themselves, but resetting this map is just so tough against ball.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the nature of these competitions, too. It's highly unlikely that you're going to see a clean team kill at any point. It's very deathmatchy. You're going to see backlines traded constantly.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, that post bomb didn't do anything. Everybody had already walked out of the way and got booped away. Yeah, like you said, very team deathmatch. Very, very team deathmatch. Surely you don't let this point... Well, they're going to get it for free now. Well, okay. Well, the team deathmatch has to stop at some point for Team Brazil here. Because Canada are walking away with it.
I mean, they do have ults online here. I do expect those to start to come out. I love the Kitsune Rush from Basanella to the point, but look how far up. How is Noxus in the backline right now?
Please stop the Wrecking Ball, please. Someone get a Sombra at some point. The Balls are just taking over this map. Nice shots from Hydron, though. Helps up assisting in that Wrecking Ball kill. Okay, but problem is, they've already got checkpoint. So.
Yeah, Canada, whatever. You lose that fight. Not the best thing, but Noxious in a different zip code there for Team Brazil to pick off. And force spawns are still up, will now be taken away. So make sure that everybody from Team Canada can take this fight. And they have so many options how they can do it. Many shiny buttons for them to set up. I'm curious how this Death Blossom will be played. Likely as a defense.
Oh, my Lucio.
Oh, Mocha.
Oh, my Lucio. Nice dive from Astro. Set up very well with the disruptor shots. They do trade, sure, but, like, you have Noxus on this off angle now. Both the backliners end up going down, however, but spinning to win is Razor. Nice little dive there on the Sojourn, who looked fairly tantalizing to dive upon as the death match continues. Well, we've lost the Tracer, but it should be fine. It is a ball against a Reaper, so don't think Wazi wants to stay around.
We've lost the Tracer. Somehow Team Brazil lost the plot somewhere in that fight. So scattered with how this is actually playing out, which is how it can look, but if you're going to hands check somebody, I don't think Team Canada necessarily the one you want to do that with. Still very conservative with their resources. This is now the third fight they'll be entering with their support ult, so the less Wheezy gets out of this one alive, it might be longer.
Yeah, they end up trading there. Nice post-on connection onto the Soj, but it will be Team Canada using that rush. Sanctuary comes in as well to stop all that incoming fire. Sound barrier hits for Brazil. Team Canada just still playing deathmatch at this point, as Mocha is sent very low, close to the edge of the map. And there's just no semblance of control from Brazil right now. It's very hard, obviously, in these comps to, like, pin down a fight, but it feels like Astro is doing the mostest right now for the entire team. The amount of work this guy's doing, bopping people around, and also just staying alive is a little absurd.
Like, yeah, we're seeing the kill feed a little bit more, but I think for Astro, the work you do outside of that matters more. So we do have a pause coming in. Hopefully nothing too crazy going on behind the scenes, but we'll be back in shortly. As in, we're kind of at, like, I don't even want to say a fight win, like a pause in our team deathmatch. Anyways,
there's no fight wins here, Molly. I hate to break it to you. There are no fight wins. It is, we've maybe had one when that team kill came through on the little checkpoint there, but there's no fight wins. It is just picks, and that's it. We're playing pick Overwatch. Astro, by the way, is 9-1 with 5k damage.
Wow. Okay.
Leading the team. by the way.
Shocker.
Yeah, I feel like he's doing the mostest right now. On the wrecking ball especially, it's got mines too. Yeah, if a ball is just kind of let loose to kind of roll around, especially in like a ball v ball type matchup, I'm sorry, the better ball team is going to win because the enemy wrecking ball is going to get shut down by the Trace and the Reaper. It's just so hard against wrecking ball specifically, unless you come in with a counter. Looks like we are unpausing though as we get back into this map. Let's go. Astro with a nice kill. And, well, now they've got checkpoint again. So they've got checkpoint and the forward spawn.
Yeah, and normally, like, all right, when you get checkpoint, it's a bit tricky, but against this comp where it's so hard to peel people off of the payload, what do you even do at this point? For Brazil, you gotta come up with the win con, and you're hoping it's high draw.
Graveyard was in Narnia there. No man's land straight up. Even sent out the TP as Hydron gets blasted in the back of the head by Razor. I mean, that is unfortunate for Hydron. End up popping the ult as well. Razor ends up just dueling out against 2 players, but an instant Suzu will save the day as Mokka goes down to Astro somewhere in Antarctic Peninsula still. As with 60 meters and counting here, Team Canada very much in control.
Yeah, Team Canada's splits are just so much better. I mean, having Noxious set up with Cal, Razor with Graveyard and Astro, doing whatever the heck he wants. Just won't be in this main area because there's a minefield and you don't have
Graveyard just got back.
Yeah.
Me when I respawn and then get instantly crushed by the ball. This is fantastic. Not even on a rotation, by the way. Post bomb for mids. Astro recall super early on. Use those mines for defense there. 1v1 against Cal. Not someone you want to face in the 1v1, especially when Cal's on the Kiriko, that's for sure. Death Blossom. And that's a couple of kills there. Razor assisting in that second one. Bazinella goes down. And with her death, that signals the end of the team fight. And finally, we have stopped team deathmatching. It is actually a team kill.
There we go. It's real. It can happen, people. Confirmed. Team Canada, though, is so good at the map control. It seems that Brazil have sort of been corralled, whereas Canada are taking safe angles and winning them out. For the most part, so that sandwich between Noxus and Razor with their own ultimates will leave them with slightly less options going ahead, but with pick early on the Hydron plus a Kitsune Rush, they're going to be A-okay for now.
Nice work from mid there. Forced the recall super early, though. Post bomb out of the window. Didn't even break any glass there. Didn't even fall to the ground by the looks of things. Just stuck on the windowsill. All right, Team Canada. They're going to end up using this rush, too. It's looking like a full cap angle as well. Those Mizuki chains are just so frustrating if you're a Wrecking Ball player. The Reaper's right next to you, too, so you just get actually destroyed. Full cap here for Team Canada by the looks of things, if they can get another pick.
They won't quite get them. They're close enough to the spawn that Astro cannot poke them for that long. But another minefield here definitely can change the game as Brazil need to get out of spawn.
Oh, Bazinella is so close to going down. Sanctuary gets popped as well. Graveyard falls to the Wrecking Ball as Mids, you know what, decides emergency fire time, fires straight into the Sanctuary a couple of times and realize actually, yeah, those projectiles went absolutely nowhere. There's the Wrecking Ball player down for Team Brazil. Looks like Team Canada are going to be able to clean up now. An emergency Sanctuary, but it's looking just about over, especially with this Death Blossom from Razor. And Team Canada will tie this map up. Only a couple of players left. It needs to clean. There you go. Classic push moment where it doesn't end for the next 5 minutes because the Wrecking Ball is just swinging around the final point. Someone kill the ball, please. There we go. The ball's dead. And there it is. Wait, there's someone else touching the point? Mokka's here for half a second. Team Canada. And there we go. Okay, 1-1. Team Canada come out with a very swift victory on their hometown map, New Queen Street.
I don't know what you'd have done if you lost this map. It would have been pretty sad for all the Team Canada
I think you would have alt F4 and uninstalled if they lost at 140 meters. That would have been biggest comeback in history in Overwatch. But yeah, like you said, Team Canada, they're going to win here. Of course they are. It was real.
I think this is just their comp. You're so much more comfortable in this than you are Raw. Maybe not even just comfort. Like, it's your game. Unless you're just going out of your ways to specifically practice this, which you're not unless you have a very strong Wrecking Ball player. You're going to win this 9 times out of 10. And I do want to commend Brazil for taking that fight to them, trying to work that around. But from the start, as you said, 22-1 with almost, 9.2k damage there for Astro. Pretty good.
He's pretty good.
Pretty good. And cooking that up with the Reaper as well. You can tell a lot of time has gone into this for Team Canada. Brazil, a tough fight from the start. Still have the map over them, so you're not like at match point or anything, but it does show how important these map picks and bans are going to be going through the rest of the series.
And you can see why the Wrecking Ball was banned map 1.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. We went to Antarctic Peninsula, to be fair. Ball's not his best control map of all time, but hey, that is Team Canada up a map now. 1-1, so we're going to a minimum of 4 maps here. We'll see how well Team Brazil can actually ban out this kind of comp, because if they will just want to keep playing Astra on the Wrecking Ball, I mean, I'm sure that's fine. A lot of these open maps where the Cat Bastion is pretty good. I mean, Team Canada can just play the ball and play quick comp. So yeah, we'll see if the substitutions end up being swapped around just here for Team Brazil as we go to the next one.
And I think any Flashpoint map would be a no-go. That seems a little tricky, especially with no Wrecking Ball ban, unless you're locking in a new Junk City and maybe take away one of the key parts, like a Tracer or a Reaper even. But yeah, I think for the most part, the map pool is more suited to what Team Brazil want to play. If they want to force some of these Broly comps, King's Row is still available as an option. You have the Circuit Royale even, if you want to go back to that side of things, which honestly, I'm kind of expecting that to come out, being the Sigma May hit scan angle that Brazil had a lot of success on earlier on.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, King, Circuit, anywhere like Ball's not good. Astro can still play the Ramatra though, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure the level of priority for Team Brazil banning out the tanks. We'll see. Obviously, they'll get their ban first, so they could ban out like a Ramatra for Astro and then go on to like Kings, because Astro on Sigma, it's not going to happen. But then they have False, so yeah, it's tough. I think the bans as well are definitely going to help decide and dictate where Team Canada wants to go with their team pomp as well in terms of players.
And that's pretty common. Like, when you have teams with such different strengths, then you're going to be very careful about the decisions that you are making with the map picks and bans. They might seem a little bit more forward-facing normal, but not necessarily as... Yeah, I think this does make sense. You're not going to play the Wrecking Ball here for the most part. You will be running into a Death Ball that Brazil will want to set up on this new Junk City map. And yeah, I think we're shades of Antarctic Peninsula likely to come on in. See what ends up getting banned. I cannot imagine it's like the May or even the Sim. They seem to play with that very well, and will likely want to do it. I'm almost thinking like a support ban in a way to throw off this double flex support.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that actually. A little support ban. I think honestly just banning the Ram here might be strong.
Oh, true.
Just getting rid of that so Astro can't play Brawl as well. And then just runs Sig and then forces Sig Mirror. Looks like we are getting some substitutions though. Alex in for Razor on the DPS. Team Brazil have Ludwig coming in for Miz. So I'm thinking here that is going to be back to the May shenanigans. Also a tank substitution too, so Dalka back in. So it looks to me like it's going to be a Sigma May type angle here for Team Brazil. They're going to try and force it.
Yeah, I think you absolutely need to be playing... If you're going to play the Sigma, you need the May. That's something that we've seen earlier on. Otherwise, you are just going to struggle, especially if you ban that out. And I think that is the risk, too, of banning the Ramatra, is that May does get left as an option for a ban. It's not that Team Canada necessarily did bad with it. They just seemed to... They weren't getting the same amount of value I think we were seeing from Ludwig, and it just shut down almost every single fight in that back half of Antarctic Peninsula. New Junk City will play very similarly to that map in general. So something has got to change. Yeah, Wrecking Ball's available. I don't really think you care about that if you are Team Canada, and this was the concern. If you take away another one of those things, the May will be gone.
Yeah, you got to ban the May here for sure. I mean, look what happened on map 1. I mean, the May was a little nasty from Ludwig. So, okay, like that ban from Team Canada. Brazil going to ban the Kiri. So, again, very like, okay, we want to play like this Sigma. So we can even play like Juno Brig. We can really bring it back. Juno Brig, Sig. You can still play Sim. You could have like a Reaper too. I mean, there's plenty of angles that Brazil can go even without the May. So we'll see what Canada kind of respond with. I think it's a smart ban though, banning out that May. Just get the... There's 2 devils in this game, I firmly believe, Molly. Sim and May. Those are the 2 demons of this game. They need to be sated at some point, so I'm glad May's out.
So we were in a very dark place in map 1 is what I'm hearing.
Oh, we were in the darkest timeline of all time. We're seeing the Sim May mirrors, and it is just walls everywhere. Like, yeah, we were in a dark place, but thankfully this map a little bit brighter. This May has been bad. We'll see what luck we want to play.
I mean, Sim is still an option, so we'll
I mean,
see.
yeah, but you know what? 1 is better than 2 in that situation. I would firmly argue.
This would be something if we end up going for it. I'm not going to comment on that for now, but I think for Team Canada, targeting the flex support I think makes a lot of sense for Brazil. But playing an Ana here can be a bit risky. It will be helpful into Dalka's Malga and a lot of the composition, but actually staying alive is going to be another story. You can be easy to engage on, so that support from Graveyard, all the more important is there is still some evil in the world. Alex will be on the set.
This is so sad. This is so sad, but it's okay. You know what? The Ana is going to see play. And it's Cal's best hero, by the way, by quite a large margin, I'd say. Cal's Ana is kind of crazy as he instantly gets destroyed, stomped on, turned to like mush on the side of the street. That's, you know what, Cal? That's on me, buddy. My bad.
Yeah, so that's kind of the problem with the Ana. On this point specifically, maybe on some of the more open ones, you can force it, but with Dalka on this is a hard death brawl. Let's all hold hands and run at them together kind of comp. That is not what Canada want to be messing with. I think Alex on Reaper makes much more sense than destroying Dalka. And Astro, more survivability on the Sigma, so it's gonna be tough. That is a good bio nade from Cal. There isn't just that much follow-up.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there we go. Never mind.
Yeah, Noxus having a crazy little off angle there. Good nade from Cal. That starts us off real well. And that's the big problem here, not having the Kiriko. Brazil ban Kiri. It's like, well, the art is pretty good. And yeah, Dalka is like, yep, not going to stick on the Malga. Absolutely no shot. Ram way much easier to stay alive on. You can hit Nemesis form if you get naded.
I feel like we're in a game for tank, rock, paper, scissors here. Astro may be going back to the mantra at a later point in time, but for now, no ultimates really online. Canada, they're going to take advantage of that. Having Cal set up now, these bio nades are a huge win condition. Don't have to worry about like not hitting a sleep dart either. Just with the unstoppable charge on tank should Delta get too close, but already in the backline, Alex applying the pressure.
And rotate if you're Team Canada, though. That's all you need to do is just permanently rotate around this high ground and ideally don't get caught. Nice little nade there, ends up saving Graveyard's life. This is under so much pressure. The Nano has Cal already, but that flux was unbelievable from Astro. Hit two players minimum as Noxus does the rest with the railgun. Triple for the carry. Sojin, it's Cal. That's exactly what you're going to do. You're just going to play away, not away from Graveyard, but to a point where, like, if Graveyard gets jumped on, your Team Brazil, you're committing a lot to try and kill that Mizuki, and then Cal can kite back and then pop Nano on someone if they end up going down low. So good point for Canada as we now get to the next one.
Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, the respawns expenditure for Brazil, a little bit of tunnel vision, I think, with how they were playing. That you can't really afford to take soft pushes with this composition either. A little of the ultimates to walk on in. Bionade, though, very scary. Into an over the right. With it going out onto Ludwig, I think this is the opportunity Brazil are looking for, because Team Canada are now forced to take a different angle approach this point. Noxus is on one.
Nano Reaper. Oh, Nano, there's some nice little bash there in the front line, but Mokka's already down. And look at this Nano Reaper go. A good whip shot actually sends him hurtling over the edge. Quick teleport to the high ground, though. Will make sure he's in a better position to do damage. But unfortunately, fight's already over here for Team Brazil. Nano Reaper straight into the front line with a death bottom. That's how you win a team fight.
Yeah, I think identifying that, oh, wait, the Sojourn's on the flank. Okay, let's just walk into the rest of the team and take this advantageous fight. And it is actually going to be a swap from Brazil. They want to lean into that a bit more. We're back on the Symmetra, whether we like it or not. So, seeing that they can trip up Team Canada and close that gap a bit faster on both Cal and Astro. So, kind of burning as many resources just to take this easy fight. Although Cal is lurking.
Oh, look at him go. Wait a second. They're definitely not going to expect it, but he has to get a nade off quick. Orbital Ray. The nade's good for 3 as well. Unbelievable nade from Cal. Hits a couple of shots there onto Mokka, but Nev completely alone and isolated in the front line. And unfortunately, that hero nade hitting 3 players only resulted in 1 kill. As Brazil A little bit too quick there. Canada aren't able to capitalize on Cal's heroics.
Yeah, the only one that didn't get hit by the nade there was Dalka, and using that annihilation inside of the orbital ray, still a scary sight, so unfortunately just could not get close enough to actually follow up on that play. But more options now for Team Canada as they look to approach. Noxious been lighting it up on these overclocks recently, highlighted that matchup between him and Hydron, who, well, yet now on this Metro, so it's the Noxious show. If he can press his button at a good time, find these shots as him and Cal around now.
Flux is going to connect. There's going to be easy pickings here for Noxus. Already doing a lot of damage to the front line with this overclock. But again, a very good ult from Astro. Yep. Sets the team up very well. I mean, if you're pushing into the show like that, you just got no chance unless you have a support ult. But you've got no Lucio. Like, you will die to the Flux.
Yeah, no, there's not really much option, especially with Alex right there. Just blast you in a small corridor. Very few options. Canada. As soon as Brazil can get a touch, the teleporter's there. They're on the point, but a sleep dart on the
sleep is so good. Yeah, Ludwig does end up getting out alive, but the nano boost is going to come in. Oh, and the nade to Cal on just a divine angle. As the nano boost on the Reaper, that'll be all. Thank you very much. Not even a tip there. Come on. Give me one. Give me one more. Chase him down. Teabagging. Pretty extra teabagging. Get his ass.
That one felt personal, not gonna lie. But, yeah.
There's been a lot of I will say, there's been a lot of that. And that's what I will say, one thing, Molly.
Yeah.
The World Cup does really bring out the fun BM banter side of things as well. You know, Brett teabagging in the last game, Lep a little bit. I think Canada and the USA always have a good time as well. Ash ends up getting bashed, but not before he can isolate two with the Death Blossom. And once again, Cal proving how damn good they are on the Ana. Hits 3 with a Bionade in the front. Brazil, licking their wounds a little bit, crying maybe out of both eyes and having to back up.
But if Astro didn't die there, I would say that'd be just win that fight easily. But Duncan could just walk up to the point for free, and this is suddenly a fight that Brazil very happy to take with the photon barrier. Not much Canada to do, be able to answer it as Astro is just now getting back to the fight.
Hydron ends up popping the wall here on the point. They're still willing to kind of stay in this one because of that ultimate. Graveyard just goes down to Hydron.
Okay.
Sure, so his health bar trickling. I was curious if he was going to use Sanctuary. And despite that very early team fight here coming through for Canada, they end up just flopping over like a fish on dry land. That will be Brazil also staggering Cal. Okay, Ludwig didn't need to hit him there. Probably could have just died to the turret, but all good. Stagger Cal for a brief moment.
It's part of that personality, you know? You gotta show the
personality on my left and my right hand.
Exactly. Brazil, though, Orbital Ray, Gravitic Flux. I really don't see a way to lose this unless somebody goes down early, which is what Noxious wants to try to look for.
Was rip his head's clean off. Flux ends up coming through in that choke point. Cal in trouble, and yeah, with the Orbital Ray, there's just no way you're not insta-killing someone there. Well, it's not out of the woods just yet. As a good focus fire from Team Canada ends up bringing down the Sigma. And now, unfortunately, Mocha's 1 HP, scurrying for cover as Noxious saves the whole team fight for Team Canada, picking up 2 kills.
What I say? If Noxious can find an angle, well, that's kind of the only thing that's going to stop that. Dalka did also put himself on a bit of an island. Can't do it when Astro was on the Ramatra, plus Cal's Ana is always a threat to worry up. So Canada will be denying the extra point to Brazil for the time being as one fight territory for them. But Nanolation, though, as a win con here for Team Canada, that is terrifying. If I am Brazil...
Nade.
Yeah.
Insane nade. They're just going to walk on forward.
Yeah.
This is... I don't think he even needs the ult here. I'm going to be honest here.
No.
Yeah, just nano boost, Nemesis form, run it down. And again, a good nade from Cal. So Dalka's like, what, half HP at the start of that fight? Can't get healed.
Not much that we need. And I think holding on to Annihilation is going to be really helpful because now we're seeing Brazil build up some more of those resources. It'll be really easy to get to the point just with the combination teleporter and the wall, but Astro wants to take the fight to Brazil. Never mind, find that nade!
Oh my nade from Cal. The teleport, I think, came through, and the nade hit 5. The wall comes up, and there it goes. Oh, Cal again with an unbelievable bio nade. They just can't capitalize because of the wall.
Brazil, they'll take the point. They're going to make sure they're not completely swept on this New Jong City game, but the fact they're able to pull that through is kinda crazy, all things considered. We'll be going to the more open of the next maps, which I think you like. Just with the Sigma, a little bit difficult for Astro to get to you, but it's now harder to get to Cal, so two sides of the same coin here. You have to figure out how to deal with. But for Team Canada, getting into a space, getting Noxious in a position to succeed is the name of the game. Sticking this guy on the high ground, on and off angle. Okay, well, not that high ground. Falca is up there already with the team and just gonna deny the silver clock entirely.
Another good nade in the back line. They can just walk up this one for free. Just firing shots down range. This Noxus. And they managed to claim the high ground for free. There's the death boss from Alex. Again, getting 2 kills off rip. There's nothing there, maybe apart from a whip shot. A small little pathetic bash from the non-ulting Brig Shield, sure. There's just nothing you can really do against the Reaper ult if he gets a good TP.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at the sound of the Reaper going, "Whoa," falling off the map there. That was bad. Yeah,
He did enough. He did enough. Don't need to do any more.
No, it's good. But yeah, Brazil, that's tough. You can't do much about this ult.
Okay, don't let him get away with this again.
No way.
Don't let him get away with this again. Me when I just 8-nade in the front line, and yeah, goodbye team. I'm loving this. The Ana players just playing on the front line and then just lobbing the nade. Although saying that, Hydra and Mocha still get kills, but the problem is Astro still has this ult. There is going to be Alex in the front line, going dangerously low, hits the ship to get away, but it's all on Astro to carry this fight, and he's going to do it with ease. He's just got so many resources to play with here, and even with this wall, Hydra's just going to get walked at. The Sim cannot stand up to the might of Astro, and Team Canada looking to take this one away.
No choice there, knowing it was last fight for Team Brazil. Had to throw
You gotta push.
And they have to find a way to touch this point.
You gotta boost. The Brig's half HP, and here's the rally. Bazanella goes down, and Astro continues the rampage, and the Doom ends up touching the point eventually, but this point is just Astro all day, every day. Team Canada now on match point, a 2-1 in the series so far. Brazil only taking that control.
Brazil, without the Mei, really struggle into this brawling type matchup that Canada was able to put forwards, and the Cal Ana. I mean, honestly, would you have rather kept the Kiriko just so you don't have to worry about it? That's something that will be a wound for a while for this team. This is kind of the Canada we were expecting to see come out today, and they know where their strengths are, they know where their weaknesses are, and they have targeted it perfectly with the map picks and bans. And to see if Brazil can work some more magic like they did on map number 1. So otherwise, this is looking all red and white.
And Brazil are like, why did we ban the Kiri, man? Like, Cal is just hitting these fat antis like over and over and over again. Well, looking good though on the deaths. They've all got 10 each. So you know what? Team synergy on point. Can't be said for Team Canada. A couple players with 7, the rest with 6s. But yeah, that map was all Cal and Astro, honestly. Can't really give an MVP here or anything like that. We're not doing a player or chat of the match anymore, sadly. But I would definitely give it to either Astro or Cal. Astro for that last point specifically, but Cal hitting these crazy nades. Hiding on the flanks. Honestly, Molly, that's not something you're used to seeing anymore. Like, you know that whole, like, the classic ape nade from the Ana players where they just run forward and just nade? Like, the classic one like that, or, like, hiding around the corner? When was the last time you see that kind of work? Like, Kiri has been dominant in Overwatch since her very release, right? So it's nice to see that strat still working out for Team Canada.
Yeah, I definitely not seen before hero bans became a thing. I can tell you that much. And here you go. Being as present as she has been, this is a great look, I think, for Cal and the rest of Team Canada. Going on ahead to the series, yeah, Brazil get their next map pick. Yeah, they'll have the Mei, but even if they do, those options, kind of like that Circuit Royale or something that we were talking about before, your hand is forced here. You are going to be needing to take that one away, unless you are wanting to play Rico yourselves for sure. So yeah, it just seems that every map we go to, it seems like, uh-oh, that's another problem, that's another problem, that's another problem you think about for Team Canada, and suddenly it seems like this mountain of issues is getting a little too high.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, we banned the ball on map 1. We can't ban in map 2, and it's a ball map. We banned the Kiriko? Well, Cal is really good on Ana, actually. And then Astro, you know, good on the ball. Also, very good on the Ramatra as well. So it was a little bit of counterwatch at the very beginning, but that was Team Canada's map through and through at the very end of the day. We'll see if this does end up being a 3-1, though, as Canada find themselves in a match point scenario. And to be fair with you, I thought today might be a bunch of 3-0s, but they're gracing us at very least with a couple of 3-1s at least to start out. Let's have a look at the map pool once again. And something we spoke about, what, maybe 20 minutes ago? Circuit Royale still in the pool, so it is going to be Brazil picking that one up.
Yeah, and you for sure have the Mei, and I hope you protect that Sigma. I think that is a must for this team. You do not, I don't think you want to play a Ramattra here. If you have the choice to so just, I think you ban the Ramattra, suck it up with the Kiriko. You'll have, or the Ana, you have the Kiriko back to be able to counter that a bit more. But I do not think in any world should you be allowing the Ramattra to return, especially with Dalka being the best on this Sigma.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how Canada kind of pivot here too with the back line, because Ana's great on this map, obviously long sight lines, yada yada yada. But also Cal can just play like Alari as well.
Real.
So if you go for the Sigma head-to-head, like, okay, we just play double flex with the Alari as well. Like, Alari in general, extremely good. This is her best map, like hands down. That I can't really think of another one. Maybe something like Numbani is good as well. Hollywood's pretty decent, but Circuit Royale, any kind of range poke, is just so good. So I do fear for Brazil coming in, because yeah, I do agree with you. If you end up having to protect the Sig, you end up just banning Ram. But if you don't go that direction, maybe you ban something aggressive, like a backline aggressive character to get out of the hands of Cal. It's tough. I think Brazil are against a rock and a hard place, and Canada aren't going to let them go down easy.
It's just figuring out what's the lesser of two evils for this team.
Right.
I think there's definitely more resources to deal with, like in Ana or in Yari, just with the nature of the map and Kiriko existing. Where it is I don't think the same can be said for the Ramattra, unless you are so confident in this Ludwig Mei to shut it down completely, which you did a great job of that before. But we are on a completely different map with different architecture that can make this a bit more tricky to play around. And with that in mind, the supports being much more of a threat than they were, I do not think you want to invest in that risk too much. And just go for the safer option. Set yourselves up for success, because you are down 2 match points, and a loss here pretty much eliminates your chances of moving on into this.
There we go.
Hi.
There we go.
Hi.
Ramattra banned. Just saying, we both called it. Yeah, we're pretty smart like that. Kiriko banned for Team Canada as well. So, you know what? That leads me to believe you could play the Alari too, because you can't cleanse the ult either, or you can just rock the Ana again. Smart ban though from Brazil. Taking away the Ram. Please, Astro, don't smack me in the face for the millionth time. I already have a concussion. My medical bill's too high, boss.
No. that one hurted. Yeah, this is gonna be hard, I think, for Team Brazil. You've lost so much momentum from what you did in that earlier map. You don't have the hero picks that you're necessarily wanting fully. And I'm expecting on a Yardi for this backline. I don't think there's any way that we don't play it. We've seen a ton of Yardi from Graveyard in particular. He's loved to pull that one out, and that the Kiriko becomes all the more deadly. Like, honestly, I'm more scared of the supports than I am the DPS in this matchup.
100% on this map. 100% supports finally our time in the sun.
Yeah.
Apart from Lucio players, unfortunately.
You should say flex
unless you
support
Ajax,
time in
you
the
will
sun.
be annoyed. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, main supports. It just be like that sometimes in Overwatch. We'll see what Brazil want to do with their backline. Could just, again, be the Brig. Could be the Juno. Doubt we're going to see Lucio, as Dalka is still in, and definitely going to play the Sigma. Ana, wouldn't mind that at all. Mokka, maybe. You could even play... Hear me out real quick. You could even play the Mizuki. I think Bap's not a bad option either. But they have got the 2 demons on the team, the 2 devils. So we have the Mei and the Sim back.
Yeah, and that part does suck. But, okay, Mocha does actually go back and swap back to Mizuki.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I do. I think it's good for a lot of these closer quarters range. Sanctuary, such a good ultimate.
You're playing against poke anyway. So it's like,
yeah,
you kind of need the AoE healing in a way, and also the Sanctuary, it's so good on corners. So popping it down in the corner, it makes the fight almost unwinnable. As we see Cal, well, they're on Ana. Yeah, ban Kiri, play Ana, and Alari Ana. Now we're cooking, chat. Oh yes, Alari Ana. Flex support's dream on this map.
And another problem, Alex on the Fora, there is no answer to this.
Player.
There's no answer to
By
that.
Sigma.
Yeah.
Well, the answer was the teleport that was right next to him. I hate to break it to you, Molly.
Okay, fair enough. This is tough. I don't think you swap of your Hydron. I think unless he just walks back to the spawn now, but it's not look like he's doing that through the wall there. So we'll still be playing on this card, and this is where the corner starts to get scary. Okay, there we go. Now those are swaps that make a lot more sense because you don't want Alex to get a free fight with.
Yeah, you have to swap. Basanella as well, swapping to the Ana. Okay, there's two players now that can check the Pharah. This is the most defensive angle of all time from the Ana, but you kind of have to be, unfortunately. You don't want to get bombed on the head by Alex, by any stretch of the imagination. And also, you're going to take hella poke from Graveyard, too. This is poke to the extreme from Team Canada.
Which is hard for Brazil because you need to play around this Mei wall, and that's not an ideal angle. It's more of a defensive get away from me type of thing, which Asher happy to do that. Has the pylon to fall back.
Look at their health bars, by the way, on Team Brazil. The support players cannot catch a break right now. No. Also switching over to an Alari themselves, but Rock into nade, no hands. Yeah, this is very over this first point. It's tough. It's real tough. If your Pharah's hitting Rocket's long range, if you're... I was going to cut if your Graveyard, if your Alari is also just playing an aggressive angle, you need instant picks, and you're just not going to get that with the Casti main.
No, they want to get close, and they're on the Reaper, so yeah, you're still going to try to get close to this poke comp, but they just can't take these fights, especially, like, look how open this part of the map is. Very few places to hide, especially from the Pharah. Gravitic Flux up now from Astro, so unless we see some sort of cancellation of either a sleep or a rock, it lights out for Brazil. Okay.
Oh my word, they're actually just setting him in. Okay, yeah, one tap and no just like that, you take that. Ultimate from Graveyard. Kills Mocha. High noon. Hydron, I think the fight's already done, mate, sadly. Oh, the flashbang's good for the kill onto Cal, although Team Canada are still in this. They're going to try and chase down the DPS. Ludwig TP's away. Hydron, unfortunately, stuck with only his feet to work with, as Astro is able to just clean up the fight. I mean, it was a good forward push there onto Cal with the nano, but yeah, that's already finished. And look at the ults Canada have already to save. I mean, eesh.
Still holding on to that Flux, too, is kind of insane. Throughout all of that, Dalka will have it to match. Like, if you can get that with the Captain Sun, sure. Doing that is one thing. You got to get out of this choke first.
Oh, yeah, Alex, you got to get out. There's the Flux, and already Dalka is down. Overclock to just cement the victory in the fight. Just some extra kills for the KDA. For the KDA.
You got to boost those stats, you know, not just really to say I am the better hit scan player here. Yeah, he's going to get the space to work with, too. Already starting that wraparound, leaving Alex.
Whoa. This is a Peggy 12 stream. This is a Peggy 12 stop. You guys, come on now.
What are we doing?
Come on.
What are we doing?
Peggy 12.
Yeah, I don't know after that one, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Although, he managed to reclaim the high ground at a minimum. It will force Noxus back a tad, and use the Captain Sun. Not to engage with.
Sitting in the skybox with the Captain Sun. Good connection. Actually insane. Hits 3. Oh, Mocha. What a play. Hits 3, plays the Captive Sun. Dalka steals 2 of those away. That was an insane. Oh, big combo, actually. The Captive Sun with the Flux. Really tough to actually deal with if unless there's a Suzu available. Team Canada, though, they're going to be happy both those ults were out. Very high impact ult.
The fact that it's like you could see an outline of where that ult was going. That's the only way I can believe Mocha managed to find that angle. Actually incredible there, and it sets up Team Brazil perfectly. Team Canada pushing through this choke is not easy, and Ludwig will make it even harder.
Nano?
Yep.
Oh, good sleep, though.
Barrage, goodbye.
Oh, they're going to barrage him. Oh, the disrespect is crazy from Alex. Good shot as well from Cal, sleeping the Nano Reaper. Be able to get to this choke point as soon as they heal up.
Yeah.
Oh, the nano. Oh, the nano on the Pharah. High noon from Hydron. Ends up pulling the trigger. A 3-man anti as well from Basanella. But there's just no follow-up there at all. Just the nano Pharah is just way too powerful. A good little conk onto the Ana player. They need to clear out Basanella. Graveyard just can't do it, though. Got hit 3 times. Then Ludwig comes in with a snipe kill. Oh, this is scrappy. Looking like team deathmatch all over again. But eventually a semblance of control for Canada as they end up cleaning up the team fight.
The range advantage is just too much, I think, for this team to really fight against. Speaking of range, Hydron on the Widowmaker now. See if he can catch
this is a vintage Hydron play. I'm loving this.
It's a throwback.
Okay. Woo.
There is a shield there.
Shield there. There is a shield. He would have, guys, he would have hit the headshot, but the shield was in the way. Ooh. Yeah, healers? Sorry, no, we're support players. We don't heal.
As we said before this game started, support's much more of a threat than the DPS. So they're at the final corner. May want to stop Delka from getting to the point, but
Ali's on an insane off angle as well. Oh, the nade is so good. Good shot from Hydron. Just whips around the corner there. Does end up killing Cal, but don't matter. Don't matter. Support's too good. Cal and Graveyard going crazy on that round.
Yeah, and I think it's just so difficult to match these two. Canada, one of my concerns when I saw this roster announcement was, how are you going to make this work with the two flex support players? And I think that having this meta with Ana Yari in such good spots as they are, and having these two on your side is fantastic. Could that be a problem in the future? Perhaps, but I think for now, it is something they can absolutely roll with, and they're doing it to the highest degree here. Very, very few deaths on their side. I mean, it's been very one-sided, to be totally honest. Other than that one highlight play combo from Mocha and Delka, little win conditions, little signs of life from this Team Brazil rosters. They got to get a full completion, plus some on this point.
I mean, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It is crazy style on a Second Real, so yeah, it's going to be a tough affair here for Team Brazil. Match point as well for Team Canada, mind you. I would love to see Hydron on Widow. I would really enjoy it. Hydron, if you can hear me, you cannot hear me, but play some Widowmaker, please. Very vintage Hydron, and honestly, like you mentioned, it's not really the DPS in this map at the very least. It is Graveyard Cal. It is the supports that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting here with the nades and with just the Alari damage from Graveyard. It's looking really good for Team Canada.
What we got the Genji? Something we saw some shades of yet from, I believe it was Team Mexico, Omelto guy yesterday. Made this pick work really well, and it can help punish some of these squishier targets, aka Graveyard and Cal. Or the main issue for this team, all we see is just walking in a straight line with the team.
He is DC'd. 100% Lugwas is DC'd. Yep.
If he was anywhere else on the map, he's fine.
This guy kind of crazy, actually. I'm like, okay, well, you get the deflect, but unlucky.
For a second, I'm like, this has got to be like the best bait ever, but no, he's just.
No. That was not quite the bait. That was just him walking in a straight line. Unlucky. Ludwig probably DC'd there or something. Not sure what happened, but we'll get back into the map in just a moment. Hopefully, it's not too serious. They've got DPS on the bench, though, if they do want to sub people in, so they can put people in for Ludwig if it comes to it. But for now, it is just going to be a pause while Ludwig sorts the internet issues.
Yeah, and I think for Team Brazil, you're okay with a tiny bit of extra chat time, although there might be a bit of panic, like what happened to my DPS player. Okay, he'll be back, I'm sure. I think this is a very difficult thing to approach, especially from a mental standpoint. This is a now or never kind of thing. You lose this game, your chances of moving past this online qualifier stage are basically zero. So once you get Ludwig back in here, we'll see how they can pull this one back together, as it will inevitably be a soft reset for this team.
Yeah, all good. That was thankfully only a small DC, and it happened at the start, so it's all fine. Nothing too crazy there. We'll see if this Genji ends up working out. Like you mentioned, it can work on this map. You are against the pokiest poke comps of all poke comps, so it might be a little tough for Ludwig. It's going to have to really just play on a knife's edge, although killing Graveyard with just some generic shurikens after a nade is going to be a good start.
Yeah, I think Mocha too. We saw that speed ring. Everybody on Brazil rushing forwards, and the panic out of Brazil to get the cooldown, but a wall at the back perfectly placed.
Oh, the nade from Cal too. Is there going to be a cleanup here? Nothing? I mean, Astro got naded too. Point is 1.69 meters away. Are they going to be able to stall it out? No. Wow, I'm surprised Al could survive that.
Yeah, and hey, you take that. You wanted Brazil to get back into this game. Well, here they are, 5 minutes now. You approach the second point, and well, the Genji itself hasn't done much. I think the threat of it, plus Mocha just existing on the Juno to get this team into positions fast has paid off, and will get a decent amount of progress forwards, holding on to this high ground. Gravitic Flux and the support ults to work with. Plenty of tools. Brazil to cook something up on this point. Of course, I do want to see this Gravitic Flux come into play early before some of these more larger healing portions.
So Nano, Graveyard, you won't. Flux, Sleep. Nano's going to have to go on the tank here to try and survive. Good re-shield. Flux coming back, ends up hitting one as Basanella ends up getting destroyed. Hydron weaving his way past that wall now to try and get value with this overclock. Ends up taking to the skies and sniping the enemy Sojourn. The fight's already done, despite this raid going off as well. I mean, Ludwig, if Ludwig had a blade, there's a potential that fight is very different, but it is Team Canada on top.
Team Canada will eventually come on when the dust settles, and that hurts if you were Team Brazil. That was 4 ultimates that they ended up using at the end, and really only a Dragon Blade and a pretty naked one at that Nano was used before. Let's see if Ludwig can work some magic there, but I just see this Captive Sun, and I see a whole lot of burning pain for Brazil. But no, they don't need it. There's another fantastic Mei wall out of Alex.
Yeah, I mean, actually approaching these fights is going to be so tough against the Mei. You just can't stick around for too long. You have to just try and force wall out. And there's another stagger. Okay, well, we're resetting, guys.
Please do it. Don't leave the spawn. Just stop leaving the spawn, please. Don't do it.
Widow, please. Oh, Hydron goes Widow. Yeah, okay, everybody back up.
That'll do it.
Sticking on the Widow? Wait a second here. Hydron, my guy. He's looking.
No shield in his face this time.
Not quite.
Okay, well, there you go.
Grapple shot though. Blade's going to come out as well. Oh, Graveyard dodges out of the way. Blade's going to get popped here as one of this Captive Sun over the top from Graveyard. Does end up connecting with the backline too, as Mocha dead to right as Graveyard makes him turn his DP up to 3k to try and spin around and kill the Alari. Didn't quite end up working out. 2 minutes to go now for Team Brazil. Or 240.
I like Ludwig going back onto the Mei. I think Alex being uncontested on that has been a massive pain for Brazil to have to work through, and having at least some potential to throw that threat back at them will be very helpful. But the wall still does go up behind Delka and the
Nade again. Ludwig has got blocks, so should be able to survive. A good rock, though, coming in from Dalka, ends up cancelling that flux. But still, Astro's going to just walk forward. A nano boosted spheres and a rock shroud to Ludwig insta-kill in the Mei after the block was used to try and survive that flux. Easy double as well for the Sojourn, as everybody was already scurrying away. Nice stuff so far from Team Canada. The pacing here, Molly, is just so quick. Brazil just can't keep up.
It's also just rinse and repeat, Canada. They know what their win conditions are. They know how to win these fights. They set up Alex. They make sure Astro is ready to just chuck a boulder at Delka, and it's well over half the time point of tank already gone. And over Basanella, you can throw it onto Delka if you need to survive, but you're going to need it early just for Noxious.
Nano boost for Hydron. Already, this phone line is just super low. Thanks to that nade from Basanella. Nano boost applied to Hydron. It's good for a couple. Nade on top too. That's what you need. You need these big nades kind of weaved past these walls. Looks like Cal and Graveyard are doing their own bit of work in the backline though. They managed to get all the way behind them as Graveyard tries to go for another pick. Unsuccessful in their endeavor as Brazil finally win a team fight.
A little too much value from Graveyard and Cal there, but the staggers I think will pay off for it. This is more where you want to be for Brazil. But Basanella showing her potential to be a game changer on this Ana. Set him up for this point, but Gravitic Flux plus the Orbital Ray here. It's an instant one-shot if you can manage to land it. Just gotta get there first.
Good rock. Captive Sun, Dalka's so low too. Captive Sun from around the corner is going to connect with the front line too. And there goes Dalka. Flux wasn't in use though. It was just taken to the skies as Graveyard puts himself on an aggressive angle. He's already got a double kill to his name and make that a triple as he takes down Hydron. I'm telling you, it all supports this map. 4 of those kills coming through for Canada from the support players.
Yeah, I think there's so few teams that can actually say that about their support line, especially in this region in particular, but Canada, far and away one of them. Final fight now for Brazil to keep themselves alive in this series, in this tournament even. They have the Wombo combo still, but Canada have been so proactive with these fights.
That flux is so early. Oh, and Cal slept it. Oh, insult to injury. Blizzard, Astro just walks forward, and that is just about done. Cal, the Canadian superstar flex support player, has just done it again. Astro dodges out of the way of the Blizzard as well, happy to take the 1v1 of the staircase, and Dalka accidentally elims themselves with the Hyperspheres. Canada come up big. A 3-1 victory as we end this match. Wow, unbelievable stuff. Brazil with a little bit of teeth on the first map, but it was all Canada all day for the next 3.
it was like a wake-up call, I think, for Team Canada after that first map. Really pulled it together towards the end of the series. But Astra 40-4 to end this one out. And
That's pretty good.
yeah.
Pretty good.
We take this. We do take this. Even with his Ramatra being banned. Happy to run that down on good old Space Grandpa. But that's Team Canada for everybody. This is kind of what we expected from them. Highly predicted to come out on top of their group and remaining flawless so far with just the one map dropped today. They are on track to do that, or at least qualify within the top 2 if things all go well, pending that last match against Puerto Rico. This support line, a huge threat. This is one great play from Mocha and Delka here that kind of made this close, but unfortunately, that was kind of all they had left in the tank, as the rest of this map was just graveyard.
Graveyard and Cal, a dynamic duo in the support line. I'm excited for Team Canada this year. I really am. I hope they end up doing well on the international stage. I do think as the groups pan out in the Americas, it will be Canada and the US guaranteed to go to Busan, or at least it's feeling that way right now. So yeah, looking forward to see how they do. Canada and the USA have always been kind of heated rivalries. So yeah, I'm curious how they do against some of the other teams. Obviously, Team Saudi Arabia still going to be very good, as well as Team Korea as well. We got an interview with Astro in just a moment, but for right now, Team Canada chilling at the top spot in their group.
Yeah, quite literally. I think they have a lot of things figured out with their team, with their roster, and very extensive coaching staff. Again, Danny coaching this team for the 4th consecutive run of the roster, or well, not the roster, but the actual Team Canada itself, and 4 assistant coaches to back him up there. So many minds put together, and clearly it's working out with the pretty crazy hands that Team Canada also have at their disposal. Feeling really good about where you are at this current point in time, and what might lie ahead for them in Busan.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be exciting to get back on land. We'll see if Canada end up making it, but it's feeling pretty good right now. All right, let's get Astro in for a quick interview and talk all things Overwatch World Cup. Welcome, Astro. Congratulations on the win, of course, Team Canada. You guys keep doing it to him. That first map looked pretty damn convincing from Team Brazil, but then it was like, well, 3 maps, pretty easy under your belt. How are you guys feeling coming into Overwatch World Cup again? I want to ask, obviously, after that victory, probably feeling pretty good, but your chances at the LAN, how are you feeling about that?
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Like, it's been, like 3 years now, so I'm just excited to get back into it. And I never got to play, like, in the playoffs or on stage in 2023, so this year, I'm like, that's what I'm, like, rooting for. That's what I'm gunning for. I don't know. I think we're all excited, and like we're working really hard to make sure that we can like go all the way.
Yeah, I did want to ask, with your chances, I'm feeling like you guys are going to make it with Team USA, of course. But when it comes to your team right now, what are the vibes like? Like, how well have you guys been meshing together? I know a few of you played together and have done in previous, like OWCS, Face It League and stuff like that. But like, yeah, how are the vibes of the team overall?
And the vibes are really good. Like we all work really hard, and when we have criticism of each other, like it's not like taken to heart, you know. Like we all know that we want to win, so I think if we just like keep that attitude towards our improvement, then there's no way that we just like can't bring it all the way. Like, and I think we have a team with like crazy potential, to be honest. Like especially with the current like meta, I guess. I don't really know what's meta, but like just with the things that people are playing, like I think we have some really strong Mizuki players, so it was really easy to just like integrate that because like we have some like really flexible players. Even though we have like a double flex support backline, it's been actually pretty easy to like find our identity and like make it work wherever we need to make it work.
Absolutely, and I think with all these strengths heading behind you, like what would it mean to Team Canada to be able to make it to Busan and play even further to this into the group stage?
I mean, it would mean the world. I think like for almost everyone here, like on the team, like we haven't like maybe besides Cal, I think maybe Cal might be the outlier, but no one's actually experienced it, like that first LAN event. So it would be a first for all of us, and like that's the most memorable one, you know. So it would mean the world, especially to me.
Yeah, and it's in a place like Korea too. That's would that be your first time in Korea by any chance?
It would be my first time in Asia in general. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn. Well, make sure you get treat you and the team to some seafood. Busan seafood goes crazy. So yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys there. And well, okay, I'm calling it already, but like you guys are pretty good. I'm gonna be,
Pretty locked.
I'm gonna be.
I think we're pretty locked, but we're not there till we're there. You know, like as soon as I see the green light, then I'll lower my guard. But yeah.
Yeah, good luck in your next few games, and yeah, congratulations on the win today. I'm sure we'll see you again.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
All right, that was Astro for Team Canada. Yeah, good stuff. And first time in Asia as well, Astro. Like I said, if you end up going to the Overwatch World Cup in Busan, yeah, make sure you check out the seafood. It is crazy, and it's going to be a good time. So hopefully we'll see some of you there. Don't forget as well, if you want to rep your conference, whether that's EMEA, that's Americas, or the Asia region, you can with some of the World Cup skins in the store right now. So you get a little charm, little portrait icon, little banner, you know, the vibes, and you get the sick colors too. I will say the Mizuki one out of these three might clear, but the green Vendetta does go a little crazy style as well.
I love the colors of all of these. There's so many ways that you can support these teams too throughout their journey. So make sure to keep an eye on all that stuff and get your hands on the bundle. I'm personally a purple fan. No, I might.
Purple equal win. I like that.
Purple does equal win. Makes me happy.
It's a crowdfunding bundle as well. So some of the proceeds from the bundle, they do end up going towards the prize pool. So yeah, make sure you go support the teams and players, no matter where you are and what bundle you buy. But we're going to go to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Our final match of the day. It is Colombia versus Puerto Rico after this. Welcome back, North America. On your screens in just a moment here. Colombia, or not North America, just the Americas, I should say. Colombia versus Puerto Rico on your screens in just a moment. Team Canada with a 3-1 against Team Brazil. There's some signs of life there for Brazil. It's going to be an exciting time watching them develop as the group stage in the round robin continues. But for now, Colombia and Puerto Rico, our final match of the day, Molly.
Yeah, one more left to go, and this is kind of the one that we expected to go more maps, and we've already had that delivered 2 out of the 3. We'll see if that can do the same as Colombia coming fresh off an 0-3 loss yesterday against Team Canada. A lot of returners. Well, I say a lot of returners. Super Gomez is returning on this roster alongside Changed for that, and accompanied by some of these newer faces in Temp and Lich, who've had a good amount of success in both Faceit Masters and the collegiate side of things on the same team for Cleveland State there. So a lot of previous synergy, but they're going to need quite a hit to go against this rising team that a lot of people have been underestimated in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Puerto Rico roster. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's all about the deathmatch 1v1s. And of course, someone's named McChicken, by the way. Yeah. McChicken won a 3-0 versus Lich, so they'll be taking the higher seed kind of thing. As we see the roster now. McChicken and Talisman, definitely both not playing Tracer there, but, you know, we're not in 2016 anymore. Chain, Anderp, and Jono to round out the team for Puerto Rico. And yeah, like you mentioned, is a little bit of surprise from South American Overwatch. I think with even going back to that first interview of the day, there's not been a crazy amount of South American players playing at the highest levels in like Overwatch League. So World Cup has always been a place where they get to kind of show up and show people what they're made of. A lot of players playing at the same rank for many, many years at this point know each other, but on the international and like competitive Overwatch stage, a lot of these names are going to be brand new to people.
Yeah, and I think that's especially true in the case of Puerto Rico. This is a very, very young roster. McChicken, Chain in particular, all in their first like year of significant competitive experience. I say year, like months, really, is what we can throw it down to. And even getting the 1v1 here, McChicken, 2 DPS players thrown in for this one, by the way. So Team Puerto Rico do end up getting the higher seed there. See what they ended up doing if it was the map pick or the ban first, but will actually be the ban selected as Colombia will take us to Antarctic Peninsula.
Or Antarctic Peninsula. All right, man, it has been mainly Ilios for OWCS for the last however long it's been. I mean, Tokyo was basically all Ilios, it felt like. Oasis, obviously, in the map pool too. Antarctic Peninsula, the round of that. I don't mind, honestly. I think every single stage has... You have the ability to play multiple different comps. I think most teams, if they have a Mei player, they'll probably end up playing Mei. It's not too like Cat Bastion either, so if you're not comfortable on that comp, it's a very easy choice for yourselves.
And I think that it's like one of the more simpler maps to play. There's not, I think, as many points where you're worried about moving parts. And both these teams like the brawl styles anyway, so they're kind of okay with that. A Mei ban from Colombia, followed by a Zarya out of Puerto Rico. The reason the Zarya is out is specifically for Super Gomez, coming back into the scene after a bit of time away, and was one of the teams that forced this hero the most yesterday. Just kind of with that Cat Bastion sort of deal. The Meg, I think that just makes a lot of sense. Talisman had a ton of success on it before, and it's so weird to say that he's the one that's kind of has the veteran experience here at just the young age of, I believe, 20. Young guy here, kind of helping.
Hey, that's getting on Unk.
Oh, yeah.
They're close to being Unk status, unfortunately. You hit 21, 22, you turn into an Unk in Overwatch, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, don't grow up too fast. It is kind of crazy, like you mentioned, how young some of these rosters are. I mean, I'm thinking back to like even like 2020. And crazy. Okay, newsflash. That was 6 years ago, everybody. I'm sorry to break it to you. 2020 was 6 years ago. A lot of these players were probably watching Overwatch League kind of growing up and still playing the game, you know? So their first kind of foray into a competitive environment at this like Overwatch World Cup is going to be pretty exciting, and with the chance to go to a LAN too in somewhere like Korea is a pretty crazy thing to do. So we'll see how Puerto Rico and Colombia end up doing in their group, but Puerto Rico are already up a map. Sorry, not up a map. They're up a series already in their group there. So a very good chance to actually make it all the way.
Make or break game for both of these teams. Otherwise, it will kind of be left out of their controls. Brazil already 0-2, likely out of contention there, but Puerto Rico can manage to get a win after they got that upset yesterday. That would put them right next to Canada, and I believe confirm their spot within this event, which would be huge for this young roster, as that is a composition of all time, and it may be real, it may not be real. Okay,
No,
it was somewhat
if
real.
we saw the hog on this, I might have lost my mind. Like, we are not on well, my guys.
It is
You
true.
gotta swap.
I don't know.
So there is going to be a Cat Bastion on the side of Puerto Rico here. But, I mean, Colombia, they're going to just do the, okay, we don't want to play Cat Bastion, and then hopefully Temp can insta-kill people, or at least try and chunk McChicken out of the sky. We'll see. I mean, it's just so tough on this point, though, Molly. Being able to get the Cat Bastion in this kind of spot where there's so much high ground cover is tough.
You don't really have an angle that's kind of chunk them out, and even, boy, Lich there. Oh, with his pants down, go up to Wraith out as that one. Colombia, pretty stuck on the back foot, not having the Reaper.
Yeah, Super Gomez going very low, already having to back up, but they managed to chase down Lich even after that. Good snipe from Temp, though. Settles the score, evens things up. It's a 4v4 now as the point is capped from Puerto Rico. Stomp doesn't end up connecting, but Chains one definitely did. Super Gomez again on the back foot as he's just ran down. There's not much you can do. If you're that far deep in after you use your charge, you are at the whims of the Reaper player on the other team.
And I think they're kind of feeling the pain of not having the Zarya there. I think it's Mauga. We don't see Super Gomez on a lot. In fact, last time we saw him compete in Overwatch was before Mauga was released, if I'm not mistaken. So a bit of a switch around now for them as Colombia. Gonna take the approach again through these small rooms, giving McChicken as much distance as
TP across to try and create some space, but it is going to be the Cat Bastion flying through the air. Going to release the Bastion from the clutches of the Cat for the time being, but this is going to be a disruptor shot that's going to force the Bastion back. Overclock for Temp as he tries to find an angle. A nice little stomp crit headshot there from Super Gomez. Guarantees the kill on the Kiriko. A teleport easily telegraphed by the Sojourn as a very clean fight from Colombia secures them the point.
Yeah, it's solid from top to bottom. Overclock definitely helped seal the deal there. Temp, of course, this is kind of the combo Puerto Rico have been waiting for. Have the cage fight to set up. Potentially the artillery strike from McChicken if you're feeling a little spicy, but Colombia though. And also Max this one out with a Death Blossom, so we'll see how this one's up playing.
Oh, the cage. McChicken has to turn 180 there. Lich ends up hitting that Wraith form, but has got the Death Blossom if he wants to use it. Teleporting away from the fighters. Both cages end up getting destroyed after those rushes are laid down on the point. Super Gomez going in for a risky stomp slam there into the back line. He's just so low. Sub 200 HP, still alive somehow. Eventually chunked out by both Talisman and Chain. Oh, that's charging from Super Gomez. Seemed a little bit aggressive. 200 HP plus, I mean, you're not surviving too long.
No, not really much of a chance there. And a bit of a late stagger there too. On Change, buys more time and basically makes this a final fight territory for Team Puerto Rico, and a whole lot of damage output is available to them. Have to be a perfectly timed sound barrier out of Kratos' Sun. They'll get them to the point, which is more likely at this time, or to fight through Cat Bastion.
Oh, there's the beat. Oh, straight in the face of the Bastion. Uh-oh, no! My poor son. Well, unfortunately, that will be a flip for Colombia, regardless. As, hang on a second here. They still have the Cat Bastion. There's still a form available. Can they actually close this one out, is the question. Super Gomez goes for another very aggressive push in with the help of Lich, but unfortunately, they're a little bit mistimed there. So it will be Puerto Rico getting up to 99%. Final touches? No, not today. Round one to Puerto Rico.
You know, there's been one too many occasions now that I'm seeing Super Gomez charge into a forming Bastion. A little sign for concern there for Colombia with how they're taking these fights and not necessarily respecting that full cooldown rotation out of them. A bit of difficulty matching that with how those cooldowns are meant to be played. And I'm honestly a little shocked they're not matching the Cat Bastion themselves. It's something that we saw out of them a bit yesterday with both Changed and I believe Temp, but opting to stick him on the Sojourn instead for just more pick potential will be the way to play here. Gonna go back to Anomaly for the indoor map. Hopefully this favors the Reaper and make Glitch a bit better.
I love Malga Gaming on the high ground. They're just waiting to swing in. They're waiting for Super Gomez to overextend slightly. And there it is. There's the Bastion. There's the stomp from Chain. Didn't end up hitting. But Super Gomez is out this time around. So it's worth kind of noting too. Oh my goodness, Lich got destroyed. Well, unfortunate. They do lose their cap, but I mean, with the Bastion still alive, they're still going to be kind of a force to be reckoned with.
This is a leg up.
I was about to say, it's worth keeping in mind too. With the Cardiac Overdrive, when you swing in with the Bastion, hit Cardiac Overdrive, the Bastion's not dying. Like, there's just too much damage and too much healing. It's just so tough for them to take down McChicken. And it will be a point cap in the end, but Ten gets an exit kill there onto McChicken.
Yeah, that should just be a Columbia cap. I don't see a world in which Puerto Rico want to fight this without their main source of damage. And, yeah.
Is that the lowest you can possibly go? I mean, I think it is.
It might be,
it's
honestly.
Be.
It's gotta be, for sure. And you do have everybody coming back into this fight now. A very fast overclock, though, from Temp. He'll have that one up, ready to go.
You know, my whole team walks through the disruptor shot.
Yep.
It's okay, you can heal it up. Look at this. Sneaky, beaky, not quite. Yeah, Lich is going to get sniffed out there. Super Gomez also hiding around the corner. Mag's not doing a very good job of hiding. A little bit too big of the carriage model, sadly. He's too thick. All right, Temp, and now you're in trouble. He's going to have to hit that slide away real fast. Got the double slide, but didn't have the second one up, but still trying to find heads to actually click on with this OC. Eventually finds the rest of the team, but a quick teleport away there from Anderb is going to make sure that he gets away. Cat ultimate straight into the front line. Super Gomez knocked to the ground. Easy kill there for Puerto Rico as the Cat is going to come in.
Cat comes back around to test the objective here, but fine good amount of time is Columbia, which in the form, and it actually buys enough time for most of the team to get back. Changes his rush.
Wow, I'm surprised they actually ended up popping that rush there. There's going to be a stomp again in the front line as Super Gomez at least picks the kill onto McChicken. As Chain is locked in this Sojourn, they eventually focus him down. The Death Blossom will help kill off Kratos' son and Super Gomez too. Talisman to the rescue as Puerto Rico hold on.
Barely there too. I mean, that was a few more shiny buttons than what they wanted to press, but Columbia really made them work for it, but unfortunately they had already lost control of point, so it was all for naught, and this means that they will be in a dry fight for Puerto Rico. Let's set them up well now for Lich, especially.
Oh my goodness. That was close. Okay. We've got 2 taps. Sound barrier so early for Kratos. Really thinking they found at least one pick here. Bastion's on the high ground, so wow, that beat barely gave them any position. Lich has got the ult now. Death Blossom on the point. Shooting the Malga in the back currently as Kratos gets chased down. McChicken in a good spot. Eagle-eye view of the point, but it is actually Chain that ends up falling over. No chance to get the heal there from the Cat, who was babysitting the Bastion that whole time. Turret form now for McChicken. Kills one, but it's actually Teb that's clutching up this fight for Columbia. 3 railgun kills for Sojourn, and earns himself the ult too.
Yeah, second overclock in just this round alone. Pretty impressive, to say the least, and I think somebody that, you know, you're going to want to lean into. If not on the Bastion, I think that's why you want to stick him on the Sojourn, because of the pick potential that he can have. You're going to be looking to him for this next engagement, especially when we see Jono taking McChicken a bit of a sky journey.
Trying to wrap as a group here. Talisman bringing up the rear, making sure no one can shoot McChicken in the back. They're going to play for the final fight because we are up to like 90%. Temp's going to use this overclock, spots both players on this high ground here. It's getting taken down by Talisman anyway, but they've already lost their Cat. In fact, both supports are already dead. Lich kills both of them, and now Bastion instantly goes to the turret form to try and stay alive, but Columbia looking like they're going to win this round with ease. Lich coming up with the kill instantly onto the Cat, and then Anderb as well. That is the Reaper play that Columbia needs. Nice Suzu as well, stops the kidnap going in. There's the cage, doesn't trap the Cat, but they don't need it. And that'll be a round over. And we're going to point number 3 here on Tactic Peninsula.
I like to see it. DPS duo, Lich and Temp, putting Columbia in their backpacks for at least this round. It did reel in Super Gomez a little, I think, on this last point, which certainly helped to that degree. But heading on to this point, I think it's a little harder just to get the Reaper online, since you're not necessarily as close as you are lots more open space for you to be worried about just on that particular hero. I don't think we're going to see any hero swaps, though. I think both teams are very confident in their own playstyles and how things have been running so far. I'll leave it up to this to go ahead and be the time breaker. It's Columbia really leaning into these DPS. They're going to continue to do so for round number 3.
Cat Bastion again, no shocks here. A nicer map too. I mean, being able to swing around this high ground's really nice. In fact, they take height really early. Although with the map changes, taking the ramp isn't as bad. That used to be probably the most claustrophobic point on any map, holding that ramp prior to the changes. Gonna go for a stomp in the front line is Shane. There's McChicken screaming at his cat to get an angle as he just shoots the wall. All good though. Nice attempted Sam. This is a really good amount of defense here coming through from Chain, basically acting as like a brick wall or a wall of meat to make sure McChicken doesn't get jumped on. Another charge through from Chain, gets out of the way. Sub 100 though, ends up going super low to actually literable people, but healed up eventually.
It's almost like Chain is playing Valga, like Diva, in a way, defensively to cover the team. This fight for the point is still very much a toss-up.
It is indeed. Chain half HP right now. Super Gomez is going to go in for the stomp, but a restomp comes in. It does hit Super Gomez, but it will be the non-Bastion team actually taking this fight win and the point. I say fight win. No one's actually really died, so it's just complete neutral warfare right now.
Columbia are just happy to play this game. They've been playing a game of cat and mouse where they have been the cat for the most part. We're chasing Chain around the map, but as the ultimate starts to come online, that's going to tell a different story, especially so for Gomez way ahead of Chain.
Oh, Chain is so low, goes for the late stomp, gets stunned as well, although that Suzu instantly, as soon as he hit that stomp, ends up, oh, but Lich, wait in the cage, just walked in, gets 3 just like that. Okay.
Yeah, they just go ahead and chuck Puerto Rico in the blender right there. That one hurts, for sure. And that's actually going to be enough for them to swap off the Cat Bastion entirely. McChicken, it's actually dipping Hydron yesterday a bit on the hit scan, so I'm excited to see what he has to pull off against Temp, who's been on a hot streak of his own. Puerto Rico, though, do have their own cage dash. Awesome combo. They go ahead and pull out, but Lich is already in.
Yeah, Lich Donk walking in the back line. There will be Death Blossom on the other side of things, but that sound barrier coming in clutch for Kratos-san. Ends up hitting pretty much everybody there as they end up surviving not only the cage, but that Death Blossom as well. Really nice stuff. Reactionary play required there for the Lucio, but that was a perfect beat.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing with Puerto Rico swapping their composition as late as they did. You're heading into this last fight now. No ultimates to your name. You're likely not going to get anything up to this in this time, and you're going to have to face check a Kitsune Rush, which against Amalga is rough, let alone without McChicken.
You can't be dying like that on this in this final fight. There's a rush available. They're just waiting this one out. Like, they can late touch. Like, McChicken can hit the slide. There will be a touch from the Reaper, but a rush is going to make sure it's going to be tough for Puerto Rico to get back onto this point. As soon as we're in the front line, Gomez does end up going pretty low, but it is Shane that falls first. Now the no front line for Puerto Rico is going to hurt. Lich teleporting to the back line, forcing the carry to TP. Earned himself a Death Blossom as well. Right on top of their heads, bouncing on it. 2 of them dead, and that will be that. Columbia with a 2-0 on map, 2-1, sorry, on map number 1.
Yeah, and a great start for this team, knowing the importance of this match in particular, keeping their chances alive within the Group A side of things. And it didn't make it a lot closer. I think that's what we expected between these two teams. Be able to go back and forth like we did. And also having clean answer to the Cat Bastion. Puerto Rico didn't find too much success out of it other than the first couple of fights we saw back on Icebreaker. But again, good part of this was, again, Temp, Lich, kind of working together between this Reaper Sojourn to make it so difficult for this Puerto Rico team to take the space that they needed to.
That's a lot of limbs. 27 and 4 was that? Like 16k damage? Not bad. Oh, the classic. I will say the cat ult is one of the funnier ults in the game at this moment in time. I love seeing highlights of people getting dragged off the map. It's even better when it's a Malga, to be honest, or any tank. Just like getting owned by the cat is just so funny. I think with how they've done here, we'll see if Control is still a fraudulent game type. does tend to be. We'll see if Puerto Rico can come back, because people are expecting Puerto Rico to win this series, but you never know. Colombia, they got some fire in their bellies.
You know, it's actually Puerto Rico, I think, that was predicted to come out at the bottom of this group. That narrative only changed after their match win against Brazil yesterday. That turned out to be a win, because they are that second seed coming in from the Conference Cup. Colombia, an invited team of more established veterans, and it was kind of it was a toss-up. Was it a fluke? Was Brazil just having an off day? How strong is this Puerto Rico roster actually? And I think that they do have a lot of good signs to look out for, especially in individual mechanics like from Chicken and other things like that. But I think having the Mei ban there is a bit rough. It's been a key part of their playstyle. And then Colombia, just overall, Lich and what we got to see from Temp was way too overwhelming for them to walk through. Kept getting picked off early and couldn't take the flights that they needed to.
Yeah, we'll see if Puerto Rico can make it a clean map 2. We're going to Runa Sapi as our next one. We'll see if that narrative can continue for them, or will Colombia end up kind of springing a little sneaky trap on them? They need to be able to take this one, though. Molly, you mentioned it at the top of this series, but going 0-2, their fate is out of your hands at that point some of the time. So they need to at least clutch up and get 1-1 to make it out of the group, make it all the way to, out of the group, and then make it to Busan. But map number 2, chosen by Puerto Rico. We'll see what their ban is.
Yeah, I think Runasapi, solid map overall. There's a lot of things that you can do here. But yeah, I think these are making a bit more sense. Puerto Rico done with their own Cat Bastion experiment, and that is understandable. But the Reaper being banned from Colombia is almost a bit surprising, considering the success that we saw Lich have on that particular hero. Maybe something that's more frontline heavy that they don't want to have shut down is perhaps what I'm thinking.
Yeah, with both tank players as well, just happy to play the Malga. You're going to be a little bit more free. We'll see where the DPS end up opting to go to. Puerto Rico banning this cat. It's like, okay, we take this game type specifically off the map. Runasapi, one of the better Cat Bastion maps, and then we get rid of the cat hand here. So Colombia don't really have an opportunity to now choose this one unless we go crazy and we reset the maps in a map number 6, but that's very unlikely to happen. Draws, very rare in this time in Overwatch's history. But Runasapi is definitely one that stretches the tank hero pool too. There's a lot you can play here. You can just default to the Malga if you want to, but you got to flex on them a little bit. We'll see if even a Sigma ends up coming out here as well.
Yeah, and we didn't really see Sigma from either of these tank players as of yesterday. Right. Neither are they really known for it. Chain is more of your typical round tank players, and more of the I'm in your face kind, not the poke variety. So it's in his hero pool for sure, but it would be a stretch. Same with Super Gomez. I'm not going to be shocked if we just run back the Malga for the entirety of the series unless it is banned. It's more of these DPS picks that I think I am interested in. With Sojourn near, but Talisman going over to the Tracer, and he is definitely a player that if he is left unchecked here, it will be a massive issue for Colombia if they kind of let him run wild for too long. They want to focus on that front to back, with Lich instead being on the Mei.
Yeah, front to back Overwatch. See how well Chain can stand up, but like you mentioned, I think it's a perfect point there. Talisman, you have to be as annoying as possible, forcing out this Kiri Swift Step, and then trying to make a play off of that. You send Chain in with a Stomp. We'll see how well Talisman does, because obviously, historically, Mei against the Tracer. The Mei, if they're a good shot, your Tracer is not going to last too long, but a good railgun to start us off. The Suzu, though, to heal everybody back up. Here comes the wall as Chain tries to make a swift escape, but unfortunately is 10 feet under now as Super Gomez chases him down.
It's kind of the difference of having the Mei here, unless Talisman is getting an insane amount of value out of this backline. Just kind of put a wall at the back of Chain, and there's not much that you can do to support him on the other side. So pretty textbook from Colombia so far. Look at this one moving on. Talisman still set up in this backline, able to look.
You cannot play the Mei here. You can't play the Tracer here, sorry. No. You just can't. I think Talisman's going to have to swap. This comp is just so unforgiving for the Tracer. Like, who do you, latch yourself onto? Maybe the Sojourn, maybe the Lucio Kiri, but the May, and like you mentioned, is so front to back. It's so tough for Talisman to get things done. Opening up with a kill, though, onto Kratos. No more speed now for Colombia, so it's going to make Talisman's life a little bit easier. And this is where the Tracer really comes into form, is cleanup. But actually getting to that point sometimes is hard. We'll see if Colombia can come back in this one, but a fairly decent fight for Puerto Rico.
You don't really have that same initiative power or just the threat looming over your head of May. It makes Chain's life a lot harder, makes Puerto Rico's life as a whole a lot harder. So Talisman, again, has to do some seriously crazy things to get the full value out of it. Looks like Colombia looks to approach from the side to this point, flipping the map in Puerto Rico entirely.
Got this rush as well. A little bit early on, too. If you're expecting Anda to have it at the same time, maybe pop it here on this stretch, try and force it out. Are they going to pop the overclock versus McChicken? Cage ends up getting put onto the point. Is Chain way too far up? I mean, that is a disaster in the front line for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, this is just turning from bad to worse. I think you're having Chain go in too far. You don't have the same support as you do for the Reaper. Fast to clean up and yeah, this
you gotta change the Tracer. It's just not gonna work. I think the May is just too good. It really is. Like Chain can't make a play. If you're the Mauga, you're like sitting there. It's real tough.
And it's not like Talisman doesn't play May either. Like it's been his most played hero this tournament, and it's arguably his second best if he would make that change. But clearly Puerto Rico have some sort of strange confidence in it, sticking it as long as they have.
Miss Pulse. I mean, doesn't got it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if the rest of Colombia end up being able to back out here. Super Gomez ends up falling. Very late beat here for Puerto Rico. Might end up regretting that one a little bit. McChicken ends up getting a double on the Sojourn. Fight's pretty much done at this point. Just Temp dying on the payload. The beat kind of guaranteed the fight there. But again, I kind of worry for Puerto Rico now. They're going to have to fight into a beat Blizzard. If Chain goes for this cage, he's dead. I'm going to put that out there. That Blizzard is going right on your little head.
It's going to be an instant drop the cage and run out of there kind of play, which is not ideal. For sure, and that's really Puerto Rico's only win con heading into this part of the map, which is arguably the most difficult to get through. There's the cage, there's the Blizzard, and there we go.
Okay. You know what? Actually, insane bait. Yeah, save the charge, get out of there, force the Blizzard out. They've still got a sound barrier that you need to force, though. They're waiting. They're biding their time. And they can at this point as well, right? Because Puerto Rico, at the end of the day, they are the ones that have to push. So playing on this corner for Colombia, it's like, okay, well, just make a play, I guess. Well, okay, Colombia made a play themselves. Lich with a nice headshot there onto McChicken. They're going to wall Chain off. Does end up using that charge to try and get away. Cardiac Overdrive is going to get popped as well, but Team Colombia are just dominating them right now in this front line. Its back to front is just so good. And guess what? They saved the beat.
They did. Gradison's had this for, what, 3-ish fights now, and he hasn't really had a need to use it. And we'll get close to the forward spawns as well. Talisman, yeah, has a pulse bomb. Yeah, lurking. Will it get anything? Probably not, unless you get it on, like, the Soj. But, yeah, I mean, Colombia will win this frontline battle every time you gotta use it here.
Oh, no, he missed. Molly straight up cursing Talisman. You never would have guessed it, huh? Yeah, unlucky. Yeah, and even if you get it on the Soj, right, there is a Suzu, so... Well, there's the OC, that rush, and the sound barrier. Lads, we've overlaid our support ultimates. Might be fine, though. Chain ends up going down anyway, and getting a very far push here is going to be all for the better for the push bank here of Colombia. Oh, dearie me. Puerto Rico. A small change up here. Orisa? Shake up the Orisa against the Malga. Don't hate it, but the lead that they're gaining now is quite stupendous.
It's not the change-up we were expecting, that's for sure. And Colombia will have control of this high ground area. Just chuck Temp on an off angle as the overclock, and all Chain can do, the poke damage, spear might help disrupt, but not gonna do too much still against this Malga May push. Okay.
Oh, McChicken. Threw that one out with the wrapper still attached to it. That was a disgusting swing there from Temp. All right, well, that's the fight done. Yeah, the Tracer barely getting any damage in there as Colombia 100 meters plus as they march on to victory.
You know what? Puerto Rico, they swapped. They did it. Talisman is on the May. There's a chance, and it puts pressure on a Super Gomez. He's not taking this free space to match the front to back. Plus, you have a huge advantage in support ults, because Colombia might have overlapped theirs in the previous fight, and absolutely something Puerto Rico needs to make work.
Bit easier for Change to survive as well with the amount of survivability tools with the Orisa. But unfortunately, Talisman, the change came in, but the kunais are still hitting his little head. And well, Anderps are behind them, just trying to heal Chain up. Sound Barrier comes in, does hit four, sustains them, and they try and just leap on the front line, but there's just a better beat here for Kratos Sun. I'm just going bad to worse here for Puerto Rico. They are getting absolutely dominated. I mean, maybe we need to up the age rating on the stream. We needed to up it a couple of series ago. This is going to be a Peggy 16 type angle here. Colombia are going to dunk this one in by the looks of things. If a few more picks end up coming through from Puerto Rico, they might be able to hold on, but we're at 143 meters. Admiral Theory in effect. No checkpoint here for Puerto Rico either as they finally win a team fight.
What cost in 2.5 minutes, and we're looking at pretty much impossible. As I said, Admiral Theory applied, and Puerto Rico got ultimates to chain together, no pun intended, but what is that going to amount to? You need to stretch that to last like 5 or 6 fights at an absolute minimum. Colombia still have a Kitsune Rush. They could just run at you right here, and I can tell that they're thinking about it with the positioning they already have set up.
We've seen some of the greatest comebacks in Overwatch history on this map. Is it going to be the same thing? Terror Surge connects with 2 players. Instant block and a nice wall as well. A headshot from McChicken as he shuts down Temp. Okay, well, there's a couple of ults burned from Puerto Rico, but like you said, there is going to have to be a stretching of the ultimate economy here. Just try and only use one to get things done. Colombia, on the other hand, by the way, Molly, can just dump in ults if they need to. They can dump 2. It doesn't really matter for them because the checkpoint hasn't even been reached.
Blizzard might help with the cage fight, but everything else, good luck to Puerto Rico. They are going to need it as Temp just rips Jono's head off.
Yeah, goodbye. Unfortunately, the Lucia a little bit too out in the open. Talisman goes down. Nice overclock kills 2 from Temp. That'll be that. 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Well, I'm an optimist. Puerto Rico didn't use any ults, but there. That's something. So much more distance to stretch
You're
it.
the biggest optimist in Overwatch spotted.
And,
yeah, 1 minute to go.
Yeah.
90 meters behind. Come on.
No, I want to give them something. It is a growing, developing team. Colombia,
Overwatch
better in experience, and it really is showing in terms of the macro and the ult economy.
Well, they're going to try and wall off Super Gomez. Ends up charging out stage right. 40 seconds to go in the time bank. Resetting on this high ground. They're just going to wait for the ult dump, I think. Cage available. There's the Blizzard straight on top of it. Oh, they're going to charge out of there.
How?
Wait, what? 10?
Where?
Oh, I get booped off by Mega, I guess? I mean, sure. Good opening pick, I suppose. A lot of the damage now negated as Colombia lose one of their DPS. That's one way to start things off as the OT eventually approaches in a couple of moments. Super Gomez standing up to the might of the Mauga, the Orisa, sorry. Still so very low, eventually taken down, but now we're in an OT situation with a double support ult for Colombia.
Yeah, that's that. You know, the optimist in me. You know, that this might be a little too much. We're hitting that point. Colombia have so much to be able to work with. Lich can just chuck this on the point. Rush there. You got the sound barrier, and there's already a May wall to trap them in.
Double beats. Oh, we're playing Tiny Overwatch today, ladies and gentlemen. Jono's already dead. Here's the rush as well. It's just too much. There's just too much damage. There's too much sustain. Crimson ends up going down shore. The Blizzard is going to completely split the team fight. It has gone from bad to worse here for Puerto Rico. Colombia are going to take this second map. A 2-0 lead in the series. Match point as well as Puerto Rico staring down the barrel here of a 1-on-1 as their record after this one. This is, yeah, that was not close, Molly. I don't know how to paint that one. It wasn't pretty.
You know, out of all of the games today, there's no way this is about to be the sweep, right? That's kind of crazy to me. If this is what managed to be pulled off. In Colombia's defense, one match they had yesterday was against Team Canada. I don't think they got a true showing of what they had to offer.
True.
But yeah, and this was tough, and from start to finish. stats, they don't look terribly far apart, but I think it just comes down to, especially in Super Gomez and Lich, having the Tracer for far too long. The lead that Columbia got, it just could not be stopped. By the point those changes were made, it's just too late to reverse the damage.
Name some of the greatest Tracer players to ever live. Proper. Profit. You need that kind of like, or well, yeah, you need him just to start with P apparently, so your Tracer can't be of all time. But look, like you said, you need to switch off the Tracer a little bit earlier there, or you need like impact kills like every single fight. You need to pick people off like every single fight. You need to force that Kiri to TP. You need to even force the Suzu. You need to force something. It just felt without the Mei, there was nothing really Talisman could do. And we didn't see any pulse kills either. So, yeah, a little late on the change, but you know what? You're still in the series. You haven't gone down just yet. It does require a reverse sweep. A tall ask in Overwatch, but still, it is available.
Yeah, I mean, the option is there. And Puerto Rico, it just seems like there's some choices about... And this happened last map, too. I think with the Cat Bastion. Not swapping off of that in time. Comes back to bite them. They're a little too hesitant to make these changes, and realizing when something isn't working, and because of that, it sets them so far behind in these moments, and you don't really have much more rope that you can give away here. You're running out match point for Columbia, and one more map pick to make this one work. Reaper will be back in the fray, along with the, I even forgot what the other band is, Jetpack Cat, if we want to do that again, which I highly doubt based on how map 1 went. This is looking like a tough battle for Puerto Rico, if they're even going to take a map at this point.
Yeah, oh man, it just doesn't feel like it, does it? New Junk City is the bat pick for Puerto Rico. Jetpack Cat can be played, but we're probably going to see a little bit more, again, front to back, or a little bit of rush, maybe. Can still play Lucio, little Reaper guy, can play the Mei, of course. If you want to go full DGen, you can play the Sim Mei as well.
Yeah, Sin, I don't know. Mei, definitely. I think there's no doubt in my mind that we will see a Mei on this map, unless it is banned again, which I believe it would have to be Puerto Rico to ban, if I'm not mistaken. Which is honestly possible, considering how that last map went. But, it's just going to come down to these Malgas, likely some sort of Reaper. We're going to get brawly with it, just how it be. I don't know if we have any level caliber players to pull out some shenanigans with the Ana, but
yeah, we're not seeing that, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is same old Puerto Rico. Can they figure out their own theory to do this? Because these compositions are going to look very similar to what they have.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Malga again, unless that's banned as well. So, yeah, some Brawl. We're so back with Brawl. It's a map. It's probably one of the better maps in the pool to do it on, to be fair. Because on Suravasa as well, you can play dive, like you can play ball, you can play sig. Like there are lots of angles for Suravasa, but New Junk City, just the way the points are laid out, as actually we see Malga banned. So okay, Ramatra I think is going to be the next port of call here. Mizuki ban for Columbia.
Okay, that is maybe they're expecting something that's a little bit more mobile, or maybe they want to play the Diva, perhaps, but we'll see. I think the Malga ban, I guess, makes sense for Chain. I know him for 3 heroes. It is Malga, Ramatra, and Roadhog, and it can't be Malga. We better not see a Roadhog, so it's probably going to be the Ramatra. In this instance, Super Gomez play that one to a high caliber as well. Still have the Mei, still have the Reaper as options, so unless somebody decides to swap that out with a Symmetra, it is going to be this front-to-back macro-heavy battle that Puerto Rico seem to have been struggling with lately.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no Roadhog. This is so sad. Unfortunately, Roadhog sucks. And against the Mei comps, is just no way. We're only seeing that guy on well. So, Ramatra, yeah, like you mentioned, I think is going to be the next port of call. We'll see if Talisman ends up jumping over to Tracer, but it's got to be, especially after the last map, it's like, you just have to give in, I think. You have to give in to the Mei, and you have to be playing that on this map. Because first point, it can just be dictated by one wall. Like, if you hit a good wall as they come out of choke, you can just instantly blow up somebody. If it's not like the ram, that's frontlining. If someone accidentally steps a 2 pixels too far out that door and you get walled, you will die. So I think having the May wall there to kind of counter the enemy May wall is just so important on this first fight. We'll see if Colombia, though, can round this series out a little 3-0. Puerto Rico just didn't really feel like they were in that last map. Maybe their hearts weren't in it on that one, but it is going to be another map pick for them. So confidence still needs to be gained here for the team.
I think for Puerto Rico, again, a very developing country. And in this, it's only their second time competing in the Overwatch World Cup, just as a team, which is definitely one of the younger ones that we see out there. Whereas Colombia, they're coming fresh off a BlizzCon appearance for top 12 there. So it would be a big deal for them to make it all the way back, and a must-win game. Puerto Rico, if you lose this, it's not the end of the world, even if you have to play Canada for the win. Whereas Colombia, you absolutely need to come away with a victory here. They're on pace to do it, as it is the Ramatras locked in for both of the tanks as of now. Talisman back on May. That makes many people very, very happy to be able to see that one hold out. Chain? Sigma? I don't hate it, but I think just this team has struggled with the rotations. Chain has been left on an island a lot. That seriously needs to be reeled in if you are going to take this disadvantaged tank matchup.
Two very different looks, yeah. May with the Sig, so very slow poke, but Colombia are going to try and off-angle as much as possible with this Reaper guy. So we have Temp on this high ground top right, and then Reaper is just going to try and peddle a kill on another angle. So they're slowly rotating, but it's going to be up to Puerto Rico to be on their best behavior, be on their toes, and make sure the Reaper cannot get a flank on them. Looks like Colombia, actually, the plan is just to put pressure on the point first. I actually really like this. Force someone down from Puerto Rico, and it's actually Talisman that hits the ground, run in onto the point, but a headshot from McChicken takes down Charge. You couldn't ask for a better start there.
And that is the worst first pick that you could have if you are Colombia. Very little sustain left remaining at that point in time. So, again, good idea in theory, with Lich forcing close-range combat on the point, but will not pay off with just some raw mechanical skill from McChicken. And they played the ring around the Rosie well. They didn't let the Reaper go crazy, and you kept Chain on a leash, at least for that time period. So, Puerto Rico set up now on this defense. You can play to Talisman's May, which, mind you, Colombia are opting to take the Reaper set up the May here, so a little more advantage, but you sniffed out.
That was a TP.
What?
Whoa, okay. That was a TP into 4 players on the enemy team, but still had the shift. Could have got rocked, though, if they Shane had good timing there. Oh, here comes the point pressure now for Colombia. Lich goes really low. Blizzard on the point. Talisman insta-block, insta-out of it. And an instant kill onto Super Gomez, or at least they're trying to. Cross the arms right now. That damage reduction coming into full effect for Super Gomez. Temp now trying to bridge the gap in terms of these kills as McChicken takes an OC headshot. As Colombia now in control.
If you get that trade on a Super Gomez, that goes so differently, but it's Ramatra holding his arms over his head. You are not killing him without the entire team looking at him there. Final fight territory for Puerto Rico was they are going to walk
What is my May doing?
with quite a bit. Talisman is on an angle.
Where is my May?
This is not where May goes. He's playing Tracer, like, vicariously through May.
Yeah, actually. Well, they're going to get spotted out by the Soja, and that's a really early war usage too. That kind of blows, to be honest. Temp just, swings around the wall and kills Talisman. Well, they end up killing the Lucio, I suppose, so that's going to be good for a 1-for-1 trade. Flux and a nice Suzu saves Gomez, Super Gomez, from any incoming damage. And now the point's going to get pressured by Puerto Rico. Both rushes on the point, and now the rush can go a little bit crazy style. Going to pop the Annihilation on the point. Chains hits a nice rock, but still has this arms crossed to take as little damage as humanly possible. Chains hits another rock there on to the Reaper, meaning Colombia now in control of the point at 99. Puerto Rico needs to come up with a kill. The sound barrier, though, is just too much. A very early one for Puerto Rico to try and sustain them through it. They needed to win off of that, but unfortunately, it's not to be, and that will be the first point going over to Colombia.
Close, but some shenanigans will end up coming back to bite Puerto Rico there at the end of it. So I think the idea was there. You wanted to get Jono in with the sound barrier, knowing Kratos' son had just died. No sound barrier to match. You just didn't have the damage output to actually get those final blows. So next point it is. Nothing for Puerto Rico to work with, and the Death Blossom up for Lich. We've seen how much value he's gotten out of that before, and he's likely going for it again.
Lich. Oh, I was waiting for the Death Blossom, but I don't think he needs it now. 10 with a nice railgun heady onto Chicken. Temper's been hitting on this Sojourn. It has been kind of a delight to watch. Good Sojourn players. Honestly, second to none in Overwatch. I'll say it. One of the funnest DPS to watch of all time.
For sure. And I think Temp, he's just one of those players that can make it look so easy. And for a while, especially in the collegiate scene, he's always stood out as one of those aimers. Him and Lich both competing on that Cleveland State roster to have that existing synergy. And we've kind of seen that in how the pinches are occurring pretty darn well for this team. But Puerto Rico going in, already no Mayblock for Talisman, which is less than ideal with where Lich is setting up.
Do they check the box is the big question. Hang on a second.
Nope.
Wait a moment. They don't know. They didn't check the box, but oh, there's no one there. All good though. I'll just run the ram, I guess. Instant teleport, good headshot, nice wall as well. Almost stops this from getting away. Blizzard ends up coming in. It's going to be a freeze on to Super Gomez, you'd imagine, but he actually just ends up running away. Like this little boot there actually sets up Mochik with a perfect kill. Annihilation from Super Gomez. He just runs through the front line. The Annihilation too good, stake too juicy. Super Gomez with a double kill already. Make that a triple, make that a quad kill, in fact. Super Gomez laying waste to Puerto Rico as they claim this next point. There's no chance Puerto Rico touch here.
Yeah, in Puerto Rico, they had the chance. The Susie was forced, but all it takes is a Ramach with Annihilation to pick up the pieces of a broken fight in Colombia.
And one point away, by the way.
Yeah, one more map
from
point,
winning.
match point, all of the above right now. Puerto Rico, one last stand is all they get here on this New Jug City map within the series, and which has not used the Death Blossom left either. And he won't have a corner to set up around this time, although he's definitely going to find one with the little time that is left. Oh, there we go.
This is the most ranked Reaper gameplay of all time.
I love this.
Honestly, it works out though.
Yeah.
Little TP, little Death Blossom, you know the vibes. There he is, straight into the back. Hello, what's up? Didn't check behind you, did you? Nice little Suzu there as well. Ends up saving the day. Literally needs to get away though. And the chaos unfolds as soon as everybody turns their back to Super Gomez, gloves on, haymakers being thrown into the front line. Such an easy fight there.
Okay.
Little bag too. Woo.
Alright, Super Gomez. We see it. And yeah, it's such a veteran player. You can tell that exactly what this game plan is. Lich, yeah, he's extraction. And they are even more concerned about him because he hasn't used Death Blossom in at all, actually. So
there he
they
goes
know it's
again.
there.
Look, they're checking him this time.
Yeah.
Okay, finally they go for the check.
Yeah.
Spy check, done.
Yep.
Lich, out of there.
So, not something you do on this game too often, but it counts here.
They really need it. Oh, charge so close to going down. Took a railgun headshot, or the body shot even. The sound barrier is just too good for both teams, in fact. As this tries to put him in a spot where he can just wreak havoc with the Reaper. Nice Annihilation, though. Shuts down the carry player for Colombia. All right, Chain can't connect with another kill. Super Gomez eventually fell, finally. Oh, the CB!
Speaking of falling.
Ooh. All good. We're chilling. No one panicked.
No, definitely not. I was cool as a cucumber, is that what they say? I don't know. That might be it.
I think so. When are cucumbers ever cool?
That's
Do we
what I'm
put them in
saying.
the fridge?
Cool. We
Where's that
put
phrase come
cucumbers
from?
in the fridge now? Is that a thing? Do that?
Yeah, wait, you don't put yours in the... Hold on.
No. Wait, you put your cucumbers in the fridge?
Okay, chat, back me up. You put cucumbers in the fridge, right?
I'll just leave mine on the counter.
Do you leave them out?
Yeah, they
You're
just,
a crazy...
I have like a
She might be the
bowl of vegetables
You're
and
crazy.
fruit.
No.
Right.
Okay, we're not getting into this. They're about to win. All right, Tev is just going to run forward now with his OC. Straight into the backline, in fact. A nice little headshot onto Anda. Will take him down. I think it was like a bit of a collapse damage too. Nice little counter rotation though. As Trainer McChicken ended up coming up with kills. Super Gomez with the Annihilation only deals a little bit of damage to the front line. Point ticket down though for Colombia, but they're losing members here. Can Lich actually stay alive? A little bit too smarmy with it on the Lucio. It's a bat. What is this? What was that? Death Blossom. That was Death Blossom I've ever seen. Okay, well, unfortunately though for Super Gomez, this ends up getting taken down by the Nemesis form of Chain. They end up getting the reflip there. 99% for Colombia.
That is incredible that they clutched that up with how many things just went wrong for Puerto Rico. But they're going to fight another day, and they're going to have both support ults, which is the best thing you could ask for in this situation. Colombia, they got Nilch, a lot of nothing to go ahead and pull out. So Puerto Rico, if they lose this point, it is over, quite literally. Cards, at least, are in their favor.
Yeah, good rush as well. This should just steal the deal, you're thinking. Like you said, Colombia don't have any ults at all. Both support ults to guarantee this point. Don't think you needed the sound barrier, but if you... in this kind of situation, it's best to use it just in case. But look at Colombia just springboarding back in. Credison's going to have beat in a couple of moments as well. A giant fumble from Puerto Rico here as they can't clean up the fight. Wow. Credison with 99% gets shut down by Talisman, though, as Super Gomez ends up falling over to the annihilation of Puerto Rico. Not quite fumbling just yet. I mean, Credison needed that ult as Puerto Rico clutch up at 99 to stick in this game.
That was so much more than what they should have needed to commit, but I mean, they 3 ults to 0 and they still almost lost that fight. That is, I think, a red flag going forwards and leaves you with very few tools on this next point of Ducks with only this overclock where McChicken is not been finding too much value with it. And besides, you still have the sound barrier from Kratos Sun to pop out if you need to. It isn't that scary. This priority positioning over to Columbia Sledge again. On his little corner camping adventure.
Please, someone check the corner. Do not get 3-hit challenge. Teleports and straight on the vendetta they have against this Kiriko. Can't get the kills though. Oh, footwork. Fancy footwork from Ander. And that will be a shutdown for Lich. I thought he popped ult there, but he didn't end up hitting the Q. Lich falls. Unfortunately, mission unsuccessful there for Colombia. Trying to assassinate the backlines. Puerto Rico cap the points. And they kill Super Gomez too.
If Lich did not have to reload there, that goes so differently, I'm just saying. That is either a dead Kiriko or a dead Lucio, or both, as a matter of fact. So, Columbia, though, now have the ultimates to work with. It was only the overclock and that ended up being used for Puerto Rico, because that was all they had at their disposal. Columbia have so many ways that they could just blast Puerto Rico off their feet, and I have a feeling they're looking for Temp to be the first one.
All right, Tim, what can you do? Nice early railgun shot there. Insta-pops the OC to try and get the double tap. It's going to be Chain popping that Nemesis bomb super early on. Annihilation available for Super Gomez too, but they're not going to need it. Very economical fight here from Colombia. They've already killed the Kiriko too, so Puerto Rico, they're not going to have any gas left in the tank. Them shooting the feet there. I see you. Puerto Rico with 87%. Okay, they're still in a good spot. It's whether they can actually sustain in this next fight.
This is very doable for Puerto Rico. One fight territory. They'll have the tools to match. I think the threat of the Death Blossom is a little much.
Shit, come on.
Like, how did they just not check the corners at this point? Like,
He saw the Wraith form as well. I mean, that was so lucky that Talisman needed to get the mini.
Like, they're by luck checking these corners. That is not a good sign at all.
Ranks Reaper Gaming.
Yeah.
Both of them on the point right now, trying to fight each other. 33 HP though for one of them as Talisman just gets chased down. This rush is just so powerful for Colombia right now. And Chain hasn't got this annihilation too. I mean, this is such an easy Reaper roll here for Lich. He ends up insta-killing Chain, following up with a kill onto Antwerp. And that's a team kill too. At 75%, they cannot afford mistakes. Someone's going to have to speed up and touch. It's going to be Jono.
It's got to be Jono. He's the only one that's alive right now. Talisman not too far behind him, but Colombia are going to be looking to stop this touch with everything that they have.
Got a touch, Talisman, no shift, no problem there for Colombia. Nice little victory sound barrier as well. They end up taking the map and the series. Little 3-0. Okay, Puerto Rico thought coming into today they had a lot more guns than that, but it is Colombia that come out on top. And honestly, Molly, looked pretty easy for them. Very strong in their group currently, and one step closer to a ticket to Busan.
Much needed win. Had the tough matchup to start against Team Canada, but night and day with this team. They have a clear game plan, know where their strengths are, especially with this Reaper. I think they're the team that we've seen lean into it the most so far, and have not had a reason to change it, although it's not necessarily over for either of these teams. Colombia still have to get a win against Brazil, and for the sake of Puerto Rico, they could get a win against Canada, and we would have some insane tiebreakers on our hands. But one of those tasks, much more difficult than the other. Colombia happy with this, shutting down this team that looked so good yesterday, getting that upset over Brazil. But Puerto Rico still showing that they are a young squad. They still have things to come away and learn what is ahead of them in their competition. And they'll have a week to do so before those next games too.
Yeah, they can rest easy for now, can Team Colombia. Very impressed with Super Gomez and Temp. I thought Sojin was really good. Really, really clean as well. Standing up to the very best in your group is going to be really tough. I think both America's groups, they're just so difficult with the US and Canada. But, you know, there's some bright spots and there's 2 spots available. So there is a very big chance here for Colombia to make the run to Busan. They're going to have to win the next one, though, to almost guarantee themselves. Round robin format can be a little brutal, but, you know, coming in with a win, now sitting on 1-1, your step, you know, that first step in the ladder has already been taken on.
And Colombia, they didn't make it to last year, 2023's BlizzCon stage.
Oh, it's been a while.
I know, it's been a minute. Didn't make it there for no reason, and having, I think, the returning talent of Super Gomez at the helm. He's been around the scene for so long, combined with some of these newer players in both Temp and Lich who have come up since then. A very good look for this roster. Again, I don't think we got a true showing of what their potential was in their game against Canada yesterday. I will say, though, it did look a lot closer when Canada played Brazil. So perhaps a big challenge for them ahead in the next week, because that will really make or break their game so far. And as for Puerto Rico, same thing goes, but with the much tougher matchup. A ton of potential with this roster, but I think with a lot of things to clean up in a short period of time, you're asking for borderline a miracle, I think, to come away with a win over Canada next week.
Yeah, the Canada, they are the devils, the demons in the group, right? Everybody kind of knows that Canada almost guaranteed a spot. Just for the caliber of players and how long they've been around as well, I think Cal especially on that team is just such a massive boon for them. I think with how the groups end up shaking up, USA obviously still leading theirs. Canada sitting at 2-0. I think Colombia has a real good shot. Brazil sitting at 0-2, -4 map diff as well. I mean, it's not impossible at this point, unfortunately, for them.
It'll be bye-bye to Team Brazil, which I guess if you're Colombia right now, you're like, okay, maybe we can do this with not as much left to play for, but a roster that shouldn't be underestimated and one that can take you out. Is most of our matches today followed the Group A side of things, and Group B much more contestable. It was actually Chile who won that match. Is Argentina that is 0-1, Chile 1-0. But yeah, for the most part, I think it's the USA spots. Who's gonna go with them is the question. Will it be Team Chile?
Yeah.
Will it be Team Mexico?
That's I hate to break it to you, that's every World Cup group ever. Unfortunately, there's always one there's always one demon mode team in the group, and that is USA and Canada right now. Brazil, Colombia is going to be our last matches of Group A, and Puerto Rico, Canada. So the Brazil-Colombian game, I mean, Brazil in theory could play a little bit of upset here, but with how Colombia played today, I think they're kind of booking their ticket here. I got a good feeling about that series.
I can see it. I really can, with how Colombia is playing and with how close they are to qualifying. A little more to play for than Brazil at this point, which is certainly going to help in that matchup where Puerto Rico, again, miracle required. That Canada shoe in at this point. So they did lock in their spot officially with the Colombia taking the win as well. So just that one last thing up for grabs in that side.
Yeah, and those matches obviously are going to be happening next week, as it is Sunday today. So next week, you're going to have to tune in for those. Just going to set up with a quick interview in just a moment, I believe, with Lich. Before we sign off for the day. EMA looking good as well. It's good to see some of the Finns and the Swedes back at it. They'll be one of the first games of Group A next week, and that's going to be a fun time. I think seeing the Finnish and Swedish play Overwatch, it really does bring back a whole lot of memories. So yeah, I'm looking forward to covering that one. That's next week. EMEA in general has always been a strong region with a lot of very strong teams. I think the LATAM teams have a lot to kind of prove on the big stage, and Colombia might be one of them to do it. And in fact, I'm getting word in now. The interview is ready, so let's bring Lich in to talk about the series previous and how they're kind of preparing potentially going to Busan for the World Cup. And Lich, welcome and congratulations on your win today. How are you feeling? How are your team feeling? It looks not guaranteed just yet, but it looks pretty good for you guys to go to Busan.
Yeah, it's been looking well. I think our team is pretty confident, especially after that win. we've been really trying. Like all the meta changes and stuff have been like giving us difficulty, but I really feel like I think we're in it for the win. I think we can do it.
Absolutely. And I think, too, with this being, you had that loss to Puerto Rico yesterday, your next match being against Brazil. It will be the one that determines whether you qualify or not. Do you think you are favored heading into that matchup, especially seeing them play a little bit more?
I don't know. Like, I really think people favor Brazil because like they have Hydron on his team, but let's be honest, like I think we'll be looking a lot better. Especially after today's showing. Like Puerto Rico already beat them. Like if we just go by win-loss, like I think we could possibly win just because we beat Puerto Rico, but you have to look at bans, we have to do draft properly, like depends on a lot of stuff. But I think Brazil is pretty favored going into this, especially since they took a map off Canada. Like they're the strongest in our group in my opinion. Like they're a really strong team. And we did lose to them, of course, but let's just see what happens, honestly. I think Brazil's favored though, yeah.
Ooh, we'll have to wait and see. That's going to be a fun series for sure. I did want to ask, and I asked in all of our interviews today, but what does it mean to you and you guys for the Overwatch World Cup to kind of come back and, be within a chance of going to somewhere like South Korea to play on a really big stage against international competition?
It's a very exciting opportunity. Like I didn't expect much to happen out of World Cup because like I thought it was going to be like the same format as like the last few years, but honestly I got really lucky. Like I was able to be 18, like I was able to play, I was able to win, like I think it's a really cool opportunity. I just didn't expect Korea to be part of it at all. Like it's really cool like how it's being done like that.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the homes of Overwatch as well, like stretching back all the way to like Apex in 2017, 2016. So a lot of history there, and hopefully you can be a part of that as well. Well, Lich, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your win, and yeah, good luck in your next one.
Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, I will say it's always good to hear from the players and how they're feeling, because a lot of these players haven't had the same sort of limelight from international competition or like OWCS, etc. So it's nice to hear and put faces to the names as well, which is always good to see. So we'll see if Colombia can clinch that spot, although Brazil might be a little bit tougher than maybe we're giving them credit for, Molly.
Yeah, and Lich taking them with a grain of salt. So it does show that there is a lot of respect to these Americas teams and how really up for grabs that second spot is within the group. And we won't know until, of course, next weekend how that will resolve. And I have a lot of confidence both of these teams will be ready to give it their A game by the time we see them back again.
Yeah, that'll be it for us today. It was fantastic casting with Molly. That's been the first time for me and for yourself casting in a big stage like this. So yeah, it's been fantastic having you, and we'll see you all very soon. Don't forget to tune in to next week. A whole lot of action coming your way on Saturday and Sunday. So 4 games each day. Come on, you've got 4 EMEA, 4 NA. It's going to be a whole lot of Overwatch to secure your drops as well. Don't forget to connect your Twitch account. Didn't mention that today either. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.